Hey everybody, I'm Captain Tommy Scoville with my brother
Johnny Scoville.
and this is the extravaganza that is the lifeboat and Chase the Heat coming together to do 24 ounces for freedom. You heard me. 24 ounces for freedom, not 40 ounces. 24 hours to freedom. I hope it touches others. I find it both great and hard to hear because of the losses I've had. Just wanted to share a little hope. Good. If it was a tune, I love that. Good afternoon, Kelly Smith.
LeBron, you're awesome.
Steve Molesky says he has issues.
We'll park here.
You know who he's talking about.
Yep.
Yeah. Nobody says that about me. Well,
LeBron says I only have 10 minutes left on my lunch break. We're going to be here for 24.
You should be able to pop back in and catch us, LeBron. We actually had 2 births since yesterday's live feed. So I think we're out of births. That's everybody, I think, isn't it?
It was something I've been
wanting
to tell you.
Yeah, it's better you than me. Better you than me.
Nope,
I think that's
those
everybody.
are it. That's it.
Chad Matthews, good to see you. Dennis Brace.
Good to see you, Chad.
Brandon Calloway should be at about 111 days. 1111.
It's pretty exciting. So we got loads of coffee.
We do.
I'll show you guys.
You know something that yesterday was
You
yesterday?
can't feel bad.
You can't. You know that it's actually, look at this. I'm not predicting the squirrel's going to make the full 24, but she launched with us at the beginning. She'll go about and do her thing, but she'll be here at the end. Well, I'd be here for the first time to see the show. It's going to be interesting to see how many secrets you may get out of me. Oh no, lawn dog.
Jeez.
You know what?
How many secrets you may get out of us?
Right? Yeah, I'm
That's
not.
what I'm worried about.
I probably won't be asking too many in the beginning.
Your secrets don't scare me. It's
On the bright side, everybody's secrets are mine are already out, but your secrets are safe with us.
You know what? I would say that most of mine are out.
Yeah,
I mean,
how could they not be?
pretty open book.
Well, and you've just been on air for so long. I mean, there's so much out there. You know what I mean? You start figuring out how much Johnny Scoville there is out there on video. So you got
5,048, almost 5,050.
Almost 5,050 videos. So at 5,000, I mean, it's just a lot of time. Although I probably am close because of how long the shows are here. I do some, my shows are long.
Yours are typically an hour long.
They're typically
And mine
an hour long.
are somewhere between 10 and 15 usually.
Although you had a couple of really big marathons, like this thing that we're embarking on right now. Johnny's done a couple of times. A couple of 26s, right? Or
Yep, I did 1 25-hour and 4 26-hour.
Can I ask you something seriously?
Yeah.
What happened to 24? They just started dumping money
No,
on
here's-
you and stuck around?
No, I'd still be going if that were the case. No, what happened was I always say under promise, it's a chief thing from Papa Scoville. Under promise and over deliver. So if I told them 24 at the very end, I knew I was going to do it. At the very end, I'm like, what did I tell you? 24? Let's do another hour.
Right. Well,
And that set
we're
precedent.
going on our 27th hour, if you can believe it, and still in good spirits. I can't back that up. Will you hand me that? Yeah, there you go.
Listen,
West German Boulevard.
in a perfect world, we would
We
have
just
started
started.
this. Yeah, in a perfect world, we would have started this at 6 this morning.
Thank you, Kirsten. I appreciate that.
All the live streams I did were always start early in the morning.
Really?
Look at that. Kirsten loved that we shut down the stream because of the new baby.
And I'm glad that's appreciated. It's just it's a family thing. Today is what day of the week? Thursday? So yesterday, crew, I did a deal over on Surviving the Survivor, right? And today is the 10th? 9th. So I did a show on Surviving the Survivor. Great show. Really cool people. And it's not the first time I've done the show. But the first time I did the show, that was a little itty bitty channel. That really was. It was not, they didn't have a very large following at that point. Boy, oh boy, they got one now though. They're cranking out about 100,000 views on a good video.
Yeah, but you know what? I watched you pick up like 5,000 views in a month. And that's huge for any channel.
5,000 subscribers.
Yes, excuse me.
Oh yeah.
Just really fast, just a snowball.
Yeah,
that's a beautiful thing when that happens.
That was ridiculous. That was just sort of being in the right place at the right time. And
Henny's here. Hi, Henny. Good to see you. She says,
always a pleasure, Henny. Good to see you. Kelly Gerling, I'm glad that you're here. Hope your boy's doing all right. Way back in the day, I'm talking to your ancestors. Oh boy, deep secrets. Deep secrets.
There's 2 new babies now, which is
beautiful.
We have 2.
And
beautiful. Thoughts and prayers for both of them, if you're cool with that.
Yes, please. I'm 111 days and 14 hours sober. Hoist it. There you go, Brandon. Well done, brother. That 111 looks really good up there, man. It's a lot of days. That really is. That is a lot.
You know what I always think of every time? Recently, we had somebody who was 50 years. Remember that?
Yeah.
When I think of that, I don't think about all the tough times that they went through, like when things hit the fan and things are going sideways. What I think are all the great times that you went through, because those are the more dangerous times, I think, almost.
You know, I think for some people, not for all, but for some people, I know that I struggle with success. You know, that's something that I've struggled with throughout life. I think a lot of addicts do. When like with the public speaking thing, every time I got on a really great run,
you'd self-sabotage.
I'd figure out a way to blow the thing.
And that's why I think when I first started the channel, that's why I started drinking a lot more, because I couldn't deal with it.
Look who's there. We were talking about you again, yes?
Really? We were. You know, in fact.
Did you take a screenshot of it?
I did.
We'll send it to him.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Yesterday, we were watching something on TV, and it came up, and I said, who does that look like to you? Does that remind you of anybody? And it's my brother actually took a screen, like went up to the television, not a screenshot, because it was on TV. We were watching it through YouTube, but it was on the big screen. So he went up and snapped the photo, and I will send it to you later.
It's unbelievable.
It really is. It's good stuff.
Johnny, what's the app you use that keeps counting on your sober days? Asks Andrew. Good to see you, Andrew. The app I use is called, oddly enough, I Am Sober, which was the name of the video when after a year when I kind of came clean to everybody. It's I Am Sober, and you'll see it.
Good for you, Kelly. Kelly says left the shelter one time and blam, but getting put on meds. You know what? Medical assisted treatment. Why would we not do it? Honestly, I don't understand.
You know what? It's the fear of withdrawal is what's keeping that.
So many people in the game.
And they knew there was a way to escape it without going through agony. They'd run away from it.
And that's honestly almost everybody. If you can make people understand that, you know what, we're going to bring a team of people together that have your best interest at heart. Right? Here's a team of people. That's loved ones. That's professionals. That's everybody down to the pharmacist. Get the medication. Get them. Get people so that they have the best possible chance for success. And in my humble opinion, man, if it's something that that you can do, then you ought to.
Great one from Lawn Dog. Bingo, Johnny, you touched upon one of the secrets. I kind of just gave up on drinking. Not sure if it was excessive. It was probably more than I should. Uncle Bull Cow is here too.
Hey, Bull Cow, 9 years sober. Good for you.
It's a good dude. Hey, your peppers are here. I showed Tom.
This is if you're new to the channel, and yesterday we since I was over on Surviving the Survivor, we picked up about 300 or 400 subs yesterday. We had a really good day over here on the boat. So there's going to be some new people that are coming on board. I'm not an anti-drug channel. I know I get a reputation as being the anti-drug guy because I want to help people get off drugs. I'm not an anti-drug guy. I don't care if you snort cocaine. It's got nothing to do with me. If you're doing drugs and having fun and it's not affecting your life, knock yourself the hell out. Do whatever you want to do. Honestly, that doesn't bother me. Why the hell is that there? That doesn't bother me or offend me or anything like that. I'm definitely not anti-drug. I'm anti-addiction. I don't want anybody. That's why this is 24 hours for freedom. I don't want anybody to be caught under the thumb of anything. It's one of the reasons we're not huge fans of that little short fella and his church. Look at that. It's right between us, right there. What is predatorology? Brought to you by
Bizzle, good to see you, man.
Hey, Biz. I started doing a little reading. I heard that yesterday. This is what brought up the conversation with you. Can we get that participation trophy up here, man? 4 days is
We were talking that in the post you made, you said, I've gotten more done than normal. Listen,
You know what else you said?
keep that going.
You know what else you said, Donnie? You said, you know what? 3 days probably doesn't seem like much to anybody. Anybody that is sober, anybody on God's green earth that has gotten sober in the course of their life, that's the biggest 4 days ever, right? The biggest 3 days ever were those first 3. The rest of them are all easier. To me, those are the most impressive days on earth for anybody sober. My first 3, those were really something, man. You know, my drug of choice had physical dependency that was part of it, and those first 72 hours were epic. I'll never forget them.
Very cool, though. Proud of you, man.
Hey, Bull Cow, you got a fan there in Lawn Dog. Awesome.
He's got fans everywhere.
Yeah.
He makes great
Lawn Dog
videos.
said that every time you post something. All right, LeBron.
Good to see you, man. We'll be here. Oh, for a while.
All right, we're not going anywhere. There's nobody else to give birth. We're going to be right.
That's right. There are no more.
Yep. Everybody's already done it. Look at what a good kitty she is. She really is falling into what's happened is the temperature has dropped, and that changes up the squirrel completely. She's a 100% different animal
If it's a
when
fact,
it's chilly out than when it's hot out. She goes back to sleeping at night. She's a lot less nocturnal. You know what I mean? During the really hot.
Scooby Dooby is cutting peppers right now.
Oh no!
It's a good thing to be doing.
You know they grow.
They do. You know the funny thing is, even if you use gloves, I know a lot of growers. It's going to go through, and you're gonna get burned anyway.
What a nice thought, huh?
A mixed bag of donuts. Just sub today. I love whiskey, but I'm type 2, so it's a love-hate thing. I want to drink, but I know it will jack up my sugars.
Yeah.
Knowledge is power, man. You got a bunch of it.
Yeah, and it's you know what? It's up to you. But it absolutely will jack with your sugars, like very few things on planet Earth. Booze is really, really tough on balancing out blood sugar. Born again Buddhist.
Just watch it, you know, though. And it sounds like having the knowledge is powerful. Which one?
Born again Buddhist.
We also got to touch on Buddhist. Bizzle wants to know what a 1942 watch would be.
Oh, well, it really depends on the 42 watch. 1 day, 1 minute, or even 1 second at a time. It's easier over time the more you say no to feeding that addiction. Yes.
Which one are you looking at?
Lawn Dog again. But let me answer Bizzle's question.
Yeah.
So in 1942 watch, there were, of the manufacturers that are still in business today that have really big names, there are probably 10 or 12 of them that are still in business today that were in business in 1942. The watches that were being built at that time were quite small. They were war watches. Most of the companies went to manufacturing watches specifically for the war. You see a few manufacturers that made some larger watches, and the bigger the watch from that era, the more expensive it'll be. But you can get a really beautiful watch from the 40s starting at probably $400 and then going up to a house or a Lamborghini or two. I mean, if you got the right Patek Philippe from 1942, it could cost you a couple of $1 million. Miss Sunrise Dawn says, or first let me do this one here because this is a good one. Lawn Dog says, so Tommy, you do a lot of videos from your porch. You seem like there's a lot of desert animals around your house. What kind of creatures have you seen around the house? I also live in the desert. You know what? We have on the other side of the pool. So right on the other side of my fence, there's like
it's Death Valley.
It's Death Valley. It's dead. And there's a big chunk of land there that's dead. That's where we shot this destroying video. But every single day, a coyote during the day takes that path. And he's a big guy.
And he slinks. He's got the coyote.
He has the coyote slink. But he's not, sometimes they look kind of emaciated. This one most assuredly does not.
Yeah, but it's not like he's plump. But he certainly is.
No, he's not. He's definitely not plump. Look at that. Put up cemeteries. We also see, oddly enough, roadrunners. So right on the same path, pretty much on a daily basis, we see both roadrunners and coyotes.
And what was little marmots? What are they? Prairie dogs?
Prairie dogs.
Prairie
dogs. A lot
too.
of prairie dogs too. Oddly enough, though, with all of the exposure of both the spine-tailed swift,
right,
sometimes called the roadrunner, or the Canis carnivorous genius, the Wile E. Coyote. But with all of the sightings of both of them, I've seen not one Acme product.
It's crazy.
Nothing.
They're around. They're just hiding them. They
haven't
bring
seen
them out at
rocket
night.
skates.
They bring them out at night. I'm telling you.
That could be it.
Earthquake pills. They're
Nothing.
here. They're here. So cemetery says 769 days sober from alcohol. And I feel like I'm skating on thin ice at times.
You know what? Because you're skating on thin ice at times. And I'm only going to do this because we're friends, right? If you were just somebody on the lifeboat, I probably wouldn't do this, but we're friends. You went through a really, really tough thing that you haven't gone through, right? I mean, by your own admission, you really haven't dealt with some really heavy stuff. What we talk about on a scale of 1 to 10 of being a 10. So at some point, you're going to end up working through that. And I think that reach out to the people that care about you. And
the funny thing is, just talking like you are right now helps. Just mentioning that helps. It takes away its potency. Whether you type it or say it verbally, it takes away its potency.
Yeah, once you shine a light on anything, it loses a whole lot of sting. Virginia says, I got a full basket of peppers to cut and then process hot pepper jelly. Virginia, you make hot pepper jelly as well? You might be perfect. Recovering addict here. Those first few days are hard as hell. Congrats to anyone here who has put the drugs down. Absolutely. Dennis N. Looking good and green, my brother. Always looking good and green. Yeah, we are definitely doing 24 hours. It's heading to midnight in South Africa. So I need to sleep. If you guys are still going in about 4 or 5 hours, I will see you then.
We'll just be gearing up.
Don't make me come there, Gregory.
Because you will. I've
seen him setting the bezel. You said how many hours?
4 or 5.
All right, man. So in like 4.5 hours, if you're not back here, Gregory, we got a lot of people in South Africa, man. Just keep that in mind. No, hopefully we'll see you soon. Have a good rest. Born Again Buddhist says, I live out in the desert. I see a lot of coyotes, weasels, a few mountain lions. I've not seen any mountain lions. A couple of badgers and skunks, and a whole lot of antelope and deer. Beautiful.
That's way desert. We have desert-like stuff around us, but we're not in like
we live in a cool neighborhood where so the place that we bought the house at is every house sits on like an acre and a half. So there's a decent amount of wildlife path, right? All of these animals have a pretty decent amount of space to run, which is cool. But we see roadrunners and coyotes. That's really what we see the most.
That's a great bird, the roadrunner. Isn't that
very,
cool
very
animal?
Cool looking.
They're going like 60 miles an hour, even when they're standing still.
I walked outside and there were 2 of them in the garage. I had the garage door open and the Prius was.
They're having a meeting.
Yeah, the Prius was not in the garage. It was outside. The Porsche was in, and the both of them were just standing like looking at the Porsche. Like,
did they skid when they took off because they couldn't really get a purchase on the cement?
You know what? They walked really slowly, like they weren't too freaked out. But as soon as they hit the pavement, like they knew where to go, and they got out of there really quickly after that. Yeah, I love mountain lions. I love any cat stuff at all. I'm a big cat person. Opiate addict for over 38 years and now been sober for over 6. That's
awesome.
Busts out the hardware. If you're new to the lifeboat, this is the official participation trophy of the lifeboat. We like to pull this out from time to time when someone comes and celebrates a sobriety date. It doesn't have to be the day you're sober. You know, if you got 5 or 6 years in and you want to.
I don't have a date for the hard drugs when I quit.
You do not? Huh?
No. I got the year pretty much.
I could knock it down to you. It's pretty damn close. I mean, I could give you a pretty good idea, right?
Yep.
We're talking years. October of 2010. October 2010 or October 2. No, it's even longer than that, bro. It's way before that. It's 8. It's October of 8.
So 15 years.
Yeah. Congratulations, for real.
Yeah, Borderline said something. Awesome. Borderline Wood said something that we need to look at. I'm 6 weeks off my pain meds, but I'm still struggling hard with both physical and mental.
Absolutely, Borderline. Absolutely. That is, I mean, that's to be expected. I'm sad to say, but it's the truth. So you've got nothing in your system at all. How long were you using? And here's why I ask. Because for some individuals, let's see, by the way, I know 6 weeks ain't long, but oh no, the hell it's not. What are you talking about?
Like Molesky gets it. 6 weeks is a new lifetime.
Thank you. Steve Molesky just hit it out of the park. Borderline. 6 weeks is a lifetime, right? It's an impressive amount of time. It's 42 freaking days, right? No. Yeah. It's 42 days. I was told
Yeah.
that there would be no math. And you're picking on me, but I know you're
I
still
didn't say a
working out.
word.
No, I saw you though.
No.
Yeah, we'll roll back the tape. We'll roll back the tape. But here's the thing. For me, I was sober for 5 years, right? And white knuckling it. And I had just gotten out of prison. And I was terrified. I really did not think that I was going to make it. And I tried medical assisted treatment because the cravings I hadn't used, but the cravings were overwhelming. If it gets to the point, 2-3 weeks from now, and the cravings are still there. Oh, you were on pain meds for 8 months. Then this is going to get better, bro. I promise you it's going to. I promise you it is. If you were on for 8 months and you're 6 weeks off, it's going to get better. It is. Here's my advice, borderline. Try to have things scheduled all day long from the time you get up to the time you go to bed, and start doing it in a routine. Injured his leg bad at the beginning of the year. Check. Okay. It is a great accomplishment. 6 weeks is fantastic. It really is. But you're going to have to try to not have any downtime, right? Downtime is going to be your worst enemy. Anything that you're doing that's dragging, any kind of downtime at all.
I found like I couldn't go back to everything that I was doing and just removing the substance. I had to change everything, not just
me too.
If I tried just to keep the exact same routine, just remove the element, it didn't work. I had to change the whole routine. The whole routine needed to go.
Every single part, absolutely, in every way. And for a lot of people, it's that way. I talk about this a lot. People say you need to change people, places, and things, right? You need to change people, places, things, and your friggin' attitude. For real. Because if your attitude is, well, I'm not going to lose my friends. Just because I'm not drinking doesn't mean I'm not going to go by this place. Knock yourself out. I promise we'll be here. Because you're going to go back and you're going to use. Seriously, don't even waste the time and the effort. And don't waste this as one of your chances with the people around you. Just go ahead and tell them you're going to get high. For real. If your plan is, I'm going to continue to go down to the pub and throw darts Friday and Saturday nights, but I'm not going to drink. Stop BSing yourself and anybody else. I'll get an email from somebody tomorrow that says, that's how I quit. Well, you're definitely the anomaly. You're not you're the exception, not the rule. I promise. To be honest, even YouTube can be a trigger. No, I believe that.
Cindy, I think that
why is this going?
I think that's something that's happening to you locally because nobody's else.
She may be talking about the us shutting down yesterday's. We had a couple of babies born into the family on the same day, so it was a family shutdown, is what it was. But now that they're, damn old. They're old kids at this point.
Money.
Yeah, right. They're old kids at this point. One of them is out today looking for work. I had nearly 10 years. Went back out for a few days. Oh, am I gonna jump on this one? I had nearly 10 years in. Went back out for a few days, and now have 7 years and almost 8 months. I'm going to correct you here on the lifeboat. What we would say is this: for the past 17 years, you have been sober, right? You had a 2 or 3 day stumble in the last 17 years. You don't throw out the 7 years because of a stumble. Not here on the boat. Because that doesn't make any sense.
Will tell you to do that.
But that doesn't make any sense.
Not to me.
Because you quit 7 years ago. Had you not, then that 3 days or 4 days or whatever it was would not have been 4 days. Right? You were definitely a sober person and you slipped up. But that's
if you had 10 years and then you went back for a couple of years.
Yeah, or 2 months or 3 months or whatever the case may be. But if it's a stumble, like I know a lot of people who literally drank one day.
It goes back to a good relapse and a bad relapse. That's a brilliant one.
Yeah, that's a fantastic relapse. If the sound's going in and out, I apologize. No matter how bad the cravings or pain becomes, never give in to feeling that addiction. It's all about feeling your mind from the enslavement of freeing your mind from the enslavement of addiction. It is. And it's about having things to do during the day. I promise it's about having things to do during the day. And the way that the greatest example in the world of this is I got sober. I was 46 years old. I had never in my life been productive. It doesn't mean I didn't make money but I had never been productive. I had never been a guy that got up in the morning and did what he was supposed to do and had a schedule all day long that he had planned out and actually just had never been this person, right? Even when I was a public speaker and I was making money, there were people who ran me to the airport and then ran me to
handlers.
Right. That just made sure I showed up, right? But I had never been productive. Now all of a sudden I'm clean and I'm sober and I'm working with this dude Q, and we've got this entire routine that's bulletproof. And there's 2 hours of working out, there's 2 hours of walking, there's yoga, there's a couple hours in the law library working on my case, and then a couple of hours just working on my sobriety. And then we go on lockdown. They come in and they go, that's it, right? Somebody got in a fight bad on the yard, and it was required someone to be put in a helicopter to be removed from the yard, and they thought that it might break out into something racial. So they just locked us down for 14 days to let emotions cool. And for 14 days, I went from having someone whose day was planned down to the minute to somebody that now had nothing to do.
So it's easier to keep your structure inside for sure.
Yes.
It must be, and then maintaining that structure when you get out is the challenge.
Well, and just going from having that structure during the day to being locked in a room. I mean, yeah, I could do the yoga, I could do the push-ups, but there were these blocks of time that I had been doing the same thing every day for 3 months. And I was in such a good headspace. And now 4 o'clock would roll around, and instead of being at the law library, I'm sitting in my cell like this, rocking back and forth and looking at a dude who is waiting for me to close my eyes so he can pull out the dope he's got and do it. Because he knows that if he busts it out in front of me, that there's going to be problems. But I'm sitting there knowing he's got dope, and we're not getting out. So it's getting to that point where now he's going to have to start busting the stuff out in front of me, or he's going to get sick. And it was hell. And having that routine yanked out from underneath you gives you such a perspective on what that routine does for you. All of a sudden you've got time on your hands, and time on your hands for somebody who's not rock solid, right? By that, I mean a lot longer than I've been sober, right? But for people who are not rock solid, any kind of time on your hands, it just kicks the ants into gear. It's like steroids for automatic negative
Especially
thoughts.
if you're in the same place. Like if you're in your living room, the same
Staring
four
at
walls.
the same 4 walls. Yeah.
Very, very bad.
It is.
For me, anyway, it's catastrophic coming.
It's a death sentence for sobriety. Idle hands. Everyone will tell you that. Hey, Tommy. Hey, Johnny. I was plugging in last night.
The
boat?
Plugging this last night.
Okay.
On Liz Ferris show.
Well, thank you, Mischief. Appreciate that. We love Liz. Liz is a great person. Became a very close friend very quickly. And that doesn't happen with me very often.
Wes Lightburn, good to see you, man.
Wes, nice to see you.
Flamin' Jackson.
Flamin' Jackson is here. Hello, Selma.
I somehow feel a little better.
Selma, complicated last name. That's great. It's a great handle.
It really is.
Sorry. Hey, just so that we gotta dole this out, right? Because this is a long night. Well, it's a long night, and then
only
a bit of a day.
22 and a half hours. We're
okay,
good.
So, but just so that you know what that is? That's a cat in a basket.
There are some other channels that have some good cat in a basket content, but none like this.
I'll be really honest with you, man. I don't think there's anybody out there putting out cat in a basket content.
Not with the frequency.
Not worth discussing. Thank you, Borderline. What a very cool thing to say, man. Really, what a beautiful thing to say.
Here's the thing: you would have. You're strong. It's
he's
in
right.
you.
He's absolutely right. You would have. But I'm glad that this was the.
Did you guys ever see Bull Durham? They were talking about streaks and what you believe in. They said if you're wearing your socks, the same socks, and you think that's the reason for your streak, and guess what? That's the reason for your streak. Yeah. So if you feel that this is the reason, then run with that.
And you know what? I say this to people all the time. I may not word it that way, but I say this to people all the time. You know what? If the boat was the catalyst that lit the match, man, there's nothing in the world I like hearing more than that. And I'm not exaggerating. Nothing in the world that I like hearing more than the boat got somebody sober. But you know what? You definitely would have done it. And you may not have done it exactly then. And that's the beauty is that, people that came here and met the crew when they did. I got a cat in a basket for my daughter's 9th birthday the other day. Wow, that's the coolest gift in the
Sunrise
world.
Donuts, 15 cats.
You are a super dad.
I could probably find one in a basket. That's all. If you have 15 cats, you might be able to find 2 or 3 in a basket.
You're getting a Max Headroom stutter. I loved Max Headroom.
Pretty trippy, the whole thing.
The whole thing was.
They still never figured out how that when they that radio station in Chicago was hijacked, and for like 5 minutes they played, and they still have no idea who did it, where it came from,
how they pulled it off, all that.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. It's an interesting deep dive.
If you ever watched it back in the day, he lost his dome on a motorcycle, where it said maximum headroom. So the last thing he saw right as he was going in was Max Headroom. It was that was a fun. That was like the first thing that came out on cable that you could get on satellite. That for me in my lifetime, like if you didn't have satellite,
what were you?
Like if you didn't have the ability, if you weren't talking about what was going on with Max Headroom, you were an outcast. You may as well have lived on the third.
When I was in school,
Saturn, and I didn't have one.
If you weren't talking about Saturday Night Live when I was a kid in school,
well, you were probably a little bit, because of the age difference between us. I think I was the first generation. Well, I mean, MTV was huge, right? But that was more my generation than it was. You were really a little bit ahead of the MTV generation, but it was really mine. And again, if you didn't have cable, there was no MTV, and you just were tragically unhappy. We never had cable. True story. I used to break into my neighbor's house because he had cable. You know what I'm talking about, Brock. And he lived in New York, so he was never around ever. He would just come out in the summer. But he had a caretaker, and we knew his caretaker. One time we worked for him, so we knew how to get in the house and everything else. I used to just go up there after school because that's where the cable ran to.
Right.
And I used to go and watch MTV for 2 or 3 hours after school every day, and I would come up with some line of crap about where I was.
Do you know that there is a whole segment of the population that they aren't aware of the fact that MTV used to play videos,
music videos, a huge segment.
Isn't that bizarre?
Yeah, I had to tell my daughter that.
They're shocked when you tell them.
Yeah, that all day long
wants or MTV.
Well, of course she does.
I
want my MTV. You can't sing that song anymore.
You can sing. You get in trouble though. You can't.
Well, I mean, they changed the words. They removed the entire verse that
you can't even find it online either. It's not like there's a place you can go to hear the original. I can't.
Where he sings the little bundle of sticks with the earring and the makeup. Remember that? I've always wanted.
He wrote that about him. That song was about them.
I promise you, Lawn Dog, you can make that happen. I guarantee you, there's an app out there for that, where when your computer talks to you, it's Max Headroom. I guarantee it.
I bet if there isn't, let's talk.
Yeah,
we can make that happen.
But so they no longer sing that verse. It's just been removed, and I have a problem with this. Like, you don't like the song, don't play it on your radio station. But you're taking somebody's artwork and saying, "I'm going to mess with it." A song, it would be like doing something with the Mona Lisa because times have changed. So we're going to go and mess with it. Well, that's bad. Bad. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good. Sorry. Yeah, that's when MTV was fun, right? It was worth watching.
That's how I learned how to play guitar.
They had VJs. You know what? You can play the guitar now, but
that's how I learned, though.
Well, how you learned was you learned "Smoke on the Water" and played it as loud as the amplifier could take it until my ears bled. Every day of a summer for that entire year.
That's why? That was the only song I could play at the time.
Right, I know. But he would set the amplifier up on the roof, and it was
I could do Star Spangled Banner. I could do a few others.
And the Star Spangled Banner was usually what opened up. That was the opener for the morning, and that's how I would wake up. Johnny would be out there playing the Star Spangled Banner. My dad will have just gone to play tennis. My mom will have been at work, and that's how I would wake up. And then we would start doing bong hits and smoking pot all day and doing nothing. You having anyone on tonight? Well, if I told you that, then I'd have to. Well,
he can't tell you.
I can't.
Can you tell him?
There will be guests on this this broadcast. There will be guests on this. I'm already tripping over.
About the song "Breaking the Law." You know what's funny? Let me tell you something funny about Judas Priest. Listen to this. On my channel, I've played about 90. There are about 90 videos where I play guitar at the beginning.
Right.
And
is there really that many?
Yeah. Well, 89 exactly. But there are. I think usually they're fine. I upload the video, I'm fine. Every once in a while, the first time it happened was with Black Sabbath. I uploaded Iron Man, and I mean before I was even done uploading the video, I said you got a copyright strike.
Well, you know what it is.
It said you can either take a strike or you can take down the video or you can share your money with Black Sabbath. So I said, well, I'm in business with Black Sabbath.
Well, and they need your money.
And Judas Priest has done that too, but Black Sabbath, Judas Priest, there's been one other that did that. Other than that, everybody's fine. No one cares.
Who's the other? Don't tell me it was ZZ Top.
No, it wasn't ZZ Top.
Good. Is it anyone that's going to bum me out when I hear it?
I can't remember who it is. Oh, yeah, I can find out. Before this show's over, I'll find out.
How about AC/DC?
No, they're great. I played a ton of AC/DC stuff. They're fine. I took it as a compliment. I played it well enough that they knew what I was playing and they didn't want me to play it.
Yeah, you got to include Squirrel, bro.
But Breaking the Law was one of them. That was one of the songs.
That was one of the songs?
Yep, you bet.
How about that? I'm going to tell you that I saw them in concert Now, it wasn't in the state we lived in. It was in the state next to the state.
I got you.
The one that forms the square.
I'm with you.
Can you guess what the venue was that I saw this? If Johnny gets this, I'll do something. I don't know what I'll do. I'll eat something hot.
Did you see it at Dartmouth College?
I did not, but that's a damn fine guess.
Right?
Yeah,
Foxborough?
No. This one, now you're going to be blown away. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Whaleback.
Shut up. Whaleback?
Whaleback ski area.
Ski area.
Yep. They played outdoors.
I wonder what the sound was like. Could they play at the base aiming towards the mountain or
their ass was to the mountain. They were facing the parking lot.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Right at the bottom of the mountain, right in front of the base lodge, which was not much of a base lodge by way of full disclosure, but in front of the building that they used as a base lodge. Hello, Arb. And there they were.
Miss Chief, I have recommended the lifeboat to many of my sober friends. We all need levity and advice from people who understand addiction and alcoholism. Thank you, Tommy and Johnny.
What a nice thing to say.
Look at that. And SPTV
TV tattoo. There she is. Got a voice of an angel.
Missed you Sunday.
Do I think that Kurt Cobain killed himself? This is we could go 3 hours on this.
Listen.
There's
There's no way Kurt Cobain killed himself. You look at me, he did not kill himself.
I'm going to throw out my humble opinion here.
Here's the deal, man. When people that are addicted to opiates kill themselves, they pull a trigger, push a plunger and not pull a trigger. That's how they do it. Sorry. They say they did it with his.
Maybe you shouldn't drop it. It's
no, but they also they said he pulled the trigger with his foot. They found him with Chuck Taylor high tops on, but you can't really slip your toe in the trigger guard when you're wearing sneakers. He did not. I just don't buy that for not a second. Do you?
No, I don't.
Anyhow.
I don't. And for me, the big one.
For me to even say that, there's somebody's you're gonna get in trouble for me saying that. You're gonna people that.
Well, I don't care. I don't care because for me, the big one is this: that if I I got all the money in the world. I don't want to be doing what I'm doing anymore. I feel like I made a mistake and my life's no longer fun and all that. I'm pushing a plunger. I'm not blowing my head off. Like that doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
See that? I saw a documentary. It said that he had enough heroin in him that it would have been unconscious before he was able to even shoot himself.
Well, you know what? Here's the crazy thing. Someone's going to send me an email tonight that tells me that Ray Ray's comment is stupid. Here's the thing with heroin. It's a very unique drug in that we can't process heroin out of our system, right? Our body can't do it. And it is this way with a ton of different opiates. So what our body does is it takes all of those opiates and it processes them into morphine. Once they're morphine, we can get them out of the body, right? So for 6 hours after you do heroin, you can test for something that's called 6-MAM, monoacetylmorphine. So for 6 hours, you can tell that someone's done heroin. And during that 6-hour window, they can actually tell the amount of dope that you had in your system, how long that dope had been in your system. And you actually
just reverse engineering.
Right. They really can say things like, with the amount of dope this guy had in his system, there's no way he could have been awake long enough to have done what he did. I know he did. He had a really serious habit at the end. SPTV Tattoo Warrior, let's hear what Barb has to say. Barb says, I agree. Actually, it was Courtney Love. The moment they met in addiction, he was, so much pain all the time. His story makes me sad. He would have been one of my kids. Yeah, right? I mean, I get that.
They were just two people that, you know what? It was like Nancy. It was like Nancy. There's two of the wrong people to get together, got together. And that's really what it was. It was just like the last person that
I want to tell the story. It's too early in the show. Somebody bring her up about 12 hours in, and I'll tell you
about Courtney.
Courtney Love and her band.
Just so you guys know,
funny antidote.
We've got 12 hours in. We've got a number of stories that you're not going to be hearing until later.
Hey, Steve Pritchard. Welcome. Love people from the other side of the pond. Welcome to the boat. One of our cousins over there. Johnny's been there a bunch.
Love the UK.
Yeah, Johnny's a big fan of the UK. I have been there as well. It's been a long time though, a really, really long time since I've been to the UK. I love it too. It's a ton of history. That, and I love all things British sports car. So to me, it's like
I saw a couple great ones when I was over there.
MGs and Triumphs.
Some very odd ones that you don't see around here.
Right. Borderline is also UK. Look at that. Well represented. Two things. One, I woke up this morning thinking of newborn baby with the Beatles playing in the background. Nice. Two, Leonard and Friends playing Chicago is as good, dare I say, if not better. Thought it was. No, I mean, I can, what do you think of the new Beatles?
The new Beatles song.
The Lennon
Yeah,
song.
Here's the thing. I think I liked it just for the historical relevance of it, just for it's the Beatles. They could, blow their nose in a hanky and it would be amazing. So I don't know. It certainly is not, would never, even if it had been around and released 30 years ago, it still wouldn't be one of my favorite Beatles songs. But it's just,
it's just cool to hear something.
There's no two ways about it. But it's certainly, it's not like.
Did you see what Borderline wrote?
No, where?
He said, I work for Lotus.
Ooh. We were talking about.
I have owned Lotus.
I'm thinking about an old Europa.
Yeah.
I love them. And I saw a resto mod done on it. In fact, I'm going to show it to you.
So right now, we're going to have to take turns hitting the head, you know what I mean? Going to the bathroom and doing all the things that we have to do. That said, when I go to the restroom, I'm going to stop. I have some Lotus stuff here in the house that I can probably bring and show to for show and tell. You boys will be with me for the next 24 hours. How could I pass up that much goodness, right? That's a lot of Scoville. Hey, Leisure. Your thoughts and prayers, please, for Leisure, who has been suffering with the C+ math. You guys know what that is? That is the affliction
that
dare not mention its name.
European restaurant.
That's a Europa?
Yeah. Is that sick looking? Like, just, I don't know if you could even drive it around here because of how low it is, but tell me that's not just as sick as it gets.
So here's a funny story. I gave away a Europa. Actually, my one of my best friends from Nevada gave away a Europa, but it was disassembled, a race car, and we were there. The engine, everything was there, and he just looked at the guy whose place it was, and he was like, "It's yours. Do whatever you want with it. Get rid of it," because he was just sick and tired.
Ricky had one,
but I've had Sprees, and they're fun as hell to drive. I'll tell you what.
You know what's great about them? 60 miles an hour feels like $120.
Everything feels like it's way.
You don't need to be going fast. I think. I mean, and even at 20 miles an hour, it feels like you're in a sports car, man.
Your butt is on the pavement, and it feels like it's a foot below the pavement.
But it's not a car you can count on, man.
No, it is.
I was coming home from a date.
I
was coming home from a date once, an MG and midget. And I'm driving home, Angela, and the lights went out. Stop at a gas station. As I'm tinkering with them, they come back on, but it didn't feel like I had anything to do with it. I turn and back on the feeder and lights go out again. It's crazy.
I was on a date in a Porsche 911, a red one with a whale tail. Remember Heather?
Yeah,
yep. I took Heather on a date, and I thought to myself, you know what? I look cooler right now than I've ever looked in my entire life. Like, I was just really happy with who I was, where I was, all of that. Strung out on dope. I was an idiot. But we were going to go to a comedy club, and we were going to have a couple of cocktails, and then hopefully, retire to one of our homes. I went to a gas station to put gas in the car, turned the car off, came back. That Porsche would not start. And it just would go, gang, 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 gang. It just would not turn over. And I mean, I would let it sit. I got out. I played with all of the connections.
They were mostly pretty reliable, though. Man.
But the crazy thing is this. She had her friend come and get her. 3 minutes after she got in the car, I called my boss and said, "Hey, you got to get this thing towed somewhere to get it fixed." He's like, "That's on you." He's like, "You're driving that car. You get it fixed." And I went in there and I turned it over and fired it up. And I never had a problem with it again. I took it as a sign. I really did. We didn't date again. Maybe Kurt decided to shoot a something.
I got a hung fire and stupid idea.
To check and see if the barrel. Yeah, I don't know.
That'd be a stretch.
Cindy had a midget. I've had, I think, 2 of them. I know
they're fun cars.
They're fun cars, man.
What's your favorite all-time car?
Is a fancy Volkswagen. Okay. There's no question. Same DNA.
Yep.
But it's
what's your favorite car? I don't know if I have a favorite car. You know what? Porsche 959.
That's a good one. That's a really good one. Do you know that I passed
the Gullwing
seen in the United States of America? I was I actually had Vanessa with me, and we were driving, and I said, "Do you know what that is?" I'm like, "You drive the rest of your life,
Here's
you've
the
never
thing.
seen one of those."
It's just like the slope nose 911. You're going to see way more after body kits than
Yeah,
factories. There's so few factory. If you ever see one, they're worth $250,000.
Oh,
but there you can get one done for 40 grand, and it's steel and everything, and it looks really, really good.
I'll tell you something. I think that
Same thing with the
I think
959.
you've not looked at the 959s in a minute. They are to touch them. If you're going to get a real one, they're $1 million. But there is a company right now. They did a big article in Rob Report magazine. It was my last year in prison. This was about 4 years ago that they ran the ad. But they were talking to all these companies that, like, one buys old Broncos and spanks them and makes them like retros. And one of the companies was buying 959s, and from them they're $5 million. But they take the 959 reimagined, and it's all-wheel steering, and there's a bunch of other rowdy stuff.
That was considered by a lot of people to be the first supercar.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I was in
Lancia Stratos.
A great car.
That is a great car.
When I was in, boy, you know what? Yeah, it's a crazy car. When I was in Australia, I saw, and I swear to you, with my own two eyes, I saw it, a Mercedes-Benz CLK.
Oh yeah,
it's a race car.
Mm-hmm.
They made like 450 of them. That was it. And it's like they're worth like they know how many are left, where they are, who owns them.
The door does the roll forward number.
But there's nothing in that car. It is just a race car. There's a dude in Sydney who owns one, and he drives it. Like, he drives this car around. He also owns a McLaren, but they knew who he was, and he takes it to the track. When you take it to the track, you waive. When you're on the track, you waive all your insurance. And he drives that $10 million car on the track. Yes,
they are a fortune now. Wes says, my first car was a 70 Austin Mini, pumpkin orange. I love it, man. Minis are great.
I like the MGB GT. I thought that was about the coolest.
I do too. Or you know what? Triumph made their own version of it too. The TR6, whatever. My best friend, when I was 16, was given an Austin Healey bug-eyed Sprite. It was like being in a clown car when you drove around it. It could go around a manhole cover. It was something. So I did a million years ago. I did Grease, the musical. And
hold on a second. He says it was a car. It was actually on a racetrack, and his uncle gave us the car and worked on it to make it street legal. So it was a track car that they tried to switch up.
That's a great car. Same car as the MG Midget. Literally, they call it a Sprigget class because the Sprite and the Midget.
You know what's crazy about that car? You could change it from left wheel steering to right hand steering
in 30 minutes. Yeah, it takes a half an hour. If you know what you're doing, you can do it.
Tommy and I were rebuilding was it 72?
Yeah,
the
Midget.
Yeah, we were rebuilding it. And we were rebuilding the leaf springs on this. This is a true story, man. We're working on a weekend. We're like, we feel we knocked it out
at the golf course that I worked at. So we had all the tools and things.
We thought we'd knock it out in a couple, in no time. It took us, would you say 7 hours or so?
Oh no, it was every bit of 8 or 9. It was an entire work.
It took us about 7 or 8 hours to do the left-hand side. We couldn't figure it out. It took us 15 minutes to do the one on the right.
Bolted and out the door.
Done. I'm like, oh, that's how it's supposed to go. I couldn't see it. We were doing it wrong.
We just continued to do it wrong and trying to get the bolts on, and the leaf spring was fighting us at every turn. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh man, look what happens when you do it this way. And he just gave me that, you dumb bastard look. Like, how long?
That was a great car.
Camaro Corvette. You know what? You if you're a simple Camaro and Corvette guy, then you're looking at 100+ K now anyway.
Tommy and I worked for a dude who had a
face.
63 split window coupe.
Right. It's not face. I'm going to be reaching out to you a little later this evening during one of my breaks. I need to talk to you.
And this one had a restoration, bolt off. I mean, he took every single part of this car. It was Rex, his 63 split window coupe.
Forget about it.
This was that happens to be the only real like if I had all the money in the world, that'd be the only one I drive. A 63 split window coupe. There's just something so magical about that car. And he had one, and it was, when I tell you it was perfect, I mean, it's like, concours. It was perfect. Yeah, it was absolutely perfect. And that was crazy.
Yeah, it was absolutely perfect.
That's the only vet I like, though, for real. Well, you know what? The C8s are pretty cool.
76 vet, because it looked like Speed Racer's car. And you know what? You're right. It does. Snotface, how are we doing today? All right. '72 Pontiac Le Mans. Yeah, I wish you still had that car too.
You know, we're all like that though. Everybody had
Not my first car. I didn't want my first car back. You can have it. It was a Pontiac Phoenix. You can have that one. But my first nice car.
I almost killed the first. I destroyed the first car we had.
And how?
We got into it at a car accident where it just about killed me. Like close. Like
he's not exaggerating. We told the story on the boat.
That was we didn't get along until like that was the point right there. That really started everything.
Yeah, we weren't particularly close friends. He was really not very nice to me, and I didn't really like him a whole lot either. I want a basic car, no electronics whatsoever. A 60s SUV would be awesome. I get that.
Get a dune buggy with a good VW engine.
Do you have any hot snacks to munch on? You know, you think what? Because we're Scovilles, we just keep crap like that around all the time?
Look what we got here. Funny you asked.
Well, oddly enough.
What we got here. This is from Blazing Foods.
You don't see this every day.
Ice cream fire bar. This is a freeze-dried ice cream bar.
You heard him correctly.
A real ice cream bar, freeze-dried with 7-pot Primo powder in it. And it is, you can see it inside. See the holes? You can see the holes on the there. You can kind of see how the
looks like a chocolate sandwich.
Yeah. We have those, and these are stupid hot. These are a challenge. These are
1.4 million.
And it's every bit of it.
Yeah, it's going to have some stank on it.
Then
we have some not so Slim Jims.
And we got these. We can almost eat one of these right now. This is a screaming hot meat stick. Do you want a split one?
Made with a 7-pot Primo. What's the heat on this thing?
It's remember the last one?
No.
Yeah, you do. We did right over there. You said it was like a 3 or 4 feet for heat.
Okay.
That's going to be hotter.
See what he did? You see how he did that crap?
What did I do?
This is what I'm talking about. No, that's a perfect.
This
is a perfect damn example of exactly what I'm talking about.
How are you being set up?
That's a slick way to do it. Because you said to me, "Hey, you remember that stuff you did the other day? You remember that, right? Yeah. Like you wanted me to think back to that one that wasn't hot and be ready to fire that down, and then you slip real slow on the. Oh, well, this is way hotter than that. Wow. I learned to drive my mom's Volkswagen Bug. Guns and Reapers. Who is Guns and Reapers?
Ruthie Reaper.
It is Ruthie Reaper. Ruthie was there Ruthie was there when I did the speed run on the Tube of Terror. She was one of the other guests.
You're not gonna bite this?
Rugged night. No, I'm not eating that. I'm not firing this thing up with
it's not that hot.
Cramping. Sure, why would it be? Can you scroll down there? Thank you. SPTV Tattoo Warrior. Didn't take her long. It's hot as hell. He's lying. Thank you. Good looking.
No, it's not.
It is. Got all kinds of stank on it.
Boy, that's real 7-pot flavor.
Yeah, and the burn is right here. Right there. Not so much here or here.
It's not
right there. It is hot, actually.
It's not hot. He's telling you it's hot.
I'm going to show you some sweat on my forehead in a second. I did destroy the nuts. You know, I don't know if you ever heard the rest of the story, Ruthie.
Just about killed him. Folded him up like a cheap wallet.
So I did the tube in 53 seconds or whatever it was. And I had cotton mouth so bad.
Listen, careful. Here it comes.
And so Nugs said, "You beat your brother's record by a minute or something like that." And I said, "Yeah, but he didn't drink anything." I thought, honestly, I had to do the rest of the show. It's going to be 30 minutes. I couldn't go to the bathroom. So I just threw back the tincture. And it was that jacked up tincture that we had made.
You're probably mad at me about that.
Well, what happened then was I got cramps right after the show. And the show was an hour long. So it wasn't like I went and vomited anything. There was no chance for any of that. But I spent 8 hours in the worst calf cramps of my life. I couldn't even straighten my body out. I wanted to leave, but I couldn't stand up. I wanted to go to the hospital. It was terrible.
Oh, that's such a good meat stick.
It's hot. It's good, though.
1 to 10. Where'd you put it?
It was like 42 to 40. Yeah, it might have been 43 seconds, not 53.
What would it be to you, heat-wise?
What I just ate?
Yeah.
6.
What did I tell you? The stuff you had out there was a 3 or 4. I said it's going to be a couple points higher. Trust me, I don't ever...
Right. Hope you got no tins of Systroming or Fortnite eggs in there. It's funny you should say that, Steve.
We don't. But you know what we do have? Well, she really is cute.
You know what we do have? cat in a basket. All kinds of it.
So we don't have any fish that's been sitting around
It's
for
kind of a
just
scary
shy of a
sentence.
fortnight.
That's such a good meat stick. It is a bit of a scary sentence. Hello, Carol Klingon Targ Herder.
I love the name. So here's what we do have, though. We have an unknown salted fish. Do you think it's adequate to do on a show like this, or would that be not cool?
No,
You're
it
such
wouldn't
a
be good.
sissy.
It wouldn't be good to do on a show like this. I don't think that's a good idea. I have an excellent idea. Let's change the subject.
Henny said, "What, Johnny? We have this fish, and I don't really know what it is. We got it.
It looks really disgusting.
We got it at the Asian store. When I was there, I said, "What's the grossest thing you got that most Americans would not want to eat?" So she hooked us up, and let me see how we do this.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to make sure you're in the center a little bit. You're not. Now you're a little bit more centered.
I was playing with the cat. She loves this. Watch.
Oh, Ruthie, my husband and I just watched G2 gag on the Sturming video. That was really
Would it have been the first one or the second one?
because we have
Because we've done it a couple of times. I think that the second one might be funnier. Although the first one's pretty damn funny. Which Asian store did you go to? The one that says Asian market really big on the outside of it?
No, you know what I did? I went to my phone. I said Asian market near me. The first one that I clicked on it, didn't even see the name because it just followed the doing a little foot maintenance. She's cleaning her foot.
She's chewing on her big toe. Oh, I ruined it. She won't do it.
So I don't know where it was, Ray. She's biting her toe. Look at her.
It's like she's trying to take the nail off.
She is part of it. She's getting a manicure, really. Petty, pardon me.
Oh, it just looks painful. All right.
Knowing you have it makes for another great fucking show.
The most recent one. Yeah, the second one's pretty damn funny. I speak in tongues in that. If you've not watched that, for real, there's a part
Really
where
funny. You had a hard time with it. You're really fun to have watch.
When I vomit.
Oh,
Such a great thing to be known for, isn't it? The other thing I'm well known for, I'm surprised you didn't know this, is being a criminal.
yeah.
Sadly, the bank robbery thing and all of that is. Yesterday, I had a great interview over on Surviving the Survivor.
Hey, you want a monster, or is it too early to break out the monsters? I can do a pit stop, grab a monster on the way
I
back.
kind of need to do a pit stop too.
You go first. Do you want to grab? Yeah. Do you want monster? Or you want to do coffee?
No. I'll get you a monster.
Okay, do the monster. No, pit stop and get back. So the century egg, Miss Chief. The first time I did it twice, once before Tommy, and the first time I did it, no one said, "Hey, you need to boil this thing." When I bought it, it wasn't even in the chilled section. It was just kind of on a shelf, so I didn't think it needed to be. I figured it was done already. So when you open it up, it's not like it. Look, if you get an egg that's not hard boiled, you crack it. It just just the white isn't solid. It's a liquid, right? So the first time I did, I opened it up and it's gelatinous. So I thought, hey, we got some egg here. I didn't need it. I thought this is it. I didn't think you had to take that in a hard boil. It looks like it already been hard boiled. But when I cut the first one open, chill, girl. When I cut it open, it was like gross on the inside. I didn't know any better. And then so I did with Tommy. Yes, White Rabbit. TV. Boy, didn't I remember when I said I want to hear her sing White Rabbit?
Yeah.
Oh, like I'd pay to hear that. I'm not even just joking. Now the riffraff's gone. What a story. Tommy wouldn't tell us a story Tommy wouldn't want you to tell. All right, let me think. Oh man, there's so many. I wrote a book about it. Do you guys know that?
Yeah, not bad.
Oh, I was about to drop a good story, man.
Yeah,
I really was.
I figured if I took too long.
No, but here's the thing. Now they're gonna do the same with you.
Just in case you thought I was kidding, check this out for a little something for borderline. What? See if it just brings back any memories. There you go. Look at what we got here. I believe that is the back badge. off of the Europa.
Okay, I'm going to do a.
Since I was selling off the car, I figured the least I could do was to hold on to the badges.
I love that.
Yeah, don't you love that?
But how's that Europa I showed you? Is that sick looking?
Yeah, that doesn't look like a Europa. I'm not a huge fan of that body style. I've always thought the Europa was like, when they got to the back end of it, they were like, well, and it would be nice if we could put skis in it too. You know, build me a sports car that can hold my golf clubs. Look like the shooting.
Wait, you wrote a book, Johnny? I'd buy it.
Yeah.
I've written 2 kid stories.
A whole host of scripts.
14 screenplays. But I wrote a book about, it's called The Chameleon Chronicles. It's a pretty good story. It's only about just a little under 500 pages. I didn't write it to get it published. I wrote just for therapy, just to kind of do it.
It was about it's just a period of time in our life, really. How the devil are both of you both, as I know you both not been. How are we both? I'm doing great.
Yeah, I am too.
I went to the hospital yesterday. I had a full physical yesterday, actually. And I'm set up for a sleep study. It's coming up. I got to see another doctor next week, cardiologist, but I'm here with the permission of our medical team. You came across Surviving the Survivor.
I'm going to hit this men's room.
Yeah, knock yourself out. Hey there, I came across you from Joel's Surviving the Survivor after the live last night and subbed here. For years, I wanted a Mini, a 1275 GT. There you go. That's what I had. But I had I had that motor. I had the 1275, but mine was in just an MG midget. Got me a Morris Minor van. And then the pickup version, they're classics. They really are. They're classics cars. So are we having pancakes? No, but we are having donuts at some point today. Oh, yeah. Didn't think there'd be donuts, but there will be donuts. Listen, you guys didn't pop over and sub yet on everybody here that's got channels. You really need to do that. If you've got a wrench, put up Miss Dragon. If you could put up her link, and if you could put up the link to I need a meeting too, that would be fantastic. One of my wrench swinging monitors. Tommy, on the subject of a sleep study, that is something the doctor wants me to do. Truthfully, I haven't really slept well in over 15 years. I rest at night, but I rarely fall asleep. Yeah, well, I've got some issues, man. Hey, Newfoundland, welcome to the Lifeboat. We're glad that you're here. Jeanette Alley Squires, glad that you're here. Okay. So on the subject of a sleep study, that is something that my doctor wants me to do. You don't think you have sleep apnea. They do seem to want to push that on people, right? Like the sleep apnea thing was something that they kept bringing up with me. And I'm like, you know what? I had really big tonsils. And when I was about 29, I was working as a public speaker, 28, 29. I had them go in and take a laser and remove my tonsils and a chunk of the back of my throat. It was a surgery done specifically for people with sleep apnea. So I know I don't have it anymore, but boy, they were really high on the fact that they wanted me to. Hello, Amanda, dear. Yes, you need a sleep study as well. We probably all do. I mean, none of us sleep pretty well. So that's part of the road to sobriety. My sleep is PTSD sleep, and that's my biggest problem. So I'm getting a phone call from Maryland because I don't really know anybody from Maryland. Hello? Hello?
All right. So
I'm sorry, you're calling from who?
I'm calling. You're speaking with Officer Jason Gibbons. I'm calling from your Custom and Border Protection.
Okay.
So I'm speaking with Adam Hawk.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay.
I'm not on a hawk, but it'd be so much more fun.
Which has been checked from Mexico using the U.S. Postal Service. So, sir, are you expecting anything from Mexico?
Good Lord, I am. That's way more fun, right?
Pardon?
I said, oddly enough, I am expecting a package from Mexico. It's way more fun if you play with them.
Okay. By receiving a call from
I
our
don't think
department
they would hire
because we
somebody
have seized
with this
an
heavy an
illegal
accent.
package with money inside it. And after investigation, we found that the package was being using the US Postal Service and it was under your name and your identity. So, sir, do you know about that package?
No. I was expecting the new Big Bertha from Callaway.
Okay.
I'm muting him out. He can't hear
So,
that.
sir, the reason.
This is a
Okay,
scam. You guys know this,
sir,
right?
I would like to inform you that online which we are talking at the moment is being federally recorded and monitoring by three major government institutions: the
Sweet.
U.S. Custom and Border Protection, Federal Trade Commission, and Financial Crime Enforcement Network.
Really?
So, sir, I am providing you my information for the future reference.
Okay.
So, grab a pen and paper and
Gotcha.
write down my information for the future reference.
Okay. What is it? This is going to be so much fun when I tell him that I'm sharing him with all of my audience. Okay. How do you spell that? And then I just mute him back out.
Jason, Givens. Givens.
Jason Givens.
Yeah, I'm sure that's his name.
Okay. And do you have a phone number or something? How am I supposed to contact you back on this thing, Jason? I'm kind of tripped out that these pills and powder came with my name on them.
My badge ID number.
Excellent. Let me have it.
It's CBP, C as a Charlie, B as a Bravo, P as a Peter, 023375.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you.
And the case number is DMC.
Okay.
As in Ryan.
As in
D as a David, M is a Mike,
DMC.
C as a Charlie. Yeah.
yes, and Charlie. And then Master J. Right?
1085.
1085. Run.
Yeah.
DMC
So
and
could
then
you
Master
tell him?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes. I apologize. I'm mocking you on YouTube. Sorry, go.
Could you tell me what you write down?
Can I tell you what now?
Sure, Jason Givens is your name. It's CBP 023375 and DNC 1085.
There was not a niner in there?
It might have been a niner.
I could have sworn I heard a niner.
How'd I do?
Pretty good?
Hello?
Yes.
No, you're speaking with this person right now.
Yeah, you were speaking with my attorney, Johnny. But I do have the information down, and yeah, we're here for you. I just want you to know that if there's anything in your life that you're not feeling 100% on, you know what I mean? If there's unresolved trauma, if there's anything that maybe you're struggling with addiction or anything like that, it's not just me, but it's the entire Lifeboat audience that is here for you. So if you start feeling some kind of way, if you start feeling like maybe you're going to use again or anything like that, please, you got to know that the opposite of addiction.
It's connection, and you seem pretty isolated.
Yeah, right now you do. So what we want more than anything is for you to just start plugging into a system that's already in place. That's already.
You don't need to suffer alone, man.
No. So have you ever been to the Lifeboat on YouTube? This camera hung up on me, man.
He was so close. His window was open for about 30 seconds there. Because there was a couple seconds he was like, man, I wonder if I should go over there.
Yeah, it's great.
I'm sorry. That was so much fun.
What
Here's the
else,
thing.
though?
Forever, I made a living on the phone. So when you get an opportunity to have a little fun with somebody,
Oh, come on, man.
it's going to happen.
When someone
Oh,
calls
that
you,
was good.
when someone calls you, listen, this is a lesson for everybody here. If you get a phone call and they tell you that they're from Border Patrol or Border Protection, or they're from the Social Security Investigation Department, you know what the Social Security Investigation Department is called? The FBI. There's no Social Security Investigation Department. So when you get these jackwagons that, start doing this, have a good time with them.
Oh, I hope we get more calls like that. That was
You
glorious.
should see me floor Mama Scoville.
You got to hear
There's
this.
nothing that
Years
makes her
ago,
happier than me messing with a skimming telemarketer. Like, oh, I got one on the phone. I'm like, give me your phone.
we've done that with radio shows, though.
We have done this with radio shows. We thought,
You hear of the John and Jeff show?
oh wow, you even put them on blast, but you did. So there's a nationwide show,
syndicated show.
Yep.
Called John and Jeff. And we got on the same night, back-to-back calls. I got on there, and
it's a nationally syndicated radio show.
they have a person screening the calls. And I was calling just to throw my 2 cents in on a topic they were having.
No, you weren't. You were calling to mock the
No, it
host
was
of the
about
show.
the sheep.
This was that one. Oh, I remember that night.
No, yours was the one mocking the show. You said
Yeah.
you're not good.
Yeah, no.
You're like, well, you didn't have the shock of a Howard Stern or the following of a Lycus. I just wanted to say that.
Well, you may not be as controversial as Howard Stern or as successful as, say, a Rush Limbaugh, or as controversial as somebody like,
Lycus.
I just wanted to say that. No, because then you called and said, hey, listen, you don't have to put up with that guy.
I can't believe they let us through either.
And we did it to him
one
more than
before
once.
That was the bad one. That was the one where I got him so.
You know what? I'd like to tell that. So write that one down too.
You think that's?
I
don't know.
No, I'm telling that story. I don't give a crap. But that's definitely a late night.
That's a 2-3 in the morning.
Catch us at about 2:00 in the morning. I got a story that will absolutely, because you know the origin of the story.
Yeah, I do.
Because I can tell the origin of the story originally. Because forget about it. That's the funniest part. Is Danny in Oklahoma.
All right. Well, we'll do
Right,
that.
Danny, Oklahoma. Is that what true?
No, I put John and Jeff.
Yeah, right, Danny, Oklahoma. Because I'll go. What about John and Jeff? Yeah, well, this is only the beginning, people.
And that'll be 2 or 3. That's we got to think about it. It's like, listen, here's how it works. If we have less than 20 people at that hour, I think we should tell the story. If there's more than 20 people, we got to.
Oh, I don't care. No, if it's late night, and don't follow me for bank robbery. I think you can get over this one.
Well, this isn't you. This is me.
No, the Danny part isn't. It's just that you then happen to use the same shtick on a radio program. Oh, what are you doing, cutie? Huh?
She's introspective. She's staring at the screen. She's watching us on the laptop.
What a great animal, though. Tell me she's not the business.
Quiet Girl says tonight is going to be a blast.
Tonight is going to be a blast. You may see Quiet a little later on. Been some talk of ringing her up and having her say hello to the
delicious beverage
crew on the boat. She does a lot for the boat. She does a lot with helping me out with scheduling and talking to people, and she's a dedicated crew. I'll be awake till down. That's the spirit. It's the same thing I said. Doing this till I drop.
What I did the last time I did 24 hours, it was back when we only had like maybe 30,000 people.
Oh, he says it like.
No, but I had at least a half a dozen people that watched the entire 24 hours.
I don't expect anybody to watch.
No, I think that's crazy. I remember thinking, dude, remember said you got to get a hobby. He's like, you're my hobby, man.
That's saying something right there. But I appreciate that inappropriate heifer. We need to get together about Reese, okay? I would, if you're talking about going on, I'd love to. And I'll tell you something. It's getting to the point, people, where I'm booked. It's getting really crazy. The true crime genre. Apparently, I'm trending.
Lady Fiona.
Hey, Lady 5. When does the Vegemite come out? You can leave right now, Lady Crispin. You can leave right now, Lady Crispin. What's that framed shirt about? What? That is the shirt of Captain James Tiberius Kirk. He was the pilot of the captain of a ship called the USS Enterprise. Surprised you didn't know that. He's the second greatest captain of all time. And of course, I'm referring to L. Ron Hubbard as the. I'm sorry, he was a Commodore. I'm sorry. So this might be the best captain of all time. Also, that doesn't belong to me. In all honesty, that shirt belongs to Lady Crispin. I have it on the wall here until she comes and picks it up. It's something that I bought for her as a gift. But shipping it to Australia is such a nightmare that I'm going to make her come get it. But it's not mine. It's Lady Crispin's. I had an opportunity to pick up some really, really incredible memorabilia from Star Trek, and Lady Crispin, who has done just mountains for the lifeboat, has is a huge Star Trek fan, and more importantly, a James Tiberius Kirk fan. So the shirt was a gift for Lady Crispin, who worked for my my shop as well, and was the most dedicated. I mean, she just kept the business running. It was really fantastic. Yeah, better than Captain Pike, to be sure.
Man, I'll tell you what.
Not my best parenting moment.
No, you know what? Here's the thing. If you put it, there's so many. No, it's not disgusting. I can't believe you don't like it.
You can't believe I don't like it?
I can't.
I wouldn't lie to you.
I know you. I know, but I'm just surprised you wouldn't, because it's savory and delicious and salty and wonderful. It's so good.
I like things that I spread on.
I've had the Marmite, the Promite, the Vegemite, the Bovril. It's all good. All of it.
The only reason that it's tolerable in any sense of the word is because she just smiled and gave him a Vegemite sandwich.
It's my least favorite way to eat Vegemite.
Is it a sandwich?
Yeah.
Okay. It's my least favorite way to eat it too. Actually, it's tied with every other way.
I like it. It's really great on toast with some cheese, a little bit of butter. Oh,
boy, time flies when you're having fun.
It bothers Ian that the frame isn't level. I think the frame is level. Maybe the door isn't. The frame is perfect. That door is off, dude. The door should bother you, Ian.
You know, I have.
In fact, now that I'm looking at it, the door is irritating me.
Wow, it's off.
Is that crazy?
Yeah, I have a level. It's just outside the door in the garage.
Johnny knows.
You can go get
Let me tell you something. When I make spaghetti sauce,
that's the UK's version of Vegemite, apparently.
A teaspoon of Vegemite in tomato sauce. Forget about it.
Tommy, do you think that the subs affect our sleep? They don't give me energy. Put that up there, would you please? Tap that. But I feel like they affect my sleep. How long, Amanda, have you been doing Suboxone? Because it affects your sleep in the beginning, to be sure. I don't get any effect anymore. As long as I take it the same way every time. If I get out of sorts, like if I forget to take it and I end up taking it late in the day or something, it will affect my sleep. But other than that, no, I don't really notice anything on it.
Mr. Wolf says, hey, Johnny, have you heard any news on the autopsy of the one chip challenge? You want something funny about that? They remember when it first came out, they said, oh, it just takes so much time for the toxicology report. Matthew Perry died in 24 hours. They said, it wasn't meth. It wasn't fent. So here's the bottom line is that capsaicin did not kill that kid, period. If it did, we would have all heard about it. It was something that the family didn't want out, or we would have heard about it. So no, we're not going to hear about it. But just know this. It wasn't the chip. Unless he choked it on the thing and it obstructed his airway, that chip didn't kill him. Anyhow. Listen, if capsaicin could kill a person, I'd have been dead such a long time ago. You'd have been dead just the other day with the 13 million. If capsaicin was like
deadly, that would have killed me. You should have seen me. I looked like I was going to die anyway. The night that Ruthie and I did that talk show, that was as bad as that night was. In all of the years that I've been on planet Earth, that was the closest I ever came to saying something was a 10.
Really?
Oh yeah. That is.
It's a kind of pain. I'll tell you what. It's reality roundup. Everything gets real serious, and just like nothing in the world matters. It's not a funny thing.
Wait a second. I just did some research at work and found out that the pill bug is not actually a bug; it's a crustacean.
Oh yeah, you bet.
So it's related to a lobster and has gills and lives on land. I've never seen it. I don't know what you're talking about. Brock,
roly poly bugs. He's talking about.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Got a new challenge for Johnny. Well, putting that up.
Well, Brock, what do we got here? Eat a chocolate primtali, 1 drop of the 13 ml tank. Wait a minute, and then drink a cup of hot coffee.
Oh, you know what? I know where you're going with that. That sucks, dude. Will you put any hot beverage on something that's burning you? That's torture.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Brock, you know what? Brock loves me. I love Brock. I think he might be a little salty from what I burned him pretty good in Ohio.
Can we get this is for I'm putting that up there for CK and her dog.
There you have it. Right?
Tommy, I can't eat hot things.
Madras curry is about the best I can manage.
I like Madras curry.
Here's the deal. It's not a contest unless it happens to be a contest, but it's not. It's just have fun. To be a chili head, you don't need to eat peppers like I do to be a chili head. If the hottest thing you're going to eat is a bell pepper, but you really love bell peppers, I got news for you. You're a chili head. There are other channels where they look down your nose. If you don't have a high tolerance, they kind of mock you.
Yeah, Amanda, that makes sense. Here's a couple of questions. Here's a couple of questions to think about, Amanda. Do you take your Suboxone every single day at the exact same time? And I'd be curious to know what the dosage is. You don't have to tell anybody here, but if the dosage is lower, right? The lower you take, believe it or not, on Suboxone, usually the more profound you feel the effects of it. The higher the dose, the less you feel the effects. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but I promise you that's the truth. When I'm in the groove, I'm usually taking considerably less than a full strip. And I get more of the side effects of the drug. I tend to scratch a little bit more at lower levels, but I think it's easier on the body. But I do get the side effects at lower levels that I don't get at the higher levels. But sleep's never been an issue. I started out at 16 milligrams, and now I take about 4. But it doesn't mess with my sleep. Everything else does. My sleep is PTSD sleep. My sleep issue is dream related. So it's not that I can't fall asleep. I can fall asleep. I don't have any problem falling asleep. It's that I have a horrible freaking nightmare, and then when I wake up from it, I can't get back to sleep. That's my problem. But now I'm now I'm seeing the people I need to see to get that looked at and studied and everything else. Not salty at all. I ate a bunch of pre-metallic powder last night, and I was drinking coffee. Wow, wicked hot.
Yeah, I saw a guy eat.
He's saying that right now, and what we can't see is going like this with a razor.
I watched a person do a Robbie dropper of some of the hottest tincture you can get your hands on, and then smoke a cigar.
Really?
Yeah, it was weird because he didn't look like it was affecting him.
I got a text that said, "Surviving the Survivor shaved off one of your eyebrows." I think what you got, bro, is one of these. Right? They took a screenshot of me when I was doing one of my eyebrow up things, and then that's the picture, and it's off to the side, so it looks like I'm missing an eyebrow to be sure. But he's a pretty nice guy. I don't think he would have shaved off my eyebrow.
Cemetery hasn't had a steak in a while. Should go get one.
Why?
You know what?
Haven't you?
Listen, if you get a Big Mac large fried and a Coke, you can get a steak and at the grocery store cheaper than you can get a Big Mac meal, and that's not a joke.
Cindy, as of right now, they're saying that Matthew Perry did not drown.
I read there was no water in his lungs.
Correct, which is usually a.
But I don't know if that's look. Early on, there's always weird stuff that goes back and forth.
You would love a trip to the States. Where would you recommend? You know what? If I were coming to the United States from anywhere else, I would probably go to one of the coasts. I would either do the East or the West Coast. And it depends on what vibe you're trying to get. Alan Valentine came over from Australia and stayed with me here and had a ball. I mean, there's so much cool crap to do on this part of the country. You know what, Ray? You know how many people I would like to smack around, but all the people I would love to do a celebrity boxing match with wouldn't dream of getting in a ring. I can think of one right off the top of my head that'd be fun, but I don't think he'd do it. I think he's got a man in his family. I eat my steak rare. I do too. I eat my steak damn near raw.
I saw a great meme that said, if you like your steak with pink in it, you'll eat a person.
Right?
It's pretty funny. Charlie's having ramen noodles with CTH2 sauce.
And a scrambled egg. Not
sounds good. Thank you, Charlie.
North Myrtle Beach in South Carolina or Gatlinburg in Tennessee. It was Gatlinburg in mid-July, and I just hit down. My throat was dry.
I've been to Myrtle Beach a few times. It's a good time.
4 milligrams. Excellent. And if you're taking it at the same time every day, that's a beautiful thing, Amanda. That really does help moderate all of the problems. And I'm like you. I forget to take it some days. I did that today, believe it or not. Like an hour ago. It dawned on me that I forgot to take my dose. And it was because of how I did this morning. Yeah, Pilly said this.
Bizzle, when I wrecked, they said I died. And
pill bugs have 14 legs. Centipedes, millipedes, and scorpions aren't insects either. See, you learn something new every day.
Bizzle says when I wrecked, they said that I died and said that I lost both legs. You can't trust rumors.
Right? They're bound to lie to you, brother. Andrew, the heat seeker, don't know. because we're cooking. Not able to move until next month, I'm guessing, unfortunately. Really looking forward to it. Thanks for asking. Well, we're with you, brother. Talking about looking at hot stuff as competition. Then I was drinking Carolina Reaper vodka at a bar. One dude in our group decided he wants to take a shot too. It was a mistake. Yeah. I don't understand why you would want to pollute that with that. You know what I mean?
Before I got sober, I did in the first year of the channel, I did a review of some Moruga Scorpion moonshine. It was real moonshine made with Moruga Scorpion.
Yeah.
And when it was sitting, if it settled, it all settled, the top was clear as can be. It'd be a little bit of band, like this much pure red at the bottom. When you shake it up, it looked like tomato juice. And I did like 2 or 3 shots during the video, and I was fine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Turn the camera off, and 20 minutes after I turned the camera off, it was the first really bad cramps I had when I started the channel. It was horrible.
Lovely, right?
Oh,
Good times.
Oh.
Die.
horrible. I couldn't believe how much pain I was in. But it was only one wave. It didn't come for a second wave.
Amanda Deere says, I have middle insomnia. I can fall asleep, but I can't stay. I need sleep study. You know what? I know that it feels like, she says, I feel like it's a sales pitch. You know what? I understand where you're coming from on that. But they do have to do these studies in order to figure out what's up with you. And they may not say that you need a CPAP device or whatever, but I would do the study. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thanks. Yes, this one right here.
I got you.
I just spent the last 2 hours trying to convince my sister on the phone not drunk. While I understand her fears, I am also super upset by it. Okay, Valerie, here's the thing. 2 things on this. Number one, I understand her fears too, right? And they're legitimate, 100% legitimate. But this is the boundary thing, right? It's okay for them to say, I'm worried about you. It's not all right to berate you or make you feel like they don't trust you and they're pulling the rug out. If that's where they're at, you have to be able to put a boundary up and say, you know something? It's not good for me when you accuse me of drinking when I don't do it. Really isn't good for me. So I'm going to get off of the phone because this is not, a brick on the wall of my sobriety. It's the exact opposite. It's somebody that feels like they're trying to pull bricks out of my wall of sobriety, and I'm not letting you do that. Sorry. But you really need to put boundaries up on this. I know that I've earned every ounce of suspicion, and I have relatives to this day who, when they come up to give you a kiss, go like this. And you can hear it because they're wanting to see if I've had a few, because obviously I don't have track marks. So I've got to be, popping a couple on the way over or something, because obviously Tommy's not sober. I earned that. I get that. But I'm not putting up with abuse. They can sniff my breath. They're not going to call me and give me crap about it. And you shouldn't have to put up with that either, Valerie. You've earned that. Right? You've earned that. Yeah, Mr. Wolf, good to see you. Yeah, and 2 hours of trying to convince somebody that you're sober is more than you need to do. Hon, you've earned that. You do not need to do that. The freaking sniffing, the boundaries, yeah. Yeah, the sniffing. My parents do that to me too. Of course they do, right? There's no experience that I'm ever going to talk about here that is going to be very unique. You know what I mean? I mean, when it comes to the addiction part, like I get the, hey, there's a question for you from Zach D. He says, Johnny, how is Junior doing?
He's good. I've been talking a couple times today. He's doing great, actually. He has a girlfriend. He has his own apartment, a job, driving a Lexus.
Does he hire her?
Right? But he's doing well. He's happy. I'll never get that comfortable in my life.
No, she's a cat in a basket. And a happy one at that. There's not much that makes Squirrel happier than laying in this basket while 2 people are talking.
Yeah, she did that. Well, she's doing her part. She feels like she's
Yes, that is technically what she's doing, is her part.
Michelle R. says, my husband is doing all the testing for the Inspire sleep implant. He's got severe sleep apnea, but won't wear the CPAP. Hoping he qualifies. Yeah, for sure. You know what? I've had sleep problems for a very long time. It just is what it is, You know what I find? If I've had a streak where I'm sleeping pretty well, if I have a night where I don't sleep at all, the next day, for some reason, I'm almost more energetic. You wouldn't think so, but it's like that. It's kind of weird.
No, that makes sense to me. I am I am absolutely turning myself over to the people with the sleep study 100% in belief that everything they are doing is on the up and up and that this is not a sales pitch. If it turns out that I got bamboozled on that and that this is just BS, trust and believe I will come here and I will talk about it. But if I go into it with the idea that I'm getting conned or hustled, that's what it's going to be. I'm never going to see anything other than that. You know, it's very often your perspective tints what, you know.
Mr. Wolf says you'll never see a cat stressing. I've seen a cat stress.
Yeah, I might have.
But they change their surroundings so that they make changes.
But this cat here does not stress about anything.
We had a cat. I told the story on my channel. Some people that are from my channel over here may recognize this, but when we were kids, my mom has a brother who was a doctor, and he had just finished school. He was starting his residency, and he had a Teddy. Remember Teddy? An Airedale retriever, big giant dog. The thing was huge. And he said, "Look, he's old. He's a city dog. I can't take him to the apartment I want to go to. Can he come to the country where you guys live and live out the rest of his life there?" And my mom was really cool and said, "Yeah, you can." So the day we had 2 cats at the time, my cat and his cat.
Yeah.
And the day that I'm telling you a true story, you guys, this is crazy. It was right before Thanksgiving that we got him. The day that the dog showed up, his cat bounced. It was like, "I'm gone." It was furious. My cat just went where that cat was in the house. My cat was the furthest place away from wherever the dog was. Never see him in the same room. So my cat would just kind of protest quietly, but his cat was just like, "I'm done." But she wouldn't run far. She would hang around the property. We had this rock wall around our property. You look outside, you look at the rock wall, and she see it, and she ducked down. So she was just angry. And I mean, winter came, and this is in Vermont. It was cold, gnarly. And winter came, and I think it was in February sometime. And the dog was really sick and was it distemper or something?
No, a form of basically it was dog leukemia is what it was.
Just very bad. And it was on the steps, the front step of the house. And swear to you, I'm telling you a true story. He flopped down. He just lay down, and he wasn't dead yet. He was taking his last few breaths. He was still alive. And as this is happening, his cat comes around the corner and jumped over his body, stood at the door and looked back like, "Let me in."
Yeah. And had not been in that house since
Had
the day
been
he showed up.
She jetted the day the dog got there, and she came back. He wasn't even dead yet. He wasn't dead yet. He was still like
no, but she knew he was no longer a threat.
But can you imagine that though? That
one tripped me out.
Does squirrel still play fetch with you?
You know what? Lady Crispin has seen this probably, and thank you so much for your support, Lady Crispin. It is so appreciated. It really is. You know what? This is what has made it so that I can do this full time. You know, and the boat is definitely a full time thing now. So thank you. Yeah, she does. It's completely different now. When Fiona, when I first got Squirrel, Fiona she and I would be always talking because of the business, and I'd have her on like Skype. And I would let her watch, and I posted some videos for some people that have been here a long time, but she would fetch 25, 30 times in a row. I would throw something and she would go grab it and bring it back. Now Squirrel will fetch when Squirrel wants to fetch, right? When she wants to play fetch. And it's usually at about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
She'll bring you something to throw?
Yeah, she'll come in the middle of the night and wake me up. And like she'll just be meowing, and I'll wake up and she'll be right in front of me, and there'll be a ball or there'll be, yarn, thing of string or whatever. And I'll throw it. She'll bring it back, drop it at my face, and she'll do that until she gets tired and falls asleep. But I can't go get her and decide to throw a ball and play fetch anymore, which was cool. It was great. You know what I mean? It was the coolest thing. But she's not down for that anymore. In the beginning, and she would fetch anything. Started with little tinfoil balls, and I got to a point where I could.
I had a cat that would do it with a bottle cap, and she would bring it back in her mouth. It would cover her whole chin. She'd walk it back. And I'd just flick it, and she'd go pick it. That was great.
I will send you a link, Mr. Ray, because right now we're changing the name of the company. I have had to redo my entire brand. I took a really the market for what I do took a turn.
Just yawned.
You starting that?
I just yawned.
1 hour and 34 minutes in.
No, is that it? Really?
Well, that's a wrap. Can you believe that?
I did. Steve, we'll see you later. We'll be here.
Yeah, sweet dreams, man. You're a little hard-headed? No. Former opiate addict? Hard-headed? I'm not buying it. Not buying it. Tommy, when getting examined for a concussion, my doctor had me stand on one foot and then jumping jacks. Did that ever happen to you? No. No. Do you have any idea how many doctors that I've gone in front of for concussions?
I bet a dozen. And I'm not making it up. A dozen.
Easily.
That's a new one. We'll probably do a 1 hot minute at some point. We might even do 2 at some point, Jack.
No, if your doctor had you jumping on one foot and doing jumping jacks to check you for a concussion, they're an ass.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
They're not, seriously. That's not
a
right.
good idea.
That's not right at all. I promise you that's not right. The what you do to test for a concussion is usually done with a flashlight, and there's some tests, but it has nothing to do with jumping up and down. God almighty.
It's like the last thing you should be doing.
I had a cat growing up that would sit on its back legs and catch Christmas boughs with his front paws when we would toss them to him. That's awesome. The coolest thing I've ever heard in my life. No, that's awesome. Yeah, right. If we got a family member we don't know about who might be pregnant, that would get us off of the air, I guess. They're making shit up and went to bad doctor school.
You know what? I went to
graduate of the L. Ron Hubbard School of Medicine.
Listen, I went to Russia several times, and they told us the last thing you ever, I don't care how sick you get, don't go to a hospital.
I got the same speech.
Like,
I was super, super sick in Russia, and it was legit.
You'd rather die in your hotel room.
Yeah, it was legit. It wasn't an opiate thing. I honestly got sick, and I remember sitting with my boss, and he's like, "You didn't bring enough dope." I'm like, "No, bro, I've got dope. I'll show you the dope. Like, I'm sick. There's something wrong with me, And he brought this woman in that was like, "Don't go to the hospital. Like, you just have to get back to your country. You cannot do this here." And I wanted to go to one in Germany, but my boss at the time was like, "No, you just got to tough this out."
You get a better shake in Germany. Bizzle says, pets can help you when you're trying to get sober.
Absolutely.
Listen, here's the thing about animals. They can't talk. So what they're masters of is judging body language and energy. Like dogs, pack dogs, they can tell by how they act and approach the pack, who's in charge and who's not. So they're really good at reading things. So when you're going through something, your pet knows it. I promise you. If you're sad, depressed, whether they're there.
I did a show on that with a girl that had been helping people adopt and helping people save animals, and had saved hundreds of dogs. It definitely helps with sobriety. It's unconditional love, and when it's not something we're used to, and when we take on a responsibility of something bigger than ourselves, a lot of times that's huge. Sharon says, "Got to loving the chat. My favorite movie quote is, I could have been in the NSA, but they found out my parents were married." But you don't have to be a bastard to work for a government agency with 3 letters, but it helps.
It just helps.
But it just helps. Okay, Valerie, be careful. My animals talk. I have a Walmart greeter cat named Edward that never shuts up. Edward should meet our cat. Squirrel Nut Zipper makes more noise than anything in the world.
She's at 3 a.m. when she's trying to get your attention.
Did you see they were saying you two sound like owls? Who were saying that?
It's a rough one from Ray Ray.
What did it say? I missed that.
I want to talk about it.
Okay. One of my foster kids.
Once had a cat when I was a kid in Tucson and watched it get eaten by an owl on a telephone pole in front of me when I was 7 years old. I'll never forget the screams. Never get a pet ever since.
Well, it checks out.
I think you need a pet. You're due. Sorry.
They do reduce blood pressure. This is a fact.
Yeah, you're due. Sorry. I get that was a bummer, but
yeah, no, that is a bummer. That is a bummer. It's a bummer. You know what I need? Here, look at this. This is Fiona laughing. Hard to go wrong with Fiona laughing. Yes. Animals in general, especially if they have fur, tend to
mellow you. It's like a Valium with 4 legs.
It's a 4-legged Valium. You heard it here. 4-legged Valium.
Mr. Wolf can't get anything over on these boys.
No.
Fact.
No.
Jeremy Bell. Fine to see you, sir. Some of our 15 cats are talkers, and I love it. Plus, there's a beagle that barks when a leaf blows by.
Oh, that's always nice. It's always nice when you have a
I've heard
leaf
things about
detector.
beagles. Fun to look at, cute dogs. I hear they're really difficult to. They're stubborn.
I sent you that meme of the shadow of the dog, proving that Snoopy was a beagle.
Not great.
They were showing a beagle. It's sitting in front of like a little dog house, but there's a wall behind it.
And
And the shadow of this beagle was Snoopy.
I have that on my phone.
It's a great picture. It really is. Do you hear that?
Why don't you hit that shade? I did hear that. That was rather odd. What do we look at? What do we got here? Ah, beautiful light. Nothing?
Whatever you stole. I don't see any. Maybe you have a goldfish. There you go. Very, very little chance of an owl eating your goldfish on top of a telephone pole. I'm not saying it can't happen. See that? You see that? Well, I'm going to give you a hint right now. If you're hoping for Vegemite, it's going to take considerably more than $5. You know what? I'm going to take that back right now before somebody starts putting up money. I'm not eating Vegemite.
We can make it happen, people.
You know
we
what?
can make it happen. I'll sell it, but I'm going to need your help.
Don't listen to.
Here's the
Don't
thing.
listen to
No,
Joe.
you know
He's
what?
not particularly.
Can I tell you something? When you said to me, hey, when you said to me, the candy corn is great, did I try it or not?
It's candy friggin' corn. I didn't ask you to try poison or something that tastes.
It's not your strumming. You need to man up, dude. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, you know what? This is one of the dangers of a when there's a microphone and there's two of us, the microphone struggles to try to isolate one voice versus the other. So
He's right.
very often there's going to be a little bit of sound quality issues.
I'll just pretend this is a congressional hearing from now on. Yes, I did. I heard you clearly.
There you go.
Get a pet owl. Worst case scenario, it'll eat someone's cat.
Well, I don't want that. It's not
I
gonna-
dig owls. Owls are a great animal, man. They're super incredible.
I believe Amanda is correct. Sadly, people, there's just nothing I can do about it. This is not really designed for a two-man setup, right? When you get two guys who are sitting, 3 feet from a microphone that is most assuredly designed for one. It's
We'll just take turns.
there you go. I'm not even sure that will help, but
Does that help?
well, the inappropriate heifer says, I just put my headphones on. Sounds perfect. Now, so you see her saying the problem was your fault. No, I'm kidding. No, it is an application of this setup isn't great. I mean, truthfully, in all honesty, it's not a great setup to have one microphone between two people in a perfect world. It's a great microphone. For what I use it for, it's the greatest microphone in the world. I say get a 35-foot snake for a pet.
It's a great looking microphone.
The other day I found another snake in the backyard. It was a rattler. He wasn't in the backyard technically. He was on the other side of the fence. I went out there. It was when your friend came over. I went out there to mess with the pool filter, and then changed my mind at the last moment and decided I didn't really need to touch the pool filter. Something about that rattling noise that just, simply put, it will change your mind. That's too bright.
What? That's too right.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in a one of those bright things. Oh, Johnny. You were going to say something cruel, weren't you?
No, man.
I think you were.
I kind of like the whole congressional hearing thing. Yes, Your Honor, I did agree to that.
Have you seen the Mojave green rattlesnakes out there? I have not seen a Mojave green anything. Do we have Mojave green rattlesnakes?
No, but there's some Mojave ones around.
Uh-huh. I have tons of stupid animal knowledge. If you have stupid knowledge of any kind, you are in the right place. I'd go for a pet owl, but they never stop asking the same question. Very good.
It's a smart bird. If you get one that has glasses, I hear they're wicked smart.
Yeah, don't let them anywhere near your lollipops. They'll tell you that they're going to try to find out how many licks it takes to get to the center of it.
They're just telling you
And when
that.
they get to like 3 or 4, they just crunch on it really loud. I've seen this happen so many times. You'd be screaming like a banshee. They were like Susie and the Banshees. Remember? Anyone?
We sound fine, apparently. I think it helps when I lean in there like that. I like doing
I think if you do that for 24 hours, I'm going to go insane halfway through this and hit you in the back of the head with something.
4 hours from now, this is going to get funny. I'm just being honest with you.
I think it stopped being funny a few minutes ago. It's just my personal opinion on this one. Yeah, put a deuce in the comment section if I'm right.
Yeah, you can't hear an owl fly. The way the air goes underneath their wings, they make no noise. Silent.
So we have a stealth.
Yeah, absolutely. They're stealthy. They can snatch a rabbit in the dark. You don't even hear it coming. Next thing you know, you're in their nest. Dinner. That's how it works.
But around Tommy's house, it's more than likely just your standard Western Diamondback. You know what? We didn't get into a long discussion about it. Me and said rattling animal with no arms or legs.
Make a dandy wallet.
They do make good wallets. They also make nice
Belts.
watch bands.
Really?
I'm a huge fan of snakeskin watch bands. I have a python one. Hey, Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Had much fun in my life around your neck of the nape. Come to Australia. Oh, she says it like it's easy. You're talking to two people that, go out in the woods at night with a flashlight. There you go. Why is Wolf cutting and whatting?
Cut and paste. Cut and paste. He's going to cut and paste something.
Never heard of it.
He's going to tell a good joke, but it's going to take up 2 or 3. Boy, someone's going to give you
I'll tell you what.
stage 3 joke. You know it's ready.
And to throw that out ahead of time, bold.
It needs to be so
Very
good.
much fun. Reese's chat the other night arguing who's cuter or hotter, Johnny or Tommy. This has been long ago established. We don't even bother. Truthfully, in a competition of who looks better between Johnny and I, we both came in third. Ever had any adventures in boring Ohio? Is that a town? I'm kidding. I have spoken there many times. You been to Ohio?
Sure. Plenty of times.
Yeah.
I have burned people silly in Ohio.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
And by burn people, you don't mean take their money.
No, I mean with something hot, spicy.
That's spicy. Yeah.
Yes, Fiona. The deal.
Yeah.
It's Amanda's right. It's a pretty sexy microphone.
No, you know what? This is for the record. This is the Lifeboat official Yeti blue. Although I didn't actually go for the blue. I could have got it in blue. Probably would have been the thing to do. But
it matches much better.
Right. That's what I went with. 7-year-old caught over 140 garden snakes for show and tell after recess. No one told me at 7 that snakes could climb out of boxes. Fun couple of days rounding them up. Bach buddy, did you have a teacher that was talking about these mother-loving snakes getting loose in the classroom? You know, that would have been a job for Samuel L. Jackson. Curve of the head, inside and out.
I got to class. It came up to the test. Pass or fail. 10 birds were lined up at the front of the class, but they were covered. You could only see the legs.
All right, where's the start of that joke?
I don't know.
A guy with a 4.0 is trying to become a veterinarian, but maintain his 4.0. You have to know the anatomy of so many animals, though. It came time to learn about birds. He studied them, the sizes and the shapes. Curve of the head, inside and out. When he got to class, it came to the test, pass or fail. 10 birds were lined up at the front of the class, but they were covered, and you could only see, well, you know, their legs.
Well, you better finish up strong. I mean, you got our undivided attention.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a strong one, man.
I'm confident.
Do you have faith?
I do.
I'm not 100%. Wicked smart. Yeah, there's no question. I mean, we're talking about wicked smart. Oh,
That's just how it's funny.
So the professor said to him, he says, you have to name all 10 just by looking at their legs. Get one wrong and you're out. The guy was so mad.
No one could do this. He went off. He was storming out. The professor.
Yes, he was storming out.
The professor.
I assume went like this.
He's going to say something amazing.
Right? There was probably a
do you think that's what it is? Is it an action or is it a? He's going to say something.
Well, I think
dynamite.
I think he's going to say something dynamite, but I don't think he just comes out. He did the never being spoken to this way. Said, "Hey son, what's your name?" The guy hiked up his pants and said, "You tell me." See what he did there? He was showing him the legs.
On account of the contest.
On account of the fact that the birds. I like what you did there. I've got a joke as well. Concerns a sheep.
No,
what time did we say we were doing that
3
one?
3 a.m.
3 a.m. Come on back at 3 a.m.
11 hours from now.
There is a sheep involved. Where on Cape Cod? You know what? Technically, I think I probably spent a little bit more time on Martha's Vineyard. But one summer I went down to Cape Cod because a guy that I knew was replacing all of the beds and all of the furniture in a hotel. And he hired like 3 or 4 degenerate young boys to go down and work all summer. So I spent the summer in Cape Cod, but I'm not exactly sure. We were in and out of a hotel. The Starfleet uniform on the wall, that one belongs specifically autographed by James T. Kirk. Cemetery 76. Come on, people. Cowbell. We need more cowbell. Somebody who gets the game. Thank you, Cemetery. And he's right. We always could use just a little bit more cowbell. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I'm thinking. I'm if you know what, well, if we had a specific dollar amount, maybe I'll do some Vegemite.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
What's it gonna take?
150 grand. You got 24 hours. No, I'm kidding. I'm thinking about it.
Cockies.
See that? Amanda gets it. She says, I'm so glad you guys have your brotherhood. Sorry, Johnny, I'm not a facial hair fan. What, you mean this?
I'm not.
You two have lost the accent. Try this.
Cockies.
Yeah, cocky.
Here's the deal, people. If I had it my way, I wouldn't have this. But I'm kind of married to it right now.
She's saying khakis. Like she's really doing it on there. What are you from Southie? You lost your khakis.
I think I'm very, very funny friends.
Fiona just wants to watch me retch. That's what she wants. She loves a good dry reach.
All hockey fans have cowbells.
It's true. It's true. All hockey fans have cowbells. It is kind of, you depending on where you're born, you're issued it.
Right.
Along with the brooms, in case you sweep the entire series.
Or an octopus, depending on where you're at.
It's true. They have been known to throw octopi.
You guys are good looking to hide your face. You are too good looking to hide your face. The beard says Mary.
Right? That's what I'm saying.
I'm hiding a really crazy facial tattoo.
I'm only trying. Yeah, he's got this horrendous facial tattoo, but I'm just trying to hide the double chin that's coming in.
I thought it was going to be cool when I was 17. It didn't age well. I await.
That's funny. This is funny. Valerie says,
I went to rehab with a guy from Long Island. I kept telling him I was.
I kept saying, I'm walking here. Probably was annoying him, but we're great friends to this day. Very cool. Very cool. See, everybody wants to see me eat some of that Vegemite. It has to be a
Bizzle. Do you ever watch wrestling? A little bit, but not a whole lot.
I have my chew toy, actually. My chew toy is here. I have to step up to a stronger chew toy. I've actually kind of worn out the one that I bought. I don't know if you guys have ever seen those ads where you put the thing in there and you go like,
what now?
You heard me.
I have one of those.
I know. I've got 2 of them, but unfortunately the resistance on them is not what it used to be, and now I need something stronger.
You could eat rocks at this point.
I could just crunch up boulders.
Valerie says, Bizzle, I was super into wrestling during the 90s.
Really? Were you a fan of a guy by the name of?
Ryback. Ryback is? Ryback's
Valerie,
pretty
do you know
cool.
who Ryback is?
Still waiting for the lifeboat video where you make me shave my head.
Oh, it's
You
good.
might wait a while, Ray. Right? Just saying. I'm glad you're a patient fellow.
Oh, so sad.
I'll tell you, I'll grow my hair back at the same time. So I am curious. She obviously knows who Ryback is. Ryback.
She says, "Oh, well, obviously. Well, he's a friend of the lifeboat. I'm sorry, of the what's the name of your channel?
Chase the Heat.
So, yeah, I don't really know this. Dude.
Yeah, he did a.
Where is the squirrel?
Ryback did the Tube of Terror challenge in Vegas in a hot tub.
I've seen that video.
At like 115.
I've seen that video.
Then I went down. At the time, I lived in Reno, so my son and I went to Vegas and hung out with him for the day. Made a few videos. He's a great guy.
The styling, profiling, limousine riding, jet flying, kiss stealing, wheeling dealing, son of a gun.
Nice.
Woo!
Nice.
He did that? See what he did there? He was after my time, but I know him. You know what?
He's a Chilean. He's a legit Chilean.
Everything is after our time.
You know, it's funny. People have forever been telling me I look like Goldberg. So he kind of knew that. So when I got there, that was kind of the joke. Got a phone call, and got a little behind. Got some neighbors, close friends growing up that would catch any non-venomous snakes we found and keep them as pets.
Really? Or should I say,
I like Ryback, but he gets a lot of hate. I don't understand haters. You know what? We're in that age, Bizzle.
You want I should explain them to you?
Here's the thing, Bizzle. You know what's really funny? Before I started the channel, and Tommy, I probably can, well, you know, I had people that hated me, but I can promise you, anybody that hated me before I started my channel, I knew why they hated me. I could tell you what happened, and they probably had a reason for it. But when you start a channel, you get people that will hate you just for the sake of hating you, and they're committed and motivated, and I don't understand that either. You know what? It's not that the dogs must live, but the cats must die. It's that kind of thing. When Tom and I were kids, if there was a movie or a band you didn't like, you know what you did? You didn't go pay for a ticket.
Right. Stop listening.
You just lived your life. But now it's like, no, I don't like them, so they can't be around. And it's just almost as a content creator, it's almost like it's a contest. Do the best you can before somebody figures out a reason to get you off.
Right. Golf X-Ray 73. We're working on some merch for Squirrel right now, actually.
Actually, several.
Why can't people agree to disagree? Well, we used to. I'll tell you why, truthfully. I can answer this question. No. So what it comes down to is this. Somewhere along the line, they decided that if they could just divide us into two different camps, then selling the shit was so much easier, right? Truthfully, that's what it came down to. If they could divide us into two different sections, then, we can really easily just market you everything that we want to market you. So you've got the left, being marketed to one way, and the right who are being marketed to another. And most of us are not on either ends of those spectrums, sadly, right? So, but they don't want us to agree to disagree. So they're doing everything they can to just make us think that we all hate each other. And there are so few people that I hate, really. I mean, there's a handful. And you're listening to me right now. You know who you are. You know I know? Because they don't ever miss any of this.
I know. Hey, bless you. Thank you, guys.
Hey, God bless you guys.
I mean it.
Good looking
faithful people that watch us.
Good looking out. If you guys ever monetize, maybe I'll go over and watch your stuff. I can't back that up.
No.
I haven't been there in years. The truth is in the eye of the beholder. No, I think beauty is. I think beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
You know what bugs me since we're talking about truth? This is something that's bothering me so bad. It's just popped up in the last couple of years when people say, tell your truth.
Yeah.
Speak your truth.
Yeah, your truth. I got into this last week with somebody who
really?
said to me, well, I got on the phone and I said, listen, I'm telling you the truth. And they said, whose truth? And I said, oh, no, there's no such thing as whose truth, right? There's the truth. And then there's BS. And it's either one or the other. There's never that,
I never understood that. The ones that hate you are super fans. It says Brock Beck. Indeed.
Valerie, if you need to turn us off, feel free to turn us off. But the day will come. Come back on when you can talk sometime, because I'll tell you exactly how to do that. It's important that you do. I've gotten very good at telling people in my life that I'm a drug addict.
Stay strong.
It's something that I honestly, the basis of my sobriety is my ability to let people that I care about know that I'm an addict. that really has become the backbone of my sobriety, is the ability for me to tell people that I'm a drug addict and be comfortable doing it. You know, and you just run into people who are then never going to try to.
Haven't met SPTV tattoo warrior. Can't you see her doing the bell thing? Should be amazing.
Did you see the picture that she had?
No.
Oh, she showed us a picture.
Stop.
And in one of the pictures, she was holding a bell that's slightly smaller than the roll top desk.
Really?
Yeah. It was the most impressive sized bell you've ever seen. Like I don't know what the note was, but it was huge.
Ian asks, Johnny, you develop your own pepper strains? I know this is an addictive hobby for some of you insane heat addicts. Are you really an attorney? No, but I play one on YouTube. No, I'm not an attorney. That was just sort of a joke. When he said I'm secretly my attorney, that was just chops of the person that was, trying to
steal my money.
Exactly. But no, what was the other part of that question? I've not developed my own pepper strains. I've never grown peppers. That's why I can speak freely about peppers that are out there. If I grew peppers, it may be a little bit different, but I just eat them. I don't grow them. You need it. SPTV Tattoo Warrior. Email me at chasetheheat@gmail.com and I'll give you my phone number.
I could use advice on what to say to my son's drug problem. Well, if you're talking directly to your son, if anyone's talking to a loved one at this point that is that we have a guardianship kind of a position above, whether that's a niece, a nephew, just somebody that you're raising, whatever the case may be. The most important thing in the world is to open up a line of dialogue, right? An honest line of communication. And it's very hard as a parent to not want to go, never talking to that person again. If they tell you that, their friend Tony smokes weed, right? The first thing that we think is, I don't want you anywhere near effing Tony again as long as effing Tony lives, right? That's our first thought. But what we tell our kid is, I am unable to handle the truth. If you tell me the truth and that truth is uncomfortable, right, you're going to freak out. So I'm never going to tell you an uncomfortable truth ever again, right? So you need an open dialogue with your kids. That is the most important thing in the world. So when your child realizes that they can tell you something like, my friend Tony gets high, you're not going to blow an O-ring. You're going to sit down and have a conversation. And you know what? The fact that Tony's getting high isn't the end of the world. If Tony's getting high on marijuana, if Tony's eating pills, your child needs to realize, whether your child is 12 or your child is 50, that currently in the world today, we have a class of drugs on the market like nothing we've ever seen in the past. These drugs are killing over 300 people a day, every day, day in, day out in the United States, right?
You cool with this, Tommy?
Yes. Why do people always have to announce they're leaving a channel? Because we are in an unusual time on planet Earth, right? We are in a very unusual time here. This is the first time where I grew up and I loved Fonzie, right? And that was my entertainment. I watched a lot of Happy Days and I really dug it. And Fonzie, I thought, was about the coolest person in the world when I was young, right? Well, now, if what you watch for entertainment, you watch via YouTube, for the first time ever, you have the ability to interact with the person that you're watching as entertainment, right? And if, I know I'm having a slight audio glitch at times. One of the saddest parts of this thing that we do is that it's incredibly cool to have an opportunity to interact with the people watching your channel. But when you begin to do that, you open up yourself to the people that just want their 30 seconds of fame off of your 30 seconds of fame, right?
How about that?
The internet gives people the courage to say things that they would normally say face to face, that they would normally say face to face. I don't encourage violence, but if you said something sideways when I was a kid, you got punched. Boy, there's a lot of truth to that, isn't there?
We talked about that. We
talked about that today. Actually.
I've had people that have said things to me like they were going to, just like you're saying, and they'd see me at a festival and they want me to sign a bottle or take a picture with them.
Right.
I'm like, wait a minute, that's not how you were 6 months ago. They're like, oh no,
how
people are.
I'm gonna tell you a story that I find.
Hey, I'm gonna turn on this real quick. Hold on a second.
I'm gonna tell you a story that I find incredible.
This is Chase the Heat. This is a segment from our live stream.
There you go. Hey, Chase the Heat. So this is a tough one, and you know what? And do you know how many times since I started this channel that somebody has come to me who treated me like, chat. I mean, that openly sided with all of the people that decided they hated me a few years back. And then this person will come back and say, no. And it's one of the most difficult things in the world, because you know what, they do need help, and it's hard, because what you want to say is piss off. You know what I mean? Seriously, why don't you go help yourself? But it's one of those situations where if somebody's hurting, somebody's hurting. There's people out there that don't like me, and the reasons that they decided that they don't like me are kind of irrelevant if they're getting high. So I know someone that's watching today because they reached out yesterday, and I'm going to do everything I can to help.
You know, it's sort of interesting. I don't have anybody that hates me that is just a viewer that just watched a video. They decide they don't like me. Everybody that hates me has a channel.
Yeah,
every one of them.
Yeah,
I don't know what that means, but
yeah, everyone has become the star of their own movie. What's really unusual is that we've never lived in a time before where you could have your opinion heard by 300 or 400 people, right? I mean, you normally had to be a politician to have an opinion heard by 300 or 400 people. So now we're in a situation where not only can a person get their message out in that kind of a format, but just as importantly, everybody listening feels like I can add to this, this thing that this guy just did. I'm going to become a part of it by saying something so epically offensive or whatever that I become part of the mosaic of this guy's work or whatever. So you get, I don't know, but it's part of, you got to take the good with the bad, right? I mean,
it's a weird time. I mean, if you just think about it, everything is so different. Like, I'm an old guy. So when I was a kid, if there was somebody that was you'd follow or watch on a TV program or something, you watched them. If you didn't like something they did or said, it bugged you, but that was it. You didn't have access. You couldn't just go to their site and leave a comment, you suck, or whatever. Right. And now we're in an age where there's access to people that there's never been access like this before. Like, if you want to reach out and talk to somebody famous, you probably can do that if you're diligent enough. And that's just weird. And it's giving people the feeling like they, I don't know. It goes back to what Amanda said. She's spot on.
How's this? My first sponsor said, "What people think of you is none of your business."
Wow.
That's friggin' awesome, isn't it?
Boy, that's great. It's a reframe.
Yeah.
That's great.
It really is. That is absolutely awesome.
Well, I'm really good at that. Like, I'm a YouTuber now for 7 years. So my skin has got pretty thick. I don't typically let stuff, I'm pretty good at keeping them away from my radar screen.
Yeah. Well, that's the key, I think, is that, if you don't see it, it can't bother you.
Because all they want, here's the thing. When somebody does something like that, the best analogy in the world is just a stray cat. If that stray cat comes to your door and you feed him, that stray cat's not going to go away. You've given it food. And a troll is like a stray cat. They just want to get fed. And the way you feed a troll is by acknowledging them, saying their name, saying the word. Right. Because they think you're talking to them. So I just don't let, if they don't, just like a stray cat, when they don't get fed, they go somewhere else because they need the food. Trolls need that. So when they don't get fed, they find somebody else will bite.
I'm getting closer to my road. Right? Grand Funk Railroad. All our peppers are cut, and now it's shopping for food time. Nice. Knock that off.
It's a great song. What song did we hear today? I was saying they don't make them like that anymore.
Oh, we heard a bunch of good ones today.
It was Hall Notes, Your Kiss.
Yeah.
Just don't write songs like that.
They don't write songs like that.
Chip Indo, social media can be a bad addiction and can change you as wonderful as a community can be. Don't let it change you, disconnect you. You truly are without the internet. Here's the thing about social media. It's kind of like, it's an odd thing because we're in a day and age where anybody can find some sort of fame. And I'm not sure that everybody's supposed to be famous. I know I'm not. I'm weird, uncomfortable by the whole thing. So I don't know. It's a weird time that we live in. It really is. I think if the world were to survive another 40 years, at some point, somebody will do a study and will come to the conclusion that everything like this when social media came on the scene.
Oh, I think we could step back and see that right now. And it is a horrendous addiction. If you look at the amount of time that is spent by the average person that is in that, truthfully, in that life. I mean, we're trapped because of what we do to spend a decent amount of time every day just having to keep the ship running, or his channel is considerably larger than mine. But the stuff that you have to do every day to keep it running, it is a full-time job. We really thank God for the SPTV crowd, and we're getting a lot of love right now from the true crime world as well. And all of that came at the perfect time, because I was going to probably have to choose between this and what I was doing. And this has now gotten to the point where it can sustain itself, which is fantastic.
Ian says, I deleted all my social media. I spend way too much time on YouTube already. Can I tell you something, Ian? And this is the truth. I don't want anybody that follows me on Instagram or Facebook to be offended by this, but if I could just wash my hands of all of the social media platforms, I would do it. It's sort of necessary to do well as a YouTuber. But I'm just not a fan of any social media. I'm really not.
You know what? I really have become he's keeping up the H2O, I promise. I have become a really big fan of social media. And it's been in the last couple of years. I have
I need some water. He's right.
Okay. I have always thought that
water break.
I always thought that social media just gives me the creeps. But what really changed for me was when we put up the face group page. That's grown to, I don't know where we're at, 400 and some people over there. And the emails that I get from people who say, if it wasn't for so-and-so on Facebook, or if it wasn't for, people that I met doing this or this through these secondary platforms. I've recently found your channel from STS. You seem very nice and always interesting. Thank you. That is such a kind thing to say. I walk a really weird tightrope with doing true crime. I'm not a criminal anymore. You know what I mean? And I realize that in theory, nobody that comes on and talks is a criminal anymore. But I don't want to be known for robbing banks. You know what I mean? I've put a pretty decent amount of effort into trying to create a different life for myself. I've worked pretty hard at it. And social media is the big sort of footprint or thumbprint of all of life. You all right?
Yeah, perfect.
Like you ran a marathon. Look at the noise this guy's making. What do you guys miss most about Vermont? Everything.
Boy, there's a lot. I had a lot of fun there. I really did. It was a fun state. You know what? I think the changing of the seasons is probably what I missed the most. They were very dramatic.
That's a great answer. I think there's probably something to that.
Like in Reno, it's hot and cold. Texas was hot or hotter. Here, it's kind of really neat. But Vermont was so every single season was just wildly different than the previous one.
What I miss most about that state is the fact that everywhere I've lived since has some industry, some pollution, some level of. Vermont's got none of that. There are no 4-lane highways. There are no billboards, and there's just no real pollution. I mean, you can drop to your face and drink out of any river that's got water coming down it, because there's just not. There's no. You can't say, well, that's the state where they do this, right? That's the state where they make maple syrup and they ski. What do they say? Newlyweds and nearly deads, right? It's just people visiting, and yeah, I miss it hugely. We joke about, well, not even joke, but we talk about going and buying some property there. I would imagine in the next couple of years it will probably happen. Valerie's, you know what? That's good. Keep it in check, right? Here's the deal, people. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Vermont is the only state in the U.S. without a McDonald's in the capital city. That's because in Montpelier, which is the capital, there ain't enough people to justify putting up a.
When Tommy and I were kids, the closest McDonald's was in a different state. It was in New Hampshire. And at least a dozen times we were sitting around with the old man. He like, want a Big Mac? Get in the car. Let's go. We would drive to a different state to get a Big Mac.
About a 25-minute ride one way. Right? One way. Social media is just a tool. Sadly, lots of people can't use it for good. Same for YouTube, right? Educational content gets next to no views. Some dumb shit at the same time gets millions of views. Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. But that said, for the longest time, I really believed that we were going to continue to stay at a specific size. We probably weren't going to grow from that because of what we did I didn't think there was a draw of the size that it is now, right? I never thought that this was possible. So everything I feel like I'm playing with house, with everything that happens with the lifeboat, right? But I've also now seen, I don't know, I feel like I've seen where it's going, and there's a lot of really crazy stuff coming up.
That's a fact. I mean it.
Susanna Dana.
Wait a minute. Miss V was flirting. What did she say?
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Flirting with cemetery. Okay, that's been going on for
Cool.
years now. We're good. Josh, it's your turn to get a Mickey D's. They don't like golden arches.
No, you know what? This state has In-N-Out. It's got White Castle. It's got that big giant hole, the Grand Canyon. A bunch of great stuff in the state.
Yes, there is.
That's good, Mr. V. We're cool with that.
What'd you say?
She's flirting with cemetery.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Standard operating procedure. Hey, Mary Gonzalez, good to see you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Moving may be good. Sunlight makes all the difference. My grandmother tried every fall until she was successful November 10th. I'm so sorry.
Oh, Mary, I'm so sorry. How about some thoughts and prayers for Mary? Is that a Neek freaking Alexander? Huh? Is that a Neek Alexander?
I believe it was.
Neek, good to see you. Glad that you're here. Yeah, I love White Castle too. Oh, great burger. They make a really good hamburger. There's no two ways about it. Have you guys met the nice people at Spicy Shark?
Sure have. I have indeed. I've been lucky to meet most of the sauce makers.
Right?
Yeah.
Word her up. Well, how about some thoughts and prayers with the Neek? You toss a singleton up there for me. Hey, Kenneth, good to see you. Hit the return button for me. Yakin plus there. Hit that blue button. There you go, Yarrow.
Do you see a lot of bears in Vermont? No.
Moose. We did see plenty of moose.
Vermont's a beautiful place.
It's a beautiful, beautiful place. The Green Mountains.
You know what's really funny? I remember we lived there forever. I went back 20 years after. And I remember thinking, was it this pretty when I lived here last time? I took it for granted and just walked by it. The most beautiful stuff every day.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wolf. It's amazing the number of people that were losing who unalive themselves. It really is. It's terrifying. Depression is a monster. Here, you know what, people? We're starting right now, right? You know that. What are we, the 10th? What's the date today?
9th tomorrow.
So then tomorrow's the 10th. We're in the first third of the holiday season, and this is a tough time of year, right? This is not an easy time. So please don't suffer in silence.
For the record, G had forgotten that you used to rob banks.
What a beautiful thing to say. I mean it. That's a really, really nice thing to say. Tough week? Who just said tough week? I'm sorry to hear that, Kenneth, and I'm glad that you're feeling better. Really? That's what you're doing?
Went to college in Vermont. I had a professor who was involved in trying to get the state to secede from the Union. Really special and unique part of our country. Josh.
So let's see.
They'd want us to secede.
So you went to college in Vermont. So you went to UVM, St. Mike's, Johnson, Castleton, Linden. Am I leaving any out?
Yeah, you are. What's the language? Great language school.
Oh, I know you're talking about.
Can't believe it.
It's already getting dark there. It's 4:30. Not cool. See, we don't do the whole daylight savings thing.
You know what I learned? This is my first time being in the place where they don't change the time. Matters not, because you still have to adjust the way you live because everybody else changes their time.
I know.
Everybody just needs to stop. Good
it's
Lord.
true. Right next to UVM. Okay, so that would be St. Mike's, right?
It would be St. Mike's.
But there's three other ones right there.
No, it could be St. Mike's. It could be It could be Johnson. It could be Castleton. It could
There's
be,
another one called Champlain.
Yeah.
And then there was the one that old Bernie Sanders started that went out of business. I can't remember what that one. Pitch dark here on the East Coast. Damn right it is. Damn right it is. The East Coast at this time, this would be late bus. Right? Late bus, 5 o'clock.
I'm dying to know what college it is.
St. Mike's.
Oh, is that what you
Champlain
said?
College is where I went. And I called it before they said it. Damn, I'm good. Damn, I'm good.
What do you mean you're good?
I'm
you
good.
grew up there. What do you mean you're good? There's no way you could miss that.
How many colleges are
Take
there?
the victory lap. Come on. He's taking a victory lap.
Yeah.
This is where I start my woodwork hobby. Love to make stuff. Spicy shells, little stuff. Helps me. I love woodwork, Morton Fissel.
Depression is miserable around the holidays. My birthday is December 23rd. It always seems like stressful and lonely time. Definitely going to be.
Man, sir. Man, I can't wait for you to see this picture. You're loved, man.
Yeah, you really are. And you know where to reach out, right?
Enjoy. Why is the speed limit 50 in Vermont? I don't know. Good question.
They don't want you to hit any milking cows.
I really did enjoy it. There's a fifth season in Vermont that you only know about if you've lived there. I suppose if you lived in Maine, you'll probably know about it. But there's mud season, where after the snow starts melting, everything just turns into this brown, awful puddle. And it's just a nightmare. It's really a tough time. Yeah, Miss Sunrise Dawn. My 4-year-old asked me the other day why it was getting dark already. Trying to make a kid understand that is no easy task. No, but the funny thing is, I remember as a kid when it was lighter at night. Man, it was like, that's like the summers here. You know what I mean? So it's about much as bummed out as they are now. I'm better off in a bit. Christy Caldwell, thank you for being here. We're doing good. Tommy's taking a quick break. And I'm kind of holding down the boat, as it were. Tomorrow's my 25th birthday. Bruce Osmond, happy birthday. I hope everybody will say happy birthday there. It's pretty cool. Quiet Girl at 6:24 and Dark out. Josh Adler. Johnny, hold on a second. Let me see what Josh Adler said. What I love about Vermont is they still have places where they use the honor system. Need eggs, maple syrup, a pie. You just leave the cash in a box. I don't see that anywhere anymore. Boy, can I tell you, when I lived in Vermont, we had an egg dude. Used to drive by the house once a week and drop eggs off. No kidding. Lawn Dog. Johnny, keep your eyes open. The next time you're at supermarket for Dean's Buffalo Wings flavored dip. You may enjoy it. I love it on chicken. It's got great flavor. I won't say. Thank you. I will check that out for sure. It's getting dark in Atlanta. The new baby, I think, is good. There's 2 new babies. Scoville family's had 2 babies in the last 48 hours.
It's true.
One's having a few issues. So good thoughts, vibes, prayers for that one. One is doing pretty well.
And the cat is still in the basket. Hey, happy birthday to Owen.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, I knew that there was a birthday coming. Hey, Christy Caldwell, good to see you. 2 babies, isn't that something? 7th, be safe. I don't celebrate the holidays anymore, do I? I have lived in Vermont my entire life.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet. That's what a Vermonter says. If you ask a Vermonter if they've lived in Vermont their entire life, they say not yet. I wonder what part you live in there. Just being me. How about telling me the closest big city?
Yeah, just tell it north or south. We'll guess the city.
I love Vermonters.
Have you ever noticed that Vermonters look like Vermonters?
Absolutely.
I've been in different states. I see a car with Vermont plates. I pull it next to them. Oh my God, that looks like a Vermonter.
Yeah, probably rocking.
They have a look. I swear. Yeah, or driving a Subaru. Or
yeah. Thank you, Chad.
Northern Vermont. So we're talking about Burlington. We're talking about
St. Albans.
No, Burlington. It's going to be one of the. Could be Montpelier. It's not quite north. It's
probably
going to be
like
Burlington.
a good Vermont accent too.
Boy, that's a fact.
Oh, Jesus.
It's a different language, man. It's almost like Louisiana, Bayou.
There's a scene in the movie Funny Farm where there's a guy sitting on the porch, and they go up and ask him for directions.
St. Albans Bay. There you go.
Look, I even called it. I said St. Albans. So yeah, they sit. So the guy's sitting on the porch, and they go up and ask him directions, and he says, 2 miles before the road dead ends, about a mile from where the old Holland Shed farm used to be, right?
All
where
things you wouldn't know unless you lived there.
You wouldn't know unless you lived there, but they talk about it like
you should know.
Yeah, take a left before the old Holland Shed farm, and you're like, yeah, I'm from New Jersey. I don't know what a Holland Shed farm is. They're definitely a different breed. Vermonters are different. I was in that movie, by the way. I was in Funny Farm. One of my claim to fames.
They only go 50. The best thing about Vermont is that I think it was Cal, wasn't it Cal? Cal Coolidge. He said there'll never be a billboard. Not having it.
Not having it.
And you know what's great? That nobody's ever folded. They know the money that would be, and they've never folded and said, "Oh, let's just cave and go for the greenbacks."
This is pretty funny. What prompted the 24-hour live? I'll tell you in a second. My daughter's uncle lived in Wisconsin for many years. He said they had 4 seasons: June, July, August, and winter.
That's great. I love that. That's a great quote.
So why are we doing a 24-hour live feed? Well, it's pretty simple, really. I'm
just as curious as they are. Yeah, it's simple. I am. New to me.
Nonsense. He's just playing games with you. So the reason that we're doing a 24-hour live feed is because in the last, say, 2 months, we picked up a lot of brand new subscribers, and many of them don't even know Chase the Heat, which is ironic, right? That they found the other Scoville prior to finding Johnny. But it was an opportunity for a lot of the people who are brand new to meet some of the crew. And I really wanted to beat home the idea that this is 24 hours for freedom. It doesn't matter what your freedom's from.
I should say I've never robbed banks. Everything else that Tommy's done, I was right there with him. Just never went into it.
It's true. I can say that honestly. He never once robbed the bank.
But everything else, I was right there with him. So,
but he's done some dirt.
Because people will say, I've had people email me, how come you didn't get caught?
Because there wasn't robbing banks. We went our separate ways there for a while.
Oh, this happens when you go underground for a bit. Your subterranean tour.
Yeah, exactly. My subterranean tour. Europe, Scandinavia, and the subcontinents.
Exactly.
Going hard to the paint. Movie night soon. Yeah, it is coming. I promise it is. No joke. I found out that we can do it, and it is coming. So we definitely wanted to do the live so that everybody had that opportunity. And to be really honest with you, lives are friggin' fantastic for a channel. 24-hour lives cement audience.
You know why I did it originally?
Raise money?
No, I did it. Here's the deal. LA Beast had done one. I love LA Beast. He's just a great guy, great content creator, good human being. But anyway, when I heard that he did a 24-hour, I'm like, gotta do that.
I can do that, right? They're good to have on the resume if you got a channel.
Is it really?
Yeah, they're great to have on the resume. If you have a channel, they're definitely something that you want to do. It gives people an opportunity to get together and meet people. It really is. It's not like putting up videos.
24 hours though, man.
24 hours is a long time. And let's be really honest, right? You're pretty likely to hear some stuff that you're not normally going to hear.
For instance, between 2 and 3, if you want to stop back, there's going to be a pretty cool sheep story. You aren't going to want to miss Danny in Oklahoma. We aren't going to miss that. And then there was hopefully we'll get another crank call. That was so much fun.
Oh, if you missed the crank call, I mean the scam artist earlier that called to tell me that they found a bag of dope in my and it wasn't even the right name. He's like, you're Adam so-and-so. I'm like, yep, that's me. I'm your guy.
Joe Randolph. Turned it on at the end. You don't need to suffer in silence, man.
Bring yourself to the lifeboat. We've got faith in you.
Have you ever had that happen to you? He's like silent.
Really,
it was great.
Really is very, very funny.
So much fun, man.
Funny stuff. Good stuff. Rich stuff.
This chair is like I'll talk. I'll tell you whatever you need to know.
Do you need to switch for a while? Huh? Here, come on.
No, that's all right. No, we're gonna wait. Let's wait for.
Hey, near the cat.
No, we'll wait for a few hours. Look, we're only, 2 hours in? What did we start this?
Back to the sleep study. My husband got the study, but it did not go back for the CPAP. Annual exam yesterday had an abnormal EKG. Today, cardiologist said heart issues is the problem. From severe sleep apnea. He's 49. Susanna, Dana, right? This is a pretty easy one, right? You sleep in the same bed with this cat. You get the, right? Does he wake himself up with that loud, right? We all know what sleep apnea is. There's a pretty good chance you know whether or not
laugh
he's got
at me
it.
when I do it.
It's because it's funny shit when you do it. It really is. I wanted to do a cleaning and organizing channel years ago until I realized how many haters there are. You know what? I get that, man. I get that.
You know what, though? As a content creator, there's only one thing worse than having trolls and haters as a content creator. And that's not having trolls and haters as a content creator. Because if you don't have it, it means you're not doing something well. He does stop breathing. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah. See?
Yep.
Yeah. So that's probably what needs to happen then. I mean, honestly, it'll be a better thing. Do you know who to talk to? Honestly, if you see Liz Ferris in the chat, talk to Liz. Liz has sleep apnea viciously, and she and I were talking about it. She got a really small CPAP machine. Apparently, they got some real low-profile crap right now. It's not like the old days where you look like you're wearing a friggin' like you're on your way to Mars or whatever. They got a much more sleek system. They actually have an app now which opens something up inside you. They put a thing in.
You know, I saw that.
Yeah. Slept next to a guy that growled in his sleep. Pretty sure he should be tested. Inappropriate effort. Yeah, that's actually an interesting point, isn't it? He said when you have trolls on a YouTube channel, it just means you made it. Well, you know what? I joke about this one a lot. You know, a guy said to me once, there was a man in prison who thought or had come to the realization that this man was a woman and was living that way. And I had never seen this at a prison before, right? They didn't have that at any of the yards I had been at till the very last one. And I remember saying to the guy next to me, I go, how do they let that woman who works here wear khaki? And he's like, that's an inmate. I said, you got to be kidding. Like, this man looks so much like a woman you could not possibly imagine. I'm trying to remember the person's name, Katie or something like that.
I'll mess up a yard in a hurry.
Oh, it'll mess up a yard in a hurry. It's just one of those situations that is absolutely liable to cause problems and quickly. But she showed an interest in me, and my cellmate said to me,
"Oh, geez,
I can't think of anything worse than having someone living like this in prison be interested in you." I said, them not being interested in you would be worse. You know what I mean? Like, I don't necessarily mean that I want to have anything to do with the person, but I don't want anyone to think I'm ugly. I kind of want everyone to think I'm a handsome guy that they'd like to hang out with.
Inside, I want to be a scary-looking person. I don't want to be attracted to anybody.
Well, you are. Oh, you mean on the inside of prison? I thought you meant on the inside of you. But it's the same kind of thing with trolls. There's the only thing worse than having trolls is not having trolls. Right? There you go. That would be worse. Because chances are it means you don't have subscribers. If you got subscribers, there's going to be some people that don't like you. And if you're as handsome as I am.
You know, for the people that don't like me now, they're about to really hate me.
Oh,
do you think they don't like me now?
You think you hate them now. Give them until after Christmas. And you're really going to hate them. Hey, Uncle Bull Cow. Good to see you.
I bet half of them don't even know about that. I'm in a reality show, you guys.
There's a reality show coming out in January.
January 22nd.
And
on Hulu and Disney.
Question, says Steve. Anybody still have active drive-in movies? Really good question. The place I just moved from. Remember the last time
you and I went to a drive-in theater? Remember that? I remember the movie. I remember when it was.
Oh, I don't.
You kidding?
No.
We saw Point Break in a drive-through theater. We had just skydived for the first time 2 weeks before. You remember that? No. And we went in. There was a ton of us.
Put a bunch of them in the trunk. I remember the trunk part. I'm more than likely to have sleep apnea and also have an EKG problems. They call it a septal myocardial infarction of undetermined age as well, but I never see a doctor for anything.
Nah, you might want to.
So myocardial infarction is a heart attack. That's really what that is. Myocardial infarction is the death. Technically, it's death of heart tissue. I had that happen to me. It's myocardial infarction means that there's some of the tissue that died off in the process of whatever injury you had.
You might want to go check that out.
It'd be a good thing.
I'm thinking it might be.
Are you guys going to go doorbell ditching tonight?
Did you say anything when I was away? Did you tell them?
No.
Good guess, man.
Vermont has 2 drive-ins that just me being me.
One has got to be in Vegas.
So you've lived in Vermont your entire life.
We know people.
We probably do.
In fact, let's not do that.
Yeah. You live in Wichita, Kansas. I was born there, and my family lives there. Let's make this easier, just in case you didn't see
The
it.
train don't go to
Let's make it
Wichita
easy. Lesson you're a hog or
or
a
a
cattle.
cattle.
People train runs out of Scoville.
Somebody get that, please, please. Good Lord. How
Driving
many
movies were good.
have we done now? Movie references. I started keeping a count, but I lost
It's
track.
you know, we're just all that's a good one too. There are even a couple of drive-in cinemas here in Moscow. Excuse me?
I've been to Moscow in a long
I have
time.
not either, but I have been to Moscow. Boy, the lifeboat, we are international. We're bad and we're nationwide. I'm sorry.
That's such a
International.
great song.
Mama Dukes, I promise I'm taking care of myself. I wouldn't lie to you. I promise you.
He wouldn't lie to you about that.
No. No. Remember Lycus's
Who?
Lycus's intro
Yeah.
on a convicted felon? No. Finally got the dog fed. Now one cat is yelling at me for attention, another is puking in the corner, and another is trying to eat the dog food. Good
Check out.
times. Good times. Sorry, chat is screwing up. Well, then you should be. Sorry, I mean.
Remember the time I was talking about the cat that I pawned off on Cindy? She was
Yes.
in the chat.
Oh!
Yeah.
Wow, that sucks. Nothing's worse than when you talk about somebody and then you find out that they're in your chat. See, I don't talk about people like that anymore. It's not going to go well. I know me. Am I blue? Yes, I'm blue. Why is she loafing?
She is loafing.
So if you're new to cats, this position here, where the cat takes on the appearance very much like that of a loaf of bread, where they just sort of,
Assume the loaf position.
she is loafing.
Loafing about, actually.
She's also, you know what? Maybe not. She's kind of,
Ray, there's a place in Fort Mill that has some wicked good Korean barbecue. No joke. Some of the best I've had.
do I remember Laconia, New Hampshire?
Laconia.
Yeah, there's a bike
Big
weekend
bike
in
rally.
Laconia. Yeah, they got a great bike.
It's Loudon for New Hampshire. Are you kidding?
Yeah. Laconia, Loudon. Yeah. It's nonstop entertainment here. Oh. 15 cats, 1 dog, and a 4-year-old. Wow. See, I could do with all that except a 4-year-old. I'm sorry. No, I'm kidding. I love kids. I asked for the closest drive-in movie theater, and it said Oakland, California.
And I live in Florida.
I live in Florida. That's kind of a bummer, Susanna Dana. Like, how long do I sleep typically before the first nightmare? Do you sleep if you have no nightmares? If I have no nightmares, I sleep through the entire
Last
evening.
night, you had a good night.
I slept all night last night. I sleep until it's time to get up. Like, perfect. Everything's great.
You know,
normally, the way it's been going, if I go to sleep at, say, 10 o'clock at night, I'll probably have the first nightmare before midnight. I usually don't make it much more than 2 or 3 hours. And then I get up and I walk around. And when I lay back down, I read or I do whatever. And usually I'll get one more in, but I'll wake up again. So if I can get 2 or 3 hours a night these days, I've been lucky. It's been really bad until last night.
You know, my
Last night I
bad
slept
dreams have
so-
changed a lot in the last 6 months.
I'm also on a new sleep medication that they're trying me on until the sleep study. It's non-narcotic, but we're going to see how it works.
That whole sleep paralysis thing was it turning a corner?
That's something, isn't it?
Oh, all my dreams.
Penn Springs,
got
West Virginia has a
wicked
drive-in
weird
closer
since that
than
happened.
California, says Valerie 102. You hear that? So you don't have to go all the way to Oakland. You can stop in Penn Springs, West Virginia.
What was the dude's name we went to that movie with?
Charles.
No.
What movie? I have no idea what you're talking about.
And we went the last drive-in. We were in Florida. Florida. We were in Texas.
Okay.
Diana was there. I can't remember. We used to surf with them. Oh yeah.
Was it the guy that?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
What's the first name?
Hold on one second. Pagan, good to see you, hon. I'm glad that you're here. It is not trazodone, quiet girl. It's a tricyclic antidepressant, is what it is. His first name starts with an L. His last name starts with an H.
Yeah.
I've never been to South Carolina. What is the flavor profile of South Carolina barbecue? The flavor profile.
Easy. We stop. What the hell's wrong with you, man?
My boyfriend lives in Concord near Laconia. I also have a friend in Grafton, which is probably closer.
I did something in Grafton. I went biking in Grafton. Had such a good time.
But you left it at, which is probably closer. To what? Perchance, do you mean closer to Vermont? Because Aurora, Missouri also has a drive-in movie theater. See, you thought you were coming by just for some entertainment. Little did you know, we were going to tell you where you could catch a drive-in theater.
Ruthie, we'll see when you get back, girl. Thanks for being here. Look at that inappropriate heifer. I have sleep paralysis too. It's always the devil electrocuting me with his fingers. I'll tell you, I had a couple spooky ones. Like scared the willies at me. One, it was I just realized it just started happening to me. So it's not something I've been dealing with for a long time to kind of get me like, okay, it's happening again. So the first time it happened, I thought I had a stroke. I kid you not. I was laying there and I just couldn't move. And I was like wide awake, but couldn't move anything. You know how it is. And I thought I had a stroke. I'm like, man, they're going to wellness check. They're going to find me. I'm going to look like a raisin dried up on the floor. And then the next time it happened, I dreamed that I was getting up to go to the bathroom the whole time I'm in bed, but I think I'm awake and up. And as I'm walking I go to the bathroom, then I'm going to go get something to drink. And it's like 3:15 in the morning. I think to myself, I'm just going to check I don't know why, but it's a stupid dream thing. I was just going to look at the eye hole. And at 3:15, I look through the eye hole and there's an eyeball there. Scared me to death. And all of a sudden I'm back in bed. And I'm like, well, how did I get from the door to bed?
More false endings than Gone with the Wind.
For real. And I was just like, oh, okay, I get it now. Then my room kept changing. Like my guitar is blue. It went, I can't remember, it was green or something. That had, instead of going to the 6th string, it was a 7th string. I had a fire extinguisher in the room when there wasn't one.
You know what you sound like? I hate to do this to you, but I'm going to have to go there, man.
What?
You sound like Lois Griffin telling a dream. You know the episode where she
was such a good one, yeah.
Yeah. Because it was like my house, except everything was blue and there was no reason for that. And then the kitchen was there, except the dishwasher was in the living room, which made no sense. And tell them the story of your dream. Sorry. The cat wanting attention is named Miracle. Go back up, back, way back. Because she survived being tossed from a moving vehicle. Oh my goodness. What kind of ass? You know what? I don't even want to know. She's one of several of ours that have, I don't.
You remember we were watching the show that one night on the news about the dog? It had been shot, stabbed, beaten.
No, it wasn't. That was a guy. I told that story on here.
Answers to the name of Lucky.
Oh, yeah. But how about the guy that was shot, stabbed, beaten, thrown from a moving car, but is in the hospital in good condition? That was WMTW TV. Poland Spring, Maine, Channel 8, 1976. I could probably take the month. Wait a second. Someone would be grateful. Have a great day or night. Off to theater now. Hope it'll be okay. If you could please send positive vibes and or prayers. That'd be great.
Fun.
Can we? Do it right now. People, you hear that? Thoughts and prayers for our friend there.
Yeah.
I once woke up and could not move. Tried to scream and could not. Blacked out. Then I woke up and was okay. To this day, I don't know if it was real or a nightmare. There's an excellent chance that you were suffering from sleep paralysis. I have suffered with it since I was in my teens.
Every dream I've had since then has had some element of weirdness.
Every bit of it. Yeah. Everyone. That doesn't bother me. Like, honestly, the ones that bother me are the ones that I know I'm dreaming, but I can't break out of it. I can't wake up. And then when I do, it's fake.
Right.
You know
You
what I mean?
think
Like,
you're awake and it's
There's
still
a dude
not.
in the doorway ready to scare the ever-loving poop out of me, right? And I go, ah, and I wake up and sit in bed and go, oh, man, that was bad. And then the wall starts to
Right.
melt, you know? And this thing with horns comes in and you're like, oh, shit. And it's one right after the other. It's like 4 or 5 false endings.
I don't want to talk about it.
So you have to walk into the kitchen and drink. If I go to the kitchen and drink milk directly out of the jug, like I am wont to on a regular basis, that I know I'm okay. 2 thriving theaters in Riverside, California. And that is closer to Florida than Oakland. True.
The time that was most frightening, I felt something on my neck right here. I was laying, I feel little fingers on the back of my neck. I was like, I tried to freeze, but I couldn't. Well, I couldn't move because I was stuck. But on the back of I could feel fingers on the back of my neck. I'm in my place by myself, and they're like literally fingers touching me. I'm like, okay, man, nothing's touching me. I'm in my apartment. Something weird is going on, but I'm not gonna fall for this crap.
Pagan, this is for your mom. Everybody, if you're new to the boat, Pagan's been a friend of the boat for a very, very, very long time. And her mom has decided to forego any more chemo. And that, you know what? God bless her. For real. She's in my thoughts and prayers, but God bless her. You know what? Everybody, the fact that she is able to drink water. Decision.
I'm going to go
get some more.
No, I have plenty. I'm going to go get rid of some.
So good for you. And this is why you need a couple of people. See, you do a little pit stop. Johnny Scoville will run off, handle his business. I have some Reaper tincture. What are you waiting on? You got some Reaper tincture. You need to do a full Robbie dropper of that stuff. Don't be shy. Crank that burn. Crank that burn. You guys ready for a little more cat in the basket? 2 hours and 46 minutes. And this lazy feline has not moved except to roll over. That is a cat in a basket. Oh. We're a good girl. Concerning those drive-in theaters, I was going to comment on Riverside, having the only one I know of that is still doing that. It's about an hour away. There is a drive-in movie theater in Reno, Nevada. It is on, hold on, and I'll tell you the name of the street. It's on Audi Boulevard. That's Audi with an O. That sounds too like sleep paralysis. Very often I feel like there's a hand on me or something pushing down onto me. I get that a lot. The ones are for some people, like if I put up a 1 and it says the lifeboat next to the 1, means I'm praying for you or for whoever needs thoughts or prayers. For some people, they don't believe in prayer. So it's just a positive thought for those people. Or it's their way of just saying, you know what? I'm hoping for you. I'm pulling for you. I'm rooting for you, whatever the case may be. And for some, it means prayers.
I've just been given a warning that Tad and Kit from Harvest 912 are going to show up and bother me. They said that.
Is that how they worded it?
Yeah, actually. Maybe bugged. I can't remember. Here, look. Yeah, we're coming to mess with you. Yeah, we're coming on to mess with you.
Oh, all right then.
So we'll be looking for that. Any minute. Excuse me.
Well, I'll tell you what. How about if we just virtually throw you a hug then, Pagan? I fell asleep and didn't get anything done that I wanted to, but with a broken toe and a sprained ankle, wouldn't have been much anyway. Yeah, that sucks. Sounds painful.
It does.
You know, while you were out there, you shouldn't have been afraid to make me a cup of coffee.
You want one?
With some creamer.
You want one?
Yeah. With some,
right now?
Yeah, a little half and half, and then maybe some
cream on top?
my creamer on top of it.
Your creamer? Did you really say that?
Yeah. Well, there's a difference between my stuff and your stuff. I wanted a little bit of the both, is what I was saying. I can make it.
No. I get the routine. I know how it works.
Well, then what was that look for, you hat? Huh?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I used to live in a haunted house. The poltergeist there would show itself to me while I had sleep paralysis. I know it sounds crazy, but it was very real. I'm going to tell you something. It doesn't sound all that crazy to me, man. Johnny, though, says it sounds crazy to him. Ray Ray says Johnny's house is on. I should go get some Ghost energy drinks. What the hell are Ghost energy drinks? You ever hear of an energy drink called Ghost? I'm sorry, Nick, did you say it's time for your daily toasted yeast extract sandwich? We've lost Noise Opera to the dark side. He eats Vegemite daily, apparently. However, the poltergeist mostly left my daughter and I alone, but would throw things at my now ex-husband. I should have listened to it. Yeah, or just started throwing stuff at him yourself. I mean, there's always that. Gia says, I do not associate with ghosts. I'm not adverse to it. I'd like to check one out. I'd probably be the first to run like hell if I actually saw it. But Block A. Richard says, spring is here. I got so excited I wet my pants. Well then. That's digging spring right there. Can you hear the beautiful sound of my Keurig coffee maker spitting out that? I'm sorry, I love coffee. Ty Benfield says sleep paralysis is one of the stages you go through when you are trying to astral project. After sleep paralysis comes the vibrational stage and then the astral projection. I have heard this from someone else, Ty. I have heard this. Oh, plants, not pants. Well, who wets their plants? Hold on one second. Hold on. Bad timing, I know. But every once in a while, people, in order to keep everything going and just smoothly doing its business, it threw a clock at a bed frame. I have the hiccups. Can you believe that?
No, you said hot.
No.
It doesn't happen to you.
No, I don't get the hiccups from hot things.
I get it so infrequently. The last time I got hiccups, I recorded it.
Balake said, so excited about spring that he wet his plants.
Nice.
I read pants.
Oh, no. Did you now?
Oh.
Jeremy Shelton, we have two new, we have a nephew and a
Nephew.
Are they both? And there you have it.
I believe they're both nephews. My dad's parents' house was haunted. See that? Another haunted house.
That's a lovely cup of coffee. Isn't it? Just
Oh, I can't believe that. I'm getting rid of them.
go do it.
You know how you get rid of hiccups?
Tell me.
Sugar.
That's what they say. I was in a place in Perth. It was Perth, where there was a place. It was kind of a restaurant bar that used to be a place you could sleep, but they had it was haunted there. They had a room that you could go into, and the temperature would change apparently, and it would get colder in certain spots. So, like, Johnny, you want to go in that room? I'm like, yeah, bring me in it. So I went in there, and it wasn't any colder, but it was still fun though. I wish I could remember the name of that place. That was crazy. They made it was a brewery too. Oh, it was a brewery. I forgot about that. They made a habanero beer in my honor. I was drinking that. Yeah, Perth, Australia, right. I had still hiccuping, man. Handle business. You be all right? I got this. Done 25 hours. This is nothing. Yeah, I read that, Valerie. There have been people that have had the hiccups forever. Last time I was driving back from the filming with Ryback all day. I was coming back with my son, Johnny Jr., and he's like, dude, you got the hiccups. I'm like, I know. Let's film it. Because it just never happens. I have spent some time in New Zealand. Who asked me that? The real two scummy. I absolutely love New Zealand. It's one of the most beautiful places. Really is. And just an amazing place. It's something, you know what's interesting about New Zealand? You could like drive on like a regular road. If you stopped your car and just walked 15 feet into the woods off the main road, you'd feel like you were in like a prehistoric jungle. It just has an old feel to it. I really had a good time there.
It's the Shire, isn't it?
Yeah, totally. I'll tell you what, they really, you look at that. They've done a great job of parlaying that. Everybody's catching on the.
This is the Shire thing?
Oh, yeah. Look at this, people. Look at it. Look. It does taste so good.
Hey, look who's here. Oh, you foul monkey. If I thought you were going to eat it, I wouldn't have brought it to you.
It's totally different than Australia. Totally different.
Cosmic says.
Oh, this tastes so good.
Cosmic says New Zealand is amazeballs. It's different to Australia in that the land is more likely to kill you than the animals. I got you.
So you guys know what a hungy is? A hungy? Don't start with me. You gotta get paid double for that kind of action.
I was about to say about $75. Going rate.
Listen, a hungy. Hungy. They dig a hole. They dig a hole, people, and they take all kinds of cool stuff like meat and sweet potatoes and onions and hungy. There you go. They put on coals and flat rocks, and they put food on top of it, and like all kinds of like leaves and stuff, and they bury it back up.
Foulness on your breath now.
It is so delicious. They cook it for like a day. Then we go back and dig it up, and man,
what is this?
A hungy.
A hungy?
Maybe a hangy. I'm not quite sure.
And what is a hangy again? I wasn't paying.
They dig a hole,
right.
And they put down coals,
right.
And these flat rocks, and they heat the rocks up and throw your food on top of it. They put it in tin foil like beef and
right,
whatever, and onions.
So that's just the process then. It's not the food. This bungy.
It's a hungy, dude. Not a bungy.
Hungy.
Hangy.
I can't give you a wrench from this position, even if I wanted to. I have to do it from a different platform. On this platform, I can do nothing because I'm through the what do you call it? StreamYard.
Incredible.
One night when I was going to bed, my dog sat in the corner and barked up the ceiling. Never before and never again. Wow. That's kind of odd, isn't it?
This really was an exceptional cup of coffee.
Next day, was informed that my grandmother had passed. I think she was trying to say goodbye. Wow, it's incredible. Tommy, I hope you know I meant that you will teach the kid how to help others and be a crew member to help others. Not that he would be on drugs.
Oh, sorry. We knew you wouldn't mean that.
Oh, come on
now.
We're good. Yeah, don't you. We're good.
He's a jerk, but he's not.
Yeah, right? I mean, we know you. Hungy. See?
Hungy. There's a hungy. I'll tell you something.
Kind of sounds like a luau. I agree.
It's a New Zealand luau, kind of. But boy, it was really good.
Deeming 9 lived in a 200-year-old house. It was definitely haunted. We just ignored it all.
See, Ray thought that my last place was haunted in Fort Mill because you used to see orbs, which I think was just a piece of dust floating around.
You never dusted the place the entire time you lived there.
There's a smooth film of capsaicin still. If you went in there now,
nobody
I promise you, the people that
again.
they would, I don't care how good they cleaned it. The people that moved into the place that I moved out of, somebody's been burned since I've left. I promise you. I'm telling you. It just is. Whoever stole the copy of my Microsoft Office will find you. You have my word, Blocky.
You have my word.
Can I tell you something?
You have my word. You see what he did there?
I did.
He had their word.
See,
have you ever done the Arizona touristy stuff like the Desert Museum, Old Tucson Tombstone International Wildlife Museum, Pima Air and Space Museum, Titan Missile Museum? I've done a bunch of those. Johnny has done the Pima Air Museum with me.
But that was like a million years ago. How long was that? Was that 15 years ago? 10, 15?
Oh God, I was married.
No.
Yeah, to my first wife. That was so long ago, bro. Spanx Calhoun was with us. He was about 3.
Tad and Kit. There you go. I told him you'd be here to give us the business. Hi, Tad. Hi, Kit. You
Harvest
guys.
912. Tad and Kit, good to see you. New Zealand Maori are Polynesian. So Hawaii, New Zealand, and Fiji, Tonga, Samoa, and all the like have a very similar traditions. Okay. Get back, honky cat. Better get back to the woods. Honey, change is going to do you good. She's right. Well, I quit those ways, my redneck ways. And
I'm so happy with this coffee. I wish it was
change is going to do me good. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
That's it.
Inappropriate heifer. Are you referring to 1947, July the 5th, Patterson Air Force Base? I'm just curious.
Shelton knew a widow who believed her deceased husband communicated with her through a psychic medium. They even did pottery together while the Isley brothers played in the background.
Stop it.
It'd make a great movie, but we buy it.
She has serious spelling issues today.
Look at that. I see you have my Erie mug. I do. Erie Aviation people.
Laughing my ass off, Isley Brothers. Yeah. That does sound a bit like a movie.
Right?
Huh.
Interesting. The Sunrise Dawn. My uncle passed from a heart attack several years ago. Called all of his nieces gal. The night after he passed, I was standing alone at work and felt a tug on my sleeve, which he always did. That's interesting.
You know what? My Mama Scoville tells the story of hearing clear as day Papa Scoville call her name weeks after he was gone. She said it was just the craziest thing in the world.
You know what I did? It was weird after he died for like 2 weeks.
What's up?
I'd be like halfway through a text message to him. Like I'm like, yeah. It was just weird.
How about that? The day I called you, that picture was
I know, right?
Like that one.
That torqued you out. I was with Tad and Kit. You called. You're like, dude, I just heard Tom. Is you okay? I'm like, no, man. He's pretty freaked out.
Oh, part 2. Then there was no one there. Then I heard his distinct laugh in his voice say, "Hey, gal." I know he was saying goodbye. My dad tells the story. He was playing in a tennis tournament.
Oh, yeah.
And he just needed to serve out for
the Havemeyer Cup.
The Havemeyer Cup. And we have the cup still. He won it.
He did.
But he needed to serve out for the win. He said he was standing on the baseline, and I was there. And he looked over at the bench, like where he would be between SPTV Tattoo Warrior. I can't do anything with a wrench from here.
But you're going to get one.
Because this doesn't go, I would have to go around the platform because I'm using, so I can't.
But now I'm advocating for her, so I'm going to make sure
I want you to have a wrench. I just can't do it from this platform.
I got you.
Yeah.
Wrench is coming.
Sounds like it would be a good movie, although Patrick would literally be a ghost now. Sorry if that's too dark. I loved him.
Too soon?
No, you're
Don't
good.
You love dropping
You're
it
good.
too soon?
You're good on the Patrick Swazul.
Because that's not too soon.
No. I'll take a late gift modding. There you go. That's the spirit. A ghost at the Double Deuce. Pain don't hurt. And you can quote me on that one.
Well, we've been doing this for 3 hours. It doesn't even feel like 3 minutes.
It doesn't. Time flies on the line.
Here's the thing. Only 21 more hours to go.
I want a Dremel. You don't have a Dremel? Excuse me?
There are 4 in this house.
You don't have a Dremel? I have a Dremel every 3 feet. Alamo's tourist trip, when you see the Daniel Boone's casket, he's not really in there. I had no idea. I didn't either.
Christy Caldwell.
You have inspired her.
I'll tell you what, I don't know if it would be as good as the one I just had. So good.
This is
Bizzle needs vice grips.
Look.
Bizzle needs some vice grips.
The cat.
We're on it, Bizzle. The boys at
what
the
size? They got run in bet. What size vice grips are we looking for?
And no fish coffee, please.
There once was a ghost who got a second chance to play. You see me reading.
I didn't know. I was looking down here.
You see me. There was a ghost who once got a second chance to play baseball again. He left early, though, before his wife. At least you would think he had a girlfriend. You spend entirely too much time.
I know, for real.
Watching really good stuff.
And Neek needs to get a grip on her on vices. That's such a good line.
Swayze's mom was a famous choreographer. Patrick taught John Travolta the two-step for Urban Cowboy. Shut right up. No, I'm serious. Stop. I don't want to hear it. No, I'm kidding. I did not know that. Did you know that?
I believe it or not, I think I had heard that actually. I didn't hear that he taught Swayze, but I did hear that his mom was a choreographer.
There will be no fish coffee tonight. If you haven't tried it. Dremel instead of a wrench. I'm out. Good night. Be safe, please. If you have a tough time
from
sleeping.
Field of Dreams.
Yeah.
I love it.
Lori's three-piece in it.
And Scooby-Dooby's got her shopping done. Gotta
Good
love
for you.
that. Man, my coffee's done. That was such a good cup.
Oh, yeah, it really was.
You know, one of the
Sucks.
worst things in the world is
Sucks.
having taken too much caffeine. Doesn't that suck? Have you ever done it?
I have. But I can think of something worse.
Caffeine, capsaicin.
When when ecstasy was legal and we could buy the stuff in bars, we did it a lot. And then they made it illegal. And I bought a bunch of it. Like I had a ton of the stuff. And I was selling it for $20 a pill or whatever. But I went through altogether like 14,000 tabs or something. Like we bought a lot of them. And we went through all of them. And then a guy said to me, "Oh, I just got a batch in." I think he might have even done some of it. It was that stuff that made your hair stick up on end. And it was, oh man.
The one that stands out is the first time we did it. We didn't know how much. We just took too much.
That's really a great answer. Valerie says, "SPTV Warrior, why do you need a wrench? Did I miss something while I was gone?" And she wrote, "Because I want one." There you go.
And you know what? She ought to have one.
I like the way you communicated too.
Finger Rock. I have not Cemetery. I think Tommy's done that with
I did.
Valentine.
I did. This stream is the bee's knees. I love hanging out with the Scoville brothers. Zach, what a cool thing to say. Really appreciate that. We're glad that you're hanging out with us. We expect you to stick around personally for the next 19 hours.
I've been called the bee's knees before, though. I appreciate it.
That's not the first
been
time
used
you've been
before.
called
It's
the
been
bee's
used
knees?
before. It's been used before.
Well, you've been doing this too long. If that's
All
not
right.
the first time you've heard that. You know, we're going to have a beautiful sunset in about half an hour. It almost might be worth taking you guys on a walk.
No, here's the problem. It won't. We'll lose the connection.
Actually, we won't. It is possible. I don't know. We'll talk about it. So I got a new job. I'm mostly sober, have the occasional lapses. My kids are independent. The last 2 days, I realized that things are going pretty well. Good for freaking you. And I'll tell you something. Everybody pay attention, right? Everybody pay attention. So I got a new job and I'm mostly sober, right? You know what we call that? That's called harm reduction. And in the beginning, mostly sober's friggin' fantastic. If you spend 3 months saying to yourself, I got to stop drinking, and in the course of that 90 days, you drink 3 times, look at the previous 90 days. How did you do? You drink every day, right? You got up every single morning feeling like shit. So now you've done it three times in 90 days. That is a huge reduction in harm. See that? My wife and twin toddlers are out of town, so I'm up all night, baby. That's the spirit. Well, we might just do something stupid. It could happen. Wouldn't be the first time. Cosmic, you are a survivor. Absolutely right.
Yeah, it means when you get a wrench, it means you're a mod on the channel, which is a really important role because, it's just a really important role.
You're going to get Comcasted once you go outside. We do pretty well broadcasting here from outside. We do a lot of live feeds. Not so much.
I will tell you this.
The lifeboat, but we Chase the Heat.
When Chase the Heat turned 7, though, I did a live feed and it died halfway through. And it was a miracle because I had the camera set up, so I filmed it anyway. But if it weren't for the camera, that was a loss.
But you seem to have issues with that from time to time when I don't seem to as much. No?
No,
it happened during the one of our other ones.
Yeah. Could have.
I used to have a vice when I lived down south. That was before I met Don Johnson and Philip Michael Thomas. Were they driving a Ferrari? were they wearing gold Rolex day dates?
Wasn't that just a
Fluted
crazy
bezel.
show when you
Great
think
show.
about it?
They just celebrated the
I
joke.
promise, though, if you go back and watch it, none of it ages. Nothing is like you imagine it. You know what Tommy and I did today? We didn't watch the whole thing because we don't have a lot of it, but we stopped and watched a little bit of a comedian from the past.
Two comedic specials. Maybe we watched probably 10 minutes of each because the theory was that perhaps we wouldn't think that they aged as well as we might have. And we went back and watched it, and yeah,
neither one of them aged well at all.
they did not. They made us really uncomfortable.
New England Coach, would Mother Scoville say you two were double trouble as kids? Wow, that's the kind. I don't know.
You know what, man? Mama Scoville's is a freaking saint. I mean, put yourself in Mama Scoville's shoes, right? I mean, even if you were to put yourself in Mama Scoville's shoes today, she's got
two sons.
She has two sons in their 50s. Who, what do your sons do?
Well, one of them eats peppers. I'm like a geek. You know that?
Like a circus.
One rung up on the ladder.
Well, and her other son, his claim to fame is what? That he robbed a group of banks.
And you also do stupid stuff on my channel, so you got double.
But that's only because I'm
not
fortunate enough
not
to have as a brother. Who are the comedians? If I tell you, I'll lose a few subscribers because that's the world we live in at this point.
Yep.
But you could probably, honestly, Pomfret,
right?
But if you think back to the 80s and you think controversial or something, then you'd come across it. I was told. Big shout out to all the people.
Look at Shelton. You bumped your head, Jeremy.
Yeah, like,
quit.
You think you're smart or something? Because you're not smart. Because you're not smart. Hello from Globe, Arizona. We love both channels, and we hope to meet both of you one day soon. Well, thank you, Blue Cuban.
I think that would be fantastic. I would like that. Is it too cold to go swimming now?
No, absolutely not.
Tommy and I have done the polar bear thing in more places.
For real, if there's a place that you can go and get with a group of people and swim in some icy water, we've probably done it. Thank you for your teaching and appreciation. Appreciating me, harm reduction. You were the only one who had my back with harm reduction. Most think if you haven't stopped completely, you're still a drug abuser. Here's the deal. I want people to have a better quality of life. And if you're doing, if you're drinking a fifth a day and you end up drinking two beers a day, right? Or 3 beers a day, that's huge. It's massive. Harm reduction is great. Martha Simmons. You think he might be controversial? Well, let's just say that hypothetically, he didn't age real well either. I mean, the comedy didn't. You watch it now and you just go.
Like 78 times. If we were to have watched it, I'm certain there were probably 70 or 80 times where he probably may have said something that today
would have gotten him canceled
in 5 minutes.
Starting from the very first line?
Not that I watched it, but had that, you can assume.
Here's the Deal is a channel. Well, it should be. Probably should have been my channel.
I've been saying that.
I say Here's the Deal a lot. I know I do. I do. I do.
No,
I do. I do. But I'm working on it. You know what I mean? I'm getting better at not saying it. Well, I'm not.
You're not, but you could.
If they helped me, maybe.
If they helped you and worked with you, maybe.
But they don't help because nobody.
Animals and small children can see things most of us cannot. You know what? It's truth to that. I worked when my oldest son it was his 4th birthday. I worked for just a bad dude, man. He was just a bad guy.
He's a bad guy.
No, listen, he ended up getting fired and I ended up taking his position, but he was doing the most debaucherous things in the office. It was horrible. And my son's birthday, I told him that I needed some time off because it was my son's birthday. And so he said, when your wife gets here, why don't you have your son come up here? I got him a present. True story, man. It's amazing. It was we're sitting down in my lap. He comes into the office, sits down, and this guy comes out with a big box, and he had a dump truck in there. The coolest dump truck. If you're a kid, 4 years old, this was like the most outrageous gift. He looked at it. He was super excited when he walked away. My son, he looked at me and goes, "He's a bad man, isn't he, Dad?" I almost had a heart attack. Just like that. He's a bad man, isn't he, Dad? My wife was just like, "It's time to go.
Yeah.
Let's go right
now. Wrap it up. Roll them up. Roll them up.
Yep, it was crazy. True story though.
Okay. You're going to help me here in a second.
Am I really?
Yeah.
I'll do that.
And in the meantime, maybe no dead air.
Yeah. Let's see here. Hold on a second. Dr. Seuss is funny now. Big fan of Dr. Seuss.
I've always been a fan of.
Why don't pirates take a bath before they walk the plank? They just walk up on shore. They just wash up on shore. Nice.
Man, hey, see what you did there. See what you did there. How did this happen? Oh, there it is.
What are you working on here?
You know what it is? I'll tell you what it is. I think if you show up here, now,
I like pickles. I had some bread and butter pickles yesterday that Mama Scoville made. And I'll tell you what.
She's got game.
Right?
She does. Mama Scoville's got game. Anything she does with cooking, she's got mad game.
Partial to her Italian stuff, man. When she makes like the homemade Italian.
Yeah, no question. No question. She's got that anyway. So here's what I'm looking for. I would like to find the video that I'm. Oh, there it is. Right there. See, this is what I'm looking for. Booyah! See, don't I feel smart now? If there's a Vermonter still here, did you catch that? Don't I feel smart? Check it out. Live. Booyah!
Nice.
I'm learning. It's only took 2.5 years. All right, I'm not learning, but I could. Okay, here's the thing. That's better. Maybe I could try that. All right, so here's the thing.
It doesn't roll. I've actually tried alternate words, but I always come back to deal.
Pickled onions are my snack food. I could eat pickled onions forever.
Funny story. I was in Australia heading to New Zealand, and got for a chili contest. I get to New Zealand, and there was a dude also from Australia that was flying to New Zealand, and he makes hot spicy stuff. He's got two glass jars of onions, and they're big. They're like balls. So they went in there and they flagged them. They're like, "What is that?" And the name of this product is Blurter Bombs. I'm not kidding you. This dude said, "What is that?" He goes, "Oh, it's no big deal. Those are just my Blurter Bombs." You're like, "Pardon me?" But he said that in the airport. I'm like, man.
Yeah. Well, you did a dumb move in the air. Can we talk about this?
What did I do in the airport? No.
So I'm in Salt Lake City, Utah.
Oh, that's a good story.
I'm in Salt Lake City, Utah.
No, but she misheard.
My story. It's too early in the night for you to start telling the stories. I'm telling the story.
Can I chime in if you butcher it?
And I'll tell you why, because I'm not going to butcher it. So I dropped my brother Johnny off at the airport.
You've already butchered it. On the way to the airport, he bought the ticket. On the phone, we heard them do it. All right,
correct.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because my brother Johnny, if he's leaving on a flight tomorrow, we'll book the flight 45 minutes to spare because that's who he is. Not so much now, but definitely used to be that cat. So we're on the way to the airport, and he's calling my boss, and my boss is buying the ticket for him to go to the next spot. Okay, we good?
Yeah, good.
So we get to the airport and we drop Johnny off, and I get a big hug and a kiss.
You were with Topham.
I was with, yeah, you can't do that.
Sorry.
So
I didn't say the first name.
Sir Topham had. So I'm with a friend of mine that I worked with. Really a good dude.
Totally.
A really excellent guy. So we drop Johnny off. We both give him a big hug and we drive away. And I'm, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes away, and I get a phone call from my brother. And this is the kind of call that you can only get from a brother who breaks the law. Because the phone call said this: "You need to pick me up now." And I said, "Dude, I'm picking you up for where?" He's like, "The airport. You need to get me now, out front now." I said, "Dude, what are you doing?" "All right, I'm going away from the airport toward the parking, long-term parking." I'm like, "Bro, just wait out in front of the airport. We'll grab you." "No, I'm going toward long-term parking." Sound about right?
Yeah.
So I pick up my brother, who dives on the back seat, kind of gets down into the laying position and pulls the door shut. And I'm like, "Did you steal something? What are we doing?"
Starting with a node.
Yeah, I mean, what did you just do that's illegal?
Here's what happened. He had just purchased the ticket, so I went in and I said, "I have a ticket." That I gave him my ID, and she said she's looking around for it. She said, "There's no ticket here." I said, "Well, there is, but it's understandable. It just happened 5 minutes ago on the phone. It's an e-ticket. I don't have a, please look again." And she looks, and there isn't one. I said, "Well, you have to check it out." And she goes, "You have no ticket." I said, "Well, I need to be on this plane." She goes, "Well, you have to buy a new one." I said, I just bought another one. I want to buy it again. So she's going back and forth. So all I said was, I swear to you, this is what I said. I said, look, if you want to steal from me, get a gun. It's a lot easier. He takes her head and puts it on the phone. She goes, what? You have a gun? And she grabs the phone. I went, no, I don't have a gun. She picks up the phone and dials security. I'm like, holy crap. She thinks I have a gun. So I turn around and bounce and just jetted out as fast as I could. When I got in the car, there were cops with sirens on everywhere. Since we're talking about that, yeah, I think we need to talk about that one. That's a good one, dude.
Salt Lake City?
Oh, yeah.
All right, I got a good story for you.
You do? I got a good story for you. We were working in a phone room. We were kind of running this room, and
we had just taken it over.
We were leaving to go get an energy drink, oddly enough. It was like a mile away. So
Hunt. Good to see you, Hunt.
We get to this place, and I'm inside getting a drink, and he was outside. I got the 2 drinks, and he walks in.
May I?
Please.
So I walk in carrying a piece of polyvinyl chloride. You know what that stuff is? It's plastic piping.
About that big around, about that long.
This one's about 1.5 inches.
You got to read between the lines here, so say the wrong thing.
This piece of PVC was capped on both sides.
You know what that is, right?
Okay. Halfway through this piece of PVC pipe was a hole sealed with wax. Coming out of that hole was a piece of cotton that had been braided. That piece of braid looked remarkably like what would pop out of the inside of a candle that you would ignite.
So he finds this
Pretty much
outside. He's making a phone call. He's walking around while I'm inside, and he sees it. So he picks it up. I'm in there paying for the stuff. He picks it up, walks in. He's on the phone. He goes, check this. I'm sorry, I found this in the parking lot. I think it's yours. Puts it down on the counter in front of me. I went, she just ringing me up. You want to see? I said, no, I got that. I'm all set. Let's get out of here. So we get in the car. We're not.
In my own defense, I was really, really high. Like I was really, really messed up.
We're driving back to the office, and cops are everywhere. Helicopter. We get back to the office. We turn the camera on for the news. There was helicopters. It had dominated every single local station.
I go. I'm looking at the TV. I go, that's right down the street.
That's
and
where
then
we
it
just
says
were.
Up there on the bottom, on the little chyron across the bottom.
Weren't you a person of interest?
Oh, yeah. Across the bottom, it said, customer drops off hippie. Boom. And walks out of store. And I went, oh, I'm that guy. Dude that dropped this
there
off
were
and walked out of the
helicopters.
store.
Remember when we went home? There was like 10 miles of traffic.
I remember calling my first wife and going, I'm leaving because we took the motorcycle. I'm like, I'm leaving the bike here. You need to come get me. Why? Just come get me. I freaked out for 2 weeks.
That was scary.
And here's the funny thing.
You know what's scary about
the
that?
store that I buy everything. It's 600 yards from my office. Now I got to drive 4 miles to get a soda because I can never go back in that place ever again.
Just driving by it, I was just like, look away. Nothing to see
here.
here.
It wasn't a really great idea.
Zelda says you have stories. Oh, Zelda. You have no idea.
Oh, we have stories. But that one was really rich because I swear to you, in my tar Hearn, just complete, obliterated. Like he's going off on me in the car. What are you, stupid? I go, it wasn't burning. Like I brought the thing and it's inert. It's not going to go boom, right? It's not lit up or anything. He's like, dude, you picked up a bivvy and walked right into the
stand there. I found this in the parking lot. I don't know what to do with it. I'll put it here.
What I said was, I found this in the parking lot. I think it's probably dangerous to leave it out there. Here. And I set it down on the counter and then I walked away. It didn't work out too well. They really,
I'll tell you what, didn't work out too well. Do you realize how south that could have gone? That went about as good as it could go. Are you joking me?
And you know what? I got to do this. I'm sorry. But the woman that ran our phone.
Oh, no. Pomfret. No.
Come
hey,
on, dude.
That's 2. I'll put it down. That's 2. We have a 2:00 slot for sheep. We'll put it at 3:30 or 4.
You can put it in front of the sheep. It's not nearly as bad.
It's bad.
It's bad.
Listen.
All right. No,
2.
Yeah.
Okay, we got the 2:00 slot taken. Are you sure about that? We'll have to revisit it then.
That story is almost as crazy as the time Enrico Palazzo was the umpire during the Angels-Dodgers game. Not Enrico Palazzo. That's a good reference for those of you who are familiar with that. Surely you're joking, Jeremy.
No, and I wish you wouldn't call me Shirley.
It was actually Jeremy I was calling Shirley.
He can't say it.
You were throwing him below.
I'm helping him out, man.
All right, you owe Johnny one.
Here's the funny thing: that book that I wrote stopped like 20 years ago. The stuff that's happened since then is so much worse than what happened before.
It's probably more than 20 years, don't you think, bro?
Yeah.
We were in Texas.
I wrote it in 94.
Yeah. I was in Colorado when you started writing it, I think.
Oh.
Yes, you want to hit the late night boat. The first big drug sale I did was a pound of weed.
It's a lot.
My friend disappeared inside a bar. Last time I seen him, I was in Capitol Hill, Seattle. Chaz shop, not a place to be messing. I'll tell you something. Yeah, the chop.
Capitol Hill.
Yep. So I was in California, and my daughter was being born, and I drove to go get some dope, and I needed it. I was getting sick, and I had so I drove over to Santa Ana. There's a car wash that is just a drug car wash. It's always going to be a drug car wash. I've been buying dope there for 25 years, right? Go ahead. Whenever I'm in California. So I pull up at this place and I give this guy, I need a bunch of dope. Like I can't go buy a 20 bag. It's not going to do a damn thing. I'm going to have to buy a 20 bag and buy another 20 bag. So you end up giving him more money than you want to. But I gave this guy hundreds of dollars, right? The idea was I was going to buy $200 worth of dope and then buy $200 worth of dope and then buy $200 worth of dope because he's definitely going to run if I give him 6. But I might be able to. And I said to him, look, when you bring me back the third bag, I'm going to give you $100 for your effort, right? Don't rip me off. It just makes perfect sense, right? This kid takes off, rips me off, and he goes and gets on a bike that he's got stashed on the corner of the car wash. And he's riding this BMX bike that is as pink as Pepto-Bismol, right? And it had some lettering and some stuff down the side, and it was just a very distinctive bike. And this guy got away with my $200. I ended up buying dope off of somebody else, but I was really salty about it. When my daughter was having her first surgery, I had to go back out to California, and I find myself in the exact same situation, right? I was at the Ronald McDonald House, which is where I was staying at the time, and I drove to Santa Ana, and I go to the parking garage, and I'm in a different vehicle, and I'm with a friend. So I'm in the passenger seat, and I go, holy shnikes. I'm like, do you see the dude on that pink bike? And he's like, yeah. I said, pull up behind that dude, right? Get as close to him as you can because I'm going to jump on him. Straight out of the truck. I'm jumping on this dude. And that's exactly what I did, like a rodeo thing. He pulled up, and I just bailed out of the car and took this dude to the ground. And I got a hold of him by the throat. I'm like, you remember me, you dirty little SOB? Started cursing at him up and down. And I ended up taking a bunch of cash out of the guy's pocket. And it was probably really stupid. I'm sure he had people that were probably backing him up and all that, but I got away with it. But it was, it was one of those situations where, like, I looked at him and I'm like, yo, I thought you got away with it. I mean, it was a good 6 months later. They have a Ronald McDonald House everywhere. They're so impressive with how far their reach is. The guy that started the McDonald's franchising, he bought McDonald's, but then Ray Kroc did all of the franchising and everything. He set up the Ronald McDonald House charities, and they're absolutely incredible. The way they treated me during my daughter's
amazing
birth and surgeries was just that. And every place is a little different. I'll be honest. I've been to 3 different Ronald McDonald houses now, and there's a couple of them that are a little less spectacular. Has to do with where they are. But the one that was near Santa Ana, the one near where my daughter had her surgeries, was just incredible. You get there and there's stuff in the refrigerator with your name on it, and it's just incredible. $8 for a Big Mac. $8 for a Big Mac. Yeah, they're saying it's $16 for
Big Mac meal.
Yeah, Big Mac meal, $16. $16, dude.
Like at the airport, if you're going to steal from us,
you ought to use a gun.
It's a lot easier. A gub.
Gub. Put all the cash in the bag. I have a gub. Hey, Tommy, Santa Ana, you are not too far from where I grew up in Irvine, next door to Tustin. When you're in Santa Ana and Tustin is next to Irvine. Yeah, well, right in Santa Ana, right it's the car wash closest to the homeless shelter, and that was just the easiest place in the world. Like that, the first time I was ever there, I had no idea where to go or do anything, and I just started driving, and it became real obvious.
My brother and I decided to get matching tattoos soon, and I'm excited.
See what you did there? You already got him thinking now, right? He's already thinking.
We talked about it today. What do you mean already thinking? We talked about it today.
Did we come up with any kind of a conclusion?
No, but did we not? Did we not talk about it?
There was talk.
Okay. Did you not say it's a thing?
I said I was willing to talk to you. I used to be the drug packager, sometimes deliverer for my drug dealer boyfriend. It was before I had a taste for it. Fortunately, many an interaction with police where it's great. I'm an innocent face. Oh, yeah, right? That definitely helps. That definitely helps. Who doesn't have a tattoo yet? Ray doesn't have a tattoo.
That surprises me. Not a lie. I would have absolutely pegged Ray to be an ink dude. If I said Ray right now, ink or not, you would have said yes.
Yeah, I probably would have assumed he had ink. Just because so many people do. The one in Dublin, Ireland is brilliant. The Ronald McDonald House. Nice though.
Cemetery says I wouldn't give wrenches out to people who ask for it. But you know what? Some deserve.
I'm not bright. I don't know. Hey, what is your buddy?
Chase the boat.
Chase.
Kind of what works.
Boat. Yeah. Why do I always feel like I'm off the boat into the water? That's spicy water. Christy Caldwell has several tattoos. Now look, this is the exact opposite. I would have bet. I would not have thought Christy had.
I want SPT tattoo order to come over to the Chase to eat. You got a wrench, girl. Go ahead.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go. Franklin says I got scars. I got a lot of those myself.
Couple.
Train in the water, boat on the track. Oh, yeah. Have you seen the surf? What do they call it? What's his God help us, man. What's the famous surfer's name? Slater?
Christian Slater.
Christian Slater? No, not Christian Slater. That's an actor. Terry Slater?
No, it's I know you're talking about.
He has a surf ranch or something. It's got this big train thing that creates a perfect wave.
Yeah, I see.
That's the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life.
What's his name, man? You keep talking. I'm going to find out what his name is.
Tasks and a few fair scars. I'm thinking of turning into zippers. There you go. There you go. I'll tell you right now, getting a tattoo on a scar is a process. I have this tattoo here went over a whole bunch of scars, and it took. I can't remember how many sessions. Like, it didn't want to take the ink. You really got to work to get it into a scar. Yep. That's exactly the truth. It really is. And I've put this to the test. Sorry, but I've put this to the test in so many places.
Kelly Slater.
Kelly Slater. There you go. Oh, man. I bet it smells. Yeah. You see it from Lawn Dog?
Mm-hmm.
Miss Sunrise Dawn says, I used to have a friend, a fellow recovering addict, who always said it didn't matter which city he was put in, he could find drugs within 20 minutes. His point was the problem. He's the problem. It's not the drugs. It's the problem. It's the truth. And we tend to think that if we can get to a new city, that life is going to be perfect. I really am happy in the city that I just moved to. But this is the first time I've ever moved anywhere where I didn't bring my drug problem with me. You know what I mean? When you were putting all of the stuff into the moving truck, the first thing that I would put in was my works. You know, and then you're just moving your habit to the next spot. That's all.
Bizzle wants a tattoo on his skin graft.
I think you should have one.
I think, yeah. Doesn't
I am a typo god, says Ben Turner. I appreciate someone who knows his skills. The reason I don't have any tattoos is the same reason I never married. Too much commitment. I heard a comedian talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, you know, he's talking about it. He goes, what was that? That's your girl's name on your arm? He's like, oh my gosh, man. He's like, that's all in. I can see, you know, getting married and having kids and all that. A tattoo is just such a commitment.
It's just so permanent.
Quiet Girl says, creating a tattoo of an anchor. Well, that needs to happen. There you go. I have no tats, says Cemetery 76. That I kind of knew, having met you. My friend said,
Dad has passed away now, but the good thing is that he died clean.
you know what? God bless that.
So
God bless that, man. Meet your maker without a buzz on. Hey, what's up, Joel Lawson? Good to see you, man. Glad that you're here.
to go out sober.
Yeah, I mean that's my goal, right? I want the box closed without me ever catching a buzz ever again. That's been the goal since day one.
Cemetery knocked that off.
You know, Mike Tyson did. I think it worked out for him. Honestly, I think it was probably a good business decision.
But it was touch and go for a while.
It was
At first, they were like, "No way! Is that serious? Is that a joke?" People weren't even sure. It took a while for.
You know what, LeBron? I'm pretty into tattoos. You know, with meaning for me.
See this one?
We should play Guess Who Has a Tattoo and Who Doesn't.
This is on the reality show. Me getting this one.
You got that one on film.
One of the episodes. It's me in a parlor getting this.
Yeah. That's going to leave a mark. I have 7 unless you count my stars individually.
Do you know what was great about this?
20.
It was done. Girl. They said it's like, I don't know how much, $300. Hulu paid.
Nah, they should. Just got here. How's the new addition to the family? Believe it or not, we picked up 2. The other baby that we were waiting on, thankfully, was also born yesterday or today. So we're able to do our 24. Do I play any instruments? No, I do not.
Liar. Lie.
I mess
He blows
around.
a harp. No, the guy blows a harp.
I screw around on a harmonica from time to time. I'm going to get a 7-pot primo and the logo for Chase the Heat tattooed on my forehead like bum fight. I like it.
It's commitment.
Man, you're
It's
failing if you
commitment.
don't get that done. Handle it. 7 done. I think you have 1 tat, maybe 2.
I don't even know. You know, I kind of see this all as one big one, even though there's a lot of them in this whole thing. It's kind of like one big one. That was the most painful one of them all. The point of my elbow. Oh, I got to tell you something. That was exquisite. I saw stars. It was at the end of the tattoo, so all the endorphins wore off.
There's this gal online who talks about how women should be married and mothers, etc., but she's never been married. I'm like, what? Go to the death with someone, then talk to me. Well, there's something to that, right?
But they say those who can do, those who can't.
No, but you know what? Let's play the devil's advocate, shall we?
Sure.
Okay. Maybe this gal really believes in the concept of a soulmate, but doesn't believe that she's come across hers yet. She could.
But
still
where would she
preach
have the
concept.
where would she have the false sense of confidence to think that she could be in a position of instructing people?
Maybe she watched her mother and father and thinks that they were the perfect example, and until she finds that one, she'll talk about it, but she hasn't found it quite yet. That's what I'm going with. You are both on the 2nd floor or just the one baby? Fortunately, none of them are here. I played baritone sax from middle through high school. I was the only guy who could carry it home and back in the sax section.
The beast of an
It's a
instrument.
beast of an instrument.
No joke.
Howdy, fellas. Good to see you, Russ. Thank you. You know what? I have to send a link.
Do your thing. So we have. I'm getting my next tattoo in a couple weeks. Tommy and I are going to go together. You do your thing. You got to do your thing. I'm gonna look what she's doing. Look how funny.
Where
she is.
do we stand on the UFO disappear?
Here's what I think, Josh. You want to hear my thing on the UFO? For decades and decades, people said, I saw a UFO, and the government said, I don't believe it. So when the government, what is the trust level of people in the government right now? So when they come out with a website, nobody believes them. To me, it didn't feel organic. The way it kind of rolled out, it didn't feel organic. It just felt so contrived. Look at, you guys ever see Wag the Dog, or what is it? Wag the Dog.
Yeah, Wag the Dog.
You
And
gotta see
it's
it.
a hell of a movie. It's a good book.
But it's
too.
all about like this is what they want us to look at right now. Because when we're looking at the UFOs, we're not looking at the stuff that's important. So,
Yeah, I here's the thing. I was in Arizona for the Phoenix Lights. And I certainly saw something that night. So I don't know. I think that there's a lot out there we don't know about. I really do believe that.
you trust our government?
Oh hell no.
You know what I mean?
I
No,
let them
not
take
feeling
care of me
organic
for
how
a
that rolled
decade.
out. It just feel like, hey, we want you to look over here now. It's just all
By the way, can we all say welcome, Cynthia? We're glad to have you on board the lifeboat, and we're happy that you're in recovery. God bless you. I mean it. That's good stuff. My brother had a problem with booze, but he quit a while before he passed. Thank God, right? How good is
I'm
that?
proud of him. I miss him always. Face pink tears.
You know what, though? How good is it
Yep.
that he went out like that, Cindy? Right?
For
That's
real.
how you want to go out. I think the UFO stuff was real, but they used it to distract us. I think you nailed it. I think that we don't know. I have heard of Montauk and the Philadelphia experiment. I am here's the thing.
Are you going?
Yeah.
For the love of God, do not be scared of
Make
making
you
me
a
a cup of
sandwich?
coffee and a sandwich.
Give me your no, that's my mug.
All right, but it's empty, so snag them both.
Well, no, I still have coffee in mine.
Take that. Oh, you know what?
Wow, like your attitude.
Yeah, whatever. We can talk about him now. So here's the deal. You guys have any questions you want to ask about Tommy? Because now's the time. My next tattoo, I think, is going to be something. Tommy saved my life. Whoops. You guys, a month ago, I died like right there on the floor. I was blue, and he found me. I wasn't breathing. I was severely dehydrated. And he kind of did the CPR thing. And if it weren't for him, I'd be dead. I think that warrants a tattoo. So that's what I'm going to do. See that? Lori goes, I hope he gets you. Sammy, I'm really not hungry. I just want to see if he would do it. What are you doing? What are you doing over here though? Okay. All right. Kind of salty here. Talented music writer and guitarist. I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know exactly what tattoo I'm getting. SP TV Tattoo Warrior. Something something like probably the lifeboat. I'm not quite sure where to put it. It's got to be on this arm because I made a deal with my mom that this arm I can kind of write on and this one I can't. Cynthia Sweeney, we are brothers. I'm a little older than he is. Just a little. Oh, yeah, David Grohl is amazing. David, what's funny about David Grohl? He says he doesn't know how to play guitar. He's a great guitarist. This cat is being ferociously cute. Like it's amazing. David Robinette has survived 7 heart attacks. Man, oh man, I hope there's a reason you're here. I'm glad you're still with us. Gotcha. It looks so much like we do sort of look alike. You should have seen us back when, like 20 years ago. There was a period of time where we've worked businesses together for a lot of years, and we were running a business and we had matching Porsches. His was red, mine was white. We used to park together, and at that time I was shaved, and I think we had goatees, but none of this. Maybe a small regular goatee, but not this. But man, people used to always say, "You guys twins," and we're a few years apart. But it got to the point where it was just easier to say, "Yep, you betcha." Yeah, we were all glad you're here, David. That's for sure. Anik said, I always said if I ever got married, I want 2 houses with an adjoining breezeway. That way we could visit each other any time of the day or night. Go back to our own space as needed. It's called dating, kind of. But I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. You know what's interesting? My grandparents, on my dad's mom and dad, married their whole lives. Amazing marriage. Slept in different beds. And it's really funny. I know a few other folks that are married forever that do the same thing. It's crazy to me. But whatever works, My last partner had his own room. There you go. You know, I have a very, very close friend of mine that was in a relationship for the better part of a decade and had his own room. But the reason is he's sleep problems. He's like me. He just does not sleep well at all. So, and that was for that reason. But, you know, if there's a couple and somebody had sleep problems and the other one does not, it's brutal. It's really hard on the other person. You know what I mean? You know what? I used to snore. It's really weird. I used to snore a lot when I was like in college. My roommate in college used to sleep with 3 or 4 pairs of sneakers. And he would throw them at me in the middle of the night because I would snore. And to this day, if you say, "Hey, roll over," I don't care how deep a sleep I'm in. If you, "Hey, roll over," I'm kind of trained that way. But I don't really snore so much anymore. I used to snore a lot. Franklin was 485 pounds in 2007. Lap band. Hang on. Lap band and down to 200. Lap band coming out soon. Congratulations, Franklin. That's awesome, man. The Brady Bunch were the first married couple to share a bed. Were they, or was it All in the Family? I know All in the Family was the first show to ever have a bathroom. That was the first. I thought, I could be wrong. I was kind of under the impression that it was.
What was the
Brady Bunch was the first married couple to share a bed on TV, and I thought that.
No, I think that might be correct.
Could
They
be.
they definitely were on before All in the Family.
Well, there you have it then.
Yeah.
Sounds like pretty good water there, Tommy.
Thank you. Thank you. Found something in my leg.
What'd you find? Oh, no way. You know what you should do? Hey, the headset's right there. The tweezers are over there. Go dig that thing out.
The tweezers should be right here, I thought.
No. On the counter. Man, everything here wants to stick you and like.
She splits her time between here and a couple of other places these days now in
What with the kids and all
there's
the
a
great
lot-
grandkids?
There's a lot of great grandkids to go see. Been married 44 years. Wow, congratulations. That is awesome.
You're using the dollar store leaded glass container for your water there?
You can't prove that. No, you know what?
I got to tell you something. With what he's done, if you think that any kind of lead in a container is going to hurt him, I don't know, man. What was that right there? Hold on. Would you eat a death spiral with pepper jack cheese stuffing for dinner? Sure. Threaten me with a good time. You bet I can. And I wouldn't. I have. Probably. Lori T, I was married once for 9 months. 44 years is impressive. Indeed, it is.
So funny. See, now you're all seeing this, right? You're all going, boy, Tommy's. This is the day in the life, right? This is people from the boat who are reaching out. And I was married once for 9 months.
I read that one already.
Wow,
yeah. Nice work. Way to keep up.
I will chin check you.
I was married for 17 years because he won't let me serve him. Wow. Cosmic Christian.
Kidding. That's insane. Of course, we're having candy corn. No, I ate the last ear of candy corn yesterday. And
first of all, ear. You call ear of candy corn?
Yeah. What would you call it?
Piece of candy. It's not even. It's so disgusting.
I live north of Denver. First Saturday we moved in, and we took our dog for a walk over to the field next door. We'd never seen ghost heads before.
Goat heads.
Oh, goat heads. Had to pull them out of the dogs. Oh, the poor thing.
Oh, goat heads are brutal. You ever see those? Have you ever seen goat? What he's talking about?
Yeah, I know exactly what he's talking about.
You get a flat tire with one of those things.
Yeah. They
are insane. Johnny, what's your favorite spot to shoot pepper vids over all the seasons? That's a good question, Josh. There's an emotional thing for shooting them in Reno because my dad was alive then and we made a lot of videos together. So that kind of stands out. I really like shooting them near the river in Reno. That was kind of fun.
Your favorite place to film?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are probably the ones that stand out. Well, who I'm with makes a big deal. Like I really love shooting with Tommy. He's super fun to shoot with. So This will end up being a place that has tremendous feeling with it, I'm sure.
I really dig filming on the road. I really dig going to any kind of a function. Like I love being places where there's a bunch of audience.
Well, that's like your chili festival to me.
Right. Yeah.
Chili festivals are fun.
I know that there is a true crime thing that's coming up because a couple of people have reached out and asked me if I was going to be there.
Kayla Disney Mom, Johnny, will you and Tommy please do the canned whole chicken challenge?
The what?
You heard me.
No, I hadn't.
Yeah, right there, the canned whole chicken challenge, the brand that makes it sweet.
Sweet Sue. What is this?
Hang on.
Give me more to go on, Kayla Disney Mom.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now.
My grandmother was divorced but died in her 90s, not knowing she was divorced, and he had remembered 40 years earlier and remarried. Oh my gosh. Wow.
It's listening because all I typed in was canned and it finished it. That sucks, man. I hate when they do that to me.
But just to keep the chain going, this cat has been in the basket.
That's not is that a challenge? No, listen, is that a challenge?
3 hours and 50 minutes. 4 hours this cat has been in the basket.
Sweet Sue, canned whole chicken. Is that a challenge? I'm being
That's
serious.
What you're saying, yeah. Here's the thing, Joel. It's not so much that I mean, and I there's parts of the true crime genre that I dig. I like watching interrogations in a really big way. I really
There you go. Will you do that?
Maybe.
How about like
read it to me. What is it? What's the premise of this?
It's a chicken.
Look up canned whole chicken Sweet Sue. It looks gross, but if you could do sustroming, I'm sure you can do it. Why is this going to be hard? I don't get it.
Yeah, it has to be good, right?
Canned
I
whole
think we
chicken.
could eat that. It looks like we could.
So they put a whole freaking chicken in a can. I can eat that. I promise you I can.
Oh, we used to destroy those.
Yeah, I guarantee I can destroy it. Let's find out what stores sell it. Right? There's got to be, find out the closest Sweet Sue's whole chicken. Yeah, I'd do that.
Hey, can somebody look, since I'm doing this, can somebody check and see if it's at Walmart? I'll bet you money it's at Walmart. It's got to be.
He says, I'm not easy to live with. Well, I understand. Boy, do I understand. I'm not easy to hang out with. You guys like me because you see me for a few, you pop in and out during the day and check me out. But if you hung out with me for any length of time, you'd be like, okay, yeah, that's gallon bound. Is there a national sobriety get together? Seems like everything else has one. There are a lot of them. Tommy, are you talking about Crime Con? It's in May. Quiet Girl's always on crap,
what?
isn't she? Like,
Can I tell you something? Yeah.
That is what I'm talking about. Crime Con was one of the ones that people reached out to me about. The thing with true crime is I've just kind of ended up part of it.
That's 3 months after the reality show pops. It'll be the perfect time. We should go there for that.
David Robinette, when was the last time you had some durian? Johnny, can you answer that?
David Robinette, he survived 7 heart attacks. Just so you know,
David Robinette
has survived 7
Jesus
heart
loves
attacks.
you more than
Jesus
you
does
know.
love him. 7 heart attacks. Jesus loves him a lot. Anyway,
good for you.
Yeah, for real. I love durian. I don't know what people gripe about it. It tastes delicious. It doesn't smell bad. I like it. Her Carl. Who said a Carl?
I'm going to be a grandmother before the month is over. No, not that I'm proud or anything. Good for you.
That's awesome, Lori T.
Good for you. That's awesome. It really is. That's fantastic.
I saw.
Quiet Girl, where's Crime Con? I was supposed to have Quiet Girl on, by the way, but sadly, somehow
Nancy Grace.
Maybe you'd meet Nancy Grace. Nancy Grace is looking forward to meeting me. Thanks.
Hold on. There was something I was looking for.
I lived with Drew Peterson. Nancy Grace hates Drew Peterson as much as she hates anyone on earth. And in prison, I actually lived with him for a period of time. We worked the same job.
Well, I'll tell you what, that Nancy Grace.
She's something, isn't she?
She's just sitting there waiting for the next one.
Let me show you a picture of the twins. I just want to vomit. I'm sorry. I know it sounds awful.
I remember one day you said nobody can pick a carcass clean like Nancy Grace.
Nancy Grace will work. She'll work some shit until that is just dead and buried and then pick it clean. She likes her gig, dude. She really.
She is like she is to like TV. What Coco was to ambulance chasing.
Yeah, for real. She providing there's a guy to hate in the whole thing. She doesn't seem to get as angry about.
She likes
women.
it when there's someone to hate.
She really wants somebody to hate. Nashville, Tennessee. Did I see that from Quiet Girl? Or was it somebody else that said that? Quiet Girl. There you go. Nashville, Tennessee. So if you're a lifeboater and you are from Nashville, Tennessee, or you live in somewhere near Tennessee, keep in mind I'm probably going to be there.
There it is. Carl. That's what I was looking for.
No one said it.
Yeah, it is. Franklin. I've had Carl, just so you know. I've had it twice. And you know what? I don't know if you guys ever saw. I was in a Netflix.
No, you weren't.
I was.
No.
I was in a Netflix special, and there's a piece right after the Chiefs' dad's on it.
I know. It's funny.
And I'm holding a piece of something white, and had only a few people say, "What was that white thing? What peppers are white like that?" That was a piece of Carl. And so I've done it a few times. He has not yet, and you need to. It's not quite as nasty as
they got sweet Sue at Walmart. So why is this thing such a rugged deal?
Is it just the size of it? Because it doesn't look gross. It's chicken.
Yeah, I dig chicken. What's the problem? Am I going to just blow chunks on this?
I don't. I think
you just
want to don't threaten me with a good time.
You just want to see me blow out an entire chicken at once. I got it. I'm on to you.
I'll do that. Sorry, my bad. Durian. See, I've had durian frozen. The first time I had durian, it was frozen. I'm like, I don't know. People are, it doesn't smell bad. Then someone said, no, you can't do it frozen. You got to buy that fresh. So my ex-wife was from Vietnam. So we constantly were at the Asian market. And I'm telling you.
Anything good from Hatch, New Mexico, chili-wise?
Try Hatch chilies. They're pretty good.
Doesn't New Mexico have a huge
they do
chili festival every year?
They do. In Albuquerque. I was there. You know what? Last time I was there, they have 40,000 people.
Right. I knew it's a big one.
And it was right when the sea illness was starting. Boy, I didn't get it. And I shook a million hands and hugged people and got my picture taken. I can't believe I didn't get it.
May 31st to June 2nd in Nashville, Tennessee, Crime Con.
You want to go?
I'm going to be there. I've already had. I've been asked. I got something in the works. People with I've got some really cool stuff in the works. Yeah, I got some really cool stuff in the works. I will be at Crime Con. Sorry, I'll be at Crime Con.
Yeah, you just can't. Can't
be at Crime Con. Hey, Christopher Cooper.
Got the duck eggs.
Good to see you, Christopher. Tell your boys we said hello, please.
Absolutely. Christopher Cooper's had the duck eggs. That's the balut he's talking about.
The balut.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm good.
The taste is actually very, very good. Tommy does make the best throat noises.
Who said that?
Lori T.
Thank you, Lori T. It's a skill. You know, when I was in high school and they were telling us what everyone was going to do when you get older, and they were like, you could be a guidance counselor or you could be a teacher.
I'm going to make
maybe you'd like to be a firefighter. I was like, I just kind of want to make cool retching noises. Unless the whole bank robbery thing is open. How does that pay? Didn't work out for me. That whole what you're going to do day, they didn't do a very good job on that with me.
Today.
You need to be at Crime Con. I will be, Lori T. I promise you I will be at Crime Con. So if you guys want to run into me, that's probably a guarantee. There'll be a couple of others between now and then. I know I'm flying out to film something for a documentary, an award-winning documentary guys asked me to do some stuff. So relax, take a deep breath. Do you know I'm carrying a sword?
What are you gonna? You stick me with that?
That thing. It's got a cool little handle and all that.
Pretty sure I'd survive it.
Right in your throat with it. You ain't surviving nothing. Promise you. Hatch chilies are awesome, says Chad Matthews.
You know what's funny, Chad? You know this. Chad knows this because he's a wicked chili. And I went to dinner with Chad and he pulls out his pack.
What did he say the morning we left? I said to him, this isn't a day where I get burned, right? Because I was a little nervous. Usually if Tommy gets brought along, it's because they're going to burn me, So I said, I'm not getting burned today, right? He goes, no, we're just going to go down and meet the management, kind of take a tour of the facility, see if we can't get him to eat some peppers. He's like, do have peppers just in case. Yeah, he's a chili head.
But when Hatch thing happens, it's all Hatch all the time. Balut is horrible. Don't do it, says Christopher Cooper. Here's the deal about that, Mr. Cooper. It actually tastes delicious. You can't think about it when you're eating. You just got to eat it.
Ben Turner's a fan of the behavior panel. I love the behavior panel. I freaking love the behavior.
You know what?
Panel.
I've been watching them for about a year. You turned me on.
Yeah, I turned you on. It's been a long time.
Here's the thing. What's good about that show? It depends on who they're doing.
Yeah.
I've really got to be into the person they're talking about. Otherwise,
yeah.
if somebody I haven't seen, I don't really care if they got Duper's delay. But if somebody I know, I'm like, oh man.
What was the name of the guy I was showing you this morning? I always forget who they.
Lafayette.
No. I'm talking about on the panel, you jackwagon. He's the guy who usually sits on the bottom left-hand corner.
I don't know their names.
He's my favorite, but he's my favorite. And I saw a short that he
probably
did
is mine
today.
too.
I saw a short that he did today where he was breaking down something that the sister of the guy that just got convicted. And I brought it to you. I was like, and they're just geniuses, man. You know, he was talking about how the woman said, this morning I did this, and then I did that, and then I did this. And it's like you can see her breaking off everything into these little 30-minute.
But there's this big
I had
gap.
to do this, I had to do that, then I had to get gas, and then I went and did this, and she puts the gap in.
Here's the thing. You know what's scary? I don't want them to know me.
Oh,
I don't want them. And I don't lie on my channel. I never do. But still, I don't want them looking at me. I don't want them talking about how I talk and how I look. And I don't. They make me nervous. I don't want them to know I exist.
That's funny as hell. I hope I'd like to meet them. I'm huge fans of theirs, man. I love their stuff.
Yeah, I do too.
I really do. I
of their content.
love their stuff.
You know what's I love about their content? It's not like a 10-minute video. So when you're into it, it's a good chunk.
Right.
You can sink your teeth into it.
That's another one, though. It depends on the person. Some are much longer than others. I really dig their content, though.
I do too. That's fun. It's a very interesting concept.
Yes, it really is. You know, in Arizona, they have very strict prohibitive weapons policies for felons. In Texas, you can have black powder and bow and arrow, but in Arizona, those are considered prohibited weapons.
Can I tell you something? The peppers in this house
Should
are
be.
weapon grade. We're good.
He's considered balut, and he's still trying to think of something that is nasty for Tommy to do. That's how you know he is seriously evil. Thank you. We're just going to leave that up for the next 23 hours.
Here's the deal, people.
Wait a second. Excuse me? There's a disgusting food museum in Malmo, Sweden? Why am I not freaking at all surprised?
Did you know Sweden there's like 6 months of sunlight, 6 months of dark? Did you know that?
No, but why am I not surprised that that's in freaking Sweden? The people that brought you to Stroming happen to have a place that does a disgusting food museum.
Listen, they also have one of the only indoor wingsuit training facilities.
Can you guys Google whether or not felons can go to Sweden? Because I would go there. I'd be all over that. That's a place we need to go.
Do you know what? There's a thing called the Adventurers Club in New York. It happens once a year. Have you heard about that?
Uh-huh.
Would you do that?
Yeah, I might.
I don't think you would. Are you serious? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do know what you're talking about.
Would you really go? Because I'll do that. I bet I can get us tickets.
Yeah, I'm in.
All right. I'll work
Providing we can film.
What's the whole point of that? So I think they probably let us.
I'm so proud of my peppers. They're spicy, but hide well in the beef. Good for
Nice.
you, Scooby. Good for you. You know what?
Oh, yeah, Ben.
The heat or bank. It's a jersey for someone in Australia. My PPTV?
That's the G on the show.
What? I have a friend that has a weapons license in Australia, and he's able to reload. It's very expensive. And you have to have some sponsor you from basically the government. Well, that doesn't sound very good. Since I'm not allowed anywhere near those things, I'm not worried about
I'm a
it.
proud Swede, says Bach Booty.
But I'll admit, no excuse for lutfish, blood
Polt, you heard it. Say it.
Blood pulp.
You can sound it out. Good. Or Stroman.
Did you just tell me that I could sound it out?
Yeah, I did.
That was really, really called for.
Had you sounded it out the first time, I would have had to say it.
Who remembers Ultraman and Giant Robot? I do. The only restriction for them flying would be if they had a felony warrant outstanding against them. Okay. We need to eat a chocolate.
I knew you were going to eat that. I knew you were going to eat that. I have chocolate scorpions in the fridge that he grew, but I haven't eaten. I need to eat. I'm not going to. I could do it. You know what's going to happen? I'll get cat cramps. I'll disappear for 4 hours. Come back, say, "Oh, Ted Lewis."
Doesn't make a fart bit of difference to me. I'm gonna be here one way or the other. Can you tell me what blood thing is?
Well, Bachbooty's now saying blood pilot.
Can you tell me what a blood pilot is?
It's pig's blood and flour pancakes.
He went back. Buck Buddy doubled down on the blood.
It's pult. It's blood pult.
So what is it? It's
He's pulting your leg.
Pig's blood and flour pancakes.
It's pig blood.
Sign me up for that.
Little iron discs.
Yeah, right. Little iron discs of blood. I'm in. I'll give that crap a try. Tommy, did you squeeze me? I did.
He did.
I did.
He did.
I did squeeze me.
I think she'd probably enjoy this. Just
My lemon
stupid
Starburst
nonstop
started
references
to
that happen.
produce again this week. Well, nothing like going back for little seconds.
No, it doesn't quite work like that, Ray. There are systems in place to prevent people from sneaking in.
It's a little. You used to be able to do that. Honestly, I got to Amsterdam that way a bunch of times, but
it was 15 years ago.
It was more than that. The old, it's not what it used to be, man. Now, I don't know when the last time you saw the passports now are just all digital. It's just they scan you and your host. It's all about water. Okay, I'll stick to chorizo. Miss Dragon gets it. Miss Dragon.
I'm weird about chorizo. Do you like chorizo?
I love chorizo.
Do you really?
I do.
Here's the thing about chorizo. I've had good chorizo and I've had some that was like, ugh.
I've never had bad chorizo.
This is the ew part of the show. She's so wicked right.
Sounds similar to UK blood sausage. That's why I only eat fruit.
I love fruit.
I'm sorry, you only eat fruit? That's the what's his name's diet?
It's not the caveman diet, I'll tell you that. I don't know.
Apple.
Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs was doing that at the end. That's all he ate. Grew up with a lot of Ollie and Sven jokes. Rivalry with Norwegian in-laws.
Gotcha. Like
gotcha.
Ollie and Sven. It was like the
rivalry jokes. Right. Norwegians. Right? What do you call 25 Norwegian skydivers?
What do you call them?
Air pollution. I'm sorry. No, you know what? Here's the thing. I had a friend growing up whose father passed, but they used to actually have this rivalry thing going on. And they, for whatever reason...
It almost sounded like a Hatfield McCoy thing there.
Yeah, no, a little bit. It was Gillette. You remember that family?
I do.
I'm trying to think of something bad that... Wait, what? Oh. What does this say? You were on my side a minute ago saying that he was evil. I'm trying to think of something bad that you can do. Am I the same as Johnny now? Yeah. Yeah. Good looking out, Christopher Cooper.
You make it seem like everybody in the chat's here for you.
No, they're not.
They all want to see you and have a hard time with something.
Boy, it's the truth, isn't it?
Yeah, Val, I've had bad chorizo. It's no good.
None of you are on my side.
Chorizo, it's kind of like barbacoa. There's a big difference between good you know what? It's like menudo, dude. Good menudo. Remember we got menudo?
I'll tell you something. Bad menudo is bad.
Remember the stuff we had in Reno the last time?
Yeah.
That was okay.
I thought you talking about from the Four Winds?
Yeah.
All that was great. I thought everything we ever had there was good.
You should have it when Tad makes it.
He's good. Yeah. You called me freaking out.
I'm not joking. Wicked good. That's why Hot Ones is a thing.
When yea, though, Moabby lady down by the land of the Canaanites. All right, you know what time it is, don't you?
What? Well,
we are at 4 hours, 8 minutes, and 3 seconds into the
no big deal. Just 20 to go.
Of freedom.
Forget about it.
The cat is working her tail off. You know, it's not like a cat to lay down and sleep in one spot for 4 hours. Okay, it's probably what they're known for, but you know what I'm saying. Keith Lego, the 80s band Menudo. You know, I don't want to mock you. I'm not that guy.
Remember Menudo.
Here's the deal, though, because I'm not that guy. But if I were, Menudo doesn't go away, bro. Menudo's not an 80s band. Menudo's is an 80s band, a 90s band, a 2000 band. Don't they just keep cranking them out? I know that Menudo went through like 7 incarnations of people. As a kid turns like 16, he gets swapped out of the band and they get another one. It was a contrived thing from San Juan de Puerto Rico. Or at least that was the song that, yeah, I'm not a fan, man. They were really horrendous. All right, I had a couple.
So it's kind of like a musical version of like the Harlem Globetrotters.
Yeah, something like that.
Like every year there's a new star. Yeah, you're
I
getting kind
had
of
a
long in the
couple.
tooth, a new bass player, that kind of thing.
I had a couple outlets. I mean, no, because in the Harlem Globetrotters, you had
the
Meadowlark
Washington
Lemons,
Generals.
Meadowlark Lemon. Yeah, more like the Washington Generals, where it really doesn't matter. You don't know the name of one of them. You're not going, isn't that one,
Right. He's good. He had a good season last year.
Yeah, he's gonna. Yeah, it's not nothing.
Where did you go to college?
Yeah. Do you know that they actually won one game? It's an unusual piece of trivia. They did win one game, and it caused problems.
Look at this, Tommy and Johnny. I think you can travel to Sweden.
Really? See that?
You want to do that?
I would go to that museum.
I
can't forget Curly. Yeah, Curly again.
I would love to go to. I would love
to
go to Sweden.
To go to Sweden, and I don't know if I've told you this in the past. This may come as a shock to you, but for many years, going back to I don't know, maybe even the 70s, kind of always had a thing for people with blonde hair.
I know. Do you remember that?
When
we would drive from Burlington to Woodstock, along that thing in the field, there was that.
Yeah,
that's what I'm just saying.
Yep, right by that.
Yes, exactly. Still there,
I guarantee it.
Contents have tripled.
Oh yeah. But I bet it's dilapidated.
Can't
Tommy
be.
and Johnny, thank you so much. Now you kidding? We're the fun we're having. Here's the funny thing. Do you know what we'd be doing if we weren't doing a 24-hour live feed right now? It
Exact same
just
thing,
like this.
just no camera.
Right. Like Beavis and Butthead, but we'd be sitting in front of the television set, probably watching a cartoon and discussing
the finer points
of taking over the world.
It's a
video of real lutefisk eaten in Sweden. I really just want to be diagnosed and go, yeah, I think that's probably a good thing, hon.
How about this? I caught a fish once, ran out of bait, smacked the yellow jacket, put it on a hook, voila.
Nice. That reminds me of the movie American Graffiti and Suzanne Summers.
I saw Howard Jones in 1980. I don't want to talk about it. Howard Jones was great in concert. He was a monster at the time.
Finally cracking open this box of Motley Crue sauces that Vic sent me this summer while I watched.
Hold on, Ben Turner has everything to kind of scroll up.
Get it to me, then you go.
Okay, hang on. It's kind of heavy.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
My brother, who was 60-ish, was a huge alcoholic. They said he looked gray, and it was liver failure that got him. Is that common? Sadly, it is. The loss of color is a dead giveaway. You also see they start looking really overweight because as the liver shuts down, the body can't get rid of the fluid, and you start to see people that really look. I've told the story on the lifeboat before, but when I was going back to prison this last time for the guns, I ran into a guy. You knew that when we would go over and drop the meat off, over at Coach's, there's that guy Mike.
Mm-hmm.
So Mike was the last one left alive. They had all overdosed or,
Is he alive?
managed to kill themselves. No, he's dead. But he was the last one that was alive from this house of about 15 people. And he wheeled up to me in a wheelchair. They said, we're bringing the guys down from medical so they can watch TV because the TV's been broken in there for a couple of weeks. And this dude, he looked like he weighed 400 pounds. When I knew him on the street, I mean, you remember Mike, he was like 120 pounds, but it was just the stomach starts to get really, really large. You know what, Christopher, I love that. I really do. And it's always great to see you in the chat. This is a great group of people, man. It really is. The crew of the lifeboat was a lot.
We'll be here, Lego. Aussie.
Yeah. That's probably the time of day to be here too. The late night. What could possibly go wrong? Lutag disc. Oh my goodness. Is that right?
Luke Fisk. Lutag disc. Listen, you know who eats that?
It's a fish soaked in lye until it's gelatinous. My goodness, does that sound good? It's soaked in lye until it's gelatinous. All of the poison is rinsed out. Well, there, just take the fun out of it. I think then boiled, then served
with a smile. Well, there you go.
That's a friendly Swedish lady, so you can eat some.
That's
that probably would get it done. You know
It'd
what I
have to
mean?
be quite. Thank you, Lego. It'd have to be quite.
It's
quite a
called
small.
acetites. That's right. Fluid retention from liver failure. Thank you, Martha.
I know somebody who eats live fish.
On purpose?
Yeah. You
My
know her.
TV has
You
been
know her.
broken for a few days. The raccoon messes with me. I know her.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Don't even say her name. Just
Sure,
think
I
Rhode
did.
Island.
Really?
Oh yeah.
No kidding.
Sure.
Do you know what though?
I know. The thing.
So I used to eat kosher because it would get you much better food. So I would go in there and
Looks
scream
like
about
snot. Smells like death. There you go, guys. Divine.
the cat is doing her duty, making sure you're safe. Well, that's her get down. It really is. And
I'd be tense if she wasn't here.
She's just so fond of it.
That's the reason I'm so relaxed so far in the 4 hours and 15 minutes that has been this stream.
Tap Valerie 102, please.
You got it.
If your liver is bad, there are things that you can do to help it. Go see your doctor. Mine went from really unhealthy to super great. You can do it. Hear that? And that's the truth. You no longer have to live with it. You absolutely can go and get stuff done that will help you. If you were hearing this and you're having liver trouble, there's amazing
amazing return as well. I mean, I went this last bout I had in the hospital. They told me my lungs and my liver were great. Swear it's true.
You know, Martha, I thought you were on my side for a really long time.
What'd she say? Where's Martha? Yummy. Try some Kazu Marzu, maggot infested cheese from Sardinia. I'm down, dude. I'm so ready to do that.
You really do want to eat maggots.
I just know you have a hard time. That's all. I know you'd really struggle, and that would make it funny for me.
Oh, yeah. We should do, you know what our other channel should have been called? Skeeve.
Right? It'd be good. So you won't do it? Here's the problem. You would do it.
I hate him.
My back is starting to get sore.
Oh, you are a half of a...
Easy. Yeah, that's how it starts. Everything's going along fine. I say the wrong thing. Next thing you know it, we're done.
Milk thistle, and I can't have mushrooms. Can't have them. Bizzle says, you know what? I'm a cheese fan. Gonna pass.
I love cheese, man.
Even Gordon Ramsay hated the maggot cheese.
Gordon Ramsay hates.
I'm sorry.
everything.
Wait.
You say even like everybody loves it, but
Wait a second. He ate it?
Yeah.
Oh man, if that dude
he
can eat
hated it though. But he hates everything. Come on, he's Gordon Ramsay. If it doesn't look really pretty, he's that guy.
See, you
He's
two
a
watching
beast,
Mystery Science Theater 3000. Yeah,
Listen, you know Gordon Ramsay.
that's funnier than you know, Miss Dragon.
It is. Do you know that Gordon Ramsay did a triathlon? Not one of those little cheesy ones where you run around the block and swim across the
He
park.
did the real deal.
Yeah, the full deal.
How am I supposed to want dinner after this? Realistically,
real.
probably left outside until it's rancid.
3 months SPT to have to
Yeah,
order.
just leave it outside until it's rancid, then bring it back in and eat it later, film it, and send it to me for my enjoyment. What do you think?
It is illegal in most countries, but you know what? I got a friend I got a cheese guy.
You got a cheese guy?
I got a cheese
Of
guy.
course you have a cheese guy. I really liked Howard Jones too. Yep.
It's amazing.
Christopher Cooper.
Boy,
I don't
Lady
have a
J,
chance,
Gordon
bro.
Ramsay's the Simon Cowell of the culinary world. That's genius. That's exactly who he is.
You know what? That should be up there. Put that on the greatest hits reel. Had my MRI 2 weeks ago. They thought my liver. Go ahead. Jess says, I had my MRI 2 weeks ago. They thought my liver was the problem. Turns out I've blown an adrenal gland. At least now I know why I'm always
so shattered.
Jess, was your drug of choice alcohol? Scroll that down a little bit. If you don't mind telling me, what is your drug of choice, please? You've probably told me, and I apologize, but I've been up for 5 days, and the acoustics in here are terrible for the sound of, and my voice has been out for months. I'm sorry, it's just not.
You're already sounding soft. We have a long way to go. What do you sound like this for? You sound terrible.
That was a movie reference, but thank you.
No, you're not sounding.
Wisconsin maggot cheese curds. How about maggot cheese
Poutine,
poutine? Thank you.
which
No,
is a
that
pretty
would be-
funny word. Just saying.
Pomfret. Sorry. Acoustic tile is cheap. You're probably right. They have fermented ketchup. I've made a lot of alcohol in prison out of ketchup. So I have the misfortune of having tasted tons of fermented ketchup. Ugh. I just retched in my mouth a little bit. I love Gordon Ramsay. He puts on a show for certain.
But he's a certain shows that he'll put on a show, but he's a sweetheart on other shows. Here's the weird thing. My path, I can see my path crossing his path. I totally can.
Yes.
I can see him just
loving you.
No, I don't know if he was.
That's not really what I saw. I'm curious about armadillo, which is something you get in Mexico. I've had armadillo.
You mean as a pet, or you mean as like a cuisine?
No, I've had armadillo. So here's the deal. Me and a bunch of friends went out on this massacre, and we did it 2 or 3 years in a row, where we would go out and wait for these birds that kind of migrate, and you sit around and do drugs and drink until this certain time of the day. Then you go out there and wait for all these birds to fly by, and you just shoot a gazillion of them, and then you eat these things, and you have to eat about 5,000 of them because they're not particularly large birds. But it's a hunting thing, and these guys from Texas would do it every year. So the second year I went, I don't know what the deal was, but the birds didn't show up.
You get the memo?
No, they didn't get the memo. And there were so many of us out there that there were really like 3 or 4 vehicles that were there for like emergency reasons, but a bunch of people got dropped off by wives who were going to come back to get them. Right. So there's a ton of dudes, and there's no food because we anticipate eating birds over the course of this 7 or 8 days. Yes.
Okay. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. So we ended up eating a grip of armadillo because they were everywhere and the birds didn't show up. So I ate a lot of armadillo. I'm going to tell you something. I'm not a fan. But by day 3 of being out there without eating anything else,
pretty good.
Oh boy. They said, Tommy, would you like another armadillo? Yeah. I don't actually have drug of choice, just lots of drugs. I have to have a drink about once a year. Doctor says his body being under so much stress from surgeries, etc. causes it. Gotcha. Wait a sec. I just got a max headroom. Did that take you like an hour and 21 minutes or 3 hours and 21 minutes to chime in on that? How far back were we?
I don't know.
Thailand has pra, a fermented fish sauce that's supposed to be pretty disgusting.
Never had it.
Do you know how much it warms my heart to know that all around the planet there are people who sit around and go,
Soup number 5 in the Philippines is pretty nasty. Tastes great.
What could I come up with that would make Tommy make that great
soup
sound?
number 5? It's nothing but reproductive organs from animals.
Is there a reason that you think I needed to know that? A mixed bag of donuts. Hey, Chicagoland, good to see you, mixed bag of donuts.
Hello again.
Welcome to the lifeboat. Adian. And Adian. Boy, we went through a lot of coffee already. For 4.5 hours in, we've done a lot of beverage.
How much coffee have we gone through? We had 2 cups, right?
Well, you've had
some
3.
water.
You've had 3. I've had 2. And a monster.
I used to live in Rockford.
I consumed one of these.
Mixed bag of donuts.
Something totally random. Thinking about making a vegan roast for Thanksgiving this year. My husband is a vegetarian. What is a vegan roast? I mean, I assume it's soy of some sort, but how does the vegan roast thing go down? Yeah, I think of it. I'm going to be the first to look at a chicken and decide they were going to eat what came out of its butt. Makes a solid point. Right?
Yes, Rockford, Illinois. It's not Pace. I was there when the Bulls were on their run.
Bulls by 7.
90s.
Mamas and the Papas, Mama Cass, my favorite. Joplin, Hendrix, Doors, Earth, Wind, and Fire, Fleetwood Mac, a.k.a. Jefferson Airplane, The Who, Endless Musical Bliss. A lot of really, really great music. She threw in The Who. You know, there was a lot of the San Francisco sound that she had just tossed in there. I'd have put in the Grateful Dead, maybe a little Moby Grape. Fermented fish sauce called garam.
Garam.
You're familiar with this one? You just know of everything that smells bad?
Just read was the most expensive product in ancient Rome, made from leaving salted fish in the sun until the guts leaked and digested themselves. Hakarl. That. Listen to me. That is Hakarl.
Really?
Here's the deal.
Do you know my problem? Do you know my problem with Hakarl?
Is the name. You know, like I know it is. Is that what the problem is?
It's got a lot to do with it.
See?
I gotta lie to you.
Do that. You know what? Melatonin.
No, yeah, stop.
Here's the deal with melatonin. If I haven't taken it in 5 or 6 years and I get some for 2 nights, I sleep like a baby. After that, it stops working.
See, we go look. 2 people said sounds delicious at the exact same time. Then may I suggest that the 2 of you get together and the 4 of us will eat some. Watch how fast they do not like that idea anymore. A vegan roast is you make something with what happened. It's gone. Yep. You know what? It's impressive for 4.5 hours. Right, we still got some action. A vegan roast is you make something with no meat, and then you get hangry, and then you go fight all your family members, and one of you goes to jail at the end of the dinner. Well, that old chestnut.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not habit forming. Good. If there's anything I hate, it's something that's habit forming. Max Headroom's back. I started my music collection when I was 7, now 65. Champagne appetite and beer pocketbook. Cindy, are you familiar with Columbia Record and Tape Club?
They might still be looking for me.
I'm not even joking, man. Vegan roast. It's Sidian, made from vital wheat.
You know what that did?
Other stuff.
That turned me into a con man. That turned me into a hustler.
It was the entree into the world of I think I can get over on these people.
I'm not joking you.
No, I'm not kidding.
I'm like, I can,
You know what we do? I'll come clean. This is true crime, right? You guys have seen me talk about bank robberies. What difference does this make? But here's what you do. We used to fill the thing out, right? Get like 15 albums or 21 albums for a penny, right? You'd fill the thing out and you'd give them the address, right? One house down. First, though, you would give them your address and you'd have all of the albums sent to your house. Then you would tell them, oh, wait, I'm changing addresses. And you'd give them your neighbor's address, the one that doesn't live there. That way you could pick it up off of his front porch as you went by, right, on the way home. But then you'd find another house and do it again. We had a collection of vinyl you just wouldn't believe.
I bet there's still some.
Heard of Spirit Mountain Recovery? I have heard of Spirit Mountain Recovery, but I was not sober in Utah. I was wildly under the influence for the entire time I was in Utah, sadly. In fact, at the height of my debauchery is when I was in Utah. You make that sound, and I think of Ed and the Lost Boys.
His dinner's in the oven.
Yeah. I have Scrapple. Have you seen anybody about that?
Scrapple. What is Scrapple? It's some weird thing that's got. Listen, I don't remember exactly what it is, but you don't want to have it. We should get some Scrapple. Hey,
did you hear this crap?
No, it's
Stop.
It's foul.
Stop.
Tell us what
then
Scrapple
why do you
is.
want to get it?
Because you'll gag and they'll laugh. What do you mean why? It's a dumb question. It's a little late in the game to explain to you the show at this point. Come on now. Hey, Scrapple. It's not like, is it like Spam? I heard it's not.
See, I like Spam. We're good.
See, it's nasty, says Lady Jane. I'm inclined to agree with her. I believe her. She's not lying to me.
Scrapple is very Southern thing. Nasty.
The only time I've eaten tofu that I liked was Indian food. I love it. I'll look up Scrapple. My phone's battery's dying.
Well, that's your problem. The dude Matt also spoke of the life in Utah. Sober from 8.
It's like innards.
Told you. Hold on. The dude Matt. Which dude Matt? Also spoke of the life in Utah. Sober from H for 9 years. Man, I know a lot of people who did dope in Utah, and I know a bunch of Matts. Where did you come across this dude Matt who's been sober for 9 years from Utah? Because I'd be interested in coming across him. I got a racehorse.
Yeah, when you get back, I do too. I was just thinking about that.
You were not.
I swear to you, I was.
You know how I know that? Because you said thick.
We need him.
What?
Nothing. We need him to eat Scrapple. That's all there is to it. He would hate it. Here's what it is, man. It's a Pennsylvania Dutch thing, okay? Traditionally a mush of pork scraps and trimmings combined with cornmeal, wheat flour, buckwheat flour, and spices. What parts of the pig are in Scrapple? Ends of the pork loins and rib tips. An organ like hearts, liver, tongue, tail, skin. It's cooked with pork bones. Sorry, we're good. Yeah. And listen, you all want to see him eat something gross. It's kind of funny, you know. Lori T likes Scrapple with syrup. It's a hard note for me, says Cousin Christy. You doing all right, Squirrel? I said it's a Dutch thing. Now you want Dutch, baby. I love Scrapple. Great uncle. Hold on, what about the great uncle? Used a butcher a lot. It was amazingly fun. Yeah, you know what's really weird? Different countries do things differently. I've read that in foreign countries, what they think is the grossest food that we eat in America is peanut butter and jelly. It's a texture problem. That's what I've read. Somebody here's probably read it too. That's what I've read. Pork sign up. It sounds bad. I don't know, man. Boy, I've got to go to the bathroom. Squirrel. Crazy she's still here. So we are now, listen, 4 hours and 31 minutes into this thing. My money says that he's going to tell me he needs to sleep in like 5 or 6 hours, and I'll have to do it, run the ship solo for a couple hours. I'm telling you, watch. Don't tell him I said it.
Get off quiet, guy.
No, I'm not getting quiet. What are you talking about? I ate peanut butter and jelly for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for like 2 weeks once. I was in a different country. I was in Russia, and we thought we brought enough food for the entire trip. We did, but we had plenty of peanut butter and jelly. So we literally had peanut butter and jelly for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And I got back from that trip, and it was probably maybe a decade before I could even think of eating it again. Just a lot of peanut butter and jelly. David Robin at Mountain Oysters. I had that also. I had that in Colorado. I had sheep, bull, and cow. And the sheep were the best, actually. And it's not like it's just little strips cut. It wasn't like just little strips that they fry. Never, they breaded. I don't hear the coffee maker. You gonna do a coffee? Don't be afraid. You thought I would make it. Now, Ian, it's funny that other countries don't know how to make grilled cheese. You know, there's a place in Rhode Island, Ian. It's I gave it to you already. You took it. You didn't take yours last time, remember? There's a place in Rhode Island that it's all they sell is grilled cheese. That's it. And they have different recipes, and some of them are exotic and just like I went there once with a deep fried grilled cheese sandwich. They have a chance. They dip it in a batter and then deep fry that thing. Oh, can't begin to tell you how good it was. I hear the coffee. Here we go. Atta boy. Did you throw your stuff in there? Ah, forget it. Come on. Don't make no never mind with me.
My spider?
I thought you said you were all right, Spider.
Yeah.
This coffee's cold. Like cold, not even remotely warm. I can't believe this is a terrible cup of coffee. She's not here. Relax. We're pretty good, SG. We are 4.5 hours into this thing. You can see who's manning the fort here. Tommy's in the kitchen making me a cold coffee. How does that even happen? It's kind of weird to me. I don't even understand how it happened. I'm going to get one when I'm out there. Cosmic Christie, I'm waiting to go pick up my kid from the last day of his first 2 weeks at work. So proud of him. Isn't that exciting when you watch your kid kind of get that job? And pretty cool thing. All right, I'm ready. I have got to go to the bathroom bad. This coffee, I'm going to heat it up in the microwave. This coffee is cold.
That's because I made it the last time I was out there.
You know what? You suck, dude. That is, you know what?
It was an accident.
You could have popped it in the microwave. Would it killed you to put it in the microwave on it?
I mean, it's coffee, dude. You're drinking it for the caffeine at this point. It's Arizona. Everybody likes iced coffee. You know what? You just found out that Tommy was in Funny Farm. How did you just find that out? Oh, was it something my brother was talking about while I was gone? Yes, I was in that film several times, actually. Burnt coffee. Yeah, no, you know what? It's not. It'll be burnt by the time he's done microwaving it. You're right. I drank for about 13 years. I drank instant coffee. I mean, I was able to occasionally figure out a way to get some real brewed stuff, but it was always because I stole it or whatever. Because in prison, you're not getting brewed coffee. Sometimes because they would brew it in the kitchen for staff or whatever, we'd be able to steal a brick of it and then figure out creative ways to actually brew it ourselves, building little coffee makers and stuff. Keefy. David Robinette knows about Keefy. Yeah, Keefy coffee. $2.39 a bag. That's what it was when I first started for 4 ounces. It's actually pretty good stuff. Yeah, you always liked Funny Farm. I'm the guy that stole the road sign, right? That's me. Pizza. Oh, it's gonna be one of the toughest parts. Because you have to have a machine to brew it, and in prison that they frown on you having a coffee maker. They would have a little deal on the wall that would give you 181 degree or 191 degree water. So what you got was Keefy instant flakes. And Keefy came in a couple of varieties. The good bag was the yellow bag. That was the good Keefy. And that was the, good by prison standards. Good coffee makers have a double-walled stainless steel flask. Keep coffee warm for at least 8 hours. Tommy had a serious mustache. There have been times. I would refuse to go to prison if I could not take my coffee maker or pillow. Stinger, that's damn right. Like you could actually brew with a stinger, you can make some pretty decent coffee. So now who's in charge, right? Exactly. So I knew that dirtbag was going to start on me the second I walked off. So he is. I love my brother, I really do. But I'm sure he plots against me the second I walk off. Cosmic, can you refuse to go to prison? Yeah, see, they frown on that crap because I did that all of the time. Tommy, did they do anything special in prison for the holidays? That's an excellent question. It really is. And I got a good answer for you. So, yes and no. They do not. Yeah, pillow hustle for real. You make a lot of money making pillows. That's no joke. Squirrel does wear the pants. Sad but true. So when the holidays roll around, the federal government gives you what's called a Christmas package. And that Christmas package is a bag. And I watched that bag shrink over the time that I was incarcerated. It used to be a really big bag. And you'd get special coffees. They're still instants, but they're really good instant coffee from like really good companies like Starbucks or whatever. and there'd be 4 or 5 of those in there, and then a lot of bags of like specialty chips and things like Doritos, but better brands, harder brands to come across, like Pepperidge Farm and things like that. This would all be thrown in, and you get this package usually about 14 days before Christmas. You get it with a great big thing of eggnog and a couple of smaller things of
you like eggnog
beverage. I do, and I would make, like, all year long, I would plan for the eggnog. And then I would try to, if I could, get molasses at all possible so that I could brew a batch of hard booze that had kind of a molasses rum kind of kick so that I could put it into the,
almost like a caramel flavor.
Well, yeah, and I put it into the eggnog so it would actually be somewhat festive. And that's the fellas would always make booze for that time of year, but you don't get much of anything. Starbucks failed in Australia because we coffee snobs. That's the spirit, Cosmic Christie. That's
you know what? It tastes burned.
What, Starbucks?
Yeah.
You know what? I guess I like burned coffee. I don't know. I like Starbucks. I really do. I don't like the business. I don't like everybody sitting around being snooty and all the BS, but I like the beverage. I mean, if you don't mind spending, $8-9 on a coffee, it's pretty good stuff.
McDonald's has good coffee.
McDonald's actually has the best coffee on the planet.
The chief loved McDonald's coffee.
No, but I mean, every year they win. This is not an opinion thing. Eggnog latte season. Barbara gets it.
I might even try to start trouble. If you said, like, on the next break, you said, bring me a coffee. If I handed you a cup of cold coffee, would it piss you off?
Not even.
Would you say something?
No.
You wouldn't say something.
No, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't say, hey, why is this coffee cold? Okay.
No, but you know why? What I should have done was just giving you this, because I honestly don't give a crap about the temperature. Again, maybe it's 13 years of doing, time. But when I was at the special management unit, if you're at the special management unit and you want to make coffee,
7-Eleven has great coffee.
Number one, you have to create fire, right? Because there's no way you're in a cell locked down. So there's no hot water at all. And what you would do is in the morning, you would get it for each cell, you would get 4 cartons of milk, right? Because you eat breakfast. And then you would take the cartons and break the bottoms open, right? So that they sit up a little taller. You'd set them on the ground and light them on fire. And then one of those milk cartons you use to hold over the other burning stuff. And a milk carton will not catch fire if it has water in it.
Right.
So the water will boil. And that's how you would make your coffee. But it's a pain in the ass.
Just drink cold coffee.
Yeah. I mean, it's such a pain in the can that you got to the point where
I can see that.
I mean, the first one of the morning, I'm going to light something on fire and I'm going to do that. Your 5th or 6th cup of coffee of the day, you're just doing cold coffee. So it never much mattered to me.
Steve says, why are you missing an eyebrow and surviving the thumbnail? He's not. He's raising the eyebrow.
Okay, so that's what you're seeing. They took a picture of it at an angle, so you can only see the one eyebrow. But I promise you, he didn't trim it off. I've never in my life tried eggnog. What exactly is it? Does it taste eggy?
No. It's kind of
it has a cinnamon taste. It's a little bit thicker than regular milk, and it's sweetened. So, but
almost tastes like coffee creamer.
Maybe a little bit.
A little thicker.
Yeah, I can see that.
Dunkin' Donuts is my favorite place.
Robusta beans have more caffeine than Arabica.
Can I tell you something interesting? I worked in a coffee joint for a little bit, and if you get dark roast, everybody that does, if you don't know anything about coffee, you walk in and say, I want the dark roast because you want it to be more caffeine. The more they roast the beans, the more the caffeine they burn off. The light roast has way more caffeine than dark roast. Surprised you didn't know that.
Vanessa S. says, eggnog is delicious. Some people say it tastes like bubblegum. I disagree, but I can see where they're coming from. I don't know. There she is. I don't know that I would.
I don't think I get
the bubblegum, but I'm a big fan of it. I still make prison pizzas out of ramen. I made a lot of prison pizzas out of ramen, where you just dump the stuff right onto the. I know
somebody who did 25 years, and to this day, every day they eat ramen for lunch.
Yeah, see that to me doesn't work. Copenhagen Chew and straight black coffee. Yo, hello.
How about an eggnog surströmming challenge?
What is a
Tim?
nog? Not exactly sure. I like espressos, tiny baby coffee. I can
Just do quickly.
yeah, caffeine is good for certain ADHD peeps. Bill Kraft says eggnog has nutmeg. It most assuredly does. They do put nutmeg in it. I'm a fan. Man, I have some eggnog moonshine made in Tennessee. I'm going to be in Tennessee in May, end of May, in the first 2 days in June. You heard it here. I'm committing. V says I wouldn't like it. I already know. Oh, look. Don't stop. She'll go back to it. It's in her nature. According to the web, the meaning of nog, a strong ale formerly brewed in Norfolk, England. Come on, Ben. Everyone knew that. All right, she doesn't want to clean herself on the camera, apparently. Squirrel, squirrel, squirrel. Yeah, she's such a good animal. My oldest daughter has ADHD, and caffeine actually calms her down. Well, that makes a ton of sense, right? Because stimulants, with people who truthfully have ADHD, stimulants will always calm them. It's one of the great ways to tell, really. They used to tell me that as a kid when my son was diagnosed.
Why is it though? Sometimes it had that effect on me back in the day, and sometimes it didn't.
I can't answer that.
You know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Sometimes it would be fine. I would use it to keep me up. Other times I would do something that would not.
I have pretty vicious ADHD. What were we talking about? No, but seriously, I do. What does downers do to them? You know, I've told this story on the boat many times. I had a friend when I was in Texas, and his sister liked to party.
Can we open that window a little bit? I'll do it.
Good. His sister liked to make sure there's a screen on that side. His sister liked to party, and she would come to me, and we would trade substances. So she would give me what was Audubon, right? Lorazepam, but the big ones, the chokers, the heavy milligram version of it. And we would swap it out for her ADHD medication. And when she took downers, she bounced off the walls. I mean, for real, she bounced off the walls. But the speed did the exact opposite to her. In fact, if she took a lot of it, she would go to sleep. Rum was referred to as grog.
Can I add that cord to your left? Right
and
there?
Bartenders served it in small wooden mugs called noggins. You know what? You gotta love.
Yep, that right.
You gotta love having a librarian on staff because Snotface is always there.
What's
with
that
excellent trivia.
Oh, it's in the wall.
It's plugged in.
Okay.
Is there a problem?
No, not a bit.
It's a lovely picture. Were you wanting that over there?
No, it's okay. There's a lovely picture.
Ben Turner says, "Wow." But so far behind us that I don't remember why you're saying wow. I can drink a pot of coffee and go right to sleep. You got to love that.
If I drink coffee, usually if I have a coffee after 3:00, it gives me trouble at night.
Well, on the bright side, you're not trying to go to sleep, right? So, oh, and it starts. Listen, if your back bothers you, bro, bail. Go lay down. Do what you do. I'm not worried about it. I got this. A giant rail of meth made me pass out. You know, my ADHD. You know something?
Remember that?
Yeah.
You left the house. You're like, "I'll be back in 10 minutes."
Yep.
You came back and you're like, "What are you doing, dude?" I'm like, "I'm sleeping." What are you?
No, that didn't. But that was just pipe dream.
Do you think so?
Mm-hmm. Anybody else allowed coffee as a kid? All the kids in my family are allowed coffee with milk, no sugar. Checks out. I wouldn't give them sugar either. I drink coffee at bedtime. See, Miss Sunrise Dawn. He's trying to get Johnny to quit.
See that snot face? She read right through that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've got 24-hour live streams under my belt by my onesie. This is nothing.
He's soft, though. I mean, you don't know. It's like hospital cotton.
It's nothing. Listen, I've got 124 hours of live stream just in long form. 5 videos.
I have 1,200 hours of long form content. I remember my first cup of coffee at age fix. Mama gave it to me to dunk an oatmeal cookie while she watched Donahue. I love that.
I went through this night terrors when I was a kid. And,
I remember that too.
They were tense, and some doctor said, some coffee before he goes to bed, and it'll help. So I remember them giving me coffee. I thought it was a cool thing.
I thought you were crazy. I was afraid of you. Honestly, like that whole thing was just frightening.
My son.
But why would someone do a 24-hour live stream in hopes that no one will see it and talk about it?
That's it right there.
That's it. Right? In hopes that none of the melting pots, see, uniquely on the lifeboat, we have about 3 or 4 different audiences, right? People that came from unique places. We have a group of people that came over from you originally watching space weather, right? Big group came over from the space weather community. We have a huge group that came over from the ex-Scientology community, or people who watch the ex-Scientology community. Huge group, the largest section of our audience. We have the Chile community. And then we have, with overreaching all of it, is the sobriety community. And when you come on for a 24-hour live feed and you interact with the audience and answer questions and let people get an idea of who you are, you blend all of that together so that people who dig true crime get an idea of who you are from the true crime stuff, and the people who are more fired up that you turned your life around.
What a cool thing that you can do that, because I'm so pigeon. I mean, I'm typecast. You're hot stuff, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, to a large extent. I think
that's it.
No, I think when the next one comes out, Sunrise Dawn came over from SBTV. We got a lot of Subversive People television crew over here, a lot of them. Liquefy a whole turkey dinner in a blender. Should taste like all the fixins. I'm not messed up about the whole.
I'm not freaking out about that either. I think it'll be easy. It'll be lunch, is what that is.
Yeah, I think I can net that without a problem. I got here and realized this is also a sobriety community, which is awesome, right? We hear this a lot. We hear this a lot from people who come over to the boat and they start hanging out or watching videos or whatever. And very often, if you happen to catch us on a day where I'm doing something over with AA Ron or something. Oh, no, Ben, this isn't a pain thing. Thank God this isn't a pain. I mean, it'll end up a pain thing because we're old men. When you sit in the chair for 24 hours, you're going to end up with some complaining. And here's the deal. I'm not doing 24 hours. I'm doing longer. 24 hours.
What are you talking about?
I have to roll directly into an interview when this one's over.
Oh, that's beautiful. Seriously?
Yes, sir.
I have one too. I have a board meeting.
I think I got like a 2.5 hour.
I have an hour-long board meeting.
Yeah.
I'll be fine.
Yeah, it's no big deal.
Nothing but a thing, people.
Yeah. Sit on, if I had yoga balls here, that's exactly what I would do. For those that don't know, I love Jones Soda.
In a while, I haven't heard of them ever.
Did a release on Thanksgiving soda that people insisted tasted like the whole turkey. And I remember hearing about that, but I drank a bunch of Jones and I never saw one of them, but I did read about that. I can drink a Monster and fall asleep, so coffee doesn't do much. It's all for taste now. I got you. Usually I squat. Usually I am flat-footed and I can bend my knees and I can just be sort of in that position. And that's normally what I do. I do not sit down in chairs. So this will eventually start to bother me. But with two of us, go walk and do what you do.
I'm good. I'm good. I am not gonna. If I do that, it's not like I don't know you. I know what you're gonna do. I'm not leaving. You're gonna talk about me.
Oh, you know why you think that?
Because I do. When you leave,
there you go. There's the truth. You know what you're gonna find though when you go back and watch this, that you're the one that did that, and I didn't do that. I didn't talk about it. I didn't plan anything because you're a low life and I'm not. That's all I have to say about that. Johnny, if you have an hour-long board meeting, you should put the coffee filter on.
The cat filter.
Oh, the
way to sound it out.
You know what? I'm not talking to him again for the rest of
Put it back. There we go. That's it. We need a divider between the two of us.
Yep.
I'll get coffee for just me. Is that how it's going to be?
That's how you do it. Nozzle.
You know what I was thinking about doing? Make a little toast while I was up next.
Go ahead and make your toast. Yes, Brock's does make Thanksgiving dinner candy corn. I had somebody send it to me last year. It's pretty rugged. Pretty rugged. Not a fan. Not a fan. Not a fan. I can't wait to see you guys get punchy and unguarded. Yeah.
See that?
Good
We have
shit.
safe words.
Wham! That's what's going to happen. You watch. Be about 6-7 hours in. What are we at now?
You won't do that.
5, 6, 7.
You won't do that.
Oh, yeah.
It wouldn't serve you.
Nice job on the 3 days. No question. Right? 3 days is huge. Your the first 3 days are the most important 3 days, right? Good stuff. Bust up that
You need a hi-hat or something. You got
I've got this.
Yeah, you need something to make that happen.
Yeah, I'm not really a drummer.
That is Vegemite, David. Robin.
Yes. Congratulations, SG. Good stuff.
Yeah, for real.
You know what? You all you got to make it through is the rest of today, right? What time you got? Well, it's 7 o'clock here in Arizona, which means that it's 6 o'clock in California, right? You're almost through this one, SG. Tomorrow we'll be here in the morning, right? You start your day, just pop back here, right, and go rolling. You told him the safe word was pineapple juice?
No,
How would you do that?
it's not pineapple juice.
Oh, well, that'll explain it.
I'd be in big trouble if that was the safe word.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're only 4.5 hours in, 5 hours in.
Nothing to it.
So less than 20 hours ago. This is simple, you guys. This ain't nothing but a thing.
No, there's really nothing to it. There really is nothing to it. I'm in really good shape. So I feel like $1 million. He's a lot older than I am.
What is the you said you do this for money.
I don't remember saying it. Exactly like
I
that.
do exactly.
I said I wanted 150K. I think was what I said. I would probably do it if the number hit. I don't want to make it unrealistic.
$10.
No, there's no way. There's no way. I'm not doing it for $10. I was thinking more like $500 or $600.
I eat this whole jar for $600.
Yeah, but you like the way it tastes.
I do. You know, the first jar of Marmite I had, it was a smaller jar than this, the one smaller down from this.
Right.
I ate the entire jar. Using my finger on the way. I was on the plane. I didn't have a snack. I was kind of hungry.
You're disgusting.
So I just dipped my finger in it. By the time I was landing in, I can't remember where I was landing, but it was gone. It's gone. It's good though. I know it's not peanut butter cosmic crispy, but it's delicious. Every time I've made posts, probably half a dozen in the last 7 years of me putting Marmite on toast. I like Marmite. Everybody gives me a hard time. Says I use way too much. You know what's really funny about Aussies? They tell you you got to make it just Aussies with the way they do their Marmite or their Vegemite is just how they are in the UK with their tea. If you don't make it the exact right way, they're like, dude, you're not making it right.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, love you all, but have to check out. It's 2 a.m. here, and I haven't slept since 7 a.m. We've done more than 34 hours already. See you in the morning. Yes, absolutely.
All right, just be
we'll
careful.
see you then. Marmite is weird. You know what the problem with Marmite is? It's stringy. I like the flavor of it, but the texture is weird to me. I love the texture of this.
She just smiled and gave me a Vegemite sandwich. Have you ever put pepper powder in
Marmite? Sure. Absolutely.
Really?
Sure, of course.
Your boss gave you a lecture about being 10 years sober. Good for him. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. I try not to, I don't know, lecturing things sometimes is.
We're both staring at our phones. It's so rude. One of us can't do that when the other one is.
I'm trying to send somebody a link still, and I'm just not getting it.
Here, you know what? Hang on a second.
Cemetery, go to sleep. What's the matter with you?
I'm doing a live stream on my brother's channel, The Lifeboat. A long one, 24 hours.
He's lying.
No, I'm not.
No, he is.
I'm not.
We're watching television.
She'll be here in a few minutes, and she'll know I'm not lying. It's yeast. It's yeast extract, Martha Simmons. Apparently, breweries had all this sludge, and they didn't know what to do with it. They're like, we're throwing this sludge out. There's got to be a way to turn this up, make it something. So they made this delicious, wonderful thing called Vegemite. In the UK, they have Marmite. In New Zealand, they have Promite. In the UK, they also have Bovril, which is delicious.
It does help when people talk about their sobriety, SG. It absolutely does. You know,
When
especially
you become invested in somebody else's sobriety, it helps your own.
Yeah, and it's one of those situations where when when you surround yourself with people who are all pulling in the same direction, then you double your chances of success. You triple your chances of success, right? You quadruple your chances.
Well, it's the whole thing about connections really is true. You know what I mean? Because honestly, every time I've ever been addicted to something, I just didn't talk to anybody but who I got whatever I was using from or people I was doing it with. But everybody that in my life that could have had any positive thing an effect on my life, I pushed them away. When you're in an addiction, that's what you do. You push every good thing in your life away from you.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything good you push away from you, and it's a horrible thing. The food's great. I love the food in Australia, Miss V. I really do. So what do you do with Vegemite? It's a yeast thing. I put it on toast, just toast with butter, and cheese. When I make a spaghetti sauce, a tablespoon of this mixed in with this spaghetti sauce, forget about it. I'm not even joking. Forget about it. It's so good.
He's always trying to get it into anything. Like he's always messing with me. If we're having anything with pasta, he's always like, yeah, and I put a little Vegemite in it.
I do it just as a joke. Hey, do you remember the other day? Do you remember the other day we were talking to Mom? I was like, I remember when we were kids, you'd slide like turkey bacon in front of Dad. And she's like, I never did that.
I know, right? But there's
whatever. I remember him going apoplectic because he.
SG, you and Chili Mancer are both on day 4.
More of that.
Yeah,
keep it going. This group is great support. It really is, Donnie.
Yeah, no question.
Let's see what we got down here. Kangaroo steak. I loved kangaroo when I was there.
You know what? I don't remember being wildly impressed with it, but I don't remember disliking it either.
You know what I liked better than the I liked emu. It was good.
What did you call it?
You heard me. I didn't stutter. Emu, the big bird.
Yeah.
It's like a cousin to an ostrich.
They got a dumb look on their face.
You can get on their back and apparently ride them around.
Yeah, I don't think I could get on their back and ride them around, but I'm sure it's possible.
But they take, what's really weird?
It's
the
umami.
meat. The meat from umami. It's bird, but it looks like steak. It's
kind of like MSG.
No, I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it.
He said that. Cosmic Christie. I think.
She was talking about the Vegemite. She's not talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's lots.
MSG is a naturally occurring ingredient in some vegetables.
Emu.
The person I was with told me I said it wrong. He told me it was pronounced emu.
Really?
Emu, yeah, instead of emu. I got laughed at a lot. The funny thing is, when I was in Australia, like, you have an accent. I'm like, okay. Before I started my channel, I used to have trouble differentiating like a UK accent from a Australian accent, from a South African, from New Zealand, and now I'm like, I can hear it really well. Last month on the 9th said 7th son. I was getting my stomach pumped. I'm glad you're not today.
Yeah, last month on the 9th was one of those days.
Yes, it was.
And we had a rugged couple of days. Last month sucked. We really did. I want an ostrich or emu.
I do too.
Egg omelet.
I think that'll make a great video. An ostrich omelet.
They're large eggs.
Huge.
I wonder how many you'd have to.
Huge. One. That's for a crowd of people, man.
Oh man, I'd love to see that. Johnny. My husband had trouble distinguishing accents before his last deployment, but he loved the Anzac. Say Anzac? What kind of accent is Anzac? He loved the Anzac Army. Okay. Henny, be careful. He said, I miss one hot minute. Well, then burn yourself. We're here with you, bro. Gents, I hope to touch base in the morning. Time to eat and get some sleep. I still have drug dreams and nightmares after many years clean. Well, if you find yourself with a drug dream or a nightmare, you know where to find us. We'll probably be right here. I want a panther. Did we have this conversation the other day? I want a panther too.
Great, wouldn't it?
I want a big cat. I've wanted a big cat.
I had a friend that lived in Reno that had a big cat. It was a lynx.
Yep.
All right. And his name was Tom.
Yep.
Tomcat.
Yep.
When I went to see him the first time, he's like, I wanted to bring my kids. I'm like, can I bring my kids over?
Wasn't it Bobcat?
No,
I thought it was a female.
Tomcat. But he's like, please don't bring your kids. I'm like, how come? I'm like, okay, I don't mind, but what's the deal? He goes, he stalks children. But the first time I went to his house, I walked into the front house and his house smelled like, apparently, he was spayed and didn't get the memo. It didn't matter that he wasn't spayed. He was marking that.
Apparently, you want him female.
But man, this thing, I walked to his house. I heard this thing purring, like growling. I'm like, dude, that's funny. I thought it was a joke. I thought he was teasing me. Like,
it stands for Australian.
The New Zealand Army Corps, Anzac.
Anzac.
They have Anzac here. It's a big thing, Anzac Day.
Canadian lynx is my most coveted animal. His name will be Riddick. I like what you've done here. I love it when someone's already got it planned out. I like the lynx as well, except mine is going to be a female. There's a real issue with the whole spray thing, apparently. Who has a Scottish accent? Say my name. Darcy. I don't know. Darcy.
And Darcy.
Which you have to say with a Scottish accent.
Darcy. I can't do it.
Yeah.
Apparently, the kid is literally my favorite. Here's the problem. It ruined me because now every time I say the word apparently, I giggle to myself. I'm talking to somebody, you weren't even around. I say the word apparently, and I giggle to myself. They must think I'm an idiot. The Apparently Kid has a YouTube channel.
That's what I've heard.
Called The Apparently Kid.
Yes.
Go figure. He's going to milk that 15 minutes, man. He's going to flog it. That's it. He ain't giving up.
15 minutes of fame?
Oh, yeah.
I don't blame him. First of all, I think he gets at least a half an hour, I think. He was fantastic.
You know what, man? He was great. All the credit goes to the person who handed that kid the mic, though, because they could have said, get that kid out of here. But they're like, no, man, let him run with it. That was awesome. Don't get a monkey that can rip off your face. It's the truth, SG. Monkeys are dangerous, man. They're strong. I think like an infant chimp, like 2-month-old chimp, like a 7-hour-old chimp could probably pull your arm off if it wanted to. Those things are so strong.
Super, super strong. Oh, the Powerball. It's not face. I want you to know that if you hit this, I'm not expecting you to split it up with everybody evenly on here on the boat. I mean, I'm not saying I hate it. Would you? You know, you're doing that just because you know I love the smell, right?
It tastes amazing. Should we eat something?
No. Make possum stew.
Hey, quick question. Did we eat anything today?
Yeah.
What do we eat?
Well, you did. Do you want me to catalog all this?
No, but we had adequate. I'm trying to think. We didn't really eat that much.
There were the egg and onions, and there was the Creole. Yeah, you were going.
Chip Indo. People call me crazy because I own a bunch of ticks, sperms. I used to breed boas.
Yeah, my brother was a breeder.
I mean, a million years ago, the first I had 3 albino snakes.
I'm talking about the Apparently Kid video too. Love that kid.
He's amazing. I had 3 albino boas when there were only 21 captive bred known at the time in America, and I bought 3 of them. There were $7,500 a piece when I bought them. It's no joke. It's crazy. But I had striped ones. We made some cool snakes.
I can watch 7-year-olds covering Metallica on the drums all damn day. I don't blame you.
Yep, Peter Call. That's right, Chip. Pete Call. That's right. I talked with Chip about that. Silverback will turn your car upside down. I'm not even joking. They frighten me, man.
Yeah. No. I mean, it's just too much power and not enough brain.
Like, whoever thought? I got an idea. Let's lock that in a cage and look at it. Just seems like a bad idea. Can I tell you something? The last time I went to a zoo, I couldn't enjoy it. I remember going to zoos early on and has now I go, I'm like, oh, it's just something so wrong about that. It's not my favorite thing to go to zoos. It used to be a big thing.
I'm sorry, Goddess Divine. I really am. Hope your day gets better.
Yeah, for real. Somebody said something here that I think I need to read.
Oh, you're right. He does talk about the.
Oh, I'd love to have it.
I got you. I'm sorry. I'm brain dead snot face, and I'm only 5 hours in. I know what you're talking about.
We're 5 hours and 8 minutes in.
The drummer for Korn kicks ass.
There you have it.
That's going to be later on when I talk about the. Remember the original reference on the Kurt Cobain thing?
Yeah.
You're innocent. Didn't Mike Tyson want to fight a silverback?
It's comical. Listen, he punches
sorry.
very hard than any other human, but a silverback would pull his arm off.
I'm sorry, what? Did he really say he wanted to fight a silverback?
I can see that. He wanted to eat
You mean
his
you
opponent's children.
I'm going to eat your liver. I want to eat your kids. I want to eat your
You remember
liver.
that?
Yeah, he was scary. So, man. Mike was the real deal Holyfield. Come on, that's funny as hell. See what I did?
I did.
He bit his ear off.
You did.
But I'm here with you. Of course, it's getting better. I love it. I love it.
Awfully
The
kind of you.
boat has that effect on people. Do it not?
It
do. It do.
You ever see a gorilla skull? It's terrifying. The jaw muscles connect to the top of the crest on the crown of the skull. We ripped that off like they studied it.
No, he did.
We had some, the crown of the skull, the crest. I mean,
yeah.
terminology is right there.
If you're BSing, you did it really good.
They are wicked strong, man. They just, you know what? Seriously, they're a scary creature. Can I tell you something scary? You seem like the fossils of like things back and everything was a lot bigger.
Sure.
Do you know if there were like praying mantis the size of like golden retrievers, they'd be eating cows?
Yeah.
They'd be the most terrifying. There's nothing scary than praying mantis. I saw a video, and somebody in the chat, I promise you, people in the chat have seen this. There's a video online you can go look at of a praying mantis sitting on the edge of a water, a plant feeder,
right?
And a hummingbird comes in to snag some food, and this praying mantis snags a hummingbird. Not lying. You can go look at it. It's terrifying.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Well, you know what I did watch with Johnny the other day was a golden eagle.
Oh,
pulling a mountain goat off the side of a mountain and flying away with it. I kid you not. Like when he told me that, I figured it had to be like, what do they call them? Kids?
Yeah, no.
Aren't the little ones called kids
or
something?
Yeah.
But no, this thing looked like a Chevrolet.
The way his friends were all too, a couple were like, hey, nothing to see here. It's your problem.
Yeah.
There was one or two that were like, I'll help you.
One. And there was one that was like, oh, wait, that's Hal. You know what I mean? I got to do something. The rest of them were like, I just see nothing.
Right?
He's
I have a problem with Hal. I really like him.
Death Dream. Don't know what it's called in English.
When bugs attack. Bugs are terrifying.
I'm thinking maybe Death Dream. What is a Death Dream? Nightmare. Nightmare? Death Dream? Probably Nightmare. Right? All right. Are you playing with me? I'm trying to play a game.
I'm going with
You're
that.
Not helping.
I'm with you. I think it looks the same thing. Praying mantis looks scary. You ever watch one? The whole mating thing.
V, be careful, please, hon.
So you're on V. Eagles are huge. Seen a lot in Minnesota. Indeed.
There were a lot of them. When I did my state prison sentence, we had hawks and eagles that every single day were out there. Every single day. We were in the high desert. And we would watch them come down and pick up snakes. And they would fly up in circles. And they carry them up about, 50, 100 yards and drop them. And then they come back down and just snarf them right up off the rock. And their arms are like that. And just pull things apart. Those talons are vicious. It's not the...
There's also another scary video of a sloth on the side of a tree. You just hit it on the side of a tree out of nowhere. This eagle grabs him and takes off, flying with him. And the sloth is like, dude, I was just eating.
Yeah.
It's
they're not fast sloths.
No, they're not.
They're probably not going to get away. You know what I mean?
I once saw an owl swoop down and grab a pet rabbit right from my lap in our yard. It's
from
scary,
your freaking
Valerie.
lap.
That's terrifying, Valerie. There's a great video of a dude that caught it. I guess it was an injured squirrel. It was nursing it back to health, and they brought it to this tree, and they're putting it on this tree to like watch it. There's a video. It's hilarious. It's not.
Yeah,
funny.
you're talking about the happy or the harpy. Is that what it says?
Yeah, the harpy
Harpy.
eagle. It's no joke, man. Snagging a sloth.
Was it the three-toed tree sloth?
It was.
Four?
It was
Three?
AI.
I'm sorry to hear that. Hate to see a good one. I was driving down the interstate, and a hawk dropped a whole huge fish on my car. You don't see that every day.
No, you don't.
First great granddaughter. Congratulations.
It's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
There's an eagle's nest about 1.5 miles away from his house. It's kind of
Didn't
cool.
we used to eat at a place called the Eagle's Nest?
Bob Clark's got some great stuff, Chip. Yeah, we used to when we were kids.
The Owl's Nest.
Yeah.
Not the Eagle's Nest.
The Owl's Nest.
That's good eating.
So he's doing hawks now, Bob Clark is? Bob Clark bred, he still probably does. He specialized in Burmese pythons. And I mean, he had some pretty cool ones, some piebald and some really cool Burmese. But the problem, you know, the problem with Burmese pythons, it's the same problem with their ticks. I know you guys.
I know. They're snakes.
They just get so big, and they really, you know, they get really, really big.
And they don't have fur on them.
Hey, Chip, do you know the Barkers, Tracy Barker? I bet you know who they are, man. They did a bunch of specials on TV on them. I bought six cages for breeding boas from Tracy Barker. I went there to get them. And as I'm there, her husband wasn't around. So it was just me and her. And about 5 feet tall, teeny little thing. She's like, she goes, I have a problem with the last cage. I said, what's the problem with it? She goes, we got to get that out of it. And there was like, she said it was only 15 feet. Dude, it looked like it was 70. But she said it was 15 feet. And you could tell how active, how alert the snakes are. As I walk in front of the thing, it's doing this with its head. It's following me. It's like wicked alert. It took us like a half hour to come up with an idea how to get that snake out of there that we were comfortable with, because it was a scary thing. As we get them out, we put them in a garbage bag and we got them. But she's like, that's the one that, I can't remember what her husband was, but that's the one that bit my husband. I said, really? And she showed me a picture of him. It was on the ground. It's a docile animal. And it was been shedding, and his eye shields, hadn't come off really well. So he was trying to help it. So he's standing over this snake, and like 75% of the snake is that way, and just a little bits under his legs. And he's reaching down, and he had tweezers, and he pulls the eye shield off. And it just kind of bothered the snake. It pulled back and bit him on the inside of his thigh. They have 2 rows of teeth on the bottom and 4 rows of teeth on top. It opened him up like he almost died.
Wow.
And but this I saw the pictures after the fact, like weeks later. It looked like it was the scariest thing. I'm like, you should have showed me that maybe before we moved the snake, but it was crazy. I do not watch snakes today. I haven't watched TV in 1,000 years, man. It's been forever.
You know what, man? I think TV is just gone. I don't even really think that.
But Hulu and Disney are not gone. Please be watching Hulu and Disney. January, super hot. Just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Super hot.
Never heard of it.
It's a show on it. About peppers. Surprised you didn't know that.
No. Praying mantis.
Just showing up is always sus. I don't know, man. I'll tell you what. If you're a pepper grower, you want praying mantis in your garden. They're the keepers of the garden.
Is that true?
Oh yeah, man. They're brutal. They're amazing. You know what? A lot of times pepper growers will get aphids. It's a problem. You know how they get rid of them? Lots of ways. But one of the ways, Listen, one of the ways they get rid of them is you'll buy like 10,000 ladybugs, and you'll get a bag this big of live ladybugs, a sack of ladybugs in a screen bag. And you go in there and you open them up and just let them loose. And the idea is they don't go anywhere until the food's gone. They're going to hang out until there's nothing left to eat, and then they go somewhere else.
I've had people come to parties and they were like that. They didn't leave until everything in my house was gone.
Look at that. Brock Bandy. I got a buddy who breeds all kind of constrictors, got bit by his 13-foot retic, punctured his artery, his arm. And I'll tell you what, the whole idea is,
look at this. I grew up with channels 2, 5, 7, and 11 and no cable. Yeah, well, we grew up with 8,
13, and UHF, baby.
That's it.
That was it.
And it was it. 8, 13, and UHF. Lebowski says, I hate the Eagles.
Chad Matthews is back.
He does say that. He does say, I hate the Eagles. Oh, come on, man. I hate the
Come
Eagles.
on.
Cab driver makes him get out.
We're going to have to eat something at some point.
Yes, you're right.
What do you think?
I'll handle this.
You going to find something?
Yeah. See,
is what we're talking about.
Nothing to it. You start whispering, dude.
Have you ever seen a ladybug, like a blow up video? Check this out sometime. Check out a video of a ladybug eating aphids. You think bears are scary and sharks in the water are scary? If you are an aphid, there is nothing on the planet more frightening than a ladybug. They look so cute, and they're ladybugs, man. But they are a nightmare if you're an aphid. I'm not even joking. I'm spraying out 50 million nematodes tomorrow. Martha Simmons with your nematode spraying. It works. TV's bad, man. Why do you think they call it programming? You ever notice that? They call it programming because they're programming us all what to think and how to think. I haven't had a TV in probably 12 years, for real, just don't do it. And I tell you what, I felt when I stopped watching TV, I felt better immediately. No joke. Yeah, there was no channel changer. I could see. Here's the thing. I'm just old. I'm a fossil. I remember leaving the house when I was a kid. There's no cell phone. You come home, it's like friends would call you. I called you. I'm like, yeah, I wasn't home. I mean, not even answering machine. I remember before you had an answering machine. Like, call me till I'm home. I'll be home at some point. Now the idea, if you leave your house without your phone, you panic. It's like, that's a problem. See, here's the thing, man. They're a necessary evil, but they've dumbed us down so bad. I've talked about that. I'm sure he has too. But when I was a kid, I had I knew 50 phone numbers memorized in my head. I knew how to get to, didn't know addresses, but I knew how to get to the homes of my best friends. Now, when I was in Fort Mill, Foy and I would drive to work for Chasey Hot Sauce or Blazing Foods. We went there every single day. You get in the car, first thing you do is put it in the GPS. Go there every day. But we did it just in case if there's a jam, you can go somewhere else. But it's dumbed us down. Like if we lost our phones, we'd be like, seriously, you ever think about that? What would happen if we ever lost your phone or the internet? It'd be a terrifying thing. I hope it doesn't happen. Yeah, you know what? Lori, the same thing. Commercials are ridiculous. I remember when I first started my channel 7 years ago, I remember telling everybody that we're watching the death throes of television, cable TV. We're watching its death throes. And I said that 7 years ago. Like, if you look at the average age of people who watch cable, it's like my age or older. Chad says, I agree, John. I can't remember phone numbers anymore. Do you know Harmony's phone number, Chad? I mean, you might, but you may not. It's just kind of crazy. I'm with all the things like even YouTube, and I'd say I'm a YouTuber, but here's the truth of it. It's shortening an already short attention span. Like my videos are 10 to 15 minutes long. Do you know the average view time? Now, there are some people that watch every second of every video. And for that, God, I thank you. Chad says, nope, doesn't know his wife's phone number. But just like that. See, small, shiny objects. You know what I was thinking? False. My husband and I invested in an antenna so that we get all free channels on our smart TVs. We have over 1,000. But then you know what you get then, though? Snotface, you get that we have too much stuff to watch. There's so much on, there's nothing to watch. I watched my family go through that. There's like 150 channels. It's like, here's the thing. I'm online. I have the internet. I have YouTube, Netflix, Hulu, Nat Geo, the Discovery Channel. I mean, that's it. If you can't find enough on there, and the truth is, even if all I had was YouTube, I could find stuff to be entertained with. Hey. Oh, see? He's getting ready for some food. Yeah. When someone calls into a radio station and they have their radio turned on, I'm sorry, you got to turn your radio down. He's doing it. I hear him talking. He's typing something about food. It's like spending $2 at the grocery store and there's nothing left that you want to eat when you get home. I'll tell you what I've learned. I remember when I was married, a couple of times I went to the grocery store without a list with the munchies. When you go to the grocery store, you need to have a list, man. You need a list of what you want, and you need to be firm with it. She only sent me to the grocery store a few times. Then she's like, that's a bad idea. Tommy's sneaking his Vegemite again. He is, Nick. Loves his Vegemite. He says he doesn't. Here's the thing I don't understand. I don't understand how he couldn't love Vegemite. It is a delicious thing. It's savory and wonderful, and that is what it is. I don't understand how he doesn't like it, especially like I know he's so close-minded. My spaghetti sauce is so much better with some Vegemite in it. I'm not kidding. We used to have a phone book for phone numbers. Now we need a book for passwords. Oh, right. That was like the bane of my father's existence was passwords. He'd forget them all the time. I'm that way too. But phone books, that's a thing of the past. Phone books. I watched this funny video of this. It was a challenge that this mom and dad had with their two sons. They're in this room. You can probably find this video. It's pretty funny. They're in a room. There's a box on a table. And they're like, here's your challenge. Are you ready? And they take the box off, the box off, and underneath the box was a phone. Remember the old days, the rotary phone?
Mm-hmm.
There's a piece of paper that had a phone number and said, here's the challenge. You have 10 minutes to dial this number. They could not do it. They couldn't figure out how it worked. They couldn't. No, it's we wouldn't do here. It's funny to watch. It's worth watching. It's insane.
Yeah. Antennas to pick up broadcasts. I get 3 TV stations and a bunch of radio stations. Don't need much. Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, it has been, I can't begin to tell you how long it's been since I've watched anything on the television set. I mean, I just don't, I just, YouTube, I don't really watch anything outside of YouTube.
That's probably what I watch the most.
YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, everything in the world is on it.
Well, like that. I'm always wanting to support other people. They're supporting me. So
you got a yellow book delivered to your house last week.
Shocking.
I don't know. I don't even think they still made them. We were having a discussion about ripping one in half. You remember this? And nobody could even find one. we were trying to look at an experiment about something, and we couldn't even find one. It has to taste gross. Someone else is taking advantage of free entertainment, right? Well, if you want something in high detail, go. Your food's out there.
What food is it?
It's on the chopping block in the kitchen.
I can't believe you made me food.
See that? I mean, and I'm getting on the whole time I'm gone. He's picking them. I can hear you. Liarhead. Antenna TV with TCL Roku TV is amazing. I recommend it for everybody. That's Roku. Snot face. I have mad faith in. So, I'm all about free. All about free and high def. Like I remember when I first got my first high def TV, the only way I could get high def was actually going off of cable and getting. Where can you get Vegemite in New York? You can get Vegemite at World Market, right? Anywhere in the U.S. World Market sells Vegemite. In any place like that. You probably could also find it at Trader Joe's. I would be willing to bet you could find it there. There's a lot of places. New York should be easy. New York should be easy to find Vegemite. Why you would want to? That I can't tell you. If you're buying into all that savory crap, I know that they're all into it because they all say savory. It's like they all got the memo, right? And when they all start saying the same thing, I feel like I'm getting played. Like they're trying to get me to taste this stuff, but I have tasted this stuff. Sometimes I can just bring it up and start talking about it to see if Fiona Crispin is lurking. Because usually if I just say the word Vegemite, she shows up. Okay, so I had a party line growing up. We had a party line. I told you I used to break into the neighbor down the street, right? And the neighbor down the street, was only there for like 4th of July, maybe one other holiday, right? And that, because of that, he didn't need a permanent phone line. So we were on the same phone line. And he wasn't there often enough for it to make a big difference. But when he was there, we'd be listening. You go to pick up the phone and make a phone call, and he's on there talking to somebody. Oh, nice. Twilight Zone is amazing. I love old Twilight Zone. Old TV is great. Time to feed the animals. All right, Cindy, get it. No, you don't need to learn how to shop online. It's a terrible idea. Get him a bag of sugar-free. Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Lovely. Thank you.
Did you eat it though?
No, I ate some.
Good for you though.
I felt guilty.
You're eating and I'm slaving away.
Wait, you're really slaving. Come on, man.
I mean, I think everybody knows what I'm doing.
I don't like Haribo gummy bears. I don't like candy that much.
You know what? Johnny doesn't like candy. Does that mess with your head? It messes with mine.
Can I tell you something? We at Blazing Foods, we recently started working with candy. Here is a freeze-dried. Here's a freeze-dried ice cream bar. So what happened is when we got our freeze dryer, we went out and spent $500 on candy, and we bought every single thing with sugar in it that's been processed anywhere. Because when you freeze dry stuff, some stuff changes and gets really cool. Some doesn't do anything. Like ice cream just gets dehydrated. It's amazing. But so we didn't know what was going to happen. And I had to sample everything. I put on 10 pounds in a month, and I hate it. It was awful.
Yeah. Speaking of awful, they were trying to find out where they can get Vegemite in New York. Do you have any recommendations?
I'm sure there's, listen, you can get bat wings in New York if you need them. No matter what you need, and there's a shop in New York.
Have I seen the one about the poker machine?
Oh, it's such a good one. It's with
Franklin.
It's such a
Franklin.
good
That the one you're talking
and
about?
that's
No.
William Shatner.
No, I've never seen that.
Me either.
The
Such
reviews
a
on
good
sugar-free
one.
gummy bears? Hysterical. Gonna have to check them out. Yeah, I've definitely seen the one about the one on Poker Bandit. Franklin.
Trader Joe's, boy. I have a weird relationship with Trader Joe's. Did a couple of videos for them, and one was really good and one wasn't so good. And I was really honest about what
They
wasn't
didn't
so good.
like you much anymore.
No, well, here's the deal. When I would come in, I'd walk in the store, I'd be like, he's in the second aisle. Like I had a feeling I was getting followed. Reed Pritchard, I'm Australian and I don't like Vegemite either. How do you say that?
I'm jealous.
It was
I
a
want
very
freeze dryer.
expensive, Martha. It was like $7,000 for the machine. I don't remember the name of the company.
Reed Pritchard.
And the weird thing is, the machine was difficult. It isn't really simple. It took us a while to figure it out.
Reed Pritchard says, I'm Australian and I don't like Vegemite either. You know why? Because you have great taste. Have you tried fermented bean curd yet?
Oh, yeah.
It comes in a mushy little cubes. Sometimes they're different, super salty, and sometimes they're effervescent, super salty and fermented.
Donnie, one day I was with College Boy and Big Al, and we did bean curd, fermented bean curd. I have to tell you, it was not fun. Guess who liked it?
Who's that?
Al. He likes disgusting stuff, man.
That's pretty funny though, because you're pretty much the Duke of disgusting.
He drank Surströmming and liked it. What are you talking about?
So
I only do it to make you sick.
that's true. I know that. See that? Yep. See, he liked the Franklin reference.
It was a good one.
Trader Joe's in Tucson was crowded. I believe that. It's pretty popular here. Gee, $7,000 to freeze dry candy. Yeah. But now keep in mind, this is this is Blazing Foods.
On a
This
big
wasn't
scale.
like he was buying it for his kitchen. This is a big business that goes and burns people all over the world.
You make it sound like I do that. It's not. It's
They call him who's two of terror? Nothing further. The Johnny Scoville tube of terror. You act like it's my stuff. The astronauts that crash murder each other for water turn out they didn't make it into space. They had landed in the Vegas desert.
That's such a good
That's
one.
a wicked good episode.
Remember when they're first in the cave and they get out of the car? Like, it didn't work. Wait a minute. Are we talking about the one, the gold one, where they have they get in the glass coffins and they're going to go to sleep for 100 years? When they come to, statute of limitations is done and they can walk away with the gold. And it turns out, where's that back scratcher? Let me have that back scratcher.
No, this is a crash. Butt scratch up.
Oh, I remember that one.
This is
where
one
they
where
think they
crash.
don't realize they are.
Yeah, yeah.
That was a bummer. Oh, God, this is good.
Here come the high stepper. I'm the lyrical gangster. Chris, good to see you. Big Al's awesome. But yeah, Johnny, man, does he like some nasty stuff? Yeah. I mean, he
Big
does.
Al.
He
man,
does. It is.
And the other thing is that you're kind of like him. Every single time I'm trying to pull one over on him.
Does the same thing happen with College Boy?
Well, no, because listen, they know what they signed up for. Come on,
See
man.
that? Okay, nothing further. Once again, I'm
They
done.
both have YouTube channels
done.
about heat.
That was me dropping the mic. Yeah.
I'm not lying. Can I tell you, when we did the first time we did surstroming, both of them were like, let's do it. I'm all about it. They were all excited.
Yeah, it's because you're all mentally.
When is 1 hot minute? You want to do? When do you want to do? We should do a couple 1 hot minutes during this 24-hour day.
All right, look, you really want to do a 1 hot minute? I'll go get some stuff.
We gotta wait. We gotta do it. Okay, on the hour. Get something hot, you guys. On the hour. So we have 20 minutes. Now, what 1 hot minute is a segment we do on Chase the Heat, where everybody goes to their fridge or pantry or something, and you get something hot. It can be a pepper, it can be hot sauce, it can be it can be anything. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna post in there what we're eating. Like Tommy's gonna get something hot. We're gonna eat it together. That was from The Simpsons, Lori T. But scratch out. No, that's Family Guy, actually. Anyway, then right on straight up at 8 o'clock our time. Okay, what we do is we'll do a countdown. All right, Chad's ready. Tell us what you're having, Chad. And then right on the hour, we all eat our spicy hot stuff. Excellent, Chris K. That'll work. Straight shredded horseradish, which is hot. And then we post in there how hot it is. And when it starts, once it starts, it's kind of like a horse race. You'll see what I'm talking about. People that are from my channel, oh man, 1 hot minute. Now, the cool thing about 1 hot minute is we don't, it's not televised. It's not like, hey, tonight's 1 hot minute. It's a rarity. It happens once in a while. So when it happens, it's sort of a fun thing. And that's 1 hot minute. Oh, Tommy's going to get something hot. And then straight up at 8 o'clock. What do you got there? Oh. Last dropper of Vintage 7 and a Death Spiral. Chad Matthews. That is awfully ambitious. But he's a real chilihead. You weren't here earlier. I went to dinner with Chad and his beautiful wife, Harmony, recently. And you know what they did? You know what he did? Pulled out some powder. Powdered his food. It's a chilihead. A nice pepperoncini for hot one. SG, that is a perfect thing. Oh, you know what you may want to do, Tommy? What? Pepperoncini would be a great thing also. Oh, yeah. Mean it. I think I will too. I can't partake in 1 hot minute. Sadly, I have a doctor's appointment. I understand, Andrew. Be safe, please. Prima Italia Death Spiral powder. Red Jab sauce. Jeez, Brock. Jeez. Start out light, then move up in heat, says Cemetery. I have medium hot salsa for tonight. The 1 hot minute, says Valerie. Excellent. If this is your first 1 hot minute, and I would guess there's 55 in the chat, most people here are going to be experiencing their first hot minute. If this is your first 1 hot minute, please put a 1 in the chat so we can see who's doing this. Henny says, I have pickled red hot peppers from Goya. Can we have bread with it? Of course. There are no rules. Listen, if you don't have anything hot, but you have black pepper, it has the word pepper in it, so it counts. But this is what got Tommy and me more so, into peppers when I was a little boy. Papa Scoville was eating these, and he said, I walked up and said, I want one. He goes, no, you won't like it. And I did the old, Bart Simpson from The Simpsons. Please, can I have it? Please, can I have it? And I just did that till he waved the white flag and said, here, fine. You won. He thought it had me running off, and I really liked it. And that's kind of how it started with me. So I think we will have some, and I have a hotter stuff. I have stuff that will melt your face off in this house, but I haven't really eaten anything in quite a while. So I'm not going to do anything crazy hot because I don't feel like doing this with cat cramps. Beef sticks from Blazing Food, Jeremy Shelton. They're delicious. These are the new ones too, by the way. For anybody who's interested, these are Screaming Hot Meat Sticks from Blazing Foods. It's made with 7-pot Primo powder, and they are delicious. Steve Molesky's not allowed hot anymore. That's why I watch you. I'm glad you watched me. Hold on. What was this about the Angry Irishman? Lawn Dog. Johnny, if it's all right, I'm going to have my 1 hot minute with dinner, which is homemade chicken tacos. And I'm going to bring up I'm going to bring up a bottle of Y, which is a great sauce from the Angry Irishman. Big question mark on the label. It's a great sauce. In fact, it's just a question mark. I believe. I don't think it says why. I think it's just the question.
What's it called?
Why? It's a lovely sauce. You'd like it. Top of the hour, you got plenty of time. Just chill out. Ghost pepper maple syrup is lovely. Martha, the bomb is nasty. It sure is. It tastes like poison. It is what it is. Johnny, quit saying meat stick. Get yourself in trouble. That, if it was the first 2 minutes, I'd worry about that. This has gone 4.5 hours, 5 hours. You wouldn't. Yeah. If this late in the stream, you're safe. I promise you. And what's really funny? I've gone through a phase where I was like, I can't believe YouTube's like that. They have 56,600,000 YouTube channels. You know that? They've got it. Isn't that crazy? 60 million?
A lot of channels.
It's bizarre.
Yeah, but how many of them are really doing anything?
I don't
You know what I
know.
mean? I don't know. I feel like a lot of them are just sort of out there. Always teasing me with blazing food products. You're mean, sir. Well, it could be worse. You could live with them. I'm going to roll with some Panango. Good choice.
Josh,
Put
for
on
those
some
in the
ice
chat
cream.
may not know, but Panango is a sauce that I make. Chase the heat sauce.
I would like to
CTH1.
have my last
We
ice
have
cream
won
bar.
awards from that. I would like to have my last ice cream bar, but I have to teach this afternoon. I don't think this is for what he's talking about. This thing right here. It is a freeze-dried ice cream bar, but it's wicked hot. But the texture of it's so cool. Have you had one yet?
No.
You won't like it because it's hot. You know what I'll get them to do? I'll get them to send a regular freeze-dried one with heat on it. Same thing. You'd like the flavors. The texture is a really cool part.
I heard it through the grapevine.
I doubt that, Ray. There's too much money on their reaction channels. Why they wouldn't do away with something that's got that big a. It's a space. It's actual space.
I think that reaction channels are going to be tough to get rid of. I could see them doing the other ones.
Yeah. Well, they've already gotten rid of tons.
There's really not
the
much.
big ones are still around. But even then, they've been harassed with demonetization and things like that.
See that? Snotface gets it.
The bomb is so gross. It's not about good hot sauce at all. It's just about pain. It's not even that painful. Do you know it's only about 175,000 units? Shocking, really. It's the disruptor. If you watch the show,
Is sucking on ice after cheating? No, not even slightly.
Johnny, the label on the Y sauce has both the word Y. See, it does have the word. Thank you, Wanda. It's in the honor of old times.
Yeah, Ben, that's unfortunate, but yeah, I think they're going to go away. I really think that that's probably the future. I'm not a huge fan of reaction channels. However,
I like real content, and that's just.
But there are some reaction. I mean, I promise you, we could do a reaction video that would have you peeing yourself. Because if you ever watch Johnny and I watch each other get hurt, it would kill you. You would laugh so hard because when you're out there and you're vomiting and you're in the middle of it, it's hard to really appreciate what's happening to the other dude until you can watch it on tape. Yeah, I don't like the taste of the bomb.
You know what we'll do? We all should, around 1 o'clock. I should start dropping some secrets I'm not supposed to be talking about. We got plenty.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Do it, Tommy. It's ice cream. What could go wrong? I'll see what happens when I leave the room.
Look at cemetery. I might do a Robbie Dropper Reaper tincture before the night is over. Maybe.
Whoa.
Robbie Dropper's huge. It just is.
I could probably find a bottle of tincture to drink, but you'd have to get rowdy. I'd have to do something.
That's why I can't really watch any of your vomiting videos. I'm just so over vomiting that I don't want to watch other people doing it.
I don't blame you, Snotface. I really don't. I don't blame you.
Listen, for what it's worth, it really bothers Mom Scoville.
Well, and it's more about all of the action that happens in between the vomiting, really. I mean, in most videos you don't see us actually do it. It's usually off camera most of the time.
Caddyshack would be good. People, we are now 12 minutes away from 1 hot minute. So get your product ready. I'll keep reminding you guys to be closer. If you've just joined us, we're doing 1 hot minute at the top of the hour where you get something spicy. We all eat something spicy all around the world at the same time. So please get something hot. We'll partake together.
What do they need to have a chat about? Go the other way. There you go.
We have a chat about buying and shipping some products without using the website. Surely it must be a cheaper way to mail from the U.S. You know what?
Don't call him Shirley.
Please don't. Here's the deal about that. We control the cost of the product, and that's it. We have no say in what it costs to ship something, and it's a drag. We've had people that, I have people that will buy a tube of terror and the shipping costs more than the tube of terror does. That sucks, and I'm sorry about that, but it's not something, in the UK, sometimes we'll buy like 50 tubes and they'll sell them at the UK in a shop in the UK or something like that. But it's just sort of a drag. I'm sorry. Agreed, snotface. I don't blame you. When you spend 6 days continuously vomiting, it's not fun anymore.
No, I get it. Absolutely get it. And I'm sorry to hear that.
I am too. Lady J says, does ghost pepper ice cream count as hot or cold? Both. That's a great song by Tool. Really good song. I know. I know.
Pomfret. White River Junction.
What a strange place that is.
That whole part of the country.
It really is.
It's the tube of terror is worth the shipping. But hold on tight. It gets rough. I'll tell you something. The tube of terror is one of the most exquisite pains that I've ever felt in my entire life. The day that,
rivaled with the tincture you did recently.
Well, the last time I ate a tube of terror was the last time I ate a tube of terror. I'll never do it again. I promise you.
It's wicked hot.
It's wicked hot.
It's, you know what it is? It's almost everybody that tries it is just like, wow, I didn't know that.
That's such a great way to go, Ultra Maggot. If you got to go, Halloween candy's the way to go.
Blueberry Hell is great on Ice Cream Cemetery. We are 10 minutes away, people, from 1 hot minute. If you've got something hot in your fridge, get it. If you don't have it yet, you got plenty of time. Please get some.
Can pepper affection compulsion be stickle me? I feel.
Yeah, I'm going to have to think about that one.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I don't even want to think about that. Let me process that for a little bit.
Oh, Stockholmy. I have Stockholm syndrome to be sure, but I live with Johnny. One nut from a tube of terror would ruin a chili head's day, in my opinion. You're absolutely right. Thank you.
It has plenty of times. Thank you so much, Moni.
Moni, it is appreciated. It is greatly appreciated. And we're that much closer to me.
That is the first super chat, I believe.
No, it's the third. But you're right, first. No, we've got $22 in the kitty.
That's awfully nice.
Yeah. So we're 510.
Chad says, I got a tube on my desk and I try to avoid direct eye contact.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
I don't blame you.
You know what's really crazy?
Can you add ice cream to that bar to rehydrate?
You could if you wanted to. It kind of rehydrates in your mouth, and that's the kind of interesting thing.
Ooh.
But it's just wicked hot. I don't know. There's something the batch of 7-pot Primo we've got right now is just piping hot. I mean, it really, really is.
Well, there you go.
Go open a Blazing Food in the UK with chili chump. I don't see that in the future.
Never know, though, man.
Yeah, I pretty much don't see that in the future. Just being honest. Nothing wrong with chili chump, but I'm moving in a different direction. So, Johnny, when you point while eating a pepper, I know it's hot. One of those, the 1 minute. Yeah. I got a bunch of tells people pretty much know. When I do this, put my hand above my head, that's usually a problem. What happens for 60 seconds? 1 hot minute.
For sexual encounters?
Oh, wow. Jeez. Snotface.
Thank you, Snotface.
Thank you so much for doing
that. Come on, tell me that wasn't funny, though.
It was. I'm 0% chili head. Spicy's not my thing. The craziest I get is Tapatio on my tuna sandwich. Great.
Well, then you have to double up your Tapatio for the 1 hot minute. I'm just saying.
Chad with a good one. I've been saying for a while that the 7-pot is a beast. It may not be 2.69, but what is?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say at least half of the people here are going to be doing it cemetery. So let's call it 35-ish.
You're right, Chad. I don't know. I still don't have. I think I asked you guys if you've never done, if you are participating in your very first 1 hot minute, please let us know in the chat. It's always exciting when that happens.
Yeah. If you want to make it really easy, you can just put the number 6 in there. If this is your first hot minute.
Ray, you gotta, not gonna happen. Appreciate it though. More than likely, there'll be something in Australia. But listen, we actually had somebody in Australia or in the UK that was selling our products.
Kenny's in there for the first time. I love it.
Who is?
He said, "Cemetery, me. I'm doing it. And I love it."
Nice. That's right.
Y'all drink Mexican style hot chocolate with chilies in it? I never have, but I'm willing to try. We're doing it at the top of the hour, 6 minutes.
What time is Once a Stroming Minute? I don't want to miss it, says Jeremy Shelton.
Oh, Once a Stroming Minute. He's got jokes.
He does. I grew Reapers last summer, but I still find the Maruga Scorpion to have just unbelievable burn. I'll tell you what, Chris Hislop in the UK grew some scorpions. It was just so bad. It wasn't even funny. What is that?
Not yet a member. First time what?
Not yet a member. First
Another
time
Aussie.
participant. I'm Australia.
All right, Mick.
Australia too. All right.
I have a tube of terror 2.0, 1.0, and the rest of a sleeve of death nuts. Johnny
Jeez.
sent me for winning the contest. All too hot.
Excellent, Todd.
I don't blame you. That any one of those would it'd be more than a minute, wouldn't it? Be way more
Let me
than
get
a
my
minute.
In-N-Out pepper for this 1 hot minute. That counts.
That counts.
It counts, Ray.
Absolutely.
Scotch bonnet's a great way to go.
Some crushed red pepper. That'll get the
Yankee
job done,
Kyle, we were just talking about you, man. Glad you're here.
Welcome, brother.
Get something hot. Listen, it's 1 hot minute tonight. If you've just rolled in, we have 5 minutes remaining.
So do you want pepper too, or you're going with the pepper and cheese? That's it.
Say it again. Yeah, just pepper and cheese. Fine with me.
I'm looking forward to this.
I am too. I am too. Peppers are different. If you get, you eat hot sauce, you're like, oh, this is a really hot sauce. Then you'll eat like a habanero pepper and it'll be more hotter than the sauce that you're used to. The heat from different things, it doesn't really translate the way a lot of people think it is. You can be like in shape for eating hot sauce, but not be ready to eat peppers. Like I know people eat hot sauce all the time. They can eat the hottest hot sauce in the world, but a super hot pepper destroys them. So
They're different kinds of punch.
absolutely. Indeed, there are, Tommy. I'm doing it, although spicy is not my thing. I did it once before on Chase Eat. Valerie, you're so awesome. Thank you. Hey, listen, you don't have to burn yourself silly. That's not the thing. We're just gonna just to share something spicy. When do we say what we're eating? Right now. So if you tell us what you got, we only have 4 more minutes. So if you got in the chat, me and Tommy are having pepperoncini. It's what got us into this whole thing, or me. But please feel free to post in the chat what you're eating. Now, I'm not going to be able to read out all of them, so it's really for everybody else that's in the chat. We are only 4 minutes away from beginning 1 hot minute. We will remove our pepper when we're getting close. But, oh, my goodness, is this fun.
It is fun.
It is. I love 1 hot minutes. We did a great one in Reno before you guys did the move. Remember that? Was it an impromptu? So, so after you've eaten it, we'll do a countdown, and then the race starts. And you might be at a 1 right off the bat, then you might get to a 2. Let us know where your heat's at. Okay, Apollo hot sauce on celery, says Ben Turner. That'll work. The Century Egg Minute. Jeremy Shelton, boy, his jokes run deep today. I'm eating a hamburger plus rice plus corn. I love it. Hot pickled okra. Okra's a weird thing. Sometimes it smells like a snot pocket.
Uh-huh.
Like a snot sock or something. It's really kind of gross.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's not bad though. Delalo pepperoncini peppers are my favorite. They're
Happy Haunted Ghost Pepper Chip
Cemetery.
Nice.
Very, very good. All right, people, we are 3 minutes away, probably 2.5 minutes away. Let me see what we are exactly 2 minutes away right now. It just turned 2 minutes too. So
we've got the Mazzetta,
which are very good. But I will tell you this: I got some Mrs. Klein's from Ray. And I'll be honest with you, as far as pepperoncini go, they were as good as they get.
I'm just taking mine out. That's all I'm doing.
All right. But not hearing the word snot used a lot tonight, and not in a friendly way. Okra isn't slimy if it's made right. Yeah, but if it's not, it is a snot. It is Gross. All right, people, we are rolling in on 1 minute away from 1 hot minute. We are 15 seconds away from kicking into less than a minute. Hot coffee for Brock Bandy. You're a beast, dude.
Yeah, you are.
He really is, though.
Yep.
No. And was a bodybuilder, dude.
Have we dabbled in the chili oil world?
All right. That's it. We're inside 1 minute, people. All right. So get your stuff ready. And I don't start doing the countdown at 10, 9, 8. We start at 10. We'll do that. Have we dabbled in chili oil? Oh, yes, we have, Josh. In fact, Blazing Foods makes the best chili oil I've ever had. It's called Umami Crisp. And forget about it. It's amazing. Great story how he made that.
Peppermint ice cream. Zelda's holding down the sweet.
Always works.
So is
good.
Christy. God bless them both. Christy, I think, is coming in with a chocolate chip cookie. But it's the unity, people. That's what it's about.
All right. We are 20 seconds away from several folks' very first.
49 years
1 hot
ago.
minute.
49 years ago, John Scoville held me down and forced me to eat one of these.
All right. 10, 9.
True story.
8, 7, 6. Get your food ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 hot minute. I'm going to get ready for the horse race. You can hold this. Zach D, Blazing Food crack bottles.
Oh, nice.
Right?
Zach D.
Magenra. Triple X Indian spice powder.
Wow.
All right, so now we're going to start seeing people's spice. Mine, I'm going to say 1, but it's not really 1. I'm just being kind. Henia Picante, Lady J is throwing some spice up there. Oh, man, I used too much. I can tell already. Ben, that is my kind of comment right there. All right, instantly out of 2, said Nick from I Am the Noise Opera. Miguel Torres, good to see you, dude. Todd McCausland, 5 Pocky Ghost Pepper Chips. Heat level.
Nice. 5. Well done.
Lawn Dogs out of 6 and 7, starting off on the first bite.
Nice.
8 for Ben Turner Point.
Solid.
Chili Mancer out of 1, but it's a nice one.
That's where I'm at, Chili Mancer. Wasn't very hot, but I love the
Ben
taste.
Turner went from 8 to a 9. He might hit 10. He overdid it. SG's out of half. Chad Matthew out of 3 and climbing.
Stockhold. Half. No.
Cemetery out of 5. Brock Bandy's out of 2. Brock Bandy's a savage. He may not get too much hotter than that. Sriracha level is 1.
I love sriracha.
So do I. Mike McMoore's got 1. Is that a 1? You sound like an announcer. That's the idea. Rub it. Valerie, medium hot salsa from Chili's with homemade chips, 6 or 7 for me. Not a pepper eater.
Good for
okay.
you, hon.
You are tonight.
Love it. Tonight you are.
Brock Bandy, climbing to a 5 from a 2.
Christy says Zelda.
I still think
Great minds think alike.
Ben's got the hardest burn right now. I think he was at an 8. Ben, where are you at? You were at 8. Did it climb higher? I'm thinking you might have gotten to 9.
There's a chance.
It was so quick.
It was right out the gate. And usually they're climbers. They usually don't go the other way. Okay, I'm going back to my ice cream. Can't say I blame you, lady. Hey, not a girl.
Snotface loves this, even though she can't partake. It's okay. Joe Lawson out of 1, but just got a jalapeno oil in my eye.
Oh,
bonus points.
Bonus points.
Min Genra has got a 5. My tolerance is low. So Cemetery Lawn Dog. Sorry, Johnny, I've got to have a little dab of sour cream. Lawn Dog never apologized to me unless there's a reason.
Love sour cream.
Martha Simmons 1. Ghost Pepper Maple Chip. Oh, I love that. So good.
Yeah.
Matthew is 5 and his ears burning. What that means is that's getting an endorphin dump.
It also means he's a beast because most of us would have had to get to a 10 for our ears to burn.
We'll talk about the endorphin. Remind me to talk about the endorphin after because you guys need to know about that. Fudge Skull for Steve Molesky, 5 for Henny. My lips are numb hot. I love when that happens. I don't eat hot stuff anymore, so I'm about 5 on this In-N-Out pepper. Nothing wrong with that. Not very hot, says Martha Simmons. Excuse me. My warm chocolate chip cookie is a 10 on the tasty scale. Oh,
really?
Christy.
Really? Are you just saying that for our benefit, or is it really a 10?
We make one at Blazing Food called Not Your Grandma's Chocolate Chip Cookie, and it is stupid.
I had one.
Nick out of 2.
You guys sent me a whole bag of them when I was at the
stupid hot, right?
Oh, yeah, they're delicious, man. They were good, though.
Ever try sour cream with the banana? No, I've not.
Sour cream
I find that
and a
intriguing,
banana.
right?
Wow.
Huh.
All right, Mick.
One up to a 2 at best, says Mick Moore. It's fine. Getting a drink, says I'm the Noise Opera.
Fire's almost
almost out.
and
Feeling
feeling
real good.
Welcome to the endorphin dump.
Brock Bandy's at a 6.
I get ear burn. I don't get hiccups when I eat very high, spicy stuff. Good.
Are we high yet? No, I'm not going to get
Wow,
there.
if I could only breathe in, that would be okay.
Amazing.
Breathing out makes it worse. Yeah,
Yes,
that sounds about
So
right.
did you ever get higher than an 8, Ben? We were curious. Henny's oh my goodness, 6 on my lips. Are hot numb still. I love that.
Honey, nice. For you.
You know, there's another.
Yeah,
hot
probably not
sauce
going to catch a buzz off of the pepperoncinis, but
Yeah.
you get up to the hotter stuff.
But anyway, that was the top minute. I would say that Ben. So I don't know if it got hot. So I think 8's the hottest it's got for Ben, but that will be the hottest of this one's burn. I think
Maybe going to a 2. Lips feeling a little Botoxy. Martha, you're funny as heck.
Martha, you're awesome. A little Botoxy. That's great.
That's great.
Yeah,
That really is.
humor is very important. Mine's about faded out. Says cemetery.
Roll on, fade on.
I have a low chili tolerance, says Cosmic Christie.
That's all right. We're impressed. Rolling on.
Anyway, thank you all for participating in One Hot Minute. I've enjoyed it. It was fun. It always is.
Yes.
Let's talk just for a little bit about the endorphin rush.
Let's do that then,
Yes.
Coffee is like a turbo to the heat. Ain't no way.
Here's the deal. When you eat something spicy, and it's not just a little spicy, it has to be spicy to the point where you're way past your comfort zone. Like if you like jalapeno, you got to eat something much like a ghost pepper to really achieve this. But what ends up happening is your body thinks it's dying, essentially. So
yeah, that's exactly what it feels like.
So your body goes into shock, and it floods your system, floods your body with endorphins, and you get this dopamine dump that is just insane. And the good thing about that is I've had videos where my pain is I have a very unusual tolerance for pain. So when I'm at like a 5, that somebody else is 15 or 20, I've been at like a 9 before. I eat another pepper, and the endorphin rush hits, and my pain goes from 9 to 1 instantly, like they hit with a plunger or something. Just instantly, the pain's gone. You're like,
if you went and
you
watch me with you the other day, the day after the bocce, if you watch that video,
you can see it happen.
That's the perfect video to watch somebody.
You can see it happen,
burning the hell out of themselves too.
All of a sudden,
it's over.
It's amazing.
It is.
So that's what doing the thing where I sit in the sauna. But yeah, it's the same thing, Ben. Wim Hof talks about that a lot.
Yep.
And that's true. You know, I've done that. I've jumped into a frozen lake. I've done stupid things in cold bodies of water, and you will get a look at endorphin rush because your body's, setting your body into trauma, into panic mode. Great, because I felt like I was dying before One Hot Minute. I feel better now. Martha, I dig you. Your stock's going up by the minute, it seems like.
Yeah, right.
Christy Caldwell says, sassy comment. The only thing I can handle is my reflection in the mirror. I'm kidding. The only thing I can't handle, I think she said. The only thing I can handle.
Yeah.
Christy, I think your reflection is awesome, probably. I got some Doomed. Ooh, Cemetery. It's very
good night and good luck. SG, congratulations.
Yep.
It's huge.
And have you guys had Indonesian sambal? I have. I'm sure you probably have. Indian sambal.
I don't know that I have.
Super flavorful. My biggest reaction I typically get is sweats. Man, do I start sweating from the back of the neck? I don't sweat. I very rarely ever get that. It's weird.
I sweat during the capsaicin cramps. That's the part where I sweat.
I don't get a lot of the reactions that most people get. I never get hiccups. I don't sweat for some reason. You know what happens to me? I'll change colors. I'll change colors. I'll turn like red or dark red or maroon. It happens to me. Jumped to the lake in Chicago, January for a dare. It's terrifying and exhilarating, Valerie. I love it. I jumped into a lake January in North Carolina. Quiet Girl, please give Quiet Girl a call, Tommy.
Yeah, I caught that.
Okay.
I'm doing that right. I'm taking care of that right now. Do.
You want to step out?
Okay. Green Acres is the place to be.
You know what? I'm getting that we're lagging big time. Somebody just texted me and said we're lagging horribly. What are those cramps? What are they? What happens, Zelda? It's a great question. What ends up happening is your body just gets overloaded with capsaicin, and when it's not something you're used to, if you in fact, if you look up capsaicin poisoning, what it will tell you is your face getting flushed, hiccups, sweating, stomach cramps. That's a sign of capsaicin poisoning. So if you eat too much, everybody's done that. You'll go someplace where you're with friends or whatever, you're getting tacos or something, and you're liking it. It's hot, and even though it's hot, you're enjoying it. You find yourself kind of enjoying it. You don't normally do that. You eat more, and then everything's fine. And an hour and a half later, it revisits you, and you feel like you're going to die. Capsaicin cramps. I believe, and sometimes they come in waves where it just keeps coming, and it gets really bad for like a half hour, then it stops and goes away. It gets bad again, and stops and goes away. Kind of happens. Like Ted Stryker. No way. That's great, Jeremy. That's a sweet reference right there. Chaz says cramps are very tough, Zelda, especially the first time when you don't know about them. It's like I've had, like, if you knew, I've done 550 challenges for my channel, and I probably had a month of cap cramps if you added up all the hours together, probably maybe a little more. It's not something you ever get used to. Can you take capsules of it? Of capsaicin, you mean? I'm sure they do. You know what? I know that they make a Ryback is a friend of mine. He's a wrestler, and he was saying that the wrestlers have a pill they take that causes stomach cramps because it makes your stomach flex. So it's kind of like you do them, and it's kind of like working out whether you want to or not. Kind of a strange thing. But cap cramps are a drag. They're the bane of every chili head's existence. They're no fun. And it's caused more people to swear it off. I don't need this. And I've done a million chili shows and hot sauce expos, and if I had a nickel for every time somebody walked up and said, "Oh, I can take the heat in my mouth, no problem. It's just the stomach that I have a problem with." I mean, that's what everybody says. So it's just part of the deal, it happens. It's weird. Like when they come in waves, I think I don't have any empirical evidence to show this, but my gut tells me that when it comes in waves, it's because it's moving through your intestines, and when it rounds a corner, it's when you feel waves. I'm not sure if that's it, but there are far more benefits to capsaicin. I mean, it boosts your immune system. I've been sick once in the last decade. It's an amazing pain reliever. It speeds up your metabolism, so it's a great fat burner as well. There's more vitamin C in one pepper than there is in 3 California oranges. They're using it a lot in cancer research right now, which is great. They've already determined that capsaicin and cancer cells cannot exist in the same place. The problem that they're having is the delivery system to get it where you want it to be and not have it go to places you don't want it to be. Eating high levels of, this is probably the coolest thing about capsaicin. Eating high levels of capsaicin increases serotonin levels. And serotonin has been proven to help people deal with frustration, anger, depression, anxiety. Those are triggers. So there's a correlation between sobriety and capsaicin. There just is. So it's kind of a cool thing. Someone just said fire hose, Christy Caldwell. Fire hose is something that happens. It just is. Fire hose that's where a man gets it. They call it fire lily. When a woman gets it, just telling you, I don't make it up. I'm just sharing you the information, people. And what that is when you eat too much capsaicin, it's in your body. It's got to come out somehow. So you pee it out. And when that happens, we call it fire hose for a reason. It feels like it burns. It's bad. It's terrible. And that's a real thing. I also get hot tears, which when I eat too much, there's so much capsaicin in my sinus cavities that when my tears come out, my tears burn. And it's not like people, over the years, people say, "Well, don't you put your finger in your eye?" No, I didn't. It's like my tears are burning. Like when my dad died, I cried for a week, and it's like every time I cried, my eyes are burning. It's like, it just makes it worse. So that's another thing that happens. I've had some really, really big challenges where the next day I could smell capsaicin coming through my skin. If you do that with garlic, anybody ever make that mistake with garlic? You eat too much garlic and you start smelling like an Italian restaurant. I drank a bottle of plutonium, which was 9 million Scoville extra. It's just brutal. I did it 3 times, but the second time I did it, I had the first wave of calf cramps came in and stayed for 16 hours. And then it started to leave and come back and wave me for about a day. It was terrible. But that day, I smelled my skin, and it wasn't even capsaicin. It was plutonium. I could smell plutonium coming out of my skin, which was gross because I was still, it was hard. It was terrible. Johnny, when you went to the ER, did you suspect damage from peppers? Not even a little bit. Nope, I did not. But to be honest, it wasn't me being confident in peppers. I was so messed up from the dehydration that I wasn't aware really what was going on. Sort of aware, but sort of not aware. So no, but I did, I know that peppers are good for you. If peppers could kill people, I would have been dead a very, very long time ago. So, but what was great was the reason they said that I bounced back so quickly is because they said that my organs were that of somebody half my age, which was kind of cool because my liver, I used, and my lungs, I treated my body like an amusement park for a lot of years, or a fraternity house or something. You can eat too much garlic. You know what, Martha? I have done that before. I ate so much garlic that I smelled like garlic for a day or so. And I only shut this door because he's helping somebody. There you go. Garlic is great for the immune system. Yes, it is. Capsaicin really is. It's such a beautiful thing. But probably the relation to capsaicin and sobriety is the most important thing. I have a million friends. So many people in the chili world are sober from something. And you had a checklist from everything. But it does help you. I promise you it does. Wonder if the spice cleanses your system. I can tell you this. I am way healthier than most guys my age. I promise you that. Just am. So I would never give it up. I mean, I think there's too many benefits. There's way too many health benefits. And the truth of the matter is this. I don't do it just for the buzz, but I got to be honest with you. The endorphin rush is a super fun part of what I do. I love it. It's one of the nicest feelings. Like of all the buzzes I've ever experienced, it's probably one of the most pleasant of all of them. And you know what? Not to freak people out, but people always say, what does it feel like? It feels like an opiate buzz. Just being honest. It does. Johnny, when it comes to peppers, Long Dog says, and their nutritional value, which is quite substantial, I like what it's called sweet mini peppers. They're totally edible, very sweet, no heat at all. They are wonderful. And it's nothing like eating a bell pepper, which I do not like to eat raw. You know what? I like eating any pepper. I just like peppers. It's a clean feeling buzz. It really is. And the funny thing about it is you can get an endorphin rush, which is really neat. But when you do it with tincture, it's funny that you're using the term clean because if you do it with hot sauce, you get an endorphin rush from eating too much hot sauce. You get the endorphin rush, but it's a cleaner endorphin rush if you eat with peppers. And if you get it with a tincture, it's an even cleaner buzz. It's the strangest thing. Tommy isn't present. You should take one of your flags and put it on his wall. You know what? My flags are still in boxes. Still unpacked everything. Do you use a lot of peppers in your cooking? Zelda, you're so cute. Like I cook. I don't cook. You know what? Here's the thing. For so long, I lived by myself. I don't now. So I'm using them more now. But for years, I lived by my onesie. And when you live by yourself, it's a drag to cook. Cooking sucks if you live by yourself. So, but I eat peppers every day. It's like whether I'm cooking, putting it in food I'm eating or not, I eat peppers every day. How often do I eat something hot, something that is hot for me, Ben asks. I know it's all relative because of personal resistance. Every day I'll eat something that's hot for me, but I get typecast. People like somebody plays like Al Pacino. He's always playing a gangster or something. Everybody thinks that the only hot stuff I like is super stupid hot. And it's not the case. Like my go-to sauce heat level is medium. Now with peppers, I want the hottest peppers in the world because I just like that. I don't like bell peppers anymore. More taste than anything else. I don't like. You know what? I like bell peppers, but I prefer the yellow and the orange way more than the green. Lady J, they're called lunchbox peppers. Yeah, they're great. I learned that from the botanical gardens. They're wonderful peppers. But I'll tell you what, every once in a while you'll get a super hot pepper that's sweet. It's the coolest thing in the world. It really is. I love, the funny thing about peppers is like the higher you like, have you ever heard people say, well, it burns your taste buds off? You've heard people say that, right? It is absolutely the opposite of that. I promise you. If I ate a really, really hot, like I ate what I ate today, I ate a couple of chocolate pods. They're earthy and smoky, and they have these amazing kind of nutty finish. And if you're not a chili head, you aren't going to taste nutty. You're not going to taste smoky or earthy. It's just going to be pain and horrible and agony, and you won't taste any of those things. And the reason for that is your brain can't process two things at once. So when you're in pain, your brain can't say, all right, listen, we're going to forget this pain for a few minutes and just think about what you're tasting, because we want to know what you're tasting. Your brain is just saying, look, it's triage and taste doesn't matter right now. We're dealing with pain. So that's kind of how it works. Well, my tolerance is very, very high, so I don't deal with that pain. So I get to taste things that most people can't. Zelda, what pepper would I advise people to start with? A bell is the perfect pepper to start with. Seriously, a bell pepper. And then go from there to, jalapeno. But you don't need to eat a whole jalapeno, just a sliver of one. So you can kind of get the taste of it without really committing yourself to the heat. If you go to my channel, there's a video. Just go to my channel and go to the search bar and type in tolerance. I don't remember what the whole title is, but there's a bunch of peppers like this, like fanning out a whole bunch of peppers. That video is all for brand new people about what peppers to start with and how to, take into consideration that most peppers you're going to have to only get from a store because you aren't going to know a whole lot of growers, the average person. And it's a roadmap of building your tolerance. So if you guys want to learn about that, it's a good place to start. Peppers are great. They taste good. And to me, they bring people together. It's that's a cool thing. When I started my channel, there was like a dozen YouTube channels about peppers. And now there's 1 million. So it's a good thing. Jalapenos get wild, Chad Matthews. Yeah, you know what? Jalapenos there's a thing in the chili community. And if you're kind of looking at it for the first time, you don't know about this, but in the chili community, jalapenos are known to be peppers you can't really trust. They're sneaky. They say, rumor has it, or legend has it, I should say, that out of every 10 jalapenos you get, one is going to burn your face off. And the weirdest thing is, it's true. That's the weird part. Same thing with banana peppers like that. Most of them are really mild. Every once in a while, you get a rogue pepper. It's just going to burn you silly. Henny, I've never had a sweet hot pepper. Can you recommend some? Well, that's the hard part, Henny. I can't. And here's why. It's very odd to get sweet and really hot combined. There's not like one pepper that, it's a sweet hot one. Most of the peppers that are really hot, sweet is the last of the flavors. You'll get fruity and floral, which is kind of flowery, very aromatic, and bitter. These are flavors that are really common with super hot peppers. Sweet is not. Now, I said earlier, every once in a while you'll get a super hot that is sweet, but it's not like you can call up a grower and say, give me the super hot sweet ones. It's just a rare thing. It just happens sometimes, and you can't look at a pepper and go, that's going to be a hot one. So, although if you ever see jalapenos, it looks like it's got like rope all around the outside, like lines all over the outside. It looks like a pepper you probably wouldn't want to eat. That thing is called cork. That effect is called corking, because it looks kind of like a cork. And that happens when it's super drenched, like too much water. The water gets waterlogged and dries, and that's when it happens. That's when you get that corking. And sometimes I think corking pods that have been corked, I don't know if they're hotter, but I think they sometimes taste better. So every once in a while you can look and get an idea of what a pepper is going to do. Most times you can't. Anyway. Ian, I added match heads to my jalapenos. The sulfur makes them hotter. It's really funny. I tell you something. Every grower that I know 1 million of them, every one of them, there's a funny thing that happens with that professional chili growers. Everyone thinks they're the best grower. It's just, they all do. Every one of them thinks that they have some secret thing that they do that makes their peppers better. I don't grow. So they tell me, I know all their secrets, and I don't share them with other people because it's secrets. That's how it works. But every one of them has some sort of secret that they do that claims it makes their peppers hotter. I'm going to tell you about one that someone shared with me in Australia. This is going back years ago. This person was one of the first people who grew habanero in Australia on a large scale. He had thousands of them. And he shared I was in Perth, and I met him in Perth, and he told me he did this. He said he had just a field of habanero. And what he did was he went down the aisle of one whole aisle and took a pin and just poked a hole through every single pod, not all the way to the placenta, the inside, just enough to break the outer wall lining of every pod. Say it took him a day and a half because each plant had 100 peppers on it. And what he said was, he told me that all of the peppers that had been poked with a needle were on an average about 25% hotter than every other one. No. And if you hear why, it makes sense. So like intellectually, it sounds like it makes sense. What happens is the plant, the pepper, the fruit thinks it's under attack. So to try to make sure that it can propagate, it creates more capsaicin, which will ward off anything that's looking to eat it. So in theory, it sounds like it makes a load of sense, right? I've had the greatest grower in the chili world is somebody named Neil Smith. They call him the pod father. Chase to Eat, my channel wouldn't exist if it weren't for him. And he said, that's all nonsense about stressing the pepper. Yeah. Growers also think that if you stress your plant, giving it too much sunlight or not enough water, that can make the pod hotter. I don't know. I don't grow.
No, I don't know.
I just eat them.
Well,
everything cool?
Yeah, the boat sails on. That's what we do. The boat sails on. Oh, you know what? This is a great opportunity for a lesson for anybody that we talk to ever down the road, right? There tends to be a misconception very often on the boat that it's a zero-sum game. If somebody shows up on the boat and we help them, that we're helping them at the expense of someone else. Like, oh, you need help? Well, we'll shove this person away, not talk to them ever again, and we're somehow going to help
you. So that comes to the mindset, like only one person can be helped from each video?
Well, we're all drug addicts, right? So we're all used to the mindset of here's what we got, and it's enough to take care of two people. So you're screwed, right? Like we're gonna slowly disappear because it's that kind of a mindset. The nice thing about freedom is you can hand that shit out all day, every day. You're never gonna run out of it, right? You're never gonna run out of it. It takes a miracle to get sober, and they're a dime a dozen, right? Every day. I'm going to get 5 emails today from people that say the miracle just happened.
Isn't that great?
And that's freaking great. It's my drug of choice. I'm not kidding you. I was just talking to a friend, and I said they would like to, they're in the process of getting clean, and they wanted to thank me. And I said, you know what? When you got like 90 days under your belt, you could take an hour. You know, take
SPTV.
Take 2 hours, take 3 hours.
The boat only floats because we each bring something to help.
Absolutely the gospel.
But that's a beautiful way of saying connections. That's exactly right.
Yeah. Johnny's not a grower, he's a shower. That's just always been a funny one.
It never fails.
Every so often you'll eat a jalapeno that will grab your attention in a big way. It's funny. Josh Elder sounds
sneaky
like a chili head.
It's a sneaky pepper.
Oh yeah, I've had that happen to me. And you know when it happens always, truthfully,
when someone's watching you.
You betcha. Yeah. And they're usually a woman. You know what I mean? It's usually a woman with a decent tolerance. I'm eating this jalapeno going, what, she spikes this thing? You know, yeah. I'll tell you the other ones that I won't eat a habanero. Just won't do it.
Look what Valerie said. One thing I think that is that people expect that once you go over the hump, you're going to be fine. Not sure I need this every day. You're right. You're right. You aren't there. It's not like, you know what? It's kind of like being a YouTuber. You don't get to a level you can stop making videos and people are just going to keep watching. It's constant maintenance. And it's like that with sobriety. That's why the connections are so important. Like, I mean it. It's the most important thing. I've been addicted in my life to everything. Mm-hmm. And in the middle of those addictions, all I do, the second an addiction starts, I begin pushing things that are important in my life that will help me. All the good things in my life, I push away from me. Yeah. It's weird how that happens.
It is and it isn't. How many times have you heard me say on the live that pick your drug, right? Heroin. What does heroin do? It takes away, right? Drugs give you nothing. I don't care what anybody tells you or what channel you're on that are into it. Drugs give you nothing. Drugs take away. They take away fear. Right? They take away apprehension, and then they start taking away other things. You start feeling like Superman because you're not afraid of anything, and you can walk into a room with people and talk and work a room, go up on stage, do whatever you do, and you can do it without fear because it takes that away. I promise you it does. And it all seems great. Start making money. Life's good. And then it starts taking away other stuff, right? Like friends. First thing to go is the people who really care about you start going, what the hell is that on your arm? And you're
Look at
like,
this.
you know what?
Love is
I'm done.
overrated, biochemically no different than eating large quantities of chocolate. It's a great movie reference.
It
Anybody
is
know
a-
that
it
one?
is a very good
Now,
one.
Jeremy Shelton normally slays us with comedies. That is not a
That
comedy.
is not a comedy.
In fact, I don't think there's anything funny in that movie at all. No, that's not true. There's a ironically dark humor stuff.
I was going to say,
There's some great dark humor in there.
I'm addicted
But-
to spicy now. That's good.
Bizzle. There you are.
You know, honestly, that's good.
I've had people say to me, just every once in a while, especially on my I Am Sober video, because if you don't know, after on my 1 year of sobriety, which is now it's over 4.5, but on the 1 year mark, I did a video where I told everybody, like, hey, I'm an alcoholic, I'm a drunk, I'm a drug addict, but I'm sober now. And I did that. And
I bought the bottle.
yes, you
It's
did.
going up there. I have to unpack it.
Are you really?
Yeah, that's a freaking absolutely. That is sobriety. I mean, as far as sobriety goes, man, that's about the greatest souvenir. For real. For the
That was a
wall.
great video. That was an important video for me.
It's my favorite video. You got 5,000 of it. It's my favorite video.
But every time I do that video, every time people will see that and say, "Oh, you just traded one addiction for another," and my answer is, "You betcha." And it was a good trade-off. Kidding me?
Boy, do I get this. Valerie says, yes, Drunk Val is the greatest conversationalist. She has so many friends. Everybody loves her. But no, they don't. That's not really me. And you know what? Here's the deal. I can be that person sober. I can work a room sober, whether I'm into it or not. But I'll tell you something. When I do it sober, there's connection. There's always connection. And if you do it with a buzz on, there isn't.
You're
Right?
right.
And it's uncomfortable. It's super hard.
It's too
especially
linear.
like
You
doing
don't
what
feel it.
well, and so the people that have met me, very often that you'll meet me at an event, right? It's rare that, like, the way I met Barb was great. Two of us could just meet each other and hug each other, and there's nobody there, and we could be out and do what we do. And it was a beautiful thing. Very often when I meet somebody, there's 150 people there, right? And I don't know any of these people by face, but I've corresponded with a bunch of them. I've been, emailing them, and it's a bizarre way to meet people. It's really an unusual thing, but and it makes me super uncomfortable because normally, number one, even as a public speaker, I never talk to anybody in the audience, right? For any reason. I went up, I talked, and then I went,
you did,
poof,
when
and
you
disappeared.
did, they only knew you for the hour leading up to that. Now, and I know it happens to you because it happens to me all the time. You have people that walk up and know who you are.
Right before you know who they are.
That's a strange thing.
It is a really.
That's the hardest thing to get used to. You won't ever.
It is a strange thing, but to do it sober, right? There's a buzz in that. There really is. There's an incredible buzz in that. That
You're right about the connection. That's a pretty astute.
It is.
That connection. That
it's the reason I'm still sober. I promise you, is the number of people and the amount of connection. I love the fact that I had to bail off and leave Johnny here for half an hour because that's what the boat does. I mean, for real, if he wasn't here, no, do what you do.
I'll be back in a
Hey,
little
would
bit.
you bring me back a cup of coffee? And I
I'll
don't
do
care
that.
what the temperature is. How's that? I don't care what the temperature is. You bring that thing
You know
back
what? You
ice
just
cold
made
if
me
you want.
feel bad.
No, don't. I'm just saying that I'm not a coffee guy. You schmuck. He's not even being that. All right, now that he's going. Poor Johnny, he's having some back issues. I can see him stretching over there. His back's awful. He's had, well, most of you know Johnny, or a lot of you know Johnny from his channel, but he's had really rugged back surgery where they fused his neck and they put rods down. It was a friggin' awful surgery. It took forever. I was waiting for him to come out of surgery so I could go see him. And it was one of those frightening surgeries where the list of bad crap that could happen to you was like 7 pages long. So it was one of those sort of frightening surgeries. And I remember waiting forever for him to come out. And then when he finally did, they were trying to wave him back to recovery. And he was asking everybody in the family to come over because he wanted to. So they brought me over there like, he wants to talk to you. And I went over. I said, hey, man, are you all right? And he said, I have good news. I said, yeah, you made it. He's like, no, man, I saved 15% of my car insurance. And it was those commercials had first come out, and he had everybody just rolling. but his back's jacked. It really is. It's jacked up. He's another one that, if he sits down for long periods of time, he's in bad shape. My mom has her neck clamped up. They went in from the front of her neck to get to her spine, which I thought was weird. But yeah, they bolted that whole thing. They did that with Johnny too. They went through the front. I don't know if it was on more than one surgery, because I know they also went into the back. But I don't know if they did both in the same surgery or what the deal was. But there was definitely work that they did on the front. Does anybody know the drink?
Yeah, man.
Vernoris. I don't. Yeah, do what you do. You're not. No hurry. Eat something too. Minjian, have a great. Have a great day. I had 2 days of back surgery and it's rough. Hence, my back is titanium. You got a titanium back? That just sounds cool, doesn't it? I've got a titanium back. Hello, Kimberly Holly. Have I missed anybody? Anybody I haven't said hi to? Huh? Anybody I haven't said hello to? Look who's here. Speaking of who, squirrel on zipper. She's back. She pulled a 4-hour shift and then did a disappearing act, but she'll be back. I'd better see some food going into your gulls. What do you think we've been doing, Bob? We run out of here and we eat. That's what's been going on. I laid food out for him on the counter. He's been eating it. I promise you. We're chiropractors, man. I'm a believer. And I know that, there's nothing you could do on God's green earth. Like if you say, listen, I have facts that prove that chiropractic does nothing, makes no difference to me whatsoever. Those facts mean nothing, because I promise you, for years, there was a doctor by the name of Link Clifford. And Dr. Clifford could make you go from feeling like it was the end of the world to feeling like you were walking on sunshine, Katrina and the waves. And he could do it every single time, no matter how messed up I was. That picture I have of me hucking a backflip used to hang in his office. Excuse me. I guess. Excuse me. The recovery. Yeah, I've been going off camera to munch on Vegemite sandwiches. Oh yeah, I got this. I remember when an inanimate carbon rod saved my friend Homer on the other astronauts when they were stuck in space. I remember that too. The right chiropractic is from heaven. And you know what? Just in case any of you, Dr. Clifford's chiropractic was in Utah. And the guy's an absolute wizard. Honestly. Greatest doctor I ever met. Of any ilk, of any kind. Link Clifford was incredible.
Leonard Clifford?
Dr. Link Clifford. You would remember Link if you thought about it enough.
Leonard Clifford was in the suits. Clifford Leonard?
You talking about from Utah? Link Clifford was a chiropractor. Yeah. Guy was amazing. He'd show up with a table, and get you all racked up, and he was about 6'5". He's a big dude. And he would throw you around. Todd, I'm a huge fan of Salt Lake City. My son, Spanx Calhoun, lives in Sandy, Utah. Why would you get the cat out of the office? I don't know. That's just a great idea. I'm trying to keep the cat in the office. It's hard finding good help, people. Bach buddy, that doesn't sound good, brother. Please take care of you, man. Please, Bach buddy, be careful. Yeah, please. That would make me happy. There's nothing wrong with Dr. Nick. Dr. Nick is fantastic. I'm also a big fan of the Doctor on Family Guy. You're going to die. When you read this article I wrote, and that dude just cracks me up all the time. Super, super funny. But I lived in Utah for a period of time in my life, and I was a big fan of it. I really had a great time living there. I liked the people. I liked the city. I did, and there was so much to do. As an ex-skier, there was so much to do in Utah, outdoor stuff. And I worked at Snowbird Mountain Resort before starting my own business, and sort of caught the entrepreneurial bug while there. Sorry, I'm trying to open the window for the cat. Squirrel's a big fan of getting a little of the nighttime air now that it's getting chilly out. And people, it is chilly in Arizona tonight.
It was chilly last night.
And he says I do an awesome Jim Carrey. I think she's probably referring to the Healy.
You did it.
My only complaint about Salt Lake City is everything is closed on Sundays. If you want to be really honest, everything is closed after 9 o'clock at night too, but that's okay. I mean, that never bothered me anyway. Several times as a kid, I helped my mom literally crawl into the chiropractic office on her hands and knees, but she always walked out. Lady J, yeah, I'm telling you, it's up to every person, right? It really is. But it has been an absolute stinking miracle in my life many times. And when I was skiing, especially at the end, I was just too old to be doing the things that I was doing on skis. I was way too damn old to be doing the things I was doing on skis. So having somebody to put me back together, you know, after all of them, it's 38 degrees in Boston.
How cold is it here?
My cousin from Boston always wanted to ski Utah. Buck, buddy.
It's going to be 44 tonight.
I know. I've skied almost everywhere on Earth. I really have. But the greatest snow on planet Earth is in Utah. That super lake effect, yeah. That lake effect snow that they get off of the Great Salt Lake because of the unbelievable salt content in the Great Salt Lake. I have always been of the firm opinion that champagne powder that they get out there in the Wasatch is lighter, fluffier.
Here's what you want to do. You want to learn how to ski on the East Coast and then go west.
Booyah.
Learn how to ski it because
on
what we call hard pack, everybody from the West calls boilerplate.
Yeah, nobody would ski on it. They would give up the sport. It's just
like
really hard, really ugly. It's all man-made.
work.
Yeah, it's edge work. It's learning how to carve. And then you go out west and it's just like, oh man. Like I remember moving out there and thinking it's taken 15 years, 20 years off my life.
The first time I skied powder, the skis turned. You just got to think about it.
Well, we put you on some wide boys and yeah. And it was deep powder too. The first time Johnny ever went out, it was like 4.5 feet of it though.
On powder though.
Yeah.
I ski my whole life.
Oh no, you would ski, yeah.
Yeah, Tommy had a swamp cooler.
You make a good point. Of course I had a swamp cooler. Listen to this. Not only did I have a swamp cooler, I love this story. This is so vintage me. So when I got my swamp cooler, I had just, when I moved into my house and I got a little bit of money, I put a very large fish tank and built it into the wall. Had a great setup. I had the sickest setup. But anyway.
It was 150 200 gallons. It was huge.
It was 500 down below and 500 above. 1,000 gallons between two tanks. You could see 500. You could get in it
easily.
Yeah, no problem at all. My kid could have swam in it. I mean, it was big. But the I have no idea why I brought up the fish tank, and I'm only 5 hours in, 6.5 hours.
We got problems, man.
Boy, do we. What were we talking about?
You built something. You're impressed.
Everybody
just the
no, it had nothing to do with that though. That's wow, that was way off. Yeah, we're in trouble.
Awfully early for that to happen. My stomach's giving me trouble. Speaking of,
yeah, right.
In fact, I'm gonna go. I'll be back in a minute. My stomach is giving me trouble.
Go do what you do.
I don't know
why. It
why.
was the alcohol that made. Oh, skiing was what we were starting with. We were talking about skiing. That's my elixir of choice. Yeah, from Jay's Small Batch, all flavors. Lake effect snow, Utah. The snow in Salt Lake City was like no other, and I honestly have skied everywhere. The only place I have not skied, I shouldn't say everywhere. I've skied a lot. I mean, anywhere basically. If it's lift accessible, I've definitely been there. You know, there aren't too many lift accessible places I've not been to. 2 hours from now, the nurses from the assisted living home are going to come and help Johnny. Well, they should have showed up an hour ago. You know, if that's where they're going with this, they should have showed up an hour ago because by now, yeah, you know, you know, 20 degrees Fahrenheit here on the Montana, North Dakota border. Yeah. The other nice thing about Salt Lake is it never really got cold. I worked avalanche patrol up on in Snowbird, Utah, and yeah, Lake Erie, the lake affects snow in Salt Lake City because of how dry the Great Salt Lake is, because it's got so much damn salt in it, right? Nothing can live in it. There's so much salt in it. So when you get lake effect snow, which is where the wind comes in and really kicks it up, you get a ton of snow, like a ton of it. I saw storms in Salt Lake like nothing I've ever seen anywhere on planet Earth. I mean, just staggering amounts of snow. We blew Mount Superior, which was on the other side of the road from the hotel that we were working on. And when I say we blew it, I had nothing to do with any of this. At that point, I was actually I was working in the tuning skis and doing things like that in the lodge. That's how I was the job I had there at that point. But they blew the Mount Superior, which is directly across the street from Snowbird. They blew that, and it covered the road in 27 feet of snow. Gone. Nothing. No road. Covered the entire parking lot. You couldn't see one car. And there were people out there buried and everything else. It was a very, very serious thing. And we got snowed in, and I slept up at Snowbird. But I've never seen snow like this. It didn't stop. You get up the next day, and there'd be another 4 or 5 feet. It was really incredible. Kathy, you thought we were kidding? Did you think we were not going to deliver on the 24 hours? Is it true that people living in lake cities in Utah have salty languages? Well, of course. Duh. We are warm right now for this time of year where I'm living. Fortunately, here it's perfect, right? This is the time of year. This is why you moved to Tucson, Arizona. Every day is perfect. Oh, Kathy, you're in Lake Tahoe? I just moved from right down the street from you. I lived halfway between Reno and Tahoe. Kathy, so in fact, I still have a house in Nevada that I'm trying to sell. If you're interested, get a hold of me. I'm kidding. I mean, I do have a house there, but I'm kidding. We actually got good snow once. Every several years, and it cripples the entire state. Yeah, I've been in places like that before. The snow comes and people aren't ready for it. I definitely get that. We ran out of newborn babies. See, Anika Alexander gets it. We ran out of kids. Now we got nothing to do. I got nothing to do. Chip says, I'm from Florida. Originally, my wife is from the Phoenix area. Now we both live in cold North Dakota.
I'm better.
Is that your friend there in the wood chipper? Great one. What a great movie. Fargo. Isn't Fargo the... You get 5 centimeters all winter long. I am not going to miss snow this year. Hear me? Hear me? Let me say that again.
There might be some snow here. I drove here once, whatever.
Unlikely.
Hold on a minute. 9 years ago, I drove here from San Antonio.
I love Penny.
And she great.
No wind.
And it snowed the entire way.
I'm not suggesting that did not happen. What I'm suggesting is it's not going to happen this year. Lady J says, I'm an ER nurse and NP, and I swear we only get really bad weather on nights I'm working. Checks out.
Yeah.
Mount Lemon. There you go. We're right down the street from Mount Lemon.
In Reno, you can tell when people weren't new to the area because they wouldn't dress properly. Like some days in Reno, you'd have like all 4 seasons in one day.
Yes.
Oftentimes, actually.
We have somebody here from Lake Tahoe.
Really?
Yeah. Kathy Womack says, I'm looking forward to skiing at Heavenly in a couple of weeks. Woohoo! Heavenly's great.
Yeah.
Who remembers the blizzard of 93? You know what?
Look at appropriate heifer out. We're talking about the weather now.
Ah!
24, we're gonna drift in and out of weather. We'll hit the movies, we'll hit the one-liners, first band,
It's a great
first
freaking
album
line.
you bought. It's gonna be
That's
like
a
that.
great line, though. You know, I can see where she's going. And yeah. No, it started with snow, I think.
Remember the last year you lived in Reno? It was like a dirty trick on you. Every single time you snowed. Every single time it snowed, it seems crazy. You can also tell they aren't from the area based on their tires.
That's true.
And how they drive, you know what I mean?
I remember the great pot famine of 85.
You remember that?
Yeah.
I used to buy the weed from the same girl.
It was 85, right?
Yeah. I walked in to gave her my money, and she goes, keep it. I'm like, what are you talking about? She goes, it's gone. I said, what are you talking about? It's gone.
How can it be gone?
Yeah. She said to me, I'll never forget. She said, weed will get you through times without money. Better than money is going to get you through times without weed.
Freak Brothers. That was a great Freak Brothers post.
I actually had a shirt that said, I survived the great pot famine
of 85. Had a picture of the earth on it. Apparently,
I don't know what.
I
don't understand how that happened.
Well,
because I don't ever remember seeing another.
My understanding is that it was the perfect storm.
Weather.
So weather, a crackdown on dope coming across the border, them doing an eradication thing on grow operations south of the border of the U.S. Everything bad that could happen happened, and so an entire year's crop basically worldwide of commerce got blown out. So the private small growers dumped off everything that they had to everybody because nobody could get any weed. So if you were one of those guys like us that, bought crappy brick pot commercial weed, you just weren't getting any. And that was this kid says to me, no, I won't say the guy's name, but I'll tell you later. I know where so-and-so's stash is. It's in a barn, and he keeps it, tells me everything else. And so we drive out to this guy's barn, and we go walking out there, and we lift up this wood box. And there was just hundreds of sandwich baggies full of nugs, just buds. And it was green and stinky. And I looked down at this huge pile, and he goes, there's so much of it. I was like, yeah. He goes, let's just take a couple of bags each, and we'll come back for the rest. And I knew, as soon as he said that, he was going to come back and steal all of it.
Of course.
And I thought to myself, I'm just going to make sure I get as much as I can right now, because he'll end up being the one that gets blamed, right? For all of it. And it worked out perfectly that way. It really did. I remember Hurricane Octave in 1983.
You know what's really funny?
You're over Arizona during a 10-day period.
Ray, you were used to hurricanes. So people in your area, it was something you were used to. We grew up being used to like blizzards.
Yeah.
People freak out. Like some people freak out when there's a blizzard. We used to, are you kidding me? We used to get a bunch of movies, a bunch of food, and just lock up the doors and just stay inside and ride it out.
Or go driving. You know what I mean? I used to love blizzard driving.
We had a friend, remember Rock with his
sodas and go.
We had a rope. We used to go snowboarding in the streets.
Behind the cars, yeah.
In the middle of the night.
I did that in Meriden, Connecticut, and almost killed myself.
Coming back from the mountains, we go skiing at this place, Bolton Valley. We used to go skiing at night. On the way back, a friend would hours to drive. We'd be behind, and because of the way the road was, it was just almost like a 7-mile half pipe.
Yeah,
you just back and forth the whole way down. Oh, so much fun.
No, we're not. Yeah, we just did so many stupid things. Yeah. In '93, we had no power for about a week. We were the only ones in our neighborhood with a wood stove and a generator. The neighbors kept coming over for coffee. Oh, I'd have moved into your crap. Like, I'd have been there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what? Did you say generator? So the television set's on? I called dibs on the tub. Right? Go get your blanket and everything else, and I'll sleep in the tub. No trip. I got this. You want to hear something awful? Look at this. This is awful. I got a terrible story for you. Let me tell you how this works. All right? Let me tell you how this works. We got to stay home from school for days with blizzards. So did we.
But then they give it to you.
But guess who made the decision on whether or not the schools were open? Mama Scoville. For real. My mom was the one who made the decision for whether or not schools could be open. And you just talk about someone who should not have had that job. we look outside,
lucky
we'd be
nothing
like,
bad happened. We're like, Mom, it's a foot. We go skiing. She goes, it's a foot. Get up, get ready for school. I'm like,
right? Go outside and look at that. That's maybe 4 inches of snow. And we look at it and be like, 4 inches.
You know
and then
what,
we'd
though?
go to school and no one would talk to you all day. Every kid in there would be like, man, tell your mom what's up. Like, what is going on, dude? I don't know, man.
it's funny. She really was tough like that.
She was rugged.
We had friends that we'd know a foot. The friends would go skiing the next day. We were like, not us.
I mean, I honestly had friends that would be like, they'd start calling at 8:00 at night, the night of the storm. Hey man, what's up with your mom? Dude, I don't have any control over that crowd, man. No, seriously, what's up with your mom? Has she been outside? Is she looking at this? Right? Because the plows ain't moving down here.
Here's the thing, though. By sophomore year, everybody had them figured out. It's like early on, freshman, sophomore, that's one thing. But after that, you knew better to even ask.
Yeah, there was no point. Sheep played Scrabble. The other guy was eating it. What's the deal with the Scrabble stuff? Flying into Los Angeles.
The other thing that happened is every school day, every time they had a canceled school, you made it up in June.
I know.
And if you lived in a place where there was tons of snow, everybody'd be done, and you'd have 2 more weeks of school in summertime. So all the times, like Mom didn't give us a snow day. When we got out in early June, everybody was happy.
Anybody thank you in early June?
Not a thing.
Nope. They crap on you when you don't get it, but no one was like, hey, thank your mom. Good hookup on that. Glad I don't have to go to school until July.
I can't even ever remember her calling the school day.
Oh, I do.
Not many.
No, not many. But there was 3 the year you went to college.
That's a huge year. 3 school days.
Yeah. Yeah, we had
I had a car. We would drive to school. There'd be a foot of snow on the car. When we get up in the morning, I would go out and take a cassette, and I would scrape a 4x4 a block in the window. And I mean, I would drive away. I would drive away with this much visibility. My mom would be like, "See you later. Drive carefully." I don't know how they, like, looking back on it now. Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. I'm glad I grew up there, though.
I am too.
It made me tough.
Yeah, no, I am too. I
Winters were like, listen, summer lasted 8 minutes.
You got about a month.
But that's it, man. That was quick.
Yeah,
and it got cold fast. It's like, really?
Yeah.
I work in a hospital. Doctors will ski or snowmobile to the hospital. I love that.
Right up in Tahoe. Nurses too. I love it. I love it. Flying into Los Angeles, bringing in a couple of keys. You know what's coming up?
Tell me.
Thanksgiving. And you know what this means, don't you? You can have anything you want at Alice's restaurant. I argue every year with people on the lifeboat concerning whether or not any radio stations in your town play the song Alice's Restaurant continuously for 24 hours on the day of Thanksgiving. Can you let me know if that happens in the town that you live in? Dad would love to pull roof snow down right after my brother and myself shoveled the driveway. Yeah. Thought that was hilarious. That is pretty funny. I mean, all BS to the side. That's pretty funny. You know,
remember that sound when it would break and you hear it slide and then you like 7 tons of snow would land outside the window.
Yep. So my brother Johnny was digging a snow fort. We decided we were going to do like the ultimate snow fort. Now we're not kids at this point. We're basically young grown-ass men playing in the snow. Right? I mean, am I kidding? Right? I got to be 18. I think Johnny's like 22. And we had recently paved the driveway, right? Because growing up, it was rocks. But we paved the driveway. So Johnny and I were like, we're just going to dig right to the concrete, right? And we're going to build the perfect igloo. And the snow went all the way to the roof. It was one of the gnarliest years for snow. It was just ridiculous. So Johnny starts digging, and I'm kind of claustrophobic. So he's got to blow this thing up big enough for me to be able to get into it. But in the beginning, he only tunneled in about this fat around, and he tunnels in to where just his feet are sticking out. And he's like, you got to help me. He's pulling the snow back, and I'm clearing it out from him, and I heard that noise he was just making a second ago. I heard, and it just went like the cartoons and dropped right down on top of him, like so heavy and so gnarly that I couldn't even hear him yelling. Yeah, that was a good one. I got a pretty good laugh out of that.
I didn't find it that funny.
No, I know.
You got to dig me out with a shovel.
I know, and it took about 5 or 10 minutes. I met Sonny Bono 3 times and actually had to do a company tour of my work area and explain what we did. Anyways, the guy died in a ski accident running into a tree, I believe. Yes, that is how he died. I have gone skiing with Sonny Bono on several occasions. He was an incredible skier, super gifted skier. That was really more of a opioid problem.
Go figure.
Sorry. Yeah, what are you doing? See what he's doing there, people? I looked down for just a matter of seconds, right? So Sonny Bono had, when they did the autopsy, he had a lot of Vicodin in his system. He was an excellent skier. The fact, they made a big deal of the fact that he was skiing off trail.
He lived off.
He was an accomplished skier. Tree skiing for that cat wasn't an issue. I think it was, it was drugs and alcohol that just had him off his game. He was a guy that could ski any tree line. He was really a good skier. And he was a skier.
If you lived in a place that snowed all the time, then a real veteran, you know what sketching is. I think he means sketching.
Yes, I do. Holding on to the back of a bumper of a car.
Yeah. Bumper sketching.
Yeah, up north, I've heard it called sketching in some places. I've heard it called sketching in others.
East Coast, we call
the
it
bumper
sketching.
sketch.
Bumper sketch.
Back east, it's called the bumper sketch.
Just hang on, get to a squat, and we go like 30 miles an hour.
Usually grab like an empty 12-pack or case cardboard, put your knees on it, right, or sit your butt on it, however you do your particular brand of sketch. Johnny's attempting a mutiny on your computer. Well, it wouldn't be the first time. Right? And I don't trust him. That's all. Just don't trust him. I get to plow with a tandem when it snows here in Colorado. Nice. Why don't I ever get invited to the snow party? I love you two skis balls. Oh, Disney mom. Hey, look who's back.
Squirrel, what's up?
Come here.
She's in heaven. This is like perfect for her.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
Be around us, sitting there.
It's like, the show that never ends, right? Normally
she's trying to go up above. Look,
that's all right.
Yeah, here she goes. Watch that jump. The jump that she does from there to
this
there.
One's a good one. Oh no, she's coming back. Come on. Come on. She's thinking about it.
It's a big jump.
That is a big
jump. It's a weird jump. It's not big. It's just weird.
No, or don't. Fine. Be that cat. Here, sit that down over there, would you? Talk about trust. I don't trust people up here that don't own a snowblower. No, I can see that. She lives in Tahoe.
Yeah, well, I mean.
And this last winter, Tahoe, you guys got that had to be the gnarliest winter.
Yeah, if it was happening to you down in Reno, it must have been brutal.
It was. It was like they had problems
like 6 foot over and over again, just one after the other.
Yeah, they had a really rugged.
What was the total snowfall in Tahoe last year?
That'd be a good question.
Hey, do you happen to know what the total snowfall for Tahoe was last year? I bet it was record breaking.
It was supposed to be one of the really gnarly ones. It snowed in Reno nonstop.
Sketching, he
says. I lived down in Colorado.
I'm afraid you're incorrect, but we'll agree to disagree. It's all right.
No, he changed the name from sketching to sketching. And then he said, sorry. See,
it's a regional thing. Sketch.
I'm sorry, you're in Maine? All right, maniac.
Look, here we go.
It's a beautiful state.
Ooh, she had trouble there. She had to pull herself up.
Whoa.
That was kitty. Great.
Nice way to trash the office, you little snot. Squirrel's a piece of work. How about Michael Schumacher, F1 champion? He had a tree too. And this past year, Ken Block.
Yeah, it's been a rough year for them. I feel bad for Michael Schumacher's wife, man. She's going through it.
Did it take him off the planet? He died that way?
Yeah, well, he's still here, but
he's bad shape.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
It's bad.
There was an Olympic gold medalist named Bill Johnson. He on a warm-up run, he turned around and hit a pole on skis. Never gonna be the same. I used to build heavy-duty sleds and tie them to my four-wheeler and drag my friends through fields. Dig it. Dig it.
Yeah. That was the only bad thing. Like pipes freezing was a real problem. If the pipes,
I had to keep them running. Right. You had to go and put all the water on.
Insulate the tubes, like wrap towel.
And keep them dripping because running water doesn't want to freeze as much. rub my hands together by the TV fireplace. If I walk by a TV fireplace, I find myself wanting to do that.
Right. It took me a month not to stop trying to turn off the skylight in the bathroom. I know I've talked about that before. I felt like such an idiot, though. The first time it happened, I was in there paralyzed for 5 minutes trying to figure out why I couldn't get the light off. Then when I noticed it was a sunlight, I felt like such an adult. But then I thought, it's no big difference. I know Tommy did this. I know.
Still do, and I've been living here a lot longer. I was in Mexico on the beach last December when 10 feet fell overnight. I was there. I texted a snow guy I know, and I had him dig my house out from afar. So you got a snow guy.
10 feet.
She's got a snow guy.
You'd have to.
You would. You have to have a snow guy.
She probably has 2 snow guys. She has her main snow guy and a backup snow guy. You have a backup snow guy, Kathy?
Probably
I bet you do. You might even have 3.
According to Google, did you see Christy? Christy, you're a beast. Christy says, according to Google, total snowfall was 723 inches. That's a good year. That's a great year. I have, however, been at Snowbird when Snowbird got over 1,000 inches in a year.
Hey, Johnny, you felt like an idiot. Indeed.
When? Just in general?
No, Henry. Comment. Congrats on the new addition of the fam. Couple of them.
Thank you.
Couple of them.
Do you have a generator or crazy insulation here? Because in the dead of winter, we constantly hit 30 to 45 below.
Without
the windshield. Oh, nice. Zelda missed winter.
Here's the thing about winter, and this is the truth about snow. Even when we used to ski all the time, the only time you'll like snow when you're skiing.
Yeah.
Other than that, it sucks. It slows things down. It's just it causes accidents. And it's pretty. It's a pretty thing to look at. But I mean, seriously, unless you're skiing, it's just a drag.
Yeah, it is.
Kathy, snow guy with a big crew on speed dial. For emergencies, the key is being nice to the snow guys, especially.
Kayla Disney,
especially if your snowblower goes on the brink.
Kayla Disney Mom says, I thought I was the only one with a blow addiction. This makes me feel so much better. Thanks, Captain. You're welcome. And there's, oh man, the number of people addicted to blow.
We're all in the same boat.
We are all in the same boat. I don't care what your addiction is. I don't care what your addiction is. It's amazing. And this is a hard thing to wrap your dome around because if, like, I was addicted to heroin. I did speedball, so I did mountains of cocaine too, tons and tons of it. But no matter what I was doing, my drug of choice is heroin. But I mean, the overriding things that make us similar are so much more than the things that separate us. We have a malfunctioning reward center of the brain that tells us that doing our substance of choice is more important than anything else on earth, right? That's what makes us drug addicts. That's what the disease does, right? Instead of just getting high on the heroin or the cocaine or whatever, you get high on that, and then your brain chemicals go, ooh, get high on this too. It literally rewards you for stupid behavior. And I don't need any help.
See what Kathy says? It's fun. Snow is fun to look at, but I can't imagine living here if I didn't love to ski and do snowshoe.
Absolutely. If you don't
snowshoe to me, like see that's I couldn't do snowshoe.
Let me cut you off because you have something in your head when you hear snowshoe, and it's not the same thing.
This is what I have in my. Let me tell you what's in my head. Way too much like work. It sucks. It's not fun.
But you also like you're thinking of those wooden things, and what they make now for snowshoes are friggin' ridiculous.
I get
they
that.
Weigh nothing, and you can run on powder. They're a lot of fun. I would have said the exact same thing as you. I promise you. But somebody gave me and my ex-wife a pair of really ridiculous snowshoes.
No.
Super, super expensive, and they were carbon fiber. They were light as hell. And you could go out in 3.5 feet of powder and just walk or run on top of snow, and you don't sink, and there isn't any effort. It's just like going for a walk.
I remember I don't know.
Yeah, I did it as a kid, and I hated it. Cody Lee says, I lived in Nebraska for 5 years, and we had some pretty relentless winters.
Yeah,
I think
Nebraska.
one time it was negative 14 degrees, but negative 28 with the wind chill. A lot of the nice people in the Midwest. I never met any. One. I'm kidding. Come on, man. The Midwest is fantastic. I just thought that would be funny.
It's pretty fun.
It was. Come on. You can have. And now Christy Caldwell's laughing. She's like, I can't believe you just said that. I promise.
Bizzle, I was afraid to join the boat. I'm fat. Hold on. What was the rest of that? Listen, I'm fat. I was afraid I'd sink it. Bizzle.
Yeah, don't tip the boat over. Rock the boat. Baby.
Bizzle's hilarious. Last winter, Johnny, as you remember, I was helping my dad recover from a medical condition. I do remember, Lawn Dog.
You can have anything you want.
And it snowed in Hayden, Idaho. The first time California Desert Kid took the snowblower out for a spin in front of all the neighbors. They came over and took my dad. Pretty good for a first crack at it. You know, it's just like mowing the lawn, but with white stuff instead of grass. Oh, I got to call you. I'll be back.
Handle your business.
I will.
Best Midwest. Hold on. Best Midwest movie ever is The Blues Brothers. I'm not going to argue with that. Tell me, how many songs are currently stuck in your head? Oh, Lord. If you had any idea. I know the words to every song ever written prior to 1989, maybe 1990. Yeah, it's awful. And usually I got a couple going, but this time of year, I've always got Alice's Restaurant going. Oh, Kayla, I get it. This is a great description too. Kayla says, I love Coke. It just always makes me feel less of who I am after I come down. But during the high, I feel like Superwoman because you are. Of all the drugs on planet Earth, I always believed that the first line of Coke was always, to me, the greatest buzz in the world. And I mean, I'm a heroin addict, and heroin was my drug of choice. I would not ever sacrifice. I wouldn't give up. I had to have heroin. But if there was Coke around, I would do it. And that first line of Coke was always really a great buzz. But sadly, it goes away, right? And the next one, and pretty soon you can barely, you snorting just to feel it. Then Coke lies. Booyah! You know what? If I was like the guy that hates me, the dude with the channel weenie in the butt, with all the sound effects. If I was that dude, like right now, I'd be hitting the sound effects because that right there is money. Then Coke lies. Yeah. Sound of silence. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. If you have the sound of silence in your head, that's good, right? That's what we're all shooting for. That means that there are no automatic negative thoughts running wild. You're going to bed, Eddie? Good night, hon. Much love. Did I ever try LSD by chance? I've done LSD, I don't know, 100 times, 100 and a half, maybe 150 times. Done a lot. I've done a decent amount of. I had about a 5-year run where I did it every chance I could get it, and I spent a lot of time doing the Grateful Dead stuff. So yeah, I've done a decent amount of it. Stop it. Oh, that is the coolest thing ever. Zelda, that's incredible. 23 years, Jason P. off of meth. That's a hard drug to get off of, my friend. Well played. That's a hard drug to get off of people. Now it's my turn to shut the door on Johnny. Oh, hold on. That's all right. We're both going now. You can else's restaurant. Come on in, it's around the back. Just half a mile from the railroad track. Oh, not me. I'm staying. Okay, good. First thing I did, smart thing I did in 92 was stop burning hundreds on blow. Good for you, Darcy. Proud of you. Proud of you. Nothing will burn through money quicker on God's green earth. I mean, there's just nothing. You can go through so fast. Disturbed or Simon and Garfunkel version. Sound of Silence. Love the Disturbed version. Todd, I do too. And I'm not much of a remake guy. I usually don't dig it when people remake other people's stuff. I mean, I shouldn't say that, but it's very rare that that I ever like them as much. I usually crap on any cover. Like I don't dig the I don't even like Metallica's cover of Seeger's. Yeah. Turn the page. I would much rather hear the original almost always. But the Disturbed version of Sound of Silence, I think, is an awesome version. I think they killed it. I really do. I think they killed me. My dad told me about this time he did so much window pane that he was insane for 3-month period. I did window pane in college a couple of times. I remember that acid. I remember doing the window pane. Four-way window pane. Pain pills for me. I was bad, been clean from them since 2008. Won't even take a script on any injuries. I've had since then. It's too tempting for me. Chip, that's me, man. My drug of choice was opiates, pills, and that, pain medication that led to tar heroin. And that whole process took almost 3 decades. So over the course of that 3 decades, I abused every opiate you could on planet Earth. And I'm the same way now. Like, I need this elbow fixed. I just do, but it would require a crap load of pain medication. I'm just not ready to go down that road. I'd rather just put up with my elbow pissing me off every once in a while. It's just a whole lot easier than the possibility of somehow screwing back up. LSD was the first drug I ever tried. Wow, Cody, way to just jump in there with both feet. And I was in college and dove off the deep end and took 3 hits. Good for you. I tripped for something like 17 hours, and it completely rewired me to my core. I believe that. That's a tough way to start your acid. The first time I ever did LSD, I did it in high school. Somebody told me it was just like weed. You just had to put it in your mouth. This piece of paper in your mouth, but it would get you high, just like weed, $5. So I took it in school. It was middle school, really, but I took it in like 8th grade, and snarfed it and tripped my nards off walking around school. It was really quite an adventure, and it rewired me quite a bit, actually. Lady J. I'm so glad this was a Lady J that said this and not someone else. Lady J says, I actually wanted to slap Sheryl Crow when she had the audacity to remake Sweet Child of Mine. I'm going to let you do the slapping, but I like the sentiment. This is a cat in the basket. What a cutie. What a great cat. Swear that I saw tracers for months after overdosing on LSD. I've told the story on the lifeboat before, so I don't want to bum anybody out. Yeah. So the Coke was usually my drug of choice, says Miss Sunrise Dawn. I did a lot of it. Heroin was really my drug of choice, but I did a lot of blow. I did speedballs and things of that nature. Yeah, I'm not a huge Sheryl Crow guy, to be really honest. I feel like Sheryl Crow is kind of a rat in the way that the whole thing went down with the cyclist and all that. I'm not a Sheryl Crow guy anymore. I used to like her music, but I don't know. I keep her. Oh, see, thank you. What a cool thing to say. Haven't even tried weed yet. Well, why would you try weed? That's your backward step. You started at the top of the food chain. There's no reason to start going backwards. It makes no sense, right? No, I mean, you know what? Experimenting is experimenting. I don't have a problem with drugs. Like, I don't have a problem with other people doing drugs. I got a huge problem with me doing drugs. I can't do drugs, but I'm not here to tell people not to do drugs. I've actually done that, Kayla. I didn't realize it was called Calvin Klein, but I have done ketamine after doing coke. I remember that gained some popularity when I was a younger man. When I wore a younger man's clothes, that got pretty popular. I did a decent amount of ketamine for a while. I got on this ketamine phase when I found out that I could buy it pretty easily in Mexico. So I started to do quite a bit of ketamine, and I was selling coke at the time. I was FedExing blow from Boston, from Houston, Texas to Boston, Massachusetts. Busted flat in Baton Rouge, waiting for a train. Feeling near as faded as my jeans. Body thumbed the diesel down as before it rained. Rode us all the way to New Orleans. LSD was the only drug I was open to because I'm a huge Beatles fan. And I just wanted to know what happened. But it all makes sense now. Strawberry Fields forever, baby. I'm a big fan of Beatles music. I was, I haven't listened to a lot of it in a long time, but growing up, I listened to a ton of this. Chip says, I hated the Ronnie James Dio Holy Diver cover by Kill Switch Engage. Don't know that one. But I'm just going to agree with you on general principle. Why? Because remakes almost always suck. Although, they almost always do. I thought that Lemmy's version of Sympathy for the Devil was pretty spot on. Like, that was a great rendition. Where'd you find this?
On the sheet, I was
going to say. Everything all right?
Yeah, I'm just.
What time is it there? Hey, look, with all due respect, stay up out of my personal business. No, I'm just kidding. It's
salty. It's 9:20.
It's about that time of day. It's starting to get old. Oh, what's that supposed to mean? Huh? I'm not wearing a watch out there. No, I'm kidding.
I'm taking mine off.
He's taking his watch off, people.
I'm gonna throw it like.
While you were gone, somebody said the greatest Midwest movie of all time was The Blues Brothers, and I didn't even go off on it because I wanted to wait for you to sort of stumble back in here. You fan? Yeah, fan of the movie? Have you seen it before?
Which one?
The Blues Brothers?
Maybe once. I don't know.
You have seen it? We used to get together, smoke pot, and watch The Blues Brothers every single freaking weekend, and I think we did it for a long time. What happened to Johnny? Did he take a big old shovel? You know what? Hold on a second. I think we established this is a mute button. In the comments, somebody's here every day. Fargo. It's a great movie. Fargo's a good flick. I'm not taking anything away from Fargo. But The Blues Brothers is just the top of the food chain.
It's almost the Casablanca of comedy.
Wait a second. Okay. Some male country singer remade Tracy Chapman's Fast. Oh, I know. I just heard it. It sounds ridiculous. Like, why? And he literally changed nothing. So it's just a re-sing, except it's horrible. Have you heard this dog crap remake?
I'm not a big fan of. I'm not a big fan. You got my cheese whiz, boy.
Yeah, I knew what you meant, Lady J. I've heard that stupid damn. You got
a fast car. That's what. Yeah.
So
So what's the deal? Somebody a country western did it's just exact same thing. Same.
Didn't really change up squat. I mean, it does even the style and how it's sung. It's not like it's forever his. You know what I mean?
It's forever.
Billy Manser says, "I'm glad I'm not the only one." No, that remake is.
I haven't even heard it. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
If I were you, I would go with. Anik agrees with you. This seems to be in common. Nobody likes this. It's dog crap. Aussie biker movie Stone. I watch it every New Year's Eve. Okay, good for you.
Never saw it.
Never saw it either. I've only seen, I think, one Aussie movie ever, and it was the one about Chopper. It was a pisser, that one.
Look at the way she's lying. She's mocking us how comfortable she is.
Well, look, Darcy. Now you can always come here when you need someone to talk you down, right? We're here a couple of times a day. We're not always here 24 hours in a row. Would be really convenient.
We're never here 24 hours.
It would be really convenient if we were. but that would cost considerably more money.
You gotta sleep sometime.
Yeah, right. I went to see Train at Harvey's Outdoor Concerts last summer. Philip Phillips opened, and I honestly couldn't help but boo the whole time because all Philip Phillips does is shitty covers. I got you. I don't blame you. Honestly. Jimmy.
If you're gonna remake something, you gotta make it yours. You gotta do it. I mean, depending on what you're remaking, it takes a tremendous amount of responsibility when you're doing a remake. You know what I mean?
You know what? Jane's Addiction remake of Sympathy for the Devil wasn't horrendous.
How about Johnny Cash's remake of I Hurt Myself Today?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
No, I did not drive him to the hospital. Do I look like Mother Teresa to you?
Classic.
Yeah.
I'd like to watch Easy Rider again. I do every time it comes on. That's one of those films. It's one of those films that every time it comes on, I'll watch.
That often.
No, it's not.
So when it does come on,
you know what? It's not a feel-good movie. Godfather 2, greatest remake of all time. I mean, second film, like part two. Do you guys watch the Joker movie? Joaquin Phoenix. Sadly, that movie came out after Dane Bramage.
Here's the deal.
I have not watched it.
I don't dig any superhero movies. I don't buy it.
Not and one.
Not and. Here's the deal.
Ever.
No. Ever. Never.
Not the first
None.
Batman.
Well, maybe the first one.
Nothing further.
No, nothing since.
No,
then.
see, no.
Nothing since then.
Nope.
Here's the deal. I understand that you gotta have a suspension of disbelief, but I draw the line.
Burl Ives remake of Frosty the Snowman. Well played.
Yeah.
That Joker movie wasn't good. See, thought so.
Just don't. Not a fan. I almost feel like I need another coffee, but I think it may be a bad idea.
Lady J says, Mo, I absolutely love the Burl Ives Snowman. That guy's voice just sounded like Christmas. Amen.
Molesky,
Deadpool
Cocaine
was a great
Bear
movie.
was stupid. I won't see that movie. I don't care. I've had so many friends say, no, it's better than I thought it was going to be. I don't care. I'm not seeing that. It's so stupid.
Give me the premise? What is it?
The Cocaine Bear. A bear gets hopped up on cocaine and causes all kinds of cocaine bear havoc.
Now, is this like a stuffed bear?
No, dude, a real bear.
Okay, well, you can understand. We've had
I get it, but
those
it's just
Ted movies and shit stuff.
can't do it. I don't like
I have to say, I went to see Creedence Clearwater Revisited in Reno. So the same band. Original members, but the new ones. It was excellent. The singer sounds so much like the original, except less of a douche. Pardon me. But that guy just doesn't want to make anything happen.
You know, the problem with me is when you watch a band, they've really got to do a good job or it tarnishes the image in my head. But I've seen some bands like Little Feat.
Oh, Little Feat was great.
Yeah, but there's a bunch of originals not there.
When you saw them the first time?
No, the first time they was pretty much all there.
Deadpool cracked me up. I dug Deadpool, man. Deadpool was a great movie. Did you see Deadpool?
Oh, yeah. See, I watched Cocaine Bear. It was lame. I'd rather have.
So look, that was a superhero movie. Yeah, see, Kayla would rather just sort of get the real one.
Based on a true story.
The Cocaine Bear, based on a true story?
Yeah, but I mean, what's next? Like the Cocaine Shark or Meth Shark?
Well, Sharknado is based on a true story. A lot of people don't realize this, but apparently there was a tornado that blew a bunch of sharks around, and some of that.
Imagine sitting in a room with execs and saying, "So here's the thing." Imagine delivering a log line of that. I mean, how do you even sell that?
Steve Cody Lee, here's my problem. I don't mind the whole superhero genre. I really don't. I don't like that they continue to just rehash them. But my issue is the inability. I cannot watch movies anymore. John Fogerty playing Scottsdale, November 17th. I love Fogerty's voice, but I've heard so many people. Meth Shark's coming up.
See,
I've never done meth with a shark. You cannot prove that.
I've heard a lot about him as well. Can you
Yeah.
imagine a jaw?
Everybody
Jaws
says
on
the
meth?
guy's the world's biggest D-bag, you know? Sharknado is a true story based off the time. I did Electric Jesus LSD back in the day. Gotcha. See, I can see that.
Checks out.
Checks out. Since its recent Top Gun 2, didn't want to see it. The woman did. Why redo a great film like that? No, Johnny Scoville liked it.
On what try?
Meth, Sharknado, based on a true story. Kayla was there. She wouldn't lie. Cocaine Bear started what? Started off really lame, but it got a little better when it was over. Yeah, I've seen those.
It was over.
I've seen those. Then there was that part where all of a sudden it wasn't on anymore, and I was like, "Oh God!" Yes.
The real story is that a bear
attack of the meth gator.
could happen.
Don't judge me, dude.
I'm not judging. I was actually looking. I thought you were trying to scratch. I was gonna
do that again. Godfather 2 is the best second film in a sequence ever. It might have even been better than Godfather 1, right? And that's an unusual thing when the second film is better than the
I don't
first
know
one.
about that.
Take Caddyshack. The people that made Caddyshack 2 should probably be shot. Friggin' delicious. What's up? What's up? Welcome to the Lifeboat. You're 7 hours, 25 minutes into. I want you to know I pitched a guy on the phone longer than this once to close a deal for $10,000. I kid you not. It was about this long.
That was the craziest phone call of all time. I remember it like it was yesterday.
I know. It was a good one, wasn't it? Hey, Trisha.
Ray says the worst movie trilogy of all time, I think, was Lord of the Rings. That's just crazy talking, just trying to be inflammatory. Just say. Because here's the deal. There were so many like Rockies. Enough's enough. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Too many Rockies?
Yeah, no, Kathy Womack just recently watched the documentary Netflix Painkiller.
Really? Equalizer 3. These are the only sequels I can think of that are really good. I don't know that I've ever seen an Equalizer. It's funny that you say that. Friggin' delicious. I probably at some point in my life have thought that. It's been a minute. You know what I mean? You think it's
My Cousin Vinny was a great movie.
You know, I enjoyed that film. I really did. That's another one that if it were to come on, I would watch it. I don't watch films anymore. My days of I loved the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I thought that they were fantastic. Honestly, I really loved that.
This is random. When CK turned the phone on, saw Godfather 2. Listen, your phones are listening to you. No joke. I have friends. Oh, no, it's great. I don't have to worry about typing in. They know what I'm looking for. I don't think it's cool. I don't think there's nothing great about that.
Right?
I don't think.
No, probably. Currently live, can't talk. You got a fast car. Bruce Willis did a death wish? Really? Really? The last movie he's seen was the last Mission Impossible film. Did it, Christina? John Wick. I have not been able to see that. They came after my I get migraine headaches from films.
And to support you, I've not seen one of them.
And he kind of stopped watching movies after I lost the ability to watch movies. So. Anyone caught the docu-series on HBO specifically about CDG management called Telemarketers?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I wasn't even. I was
I
probably
don't
in
know
prison.
them.
I was probably in prison when this came out anyway. And
if you don't see me in the credits or me in it, I had nothing to do
and
with
this room is like not good for acoustics, and I've been sick for like a month.
I have worked some of the sketchiest phone rooms you have ever seen.
Cat in the Basket. I'm not big on sequels, but love spoof movies. Spaceballs was hilarious. This is the part where I normally say, do you know that the Jewish princess from Spaceballs was actually a graduate of high school? Kathy Womack says, I won't watch anything with Tom Cruise in it anymore. Will you hand me that trophy down there?
He's a douche.
Did you hand me that trophy?
I don't like him at all.
See this here? This is for anybody. Not big on the short man, Tom Cruise. By the way, I have nothing against people who are 5'3".
I just don't like people who are, man, it's not even talk about him.
Yeah, but I don't really like him. We're born on the same day. I'm not sure if you knew that. Blazing Saddles, funny film. Hot Shots Part 2. Good one. Good one. Arcane.
Jason, 1970. He's got Tom figured out. He
Oh,
too, the Scoville heist, says Shelton. You're welcome, Kathy.
there you go. There you go. Have you seen The Accountant? Not in about 4 months. Been a kind of a downturn economy. The gods must be crazy. Oh man. Do you know this film?
Yes.
People, do you know this film? The premise of this film? Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. But melanoma. Molly Russell's Uncle Ward. Her tumor. She's my tumor. Henry Vigo. No, because he's on the drag. You understand? Amen, Kathy Womack. Not one penny to Tom Cruise and his narcissistic self.
Here's the deal about him. I wonder what he's going to do because he's hemmed in.
By what
He's jammed up.
when you say by what he's going to do, you got to do better than that.
He can't, like, is he going to stay in that cult? Is he going to bail? If he does, like, the whole world's going to, I mean, here's the deal. If he won't watch this, I know who you are. Got that? We all do. You're fooling nobody.
Mhm.
I'm serious.
Think you watch this?
You might watch this.
Then again, maybe you won't. Whoa, settle down. Do you know what? I'm actually seeing a ad right now on
I
the
want one of
tube,
those.
right? That's
Don't
what I'm
you?
saying. I know, but I can't have one.
Do you understand? There's a video. Do you see that?
I'm so glad, Anik. I'm so glad that you have seen it. It's very rare that I find someone that says, I've seen that movie. Sadly, because it's a good one. You know?
Yes.
It is a good one. It's one of those that truthfully can make me laugh for.
You see Denzel in Man on Fire?
Yeah.
That's a movie.
Oh man, is that a good movie? That's one that every time it comes on in prison, people go nuts.
I bet. I can see that.
So I'm a fan. I thought that was a great film. I also read the book, and it was a great book too. So we've got that going for us, which is nice.
I'm back. Gregory Smith says 6:35 South Africa right now. Good to see you guys still going. You must be
Wow.
exhausted.
And true to his word. You talking about me?
No.
I'm not
True to his
saying-
word. Oh, he's back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Equalizer films are good. I haven't seen the newest ones. I saw the original one, Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
You know what my problem is right now? I'll be really honest with you.
What?
It's 2 hours. Do you understand what a colossal commitment 2 hours is? I don't have 2 hours to give up in the course of a day. That's absurd. Like the idea of sitting down and watching a whole movie. You know what I mean?
Oh, I would love to see a lot of the new movies. I would have loved to have seen the second Top Gun, just as a tip to the original, just as a tip to the 80s.
It was a pretty good movie.
Yeah, I've heard that from a lot of people. It's kind of a bummer. Nothing appeases the ADD, but it's a nice idea. It sounds nice. You know what I mean?
Listen, everybody watching, you have to be on your toes. Another 5-6 hours, you have to start writing down what we're saying because we're going to forget. Just
What about 24 hours? Oh, we're doing all of them. We're doing all of them. Don't you fear.
I think as soon as you're done, maybe we'll go around the horn again.
You want to go a second time, do you?
See, here's the thing. If people are watching you play a video game or something, it's a little bit different. Here, just kind of
Going without a net and just talking, you stand that chance?
telling you.
If you had to make 10,000 1 month, what would you do? Do you mean legally or illegally? If I had to make 10 grand in 1 month illegally, I'd hit a bank. I mean, that's a one shot, one day, one stop. I mean,
let's make it legal. Let's try that.
Well, if I had to make 10 grand in 1 month and I had to do it legally, I would flip watches. But right now is really kind of an odd time to do anything financially flipping or whatever. But yeah, I would because it's what I know more about than anything else. I would go and try to find me a couple of watches I could get a good decent deal on and then flip them. Yeah, legally, that's probably the way I would go. Or maybe go count some cards at a casino. You know,
so much fun.
I absolutely no. That's probably what I would do. If I had to make 10 grand instantly, I probably would do it
It's more fun doing Texas Hold'em.
Yeah, I mean that's legal. It may not be ethical, but it's legal. Texas Hold'em is a little bit harder, and there's a chance you can get hosed. If you're counting cards on a 6-deck shoe, you're not going to lose. But it requires having partners, and you got to have stake, and that's the hard part is coming up with the original cash to go in. You're not going to go in with $1,000 and flip it and turn it and flip it and turn it. You have to have that cash because you don't know when the count is going to hit a certain dollar amount, and at which point you have to be ready to put up all the cash. You can't go in there and CDG, even for a nanosecond. What is CDG? How did I miss that? I don't know what CDG is.
It means something really obvious that we just don't
and I'm
know
just
on
not very
account of
bright.
the
Yeah,
7.5 hours.
You think that's what it is?
I think so. I do.
Zelda. My daughter is the world's biggest Zelda nut. Jason Bourne.
Never liked those movies.
The books are freaking awesome.
I don't like Matt Damon. Feel bad almost, but
they gave you some promethazine, huh? Why do I know what see, in the United States, promethazine is not what it is where you are, right? Because in the United States, like promethazine and knock your pecker in the dirt. Like that used to put that was a strong drug. And it was like the you know what it's like? You remember the cough syrup stuff?
Oh yeah.
That's promethazine. That stuff gets you hammered. Yeah.
What do they call that? There's something they called it. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Scissor up.
I have to go to the bathroom.
Scissor up or
I'm
lean.
sorry. I'm not going to take my phone. I have to go to the bathroom.
I'm allergic to promethazine, says Kathy Womack. Charging my earbuds so my wife doesn't rip my face off at 4 a.m. Well, we don't need your face ripped off. You're funny. Jeremy's just gonna collect a bunch of those cans and take them to Michigan for the 10-cent return. You'll be good. Yeah, they put codeine and promethazine together. That's usually the really good stuff is the one that has them both. Sexy Feet Scoville Brothers Edition sounds like money to me. You're funny. You're funny. And since I haven't said this in a really long time, if you've never hit the subscribe button on the lifeboat, hit the subscribe button. Then make sure, you hear me? Then make sure that you hit the bell for notification. And in doing so, every time I do something or go live, you will get a notification, and that way you'll miss no boat. He's coming right back there. Huh? You got the cat all sketched out, worried about you. There you go. That's the spirit, Darcy. Fun suckers. She said she stopped marrying fun suckers that tried to make me go to bed when they did. Good for you. Legend of Zelda. Yeah, my daughter. Skyward Sword is the Zelda that I guess my daughter was enthralled with. And when all of those domain names were coming out and I was buying the domain names, my daughter said, this was on the decentralized web. I bought Skyward Sword, the name for my daughter for her birthday. She's a big fan.
Let me ask you this. Does anybody have an actor that you don't like and that affects you wanting to see the movies they're in? Am I the only one who does that?
Are you thinking Matt Damon?
I don't like Matt Damon. I'm not really jazzed about watching movies he's in. I just don't.
I'm not a Matt Damon guy either.
But does that affect you watching his movies? Or you know? You don't do much many movies though.
I know you can't buy codeine cough syrup over the counter in Canada anymore. You can't buy the pills either, right? No more codeine pills up there either. Boy, oh boy, did I used to buy those things, man. Go buy 1,000 of them. Eat like 300 in a weekend. It was terrible.
Mr. Holland's Opus. Now that's a wicked movie. Really is.
Gregory Smith, I've done it so many times. The good news is, brother, you can start from scratch and rebuild that collection.
You shut that window.
I'll do it for you. I'll do it for you. You start from one. The nice thing is that you can buy some really classic stuff, very, very inexpensive. Now is actually a great time to be collecting. The days of picking up a really good mechanical watch for $50 are over, but you can still find some really great deals, and it's a lot of fun hunting them down. But I did that. And if I told you some of the watches that I've had in my possession and sold, you'd have a heart attack and die. I'm not kidding. I mean, I've just had watches that if I had them today were just, golden opportunities and things like that.
Jason Pigas disgusted watching George Lopez. I won't watch him.
Well, Todd says that he doesn't like George Clooney. I don't either.
He's great in funny roles, though.
But I loved him in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
Oh, is he great in that? He was also
Christy Caldwell cannot stand Will Ferrell and Jim Carrey.
Not a Jim Carrey fan. I can go with that.
Right.
Love Will Ferrell, though.
One of your kids is in there. Well, welcome.
That's
I'm
kind
a
of
huge
cool.
fan of your ma. Love you guys. If you ever want to come up to Maine, you are welcome. Or we can meet at my timeshare in Orlando near Disney. You know what? Shoot us an email. You can get us at sober@myyahoo.com. Reach out to the Scoville boys. It'd be great. Appreciate you. I can't watch actors who no longer look like themselves. So I'm guessing that after, say, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, you were done with Ferris's sister. Because she got her schnozzle fixed. And then there was no telling who the hell she was.
Wasn't that crazy?
It was a bad decision because she was such a cutie with her original nose. Tommy Bird says, yep, Johnny, 100%. Tom Cruise makes me puke regardless of how impossible the mission might be.
Here's my problem. We're in a world where there's so much
the way.
information out there that you can't help not finding out stuff about people you watch.
He's not a fan of Amber Heard. I don't blame you on that either. Jennifer Gray, thank you, Jeremy Shelton. That was the name I was looking for. Her original nose was perfect. I don't know why she needed any repair on her beak.
You know what's interesting? It's almost funny that she knows, like, there's every time you see an article with her, it's about the fact that she fixed her nose.
That's the only
and
thing
ruined
they
her
talk
career.
about. We loved you, and then you fixed your nose. How dare you? It would be like Steve Buscemi getting his grill done.
I mean, it would be a mistake.
You're damn right it would. If he got his grill fixed, he wouldn't be Steve Buscemi. Right? And she just had that cute face filters are not your friends.
Fillers.
Oh, fillers.
You know what? Tom Cruise looks funny.
I can't
There's something
anything.
weird about the dude. He doesn't look right.
Well, I'm sure he's had probably $1 million in plastic surgery done.
So sad, man.
They ruined her career by fixing, air quotes, her face. See? Gregory Smith feels the same way. Can't watch Tom Cruise.
Here's the thing. There's a few that I can watch.
You mean from back in his early days?
Yeah. As of late, I won't watch it.
Yeah. Lily Tomlin and Jane Fonda. No, they don't look like them.
But that happens. Everybody. I mean, here's the problem. Actors don't know when they should be done, and they stay in the game forever.
When's the last time you guys saw Snoopy?
Snoopy as in the dog
The
Snoopy?
dog. He looks like he's at work then.
Don't tell me that.
I'm just saying. You know what I mean? I mean, for a beagle,
Here's the thing.
for a beagle approaching 80, he just looks like he's had some work done. That's all I'm saying. Kind of like when Kenny Rogers got that facelift. He just didn't look right after that.
He's another guy they love doing. Every time you ever see Kenny Rogers, it's never because of anything he's done. It's always because of, hey, what happened to him?
He's dead anyway. But how about the what's her name? The worst for that.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you do. She was dating John Mellenballer. John Mellon. Yeah.
Melly Griffith? No.
No, the other one. Harry Met Sally.
Oh, Megan. Yeah. What's her name?
She said Snoopy in dog years. He died a long time ago. Yeah, but he's had some work done. I'm just saying.
Sarah Jessica Parker looks like a foot. That's hilarious.
That is pretty funny, actually. Sarah Jessica Parker apparently, she's a vicious cigarette smoker.
Who?
Sarah Jessica Parker.
Really?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Why the long face? CK loves watching Tom Cruise run along the fast train with the theme. Oh, wrong one.
Meg Ryan.
Love the Truman Show. Yeah.
She was so hot. And you ever see
Meg
the
Ryan,
movie?
thank
Did
you.
you ever see the movie where it was a remake of the the Incredible Voyage, where they inject somebody inside a body?
Yes.
I was in love with her in that movie.
Oh, you're talking about
Yeah.
Weird Science or something. No, what was it called? Inner Science.
Inner Space.
Inner Space. Do you see this? Darcy's talking to you.
No, she's not.
Oh, she is.
No, she's not.
No, but she is.
Oh, no, she's not.
She's
Thank
yellow.
you. No, there was one of the actors we were speaking about.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about my brother because he's a bit of one of those, He's a bit of one of those. I don't like what Meg should have just got old gracefully. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'd much rather just watch somebody age. You know what? Jamie Lee Curtis.
To me,
did it
there's
with
nothing
style.
more uncomfortable than a person who's had their face done and you're looking at them. It doesn't look right. There's something that just a scary thing, man. That's a slippery slope, man. There's a few that once you start, it's like, listen, I saw a meme.
It's a
and I'm not joking.
great movie.
Saw a meme and there's a picture of Roseanne Barr and a picture of Madonna. And it said, who in the world would have believed in 1984 that in 2024, Roseanne Barr would be prettier than Madonna? And I swear to you, they showed a picture of the two of them in 84. And Roseanne Barr is so much more attractive than Madonna is. Like someone needs to tell her just to stop. There has to be like an island.
SBTV Warrior nailed it. Madonna is so frightening right now. You look at Madonna, honestly,
Here's the thing. It's mental illness. I don't care what you want to say. It's mental illness.
Thank you, Christopher Cooper. I appreciate the heck out of that. I really do. Thank you. Jamie Lee Curtis was amazing in everything. All at once.
I was a big fan of Jamie Lee for a while.
I won't lie to you as a young boy.
Stop.
With so many facelifts over their lives, they have to fill in their.
Do you know
navels
what
with
they do
spackle
in a
and paint it
facelift? If
over.
you ever looked at what happens in a facelift, you'd be like, I'm all set. I'd rather look at a sneaker. I'd look at like a catcher's mitt and to have them do something.
Madonna looks like Keith Richards. That is an awful thing to say about Keith Richards.
Right? Seriously.
That's messed up, man. Keith's got way more going for him than that. That's just not right. That's messed up to say. I think you should take that back.
Brotherly love right there, Johnny.
What's that?
I don't know. I think you were either showing me love or I was maybe showing
I'm
you
pretty
love.
kind. I'm nothing if not kind.
I hear that a lot.
I'm known for that.
Everybody says that.
What did I do with it? There it is. Down there on the floor.
Yep.
All I do.
I'll hold the fort down. Mickey Rourke's another one. Oh my gosh, man.
Oh.
Don't you ever look, see them and you feel bad for them? It's like, what? Once you start, man, I don't know, man. It's scary. Johnny, what's my favorite hot sauce? Christopher Cooper, this is going to sound like a horrible answer. It's my stock answer when somebody asks me that. I'm like a hot sauce slut. You ever hear the song, if you can't be with the one you love the one you're with? If I pick the right sauce for a meal, that's my favorite sauce in that moment. The next day, I'm going to pick a different favorite sauce. So if I'm able to pick the right sauce for a given meal, that's my favorite sauce in the moment. I have a couple that are like Swampadelic is a great sauce, right? Exoresco from Birds of McCoy is there's a bunch of great ones. You know what's amazing about Keith Richards, Lady J? Not that he's still alive, but the fact that he can play guitar with hands that he's got. If you've never Googled Keith Richards' hands, you need to, and then think that guy makes a living playing guitar. It's crazy. Yeah, unnecessary surgery. Like your story. I mean, you don't, elective surgery. It's like, I don't need it, but boy, I want it. That's, you know what the definition of minor surgery is? Because there's major surgery, then there's minor surgery. Does anybody know what minor surgery is? Minor surgery is surgery that somebody else is having. Anytime you're having a surgery, I don't care if they're doing a hangnail, that stuff is serious. The last time I had a surgery, it was great. This is advice. If you have a surgery coming up, this is what you do. I had back surgery, and first of all, he says to me, "What kind of music do you like?" I'm like, "What difference does that make?" He goes, "I want to play it so you can hear it during the surgery." I'm like, "Dude, if I can come out of this surgery and tell you what music you played during the surgery, we're gonna have a fight." I'm like, "I want you to put me so deep it takes you 2 hours to bring me back. I don't want to hear what's going on." I said, "So why don't we pick a band that you like? What do you like?" So we decided that we'd pick a band that we like together. So we chose Queen, and he played during my surgery. He did Night at the Opera, which I thought is just one of the great albums of all time. But anyway, before he knocks me out, he says to me, he goes, "Please count down from 100 or from 100. So I look at him. I'm like, "I got nothing to say, doctor." I don't know. I call him Warden. I said, "I got nothing to say, Warden. Roll him." He's like, "That's not funny. Please count down from 100. I said, "Do what you got to do, man. I'm at peace." So next thing I know, I wake up and surgery's over. You know how it is when you have surgery. You don't have that passage of time. You just blink, you shut your eyes, and then you open them, and it's over. It's a strange thing. So he's telling me to count down. I told him I have no last words. The next thing I know, I'm opening my eyes. I'm in the recovery room, and I open my eyes, and at first I'm just looking at somebody. I don't know who they are. It was my surgeon, but you know how it is when you first come to from a surgery. You don't know what's going on. You got visual, but you can't really process what it is that you're seeing. So I'm looking at this doctor, but I don't recognize him. So a couple minutes go by, and then you can see that I'm like, oh, he's the doctor, and he's not happy. He looks at me, he goes, "Man, that was not a cool thing to do." I said, "Did the surgery go well?" He goes, "Yep." I said, "Then it was a great thing to do. Get a sense of humor. That's hilarious what I did." "Has anybody ever done it before?" He goes, "No." I'm like, you're going to tell that story at 100 cocktail parties. You owe me. My last surgery, the surgeon goes, "Count down from 100. So I said, "I got nothing to say, Warden. Roll him." He goes, "That's not funny. Please count down from 100. I said, "Do what you got to do. I'm at peace." And then that was it. I wake up and I'm in the recovery room, and he was not amused at all. But I thought that was hilarious. And if you have a surgery coming up, do it. For a couple reasons. Number one, it's hilarious. Number two, if something does happen, it's still hilarious. It's a great thing to do. I'm sorry. There's nothing but funny about that.
I apparently, when I had my tonsils out, I said something to the Buell Helga that they had working as the nurse.
You said the wrong thing?
Oh, yeah.
What'd you do?
I don't know.
You don't remember? Oh, under the influence? They have to be used to that, though. You're going to say some ratchet stuff.
She says to me, she comes in, and I said, "Oh, my God, I just woken up, and I hurt so bad." She comes in, and she puts it right into the IV, and she goes, "Don't worry. This is morphine. It will take away all the pain, Tommy." I said, "Oh, hey." She put it in, and I went, "Oh." She goes, "And this is Dilaudid. It's probably going to make you sick." And I went, "Huh?" And by the time she mixed the two of them, and I vomited all over the place. And the woman that I was married to at the time started screaming at the doctor when he came in, and he goes, "Yeah, that was kind of uncool, but your husband said some pretty nasty stuff, to the person prior to that." So what ended up happening was, I get you can't do that there. You cannot do that there.
I got you.
You end up, whether you like it or not. Hold on one second, peoples. You know the problem with living in the sticks.
It's all right. He's got it.
The problem with living in the sticks, and it's not technically the sticks. I mean, Tucson is.
Sorry about that. Handle it.
You?
Yep. Madonna looks like somebody that you would see on a Cops episode outside a trailer park. complained to cops that her grandkid stole out of her purse and her boyfriend punched her in the eye. She's really you know what?
Right.
Yeah, she's having a tough time. There's mental illness going on all over the place because nobody does that unless there's something wrong. You know what I mean?
Or
She's
talks
so
about the things that she
desperate
said about
to
the
stay
house that's
relevant. It's
really
just
light
like,
in color.
she's, there's nothing worse than somebody that in the public eye that doesn't know when to call it a day.
She's probably stuck around a little too long, and I think that that's a disease that.
Well, she's addicted. She's
can
100%
watch it.
addicted to
The life, the lifestyle, people being in the spotlight. You got to feel for her. You really do.
And you know what? There are 62 people in the chat. How many people heard the count? I have no last words. And the next time you have a surgery, you're like, I'm doing that. I promise you, somebody in the chat, I know Ray probably is, but somebody in the chat's going to sit and go, man, you know what? That is pretty funny.
Yeah.
I'd like to do that, I think.
And why does she keep adopting kids? That's an interesting thing, right?
It's, you know what it is? It's
How sad is that, Lady J?
you know what it is? It's almost like Munchausen. It makes her look good. So that's why she's doing it. I think, I don't know. I shouldn't judge.
Why, thank you, Tony. Yeah, nobody's perfect, man. Although I've been,
do you watch streams where they
I've been,
pretend they are?
I've been a lot. I think I've been a lot more. I strive for perfection in life more than I did. Right? I didn't even try before. I'm not Robin Banks. I'm not doing anything stupid anymore. I watched the first season of American Horror Story. And then you know what? It just got strange. If she sings like a virgin in church, she will burst into fire.
I feel bad for her. Seriously, I do. I feel bad for her.
I do, because I think this is it right there. Right? She's desperate to try to stay sexy and relevant. And you know what? If you're a grandmother and you're desperate to stay sexy and in the camera's light, I mean, I watched the last time that I saw.
She's got family. You know what they must be saying? Like, please.
The last time that I saw her in public, where she was talking about the election that was coming up, and she was offering sexual favors of a specific nature to anybody that wanted, that anyone that was going to vote in the direction she wanted them to go.
And she also said something that if you had said it or I had said it, we'd be in jail right now.
She did say something about removing the house the house that is not black. She wanted to remove off of the planet.
I've been thinking a lot about.
Yeah, she said some stuff that I promised she would have got me 5 years in prison at a minimum. And I can tell you, because I was in with a guy who was dumb enough to say something like that into a phone, and that's exactly what he got. 5 years for saying something stupid like that into a phone. I mean, he actually did call the White House, what do you call it? The switchboard at the White House.
Yeah.
And sadly, he was touched. He was one of those guys that he was touched. There's no other way to put it. He had he was like Rain Man, kind of.
She's a frask. I kind of agree with you. I feel bad for her. I do. I feel bad for her. Her whole life, she's been in the limelight since she was 17. You know what I mean? That's how, she's been swinging that addiction for 4 decades. You think it's easy to put that away?
You need a 371 battery. I think I might be able to find you a 371. Send me a picture of the back of it.
The guy should have got 5 years for eating that egg, Sammy. We didn't eat the whole thing. If you remember, it was just so bad.
That egg Sammy, he should get 5 years for making me try to eat that egg Sammy. I agree.
Molesky's got to figure it out. I retract my earlier statement about Keith Richards. She looks more like John Gotti.
He's right.
And John Gotti's been dead for what? How long will the Teflon Don die?
She does live to push buttons. Honestly, I couldn't tell you when Gotti died.
15 years ago, at least.
I think I was locked up when it happened. I remember it rippling through the prison system. So it was when I was locked up.
Zelda's right. She, like, everything she does is like nothing's happening. everything is contrived and set up. Everything is there.
I think that there's something to this with some of them for sure, Gregory. I think this is probably pretty astute. Hollywood stars are used to being loved and adored, so cannot handle it when they are no longer considered young and sexy. So plastic surgery is the answer. And once you start, it's easy to continue to go down that road. Yeah, I think there's something to that. I'm not mad at anybody that decides to do whatever they want to do to make themselves feel better. You know what I mean? But the lifestyle gets to be disgusting. I can't imagine having a grandchild
Who's the
being
girl?
out there
Who's the
talking
woman?
about booking a whammer for someone voting for president.
Who was the woman that was in Men in Black? Boyle.
Yeah, Laura Flynn
Boyle. She was so gorgeous. She looks like
the Crypt Keeper.
Remember Ricky Crawford
from Crawford's Girl? Yeah.
Looks like something like she works there.
Nice. Good times.
It's sad.
Yeah, that is sad. They're from your hometown, Def Leppard. Do you like Def Leppard, Johnny?
I'm a Def Leppard fan. I am. You? No.
Oh, look at what Jeremy Shelton said.
I feel like if you touched Madonna, she would be sticky.
Good work, though. That's a great comment.
It's the kind of thing where she could walk up, stand right next to you, and you wouldn't know it was her.
Oh, no,
she's going to be, no, listen, 15 years from now, she's going to be one of the, when we were young, you hear stories about the star that just is terrifying.
Do you think that she's going to be alive in 15 years,
Johnny? I'm stunned she's alive now, dude.
There's no way she's alive in 15 years, bro. I'm sorry.
Lara Flynn Boyle could have used that egg hammy.
They're one-armed.
Can I tell you something? Here's the deal, though. He is so much better a drummer now with one arm than he was with two. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm not trying to be funny. He is a better drummer now than he was when he had both arms.
Are NPCs crunchy or squishy?
Oh, that's funny.
I don't know what NPC is.
Look it up.
Okay. Madonna reminds me of that movie, Death Becomes Her. Good call. That's a great Jason P. That's spot on.
That's such a good movie, by the way.
Saw Def Leppard in their first concert after their drummer came back with without his arm. He played well. I've seen him a couple of times with him. He's fantastic. He really is. He's fantastic. The Thunder God, I think is what they say. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I knew that. I knew that. Madonna looks like the type of person who wears a white tank top and drinks Natty Light. Well, no, something to that.
You know what I thought was funny?
I bet your breath stinks.
Listen, like Lafayette breath.
Don't get crazy.
What's the now I'm drawing a blank. It's not Heineken, but it's one similar to that. It's from Belgium.
Did you get the pictures he sent you?
What's the beer?
From Belgium?
Yeah.
Chimay?
No.
It's not Heineken.
It's not Heineken. Similar bottle. It was 11 ounces instead of 12.
St. Paul girl?
No. Damn it.
Yeah.
Somebody help me, man.
Madonna would be perfect for the remake of E.T. Well done. Inappropriate heifer.
This is what happens. My brain goes to
Strilla?
Yeah.
Shinerbach. Stella.
Stella. Now, here's the thing about Stella. It's a great. I remember when I used to drink. It was a nicer beer here. It's considered one of the nice ones, right? You know what they call it in Belgium? True story. They call it wife beater beer. The wife beater, because the only people that drink that are. It's like the junk beer. It's like slop there, and
they've been brewing it since 16 something.
That's great. That's Rush.
What's Rush?
Best quotes. If you choose not to decide, you still have a choice.
You can choose from memory and some that's your Stella Artois. I also think that they're very intelligent, that any place where they sell Stella, it comes in a really cool glass with a gold rim on the top.
Do you know anything about that glass?
I know that I steal.
There's a funny thing about the label. Do you know about that?
No, I've got one in the
Have I showed you?
In the freezer right now.
I haven't showed you?
No.
I can show you now, but I can't show anybody else. I'm gonna go do it. I'm gonna do it.
It's a Ronda 1 jewel quartz in a Morphic. The watch is a brick, 5.2 ounces. Can't remember where I got it. Yeah, around the one jewel quartz. Yeah, that actually checks out. So that's probably the battery you would need. Did you really just say the word nap in front of us, Zelda? Zelda, I thought we were friends. I thought we had something going here. All right, hold
Hang
on.
on.
Let's just mute this.
I didn't mute it. Didn't mute it.
All right, I don't think we need to. But this is the glass of which I was making reference.
But
You
now
might
do
want to
you-
put that back.
do
I
you-
do. No, I do. Here, you want me to put it back?
No, I got it.
So you're always disappearing.
Always disappeared. Is it?
No, thank the Lord, I don't think so. I hitchhiked from Ventura, California to LA when I was 15 to see Dio and Def Leppard. Well, it was pretty good, but every time I drank it, I thought to myself, I could have been a contender. Well, you're close. It's you're close. There's some cross-referencing there, but I'm gonna let it slide.
Hey, no, something just happened right now.
I think on the waterfront.
When I read the bottle, I caught a second wind.
Really?
See the UK, we call it the white beater. Told you.
And for all the wrong reasons.
Is there a right reason to call it? A
Thank
white
you,
beater?
Goosebump 801. What a kind thing to say. I appreciate that. I didn't say much. It was one that I could do a lot of listening on. You know, if you watched that last night, the private investigator that was on there with me, I believe her name was Monica.
Yep, it was.
Monica's super, super talented and is super famous.
I'll tell you what, if I got into a jam, she's a capable attorney. She's
not
not
an
an attorney.
She's a private investigator, but she has worked with some very, very famous people on some very famous cases, including Eileen Wuornos, the female serial killer out of Florida. And I followed that case really in a big way. Like I've read a bunch of books about it and everything else.
She was a trainer.
But I did not know that that's who she was until like 3/4 of the way through. And then I was starstruck, and
she was pretty amazing.
it was really, really, really something.
Almost wanted to find myself in a jam. Need a little help. I'm just kidding. Really.
Yeah.
What is that? What watch is that?
I am wearing this.
Is that the alarm watch?
No. Do you like the alarm watch?
A little bit. I like my watch a lot. I took mine off because I was afraid I'd throw it. Like, you're not going to believe it. You know, every time you see a watch on display, it's always 10 minutes after 10. And that's what it is right now.
You know why that is?
I do.
So that you can read the label.
You can see more of what's on it.
And it's supposed to give the appearance on the dial of a smile. And they found that is more effective. If you heard any other reason, then you're got lied to. Eileen Wuornos is one of the saddest
cases I've ever heard. She did horrible things, but also had one of the most absolutely horrible charges I've ever heard of. Yeah.
Lady J is a terrible case. There's no winner in that case. No winner at all. It sucked.
Steve Molesky says Monica Geller was also hot.
Yeah, there's that.
Ozzy is my spirit metalhead. I love Ozzy.
Who doesn't like Ozzy?
Ozzy's a trip, man. I know wherever he is right now, if you stuck a mic in front of him, he would sing a Razor's Edge. Man.
He could sing a Razor's Edge, but if you put something else in front of him,
he has trouble.
Tommy was starstruck. Johnny was moonstruck. Well, there's that. The vibe between you and Tone was excellent. Thank you. I appreciate that. No, I would not. No, in fact, I'll tell you what, the watch that I hunted down from my brother was, I spent a really long time getting that birth
It's a
watch.
beauty. It's this born. It was made the same year I was born.
Yeah, that's a
And
birth
it
watch.
is, as far as watches go, this one is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, it's an Omega. It's the Pi Pei constellation from 1966, a crosshair dial and a date. It's a damn fine watch in 18 karat gold. Ozzy's voice is my absolute favorite. I get it. Who are your most beautiful models or actresses? You know what, man? Honestly, they're all gone now. You know, all of the girls that I thought were really incredible.
When I was a little kid, I had a moment with Marilyn Monroe.
Oh
And
yeah,
for about 15 years, like that was the yardstick.
oh that's always the yardstick, I think.
But I mean, I remember being a little kid just going, she's a girl. I'm a boy.
Jeremy Shelton, I have a Casio watch in inventory right now. That is a James Bond watch, and it is boxed, papered, full set, inner, outer. It's the watch that Bond wore in Moonraker, and I've got it from. Oh no, I have the Casio version of that watch, but I also have Seiko's version of that watch as well. But I've got Casio watches in inventory right now that are $3,000, $2,500, $3,000. There's some very expensive Casio watches. There are
Farrah Fawcett. Good
Farrah
Lord,
Fawcett in the red bathing suit. Yeah, that was one. Oh yeah, Christopher, I knew you were. Yeah, I knew you were.
I was in love with her till the day she died. She was, to me, she
Farrah
was
Fawcett?
absolutely gorgeous
Yeah.
until the day she died.
And you know what? And she just, I'm a fan.
Who was the, you know who I thought was amazing?
Who's that?
But she was amazing when she was full figured and not amazing when she was skinny.
Who's that?
Anna Nicole Smith.
Oh, I loved it.
When she was curvy, she was smoking hot. When she looked like she'd been on the Jenny Crank diet, not so much.
Sadly, she got drugs, took her out. The movie Barbarella, talking, of course, about Jane. Miss Fuzzy Bridges.
Where are your interviews at? So we can watch them. She's not talking to me. That's you.
Season 1. If you go back and look through season 1, that's where you're going to find all of the interviews. They're all going to. I think there's a category, isn't there? If not, there will be. Christy Brinkley's does still look great. All of that whole group of models still looks fantastic. And it was a sad case. It really was. It's a horrible.
You know what? Everyone that's not here anymore can sort of be seen that way. Charles Bronson.
but some of them are worse. Charles Bronson, Clint Eastwood, Brad Pitt. There you go. Beauty is authenticity. I like that, Darcy. I do. I like that. There are women who decided to sort of age gracefully and kind of go that route that are absolutely gorgeous. What's that woman that's in everything?
Oh, sure. I know what you're talking about.
You do, don't you?
No. She's in everything?
She's an older woman, still beautiful as hell. She's Helen Mirren. I'd take Helen Mirren out tonight. Cindy Crawford doesn't look any different than she did. Betty White was a babe till the very end. For real. Cindy Crawford hasn't aged at all, though. It's almost not fair. She just hasn't aged. But I don't mind a little age. You know what I mean? I don't mind a woman that gets older. It's how you're supposed to.
Can I tell you something? I'm more attracted to.
You like girls a little. What?
I don't know. I'm just trying.
Betty White.
I realized I was going down that road. I want to go down. Exactly.
Blue 52. Windsor. Meryl Streep. Absolutely beautiful. Natalie Wood.
Not a Meryl Streep fan. At all.
Oh, I love Meryl Streep.
Not even a little bit.
No?
No.
Great actress.
She is, but I'm just not into her. Now, Helen Mirren, forget about it.
I'd take out Helen Mirren tonight. I'm pretty sure she's older than I am.
She looks amazing, though.
She looks better than I do.
I don't think she's done.
I love Patrick Swayze, bro. Me too. I love the great Swazul. Having everything you want does no one any favors. Well, you know what? When did anybody know? Oh, interviews where I was interviewed.
Yeah.
You don't want to see those. Seriously, none of them are any good. Danny Trejo does it for me. Good for you, girl. I love it. Kate Blanchett is beautiful. Oh. Does nothing for me. Rosie O'Donnell, another woman who's a woman.
Can I tell you something?
You're not sure?
No, I think I've seen pictures of her lately. She looks amazing.
Good. That's awesome. Congrats to the 2 new great uncles, Johnny
Thank you,
Tom. Thank you, Lord Kiss Freak. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. That's so cool. Pretty happy about it. No, Rosie O'Donnell is Rosie O'Donnell.
I wonder how long before they get old enough where they realize that their uncles are just, you know.
Right boot. I'm off the cat box hook. It's true, you are. That one was a little different though. That was the foot stomp that you get if you're really, really attractive. You might get a foot stomp, and she still does. I love Kate Blanchett. I really do. I love Kate Blanchett. You know who else I like a lot is the I don't know, so it doesn't much matter.
Who's the one who did that thing?
Hope this works. Let's see.
She literally.
We're live. I love that Sandra Bullock is gorgeous, but tends to go for comedy instead of sexy roles. She is gorgeous.
I was in Austin driving to work one day, and I saw her
She's
running.
like a man.
This was like 20 years ago. I watched her on the side of the road running. She was running, and she had her hair in a ball cap coming out the back. That was it.
Forget about it. Michelle Pfeiffer, Giselle Crawford. Hey, look, if you're trying to set me up with any of those, I'll take any of the three. You know, I understand Giselle is she's free right now, isn't she?
That her right there. Look at that. Not a fan of that at all. Of her. That, I mean, hers.
Do you know that?
Rutland.
You know that for sure? Because I don't know that you know that for sure.
You know,
Rosie, that's a man, baby. Good reference. Good reference.
Hang on.
Yeah, we're still going strong. I'm not going to lie to you. Mr. Wolf, you went away. We all did. The second you left, we said, look, he's going to be back. Just show back up here in about 30, 40 minutes. Juvinia is the name of this watch, right? And those are all rose golded accents. Mechanical. You got to wind it. It's a beautiful watch.
Right there. Who would ever thought that Roseanne would be better looking than Madonna? Tell me that Roseanne isn't classy looking and attractive as can be. And that tell me that if you ever came out in the middle of the night, go to the bathroom, and you walked in the hallway and that was staying there, it would scare you. You'd have a heart attack. That's Madonna, bro. Oh, yeah.
No, it's Rocky Dennis from Mask. I'm not kidding you, bro. That's Rocky Dennis from Mask. Man, stop.
Stop.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Keira Knightley. Oh, forget about it. I don't want to talk about it. Yeah.
Keira Knightley does nothing for me. I begged, I pleaded, she does nothing. Nothing. You know how many letters I've written? You know, going to court twice for stalking woman does nothing for me.
I'm telling you. Boy, here's the thing. I think so many, you know what, SPTV, here's the problem. I feel bad for, it happens, I think, a lot more to female entertainers. So much weight and pressure is put on looks that as they age. What do you need? Oh, yeah. Listen, attaboy. There you go. There you go. Anyway, so much weight and pressure is put on them because of what, you know what I mean? It's like, look, I started my channel when I was 50. It doesn't get any better than this. It doesn't get any worse. This is it. When she first came on the scene, she was smoking hot. You know what I mean? And as she's getting older, it's like, I feel bad. I feel bad for them. I do. Can we talk about hot men back in the day? We talked about Sam Elliott, Jeremy Irons, Tom Selleck. Tom Selleck shaved his mustache off. My mom likes Tom Selleck. Still looks pretty good, though. I've seen him in a couple shows. There's a show he's on. But all those guys, you know what I mean? Once in a while, you get a guy that does the same thing, but I think it's unfair that the Heat women get. I think it's a drag. Have I seen Kate Blanchett in Blue Jasmine? I've not. Here's my problem. My time is limited, and the idea of sitting down and watching a movie for 2 hours, I think about all the things I could do in 2 hours. You know what I mean? And it's weird as I'm getting older. It's like, no matter how good that movie is, I think about, I'm weighing it out, going the movie here and then 2 hours of stuff that I could do. You know what I mean? It's just too much of a commitment. I don't do movies very often at all. Steve Molesky, European track athlete. I'm telling you. Ian says back in the day, they loved showing men's butts. Here's the funny thing. There's a thing right now about lots of athletes have a social media presence. They're making more money on social media than they are doing their sport. It's a weird world we live in right now. It really is. Donna Wheeler ended up falling asleep in movies. Yeah. The 2 hours you could use to watch a movie. Here's the thing. Not only that, I'm awful to watch movies with. I pick them apart. I'm like, oh man. I look for mistakes and I'm good at finding them. And I'm always, I'm really critical. It's terrible. Shouldn't be like that, but I am. Gregory Smith, referring to Will, he couldn't really watch Will after the slap that was heard around the world. I'll be honest, when it very first happened, I thought that was set up. It's a setup. It was all on purpose. But then I thought maybe not. Because the damage he did, he couldn't have thought that was going to be a good move. It really did a number on him. That was embarrassing to watch. I remember watching it. I didn't watch it when it happened. I saw the clip of it. When he yelled after the slap, and he said what he said twice. I just felt so bad for him. Like as a human being, I'm like, oh, how do you look worse? How do you look worse? Me either, Donna. Me either. Here's the thing, though, man. People decide to dislike you it's weird. You know what I mean? Like Tommy and I have people that just straight up hate us. It's a strange thing. I think there was no such thing as trolls before the internet came on. You had people you didn't like, but you just kind of, the next day you went to work and did your thing. Now you have a way to get them. And it's just, trolling is just a different thing now. I'm like, oh, look at this. What a good guy. Ugh, little coffee action. Here's the thing. You know who's great? I watch horror movies with Bree all the time. And Bree can pick apart a horror movie like 2 minutes in. She didn't do it. Her brother did. And she's right all the time. Here's the thing I love horror movies, but here's the thing about horror movies. The better the movie is, like throughout the whole movie, the crappier the ending is going to be. Sometimes you get a movie that isn't so good, but the ending's great. But I promise you, the better a horror movie is throughout the whole movie, the crappier the ending is going to be. It's almost like they do it on purpose. Almost every horror movie I watch, the ending sucks. It just seems like that all the time. Thanks for the coffee, man.
Sorry. That's how I roll.
Jeez.
What? Have a good night, Goosebumps 801.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Ninth Gate was a great movie. I loved that.
Johnny.
Yeah. But the ending, again,
Tommy.
Good example.
Ninth Gate. Good film. Terrible ending.
It was. Great leading up to it. There was
Scariest movie I've ever seen. First time I saw The Exorcist, that one was pretty scary. Hellraiser. First time I saw Hellraiser, that scared the crap out of me. The Mouth of Madness.
that scared
me to beat crap. Those three were probably the big ones.
Hellraiser was spooky, man. The first time you see Hellraiser, the hair, the
Phantasm.
Oh, I didn't even see Phantasm. Just the dude in the previews.
Gave you the boo-boo jeebies.
Dude, he terrified my childhood. Like horrible.
Yeah, he was rough on the childhood.
And I never even saw that movie. I remember the previews for It's Alive. It scared the crap out of me. Oh. Remember that? You don't remember that.
Good for you, choir girl. Uh-huh. Sweeney Todd.
What a great movie, Sweeney Todd.
Early warning. I'm going to keep the stream on, but it's past my bedtime. So if I stop commenting, okay, look, if you're keeping the stream,
I was talking to Bree. You know what Bree said?
No.
She was, if you get tired, just fall asleep. Let him watch your sleep. Stream's still going. Can I tell you something? Just for grins. I don't know if you guys ever do this. I don't ever like whatever pops up on YouTube. I kind of watch it or I'll search for something. But the other night I went on YouTube and I just clicked the live to see what all the live stuff that was going on. And the name caught my attention. It said, "You ready? Watch me sleep." And I thought this can't be a person sleeping. And guess what?
There's a person sleeping.
Yeah.
Salem's Lot was filmed in my hometown.
That was a scary
that
movie.
I grew up in.
It was a scary movie.
It was a scary movie, but but we watched that movie being filmed when we were kids. My brother helped steal Ghost Story. Oh, that's what I meant. What did he say? Salem's Lot.
Yeah, it was Ghost Story.
No, you're right. It was Ghost Story. Salem's Lot was scary. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm getting punchy, and I'm only
SPTV loves Sweeney Todd, and so that to me, that movie was like a good meal.
I'll be honest,
a bunch of different courses. Every single scene was like I devoured like a good course.
I didn't see it. But
but
I've read the book. I know that. I mean, I know
there are so many great moments in that movie that are just spectacular.
Happy night, Kathy. Sleeping with Steve-O. Well, apparently, no. See, I had you muted.
Oh, yes, Kayla, I certainly am. Hopefully very soon. I've had some trouble getting over there, but being in this show is going to make it a lot easier for me to skate over there.
Hear that?
Yeah.
He's skating. Opened YouTube to put my sleep sounds on, and this just popped up. Good night, all snappies. Have a great night. Sleep well, hon.
Thank you for being here.
Yep, glad you're here. And sleep well. Oh, no, it's a bit he does. Gotcha. All right.
Johnny Depp is a lousy guitarist. I said it. I'm sorry. You know what he's doing? Have you ever seen, listen to me. Have you ever seen like fantasy camp for football, fantasy camp for baseball? This is fantasy camp for Johnny Depp. He's a crappy guitarist and he's playing fantasy camp. He's on stage. I guarantee you half the time it's not even amped up. He's not a very good guitarist. And I'll tell you, what else he does that irritates me? I like him. I want you to know that. But he wears his guitar slung so low. If you've ever played guitar, it affects how you play when it's that low.
She said, "Why is your jaw moving from right to left?"
Whose jaw is she talking about? I don't know who she means. Yeah, Keanu Reeves actually is pretty cool. I dig him.
Well, if it was me, it might have been that I'm digging. When I leave to go get coffee, we're chewing down as much food as we can in the kitchen while we're going. So I may be working some stuff out of
what's interesting about
Keanu
Reeves?
One thing I've never seen Johnny Depp do was poop on stage. Well, it's good to hear that.
Here's the thing: we're the ones that are supposed to be getting squirrely, and
well, he's been up. He's we do have. Let's see, we're at 8 hours 26 minutes and 36.
Is that all? So did you get a second wind? I feel great.
No, I'm all right. But we're 1/3 of the way through, so we got 33% thing in the rear view mirror. I wear mine.
You know what's funny about Keanu Reeves though? If you Google Keanu Reeves, every time he's with a fan, he does the hover. He won't ever put his hand on a fan. He does the hover.
Really?
Yeah, he is. He's terrified of it. In fact, just check it out. It's hilarious. Every picture you see with him, with somebody next to him, he does the hover. His hand's never touching them. Because he doesn't want them to say, I got.
Oh, I got you. It's the Amber Heard divorce trial. That's right. She dropped a deuce in his bed.
She did.
I forgot about that. I did. I forgot about that. You know what, though? Who hasn't gotten pissed and dropped a deuce in someone's bed? You know what I mean? Okay, maybe I haven't. But I have crapped on someone's car.
I peed in somebody's bed once.
And I have crapped in someone's house on at least a half a dozen occasions. It may not have been their bed, but I've been known to drop one in a bathtub. If it made me really angry.
Is it me or is Johnny talking faster?
Faster than what?
I don't know. Faster than the speed of love.
If you've never read Faster Than the Speed of Love,
very few are going to get that. Beautiful reference.
I think what might be happening, Quiet Girl, is that I am steadily slowing down.
And I'm not.
And he's not. Raise his hand.
Are drugs involved? No. Kayla?
Or peppers?
No, not yet.
Johnny has been sober now for
15 years.
Couch
15 years on all the hard drugs and 4.5 years for alcohol.
Yeah, we're not much on the drugs these days, hon. No. I peed on someone's couch before I moved out. Good for you. Good for you.
You know. Peed on the couch in Seinfeld. Poppy.
Yeah.
Poppy.
Well played.
Thank you.
Well played. One thing I've wanted to ask is, what's the favorite memory of your dad?
Geez.
I don't know that I could even do that.
Yeah. You know why? Here's why. We had a dad that was at every practice, at every game.
He was just a super active.
He was just a wicked, involved dad.
He really was. And then later on in life, he just became, one of, if not my best friend ever. And I spent a lot of time with him, and
she's gonna lay down and get comfortable.
She is. She's ready for round 2. I mean, Kat sleeps 16 hours a day.
I just have a million great memories of him. Just so many.
But I'll tell you something. I mean, I've talked about it on here before. There was a very, 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 very emotional deal that happened at the airport in Denver, or the airport in Houston, that was just rugged as hell. But I think there was a time where he and I were in a hot tub at a facility in Vermont that was like, they called it the club. It was not a country club. It had a big pool, and it had it was only open for about a year and a half. It was a concept thing. They put this like almost like a weight room that nobody lifted weights in. There was just a bunch of other cool things you could do there, but one of them was a hot tub, and it was this huge, like a 25 or 30 person hot tub. And I was sitting in it with my dad, and this guy came out. And you got to understand that we knew everybody in the city because we lived in this itty bitty small little city. So we knew everybody. And this guy walked in, right? I'm trying to give people, it's a town. But this guy walked in who had once coached me in Little League, and he had coached my brother. And the guy was just kind of a bit of a jackwagon. But, we'd never seen the guy out of street clothing. But he had what could only be called a massive tattoo on his right bicep. It was probably this big. And it looked like somebody had taken a crayon and written the word Joe, which fortunately was his name. It would have been odd if his name was Stephen. But his name was Joe, and he had it tattooed on his arm. And as he was walking up, I saw it. My dad saw it. And my dad said to me, "Do you think he did that in case he forgot?" And it just, like, he sort of looked at me after he said it, and we both started to laugh at the same time. And I went underwater and held my breath for about 2.5 minutes. And when I came back up, my dad had a conversation with the guy, and he was sitting there with his tattoo on display. But we laughed for days afterwards.
Right.
You know what though? Yeah, here's the deal.
No, actually.
Yeah, but I would just as soon not have that one.
Right.
No, we're good. We're good. Don't anybody do anything silly. Let's not anybody do anything silly. I didn't stick around. The cat is in the basket. It's 8 hours, 32 minutes, and 8 seconds.
I feel great.
Here's
the thing. This is a journey, and throughout the 24 hours, we're going to do this. We're going to have moments where you feel great, moments where you feel like we're dying.
I probably had more caffeine than I should have, in all honesty.
I probably had enough for a while anyway.
Yeah, I got a little hard on it. I mean, we bought some pretty rugged coffee.
Here's the problem with it: is tomorrow, sleeping when this is done, it's not like you can put your head on a pillow and go to sleep. It's going to take such a long time to wind down.
Right. You know why? Truthfully and honestly, because the people who do wield them here are good. Look, you can do what you do. That doesn't fall under malicious, capiche? Right? There are people that have been here for 8 or 9 months with 4 sheets, right? Out, all heading, on a downhill run. And then eventually they hear something and it changes them. What makes the lifeboat unique versus so many other places?
You can dodge a wrench. You can dodge a ball. What a great movie.
Do you know that one of the only times in my life that the window of opportunity was truthfully open for me, where I really wanted to freaking get sober. I was in a town. I was in a great big fight with my significant other.
Valentine, shut up.
And I left my home.
I'll go to the bathroom, man. You cool with that?
Yeah, I'm fine. I was alone.
Back in a minute, you guys.
I was, for all intents and purposes, homeless. And I took my carcass down to the local NA meeting, where the person at the door said to me, "You're obviously under the influence as we speak." And I said, "No, you're good, Christopher. No, you're good." I said, "Yeah." He was like, "When's the last time you used?" I said, "About 45 minutes ago. I got to have the stuff to not get sick." And they kicked me out. And you know what? I think, who knows? But I walked my ass 2 miles to get to it. I'm not much for kicking people out unless they really need to be kicked out, right? And if they're not malicious, then there's just no reason for it. You feel me? SB. Let's just go with the assumption that maybe somebody's had a few cocktails. How about if we just went with that as an assumption, right? Let's all default to the setting where, God forbid, we run somebody off because that's the issue, right? If it's not malicious, people, then it's not malicious. It may not be appropriate, but it's not malicious. And as a wrench, you can remove a comment without removing a human being. Human beings I don't like to see removed unless they need to be removed. But you can clean off a comment. You don't have to, I never make anybody answer to me on anything like that. If you see a comment needs to go, then get rid of it. Just don't get rid of people unless what they're doing is malicious, right? God forbid, man. We don't want to run off anybody that needs care ever. Right? We're going to err on that side. Yeah. Well, I'm and I'm just telling you all, that's the side I want to err on. Please let me do that. Huh? Please let me.
So I'm taking some aspirin.
Good God. Did you leave any?
There's only 4. It's not a lot, is it?
Yeah, it's probably a little heavy on the
For an aspirin?
Yeah, you don't take 4 aspirin, do you?
I usually take 6.
No, I think you take 2.
We're taking 4.
Oh, well, what are you going to do? 4 of them. Well, see, for me, that would be a stomach issue. That's really what I would be worried about. Alan Valentine, good to see you, my brother. I would be worried about my tummy. 4 Advil, that would bother me too, man. And 4 Advil, I'd be worried about the liver.
As far as pain, the only drugs that I take are peppers or aspirin.
For pain medication? Yeah.
And work really, really, like tomorrow, depending on what kind of sleep I get tomorrow, I've got all those peppers from Uncle Bullcow. I got a whole bunch.
Yeah, I got you.
Buffet, if you will.
Buffet?
Yep. I heard John was shaving his beard on 24-hour, Bizzle says.
Yeah, Biz. Look, I'm all about that.
Can I tell you something? And I'll be really honest.
Do that.
I know that the goatee has nothing to do with like why things are going the way they're going for me. Having said that, I will tell you this. I'm a little afraid to cut it off. You know what I mean? Look, here's the thing. When I did the thing for Netflix, after I signed the contract with them, they literally called me back and said, "Hey, don't shave your goatee off." So okay. And then I they didn't say anything in the Hulu special, but when we were halfway through the Hulu thing, one day one of the producers called me and they said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I just finished shaving." "You're shaving what?" I said, "My face." He's like, "You're kidding, right?" And I said, "Yeah." So I mean, they don't want me to shave it, and it's if you don't see my we sell hot sauce, Chase the hot sauce company. And the cover, the label is my face, so it's kind of a thing right now. But eventually, here's the good news: the way I look at it is this: I'm going to do this for another 10 years, maybe 5 or 10 years. When I go to retire, I can just shave my goatee off, grow the Dr. Phil haircut like this, and nobody will know who I am.
Yeah, it's a concept. I mean, it sounds good.
The goatee has become iconic. Jeez. Scary word, man.
Who used the I word?
I know Andrew did.
Nice.
Can I tell you something? First 5 years of the channel, every time someone called me the L word, I would delete the comment because I didn't want people to start saying it and get it out. And I still do that with the I word. I delete it every time I see it.
Wow, Gregory. I'm sorry, man. It sucks. Yeah.
How long do you let the braid get? You know what, Lady J? It's about this much longer than you can see right here. It's about down to here. I got it wrapped around. But about 8 months ago, I like almost 10 inches off. It was like almost down to my belly button. So I cut a bunch off.
Legend. L word. But yeah, legendary legend. It gets they toss it around a lot. It's one of those words that
Here's the deal. You know why I say I don't like it? And this is the truth of it. I'm not a young guy. I know some legends. Like for real. I've met a couple in my life, like legit legends. And that's how I know I'm not one. I eat peppers, for goodness sakes. Keep it in perspective here. The ZZ Top here. Do you know why? I've only done a video with my goatee out once for the channel. And it was I was playing a guitar. I was playing I'm Bad and I'm Nationwide.
Yeah.
Which was great.
That's actually a good video.
So yeah. I like that.
That's a pretty good video of yours.
I know. I got the goatee out, got the sunglasses on. It was very cool. That was it. The L word.
I word. The other one was
yeah, just don't stop that. Let it go.
No, what was it though? Because now
iconic.
There you go.
That's a horrible word. Like for real.
It's one of those words. You all right?
Oh, couldn't be any better. My back's feeling good. Oh, I want to dance on the ZZ Top car before they turn it into a spaceship. ZZ Top was great. They were significant in me learning guitar. I first started playing, I would put a cassette in when I went to work and I would tape like 8 hours of MTV.
For real?
Yeah, I'd come home and I would like find out which songs I liked. And half it was crap I didn't want to learn, but it was like a ZZ Top song or AC/DC song. I'd put it on, I'd mute it and put it on super slow-mo and just watch their fingers.
No kidding.
That's it.
I'll be damned.
And now it's different. Now, because now there's like 1,000 different guitar teachers. There's 2 or 3 I really like a lot that they're my teachers. But back then there wasn't any of that, so I just had to wing it. I showed Mom that short when you showed it off. Oh, the short recently where I waved it. Yeah, that was a long time ago. That picture was taken like 3 years ago. I don't know why.
Yeah,
about it now, but
that was a long time ago.
It's supposed to be 40 degrees today. You understand how cold that is? That's ridiculous.
I mean, I can feel it. Can you? Get the window wide
Totally.
open at this point. Yeah, I saw ZZ Top in
It's a
concert
great
a bunch
band,
of times.
man, I'll
They're
tell you
really. I've been blessed to see ZZ a lot. They're great band, or were, and now they're no longer a band.
Quiet Girl. My old boss loves ZZ Top. Saw them 35 times and built a car exactly like theirs.
Damn.
It was an awesome.
That's a fan.
It really is.
They had a very.
You know, the thing about it is a lot of the music is pretty easy, but when Jimi Hendrix was alive, somebody was interviewing him and said, people have said you're the best guitarist in the world. How do you feel about that? You know what he said? I'm not the best guitarist in the whole world. Except that our man was.
Right?
Yep, for real.
Yeah, he said there's a young white boy in Texas plays a mean guitar.
He does, man. He's just so cool. Imagine that though, having them say you're the greatest guitarist in the world.
Saw Elton John. I've seen Elton John a bunch too. Huge fan of Elton John.
Yeah, there are a lot of bands that do that. If you think about the Dead over the years, how many different people they had in their band.
You know, probably the best example of that of all time is Leonard Skinner.
I was about to say Leonard Skinner, man.
Skinner's got the boy's got a brother. There's a brother, right?
He sold stuff at the concession shop, and he's they're trying to get him in it. Look, there's nobody left that was playing music, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? Stevie was the best guitarist in the world. Stevie Ray Vaughan. Is that true?
I think he means it. Yeah, I think she means. SRV.
He was pretty amazing. He was a pretty amazing guitarist.
Big fan. Hello, awakened by the looking glass. Hope you got a little sleep.
You want to watch something cool sometime?
We've basically been sound asleep the entire time you were gone.
Oh, yeah. There's a great video of him playing, I don't know what song he's playing, but he's playing, he breaks a string. And as he's playing, his guitar rep comes out, takes it off, throws another one. He never breaks stride. That was amazing. Motorhead is an amazing band.
Yeah, you saw Motorhead, eh?
Yep. Joe Bonamassa is the greatest player in the world. He's not, but you know what? He's really, really good. I can tell you something. Listen, there are
I'm
that
a
are
big
lot better.
fan of Bonamassa.
You know who turned me on to Joe Bonamassa? The Chief.
Look at this. Me too. SRV was an actual legend. Do you remember so on Instagram, I used to actually be really, really into Instagram, and then I just quit. But I used to be really into it, and I would get really into the posts and all of that. But they throw around that L word, and I did a post that had a picture of SRV, and I said, "This is a legend." And then below it, there was a picture of me, and I said, "This is a convict who eats peppers." Like that completely. But yeah, he was a legend, like for real. That's the person I chose for that.
You know what I mean? That you have a problem being called that, right?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of being called legend. Okay.
It's not just me.
No, it's not. It's not. But I mean, I don't know. I can see why you get it. I mean, I can see why people say it about you. I'm just saying.
Frank Zappa was amazing. I saw Frank Zappa live in. I saw Frank Zappa. Are you ready for this? It was in '87. I saw Motorhead and Frank Zappa warmed up Motorhead. And it was Frank Zappa as eclectic, like not opera, like a full orchestra, kind of that phase he went through. So if you had to be like a deep Frank Zappa fan to dig this set, it was amazing. So that was really good. Yeah, that's about Slash being a guitarist. What are your thoughts on Slash as a guitarist? You know what? Oh, wicked sloppy. I think he's a great guitarist, but there's so many that are so much better. Ron Thal, Bumblefoot, he's a friend of mine. I'll tell you what, go Google some of Bumblefoot playing, and you'll make you forget about almost anybody else you've ever heard. As far as technically speaking, he is light years ahead of anybody else that you see. He's amazing.
He's talented.
He can play two scales at the same time.
That doesn't make any sense.
Me either.
Queensryche, says he.
What the shovel saved the sand?
Operation Mindcrime.
I really dig you.
Wasn't that Operation Mindcrime? Isn't that Queensryche?
Could be.
You know what's crazy? I went out on a date like maybe 4 times with this girl. One of the most like intellectually gifted human beings I ever met. Like this person was just
intimidating,
light years more intelligent than I was, to the point where it was wildly intimidating. And she was also gorgeous. But I get in the car and she's like, "Just can you pick anything out from my from the CD and just put in something you like?" And I'm telling you that Operation Mindcrime was the lightest thing this girl had in the car.
Really?
I mean, everything in this girl's car. I was looking at it going, God, the first one, I'm like, this can't be her stuff. Like if you just looked at it and then looked at her, it just didn't match. Right. But oh yeah. And I picked that and she was like, "Is that the only band you had heard of?" I'm like, "No, but I hadn't heard of a lot of them." Yeah.
Shelton, this 24-hour live stream is a horrible idea.
Yeah, I'm using up too much of my pop culture quotes. Right? Now what's going to happen for the rest
Here's
of
the
the
strangest thing. Tomorrow, he'll tell you about this when he comes back on after he sleeps this thing off, after we're done tomorrow. When we're done, you're going to think, oh, you're done. You'll lay down, you go to sleep. I'm telling you, it's going to take you 10 hours to unwind from this.
Well, I got news for you. I can't do that anyway.
What?
This ends, and I'm doing a 3-hour interview with
a 3-hour. You're going to be a buffoon, dude. You know what we need to do? You need to go to sleep.
I'm going to.
No.
I'm going to.
No, like 3 this morning.
I have every intention.
And you're going to make me deal with this.
You just get. I'm going to do 1 hour. 1 hour. Just going to do my power nap. Get my feet up, raised above my head. Drive all that blood down into the chest. Power nap. Put the cat right up here. Then jump right back up, and I'll be ready to go, just like that. See what I did there? No, I got this. I'm going to sleep before the interview, but this is a good one, and it's one that I'm really looking forward to.
What is that? You can be referred to by
just your last name. You think you're a goat.
Yeah,
he's got something there.
No, he doesn't. Just 1 hour, 10 hours later, Angry Johnny.
Yeah, and it starts.
I remember at the end of one of them, I was looking at a piece of paper with some stuff written on it. And when I tell you that the letters on the page were dancing, like grabbing each other, swirling around, the letters, like an L would dance with an N. I'm not joking. It was the weirdest thing. And then I shut my eyes trying to go to sleep, and I just saw things with my eyes shut, like all over the place. It was like,
nice.
That was crazy. After Tommy's interview, Johnny was going to be taken back to the hospital.
Nonsense. This is going to be a fun interview. It's the people over at Esoteric Atlantic.
I'm so jealous of people who can nap.
Oh, I am the boss of napping.
You know what? I get this like a nap hangover. I wake up, I'm all stupid, I'm weird, and I don't know what day it is, and I can't really recover.
No, Johnny really does get completely discombobulated if he gets any kind of sleep. Like he either gets a full night's sleep or he's done. There's nothing.
The biggest fight I ever had with my kid's mom, we were in Bermuda on a vacation, and we had a couple drinks, and I took a nap. I said, I'm just going to lay down and take a nap. So I laid down and I took a nap, and I woke up, and it was I woke up. I said, what time is it? Because she was getting ready. I'm like, she goes, it's 7 o'clock. I said, morning or night? And she started laughing. She goes, are you serious? I said, yeah. Is it morning or is it night? And she wouldn't answer me. I said, I was getting frustrated. The more frustrated I got, the funnier she thought it was. So she wouldn't tell me. So I had to call the front desk. And I said to the woman at the front desk, I said, it's 7 o'clock. Is it morning or day? She goes, are you serious? I'm like, I'm getting it from everybody. What time is it? I was getting so pissed off. I'm getting pissed off now thinking about it.
I could tell.
Anyway, I don't nap anymore because of that. Napping is not good for me. I wake up, it's not good.
Yes, no, yeah. 23 hours in should be absolutely stellar. Yeah, it should be stellar. You lose a little bit of your snap along the way. You know, it's 2-hour nap and up ready for my 20-hour day. Yeah, I mean, nothing to it. Here's the thing: on my best of days, I'm not catching 5 hours of sleep. You know, there are many days, people, where I come here and do this show with you, and I haven't gotten any sleep
because I've had a bad time sleeping my whole life. I've researched about it, and what I've read is, and you maybe can tell me if you have, but I've read that a cycle of sleep is 4 hours. That's from the time you go to sleep, you go through REM, the whole 9 yards, and you're back. It's a 4-hour cycle.
Right.
This thing that I read said that it's better for you, believe it or not, to sleep 4 hours than to sleep 6. Because when you sleep 6, you're halfway through a second cycle, and you wake up and you're foggy, and you aren't right. If you just woke up after 4, firing all cylinders.
Yeah, I am. No, I mean, you want to see a dude that can nap? I'm your guy.
Well, you know what?
I am your guy.
Dad used to nap like a rock star.
I used to nap
10-minute power naps. I'm like, how are you waking up? He goes, I feel great. I'm like,
when I used to when I first started working as a public speaker. You have to start on the bottom of the totem pole, and I would speak in the third position, which meant that there was going to be two people that spoke in front of me, and one would speak for 2 hours and the other would speak for an hour and a half. That's all I needed. Like, no matter how wrecked I was from the night before, no matter how anything, I could just come on in and I would go down right in the green room and just pass out. And they would come in and wake me up and I would go right on, do my thing. And that was plenty of sleep. 3.5 hours was a ton. But I can jump up right off a nap and go to work. I have no problem. I don't get the fog. I don't get any of that. I actually think I do better napping than I do sleep. It's a 3-hour cycle, so 6 would be 2 full cycles, says Anik, and I tend to believe her. I think that Anik could be right on this. I do feel like I read that. Or
listen, I don't know. But the best thing is to see you both okay as brothers. Both of us had a really crappy month. I mean, both had like wicked close calls. But mine was a wicked close.
Yeah, you talk about the one last week was not. It was that was just yeah, that wasn't anything.
I'm pretty much over the mental thing of what happened to me.
Yeah,
because like for about a week I was a mess. It did my head in.
You still do it every once in a while, though.
I'm trying not to. I know I do. I'm not trying. I'm getting better at it.
You are. There's no question.
Not, but I could if you'd help me. It really is a great reference. Nobody got it. Anybody?
Sorry.
What time is it? What time do you think would be smartest for you to take your nap? Because you need to have a two hour-long nap breaks between now and morning. Otherwise, that meeting, the interview you have, you're going to be a piece of crap, dude.
Yeah.
So you need 2 hours of sleep, you think? Maybe 3?
3.
You know what you should do? How about this? Here's the problem. If you lay down now, you're not going to be able to sleep. Your head's already spinning too much. It's already too much, dude. I promise you. You think you can sleep right now?
Absolutely.
Go park.
But there's no point in me doing it now. I'm going to do it a little later in the night. But no, that whole you can't nap thing, or when you're going to be wired when this is over, whatever. Dude, I can fall asleep like that. My problem is staying asleep, but I can sleep anywhere, man. Who's taking first watch? Dude, I can just do it right here, bro.
You were so friendly and kind with that pretty nurse. Me or you? Who's you talking about?
There's no chance they're talking to me. I didn't have a pretty nurse.
I had a pretty nurse? Oh, that girl. I don't barely remember.
You're talking about Johnny, right?
Yeah, there was a person in the video. There was a person there that...
I don't remember recording any nurses.
I did. I recorded a video. I don't even remember doing that, really.
I could nap right here in about 6 minutes. I'd be asleep.
Awakened is I don't know if it's... You know what they call that? I call it on my channel concern trolling, where you get all the time. I can't really hear you right. You're phasing in and out.
Who's doing that?
Who's having trouble hearing us? Awakened is having a hard time.
Yeah.
And I'm teasing. He's probably not trolling, but sometimes people do that. Sometimes people do that. You know what I mean? What are you doing? Seriously, why don't you go park it? You're laying back. There's no point you doing that sitting here. It pisses me off.
I'm kidding.
No, go to bed and take a bit of a break.
I'm kidding. Tommy, I had a hot nurse. I did. Maybe I did. You know what? The old gray matter ain't what it used to be.
You know what? Hang on. We're having a problem with a bunch of people having problems hearing us. You think we should turn it off and then turn it back on and start fresh? Maybe that'll help things. Or not. That's what I did. See, we got problems, man.
We got 60 people in here. I'd hate to see us lose them. Let's
I know. Let's take a little bit of a
hold on a second. Nobody move. Nobody move. Settings. Let's see something here.
I'm gonna stress for a second. Why are you doing that? Oh.
All right. Tell me if that got any better. Can I get a 5x5? And tell me if we're stuttering now from time to time.
What are you laughing at? 5 by 5. Quiet Girl says we sound great.
Well, that's.
Oh, man. Valentine says it too. Oh.
He says, Johnny, eat a hot one for your back, my guy.
The problem is I haven't eaten enough food.
You haven't
So
eaten
if I eat a hot pepper right now,
you're going to be
Tommy is going to be running the show for the next 3 hours. And I don't want to do that to the poor guy.
Well, and it's just going to be cap cramp central. And nobody but nobody just wants to watch Johnny Scoville have 3 hours of cap cramps. Except
you probably
maybe
would.
me.
Yeah, you know what, though? That's so, man, I'll tell you.
The 5 by 5 means that on a scale from 1 to 5, right? So that it's easier to type it in instead of doing on a scale from 1 to 10, which takes more digits because you want to do it. And I'm freezing up again. That's the max headroom reference, I guess, right? What the heck is going on here? You know what?